Lin Fan awoke to discover that the world had transformed. Beneath the ocean's depths, a colossal silhouette glided gracefully. Upon Lei Island, a figure soared into the skies, embodying a realm where the essence of fairies intertwined with humanity. At the onset of his journey, Lin Fan acquired a Groudon, which insisted that he enable its flight, threatening consequences with the Sword of the Abyss. What should he do? Observing Lin Fan's unwavering pursuit of vengeance and justice, he stood resolutely atop the world, embodying his motto. What is rightfully mine is untouchable by others. What does not belong to me holds no allure. This is a genuine Pokémon universe. Certain elements will not adhere strictly to the game's conventions. Chapter 1. An unscientific transmigration. Lin Fan. A stern voice resonated in Lin Fan's ears, akin to a thunderclap. Lin Fan, still bleary-eyed, lifted his head to behold the bespectacled man on the platform, vociferously berating him. The man extended his hands to adjust his glasses, which had slipped down due to his agitation, and addressed Lin Fan with disappointment. In merely 60 days, the college entrance examination will arrive. Those more capable than you are diligently studying, yet you choose to sleep in class. If you continue this way, you will fail to even gain admission to the Pokémon University and become a parasite of the Empire. Lin Fan rubbed his eyes and gazed at the now somewhat blurred figure from his memories, murmuring, "This dream feels too vivid. How is it that I even dreamed of my old teacher?" Lin Fan surveyed his surroundings, recognizing familiar faces. Wasn't that Sun the Fatty in front? And wasn't the girl at the front Li Muchen? Half an hour later, Lin Fan sat observing his old teacher fervently writing on the blackboard, inhaling the pungent scent of chalk in the classroom, and he reluctantly accepted a disheartening truth. He had been reborn. Indeed, Lin Fan had returned to his 18-year-old high school days. Yet he soon embraced this reality, his heart swelling with excitement. In this era, who could call themselves a true bookworm without indulging in a few reincarnation novels? The sudden windfall that had befallen Lin Fan left him utterly bewildered. The year is 2001. If his memory served him correctly, the internet winter had just passed. In those years, stocks of internet companies plummeted like paper, and now, should one invest, one could easily find themselves in the company of Jack Ma in one hand and Wang Jianlin in the other, with little effort required. Throughout the day, Lin Fan's mind was consumed by these thoughts, rendering him unable to grasp any of the lessons during class, until his teacher, before dismissing the students, uttered, "Remember to come early next Monday to collect your Pokémon. If you miss it, graduation will be unattainable." Lin Fan cast a bewildered glance at his teacher, recalling that prior to his rebirth, the school had never distributed eggs. Had time slipped by so swiftly that he had forgotten? Or had this parallel universe undergone some alterations? Regardless, wealth was now of utmost importance. Lin Fan slung his backpack over his shoulder as he exited the classroom, excitement lighting up his face as he gazed towards the western horizon, invigorated by the setting sun. The world's richest man awaited. "Lin Fan, are you going online later? I heard a new virtual Pokémon battle game has become quite popular. It's supposed to be a lot of fun. Are you in?" His desk mate, Yang Jian, dashed over from behind, blocking Lin Fan's path. Faced with Yang Jian's invitation, Lin Fan shook his head in refusal. "I can't. I have things to attend to. Come on, let's go play. Why rush back so early? That's not your style. Let's go. I'll cover the internet fees," Yang Jian insisted, looking at Lin Fan with curiosity and patting his chest in assurance. "Thanks, but I genuinely need to get home quickly," Lin Fan replied gratefully, shaking his head. Having said that, Lin Fan turned and continued walking forward. "How strange. What's up with him today?" Yang Jian murmured, pouting as he disregarded Lin Fan and sprinted ahead. Lin Fan watched Yang Jian's figure recede and muttered, "Childish. Wait until you grow up to understand the harshness of society." Lin Fan pushed open the door to his home, spotting his father seated on the sofa, engrossed in the television, his eyes slightly misty as he exclaimed, "Dad, I'm back." In his previous life, his father had perished in an accident, and his mother, heartbroken over her husband's loss, had succumbed to her illness 3 years later. Lin Yuan replied, nonchalantly, fixated on the drama. "Little Fan is back? Dinner will be ready soon. Would you like a peach first?" His mother, Zheng Yuxiu, emerged from the kitchen upon hearing his voice, inquiring gently, "Mom, I need to discuss something with Dad first." Lin Fan shook his head in response. "Dad, what are you watching? I want to talk to you about something." Lin Fan approached Lin Yuan, speaking earnestly. "Let's talk later. I want to finish watching this battle," Lin Yuan said, pushing Lin Fan away while remaining glued to the television screen. Dad, I'm trying to discuss significant matters regarding our family's future. Could you please pay attention? What's so captivating about this television? Lin Fan turned to grab the remote from the coffee table, intending to switch off the television, only to turn around and behold a creature with an orange body, a creamy striped abdomen, two slender antennae atop its head, a small horn, robust limbs ending in three sharp claws, petite wings on its back, and a powerful tail resembling that of a Western dragon. Is that not a dragonite? And isn't that a Banette battling it? Lin Fan couldn't help but rub his eyes in disbelief, taunting his father. Dad, at your age, watching Pokémon is quite juvenile. Thwack! Lin Yuan smacked Lin Fan on the head, scolding, get lost. I'm merely reminiscing about my lost youth. In my day, I was also a trainer. Little Fan, you'll be able to collect your Pokémon next week. Make sure to do well. Zheng Yuxiu encouraged Lin Fan. Suddenly, an odd voice emerged from behind her, a jester resembling a human with suction cups on its 5 fingers peeking out and calling out to Lin Fan. Suction cup jester, Lin Fan exclaimed, falling back onto the sofa, gazing incredulously at the jester Pokémon behind his mother. Upon hearing its name, the suction cup jester's eyes lit up as it leapt towards Lin Fan, clinging to him. This must be a dream. Surely I haven't awakened yet. This feels too real, Lin Fan murmured, closing his eyes. The genuine sensation of the suction cup puppet pressing down upon him compelled Lin Fan to confront the stark reality. He finally grasped the true meaning behind the words spoken by Lao Ban before his departure. He had been reborn into a world teeming with Pokémon. Oh, the wealthiest in my world. I still yearn to strike down Little Ma and trample on Jack Ma. Lin Fan let out a lamenting wail. Xiao Fan, what are you babbling about? Be cautious, for the walls have ears. If others overhear you, it would be an affront to the king. Lin Yuan immediately covered Lin Fan's mouth upon hearing his words, whispering urgently to him, as if fearing the ears of the world might be listening. Woo-woo. Lin Fan nodded, signaling for his father to release him. After a glance at his son, Lin Yuan let go of Lin Fan's mouth, yet his expression remained one of vigilance. Dad, I shall return to my room. I need a moment to collect my thoughts. Lin Fan rose to his feet and addressed the two, staggering as he made his way toward his chamber, murmuring to himself, why has everything changed? This is utterly unscientific. Chapter 2. My name is Groudon, and I yearn to soar. Lin Fan returned to his chamber, shutting the door behind him. Aside from the addition of a computer, every item and its arrangement remained unchanged, just as he remembered. Seizing this last lifeline, Lin Fan hurried to the computer and began to search for information. 3 centuries prior, a cataclysmic transformation swept across the Earth's climate, resulting in the emergence of enigmatic statues and structures from the ground, alongside the sudden appearance of a mysterious realm known as the Secret Realm. Accompanying this phenomenon were creatures referred to as Pokémon, who possessed the ability to manipulate elements such as wind, rain, and lightning. Freshly arrived on Earth, these Pokémon were remarkably amiable towards humans. However, ambitious individuals exploited their benevolence to incite a series of wars, leading to the tragic demise of countless Pokémon. Just as the conflict reached its zenith, a formidable alpaca descended upon the Earth, commanding a legion of terrifying Pokémon. With an overwhelming force, they obliterated all those with malicious intent, and through the alpaca's power, the fallen Pokémon were resurrected. Under this divine-like strength, humanity capitulated. To prevent excessive reliance on firearms, the alpaca destroyed all weapons of war. From that moment on, humans and Pokémon coexisted harmoniously, with Pokémon integrating into daily life, assisting with tasks such as delivering packages and serving as caretakers. At the behest of the alpaca, leaders from various nations established the Pokémon Alliance, resolving all resource disputes through Pokémon battles. Those who participated in this endeavor were known as Pokémon trainers. Lin Fan stared blankly at the text on the screen, feeling an unsettling dissonance since his reincarnation, the cause of which eluded him. So it was true. He had been reborn into the world of Pokémon. Had he known, he would have marathoned the entire series. Now, apart from the frequently mentioned legendary Pokémon, he found himself unfamiliar with the rest. He sighed, ruffling his hair in frustration. Well, I shall take it one step at a time. My priority now is to strive to become a trainer. I hope to select a Pokémon with high potential next Monday. Skipping dinner, Lin Fan remained at his computer until the late hours, his mind racing with information. Even though the Pokémon Alliance had been established, competition simmered beneath the surface among nations. For countries stood as the most powerful, with the Daxia Empire, where Lin Fan resided, ranking second. The first position belonged to the United States, followed by the Sand Kingdom in third and the European Kingdom in fourth. These four nations kept each other in check, temporarily stabilizing the global situation, while smaller nations eked out a living in the interstices. The dynamics resembled his previous life. However, in this world, a nation's strength was determined by the number of Pokémon trainers it possessed. Thus, even a novice Pokémon trainer received generous government subsidies. It was rumored that top-tier trainers could rival provincial governors in status. A surge of excitement coursed through Lin Fan, even if he couldn't reach such heights. Merely earning the title of trainer would ensure a comfortable life, vastly superior to his previous existence. In this world, trainer levels were categorized into 9 ranks: novice, intermediate, advanced, elite, quasi-king, king, quasi-champion, champion, and master. Additionally, Pokémon were classified based on strength into 7 tiers: novice, ordinary, elite, quasi-king, king, champion, and legendary. According to online reports, the strongest human was the champion of the United States, possessing 2 champion-level Pokémon. When unleashed, their might was catastrophic, capable of annihilating an entire city with ease, truly terrifying. Lin Fan spent the weekend indoors, diligently researching Pokémon. He discovered that due to the relatively recent arrival of Pokémon, studies on them were not as exhaustive as in his previous life. Many evolution paths remained unexplored, sparking ideas in Lin Fan's mind. Even if he did not become a Pokémon trainer, he could pursue a career as a researcher. Any direction of research he chose would astonish the world. Regardless, he felt a sense of reassurance in this unfamiliar realm. Today, Lin Fan awoke early, feeling considerably revitalized, shedding the disorientation he had felt upon his rebirth. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, he headed to school, where today was the day of receiving Pokémon. Following the distribution of Pokémon, 2 months would lead to the entrance examination, which required Pokémon battles. Only those with exceptional grades would gain admission to Pokémon University. Upon arriving at his seat, Lin Fan observed his classmates, their faces alight with excitement. He mused that becoming a Pokémon trainer was no small feat. Out of the 50-plus students, only 5 or 6 would manage to enroll in Pokémon University, while the rest would pursue other professions. As the students gathered, their homeroom teacher entered and led them to the schoolyard. Lin Fan gazed at the podium in the center of the playground, where identical Pokeballs awaited distribution, their contents a mystery to all. After the principal delivered a lengthy, albeit uninspiring, speech, he began calling students to the stage to collect their Pokeballs. One by one, students eagerly approached the podium to select their Pokémon. When Lin Fan's name was finally called, he maintained an air of composure as he ascended the stage. Approaching the rack of Pokeballs, he reached out to touch one. Ding! The Pokémon evolution system is binding. Congratulations, host, for binding the Pokémon Master System. System binding successful. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving the ultimate mission, become a Pokémon Master. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining a novice gift package. Would you like to open it? At the instant Lin Fan's hand made contact with the Pokeball, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. His face lit up with joy. I knew it. The system for reincarnators may be delayed, but it never truly fails to appear. Open the novice gift package. Lin Fan silently commanded. Ding! Successfully open the novice gift package. Congratulations, host, for experiencing an extraordinary stroke of luck. A legendary Pokémon, Groudon, has been acquired. The system's announcement reverberated in Lin Fan's mind like a thunderclap, leaving him stunned, repeatedly murmuring Groudon. Hey Lin Fan, what's wrong? Hurry and choose your Pokémon. A gentle tap on his shoulder brought Lin Fan back to reality. It was Yang Jian, prompting him to refocus on the array of Pokeballs before him. Absently, Lin Fan picked up a Pokeball at random and descended from the stage. Chapter 3. A Worthless Golden Magikarp. Upon returning to class, Lin Fan noticed many of his classmates had already received their Pokeballs. Under envious gazes, they released their Pokémon. Lin Fan observed the creatures on the ground, most of which were common varieties like Bobo, Caterpie, and Metapod. He had yet to encounter any of the starter Pokémon. Lin Fan, what Pokémon did you get? Show us. His homeroom teacher urged, standing before him. Lin Fan was equally curious to see what Pokémon he had chosen. He aimed the Pokeball at an open space, and a beam of red light shot forth, revealing a golden figure. With anticipation, Lin Fan watched as a fish resembling a catfish, crowned with a golden tiara, thrashed its tail on the ground. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, Golden Magikarp. Golden Magikarp. Ability, Oblivious. Nature, Stubborn. Type, Water. Qualification, Elite. Base stats, 200. Height, 11 meters. Weight, 15 kilograms. Shiny yes. Level 8. Novice from level 1 to 20. Skills: Tackle, Water Splash, Frenzy. Only Lin Fan could see the panel that had appeared in the air, to his astonishment. This Magikarp possessed a special ability, a rarity among many Pokémon, and it was a tenacious Magikarp at that. Ha! Lin Fan, I never imagined you would acquire a Magikarp. Are you destined to become a fisherman for life? Indeed, it seems that what Old Ban said was true. You are indeed squandering the Empire's resources. What does it matter if a worthless Magikarp is golden? Can it really rely on its bouncing leaps to attack others? As Lin Fan obtained the Magikarp, everyone around him mocked him, considering both Magikarp and its evolution, Gyarados, as the disgrace of the water-type Pokémon, utterly devoid of combat prowess. No wonder they derided Lin Fan. Fool! Lin Fan, pained by the sight of his Magikarp flopping helplessly on the ground, recalled it into its Pokeball and shot a retort at the mockers. How dare you call Magikarp trash? You must have never been attacked by a Gyarados, right? Gyarados boasts a higher base stat total than the starter Pokémon. Not to mention, Lin Fan's is a shiny Magikarp. Lin Fan, do you dare to challenge me to a Pokémon battle? A hefty boy emerged from the crowd, glaring menacingly at Lin Fan. It was Li Jian, rumored to have acquired a Stereo, which could evolve. Indeed, he and Lin Fan had always been at odds, before acquiring a Pokémon. Li Jian had suffered a humiliating defeat at Lin Fan's hands, and now the tables had turned. Who could blame him for his good fortune? Lin Fan's gaze sharpened as he recognized Li Jian, who had often bullied others due to his towering stature when they first entered high school. Lin Fan had once witnessed this and had given Li Jian a stern lesson, warning him to cease his bullying. Li Jian, even if you've obtained a Pokémon, so what? Bring it on. I'm not afraid. Lin Fan retorted, taking out his Pokeball. Ding. For the first battle, the host must teach a lesson to the rude individual before him. A victory will yield rewards. The recipe for Magikarp energy cubes and 5 berries. Failure will result in the loss of Magikarp. Will you accept? The system's voice echoed in Lin Fan's mind. Accepted. Lin Fan resolutely agreed to the challenge. If you seek your demise, do not blame me. Upon hearing Lin Fan's acceptance, Li Jian laughed menacingly. Lin Fan was truly unaware of the danger he was courting. Daring to battle Li Jian, who wielded a water-type Pokémon far superior to Magikarp. Indeed, it seemed they would have to defer to Li Jian from now on. Sigh. These individuals had all been bullied by Li Jian in the past. Without Lin Fan's intervention, they could only imagine the extent of their torment. Now witnessing Li Jian's triumph and Lin Fan's plight, they began to jeer at him. Since they both wielded water-type Pokémon, they made their way to the school's pond. Lin Fan felt a rush of excitement. This would be his first Pokémon battle. The two simultaneously released their Pokeballs, and radiant red beams of light shot forth toward the water's surface, revealing the golden Magikarp and Stereo. Magikarp, this is your opponent in this battle. You must give it your all. Show it our might. Lin Fan gently stroked Magikarp's scales, pointing at Stereo in the distance. Splash. Magikarp thrashed its tail against the water's surface, brimming with fighting spirit. Meanwhile, Li Jian, irritated, snapped. Enough of the chatter. Let's get started. Go, Magikarp. Lin Fan cheered from behind. Stereo, use water gun. Li Jian commanded without hesitation, instructing Stereo to launch an attack at Magikarp. A jet of water erupted from the star-shaped appendage of Stereo, hurtling toward Magikarp. Magikarp dodged the attack and used Tackle. Upon hearing Lin Fan's command, Magikarp swiftly adjusted its body to evade Stereo's water gun and then propelled itself out of the water, crashing toward Stereo. Stereo, get out of the way. Li Jian's eyes flashed with urgency as he saw Magikarp narrowly avoiding Stereo's attack. However, his command came too late. Stereo had no time to react and was bowled over by Magikarp into the pond. Magikarp, don't give it a chance. Continue using Tackle. Lin Fan, aware of the principle of striking when the enemy is down, quickly ordered Magikarp to persist. Heeding Lin Fan's command, Magikarp's tail flailed vigorously as it continued to ram into Stereo's body. Stereo was knocked down once more. Magikarp's weight was not insignificant. Each collision could exert enough force to fracture a grown man's bones. Stereo, overwhelmed by the relentless assaults, could no longer rise, its eyes swirling before it succumbed to unconsciousness. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Magikarp has achieved victory in battle, earning 52 experience points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of the first battle, obtaining the recipe for Magikarp energy cubes. The system's notifications resounded, signaling the end of the battle. Magikarp leisurely swam to Lin Fan's side, excitedly splashing the water. Lin Fan bent down, tenderly stroking Magikarp's head in praise. Well done, Let's celebrate with a feast when we get back. With that, he withdrew Magikarp into its Pokeball. Lin Fan had actually triumphed over Li Jian. How could this be? It was utterly unbelievable. A mere Magikarp defeating Asteriu? Had Li Jian thrown the match? Impossible. The onlookers gasped in disbelief at Lin Fan's decisive victory over Li Jian. Lin Fan, consider yourself fortunate this time. I hope your luck holds out during the graduation battles. Li Jian approached, his face darkened, and issued a veiled threat. Have fool. Lin Fan scoffed dismissively, turning to head back to the classroom. In 2 months, during the graduation battles, his Magikarp would have evolved into Gyarados, and with a single swish of its tail, it could easily vanquish Li Jian. Chapter 4. Arise, Groudon. Lin Fan, your Magikarp actually defeated Asteriu. This is astonishing. You truly possess the talent of a trainer. It is a pity that your starter Pokémon is merely a Magikarp, said Yang Jian, flanking Lin Fan as they returned to the classroom, his tone tinged with regret. There's nothing to regret. I think Magikarp is wonderful. Who knows? My Magikarp might evolve one day. Lin Fan affectionately caressed the Pokeball hanging from his waist. Haha, are you joking? Magikarp is universally regarded as the most useless Pokémon. How could it possibly evolve? Yang Jian chuckled loudly, shaking his head. There are no utterly useless Pokémon, only inept trainers. And I don't want to hear any more disparaging remarks about Magikarp from you. Lin Fan's temper flared at Yang Jian's words, and he replied coldly. All right, I understand. Yang Jian said, a shiver running through him as he observed Lin Fan's demeanor. There was something frightening about the way Lin Fan looked now. Ding. Magikarp's affinity for the host has increased. Current affinity is 165. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in Lin Fan's mind. Lin Fan felt a flicker of surprise. He hadn't anticipated this unexpected reward. Magikarp must have heard his words. Pokémon are creatures capable of sensing the emotional energies of humans. If treated well, they might even sacrifice themselves for their trainers. Lin Fan gently stroked the Pokeball, as though caressing Magikarp itself. When the afternoon classes concluded, Lin Fan slung his backpack over his shoulder and walked home, inquiring of the system in his mind. What abilities do you possess? Ding. In response, the system reported. The current capabilities of the system include a shop, data analysis, missions, and lotteries. What are their respective functions? A system shop offers a plethora of items related to Pokémon. Excluding the Pokémon themselves, 1 Pokémon coin can be exchanged for 1 Alliance coin. Secondly, there is a digitization capability, allowing all of the host's Pokémon to be digitized. By defeating any Pokémon, the host will gain corresponding experience, and as long as their Pokémon accumulate enough experience, they can evolve to the champion level. Thirdly, a task feature is available. The system will periodically issue tasks that the host may choose to accept or decline. Completing an accepted task will yield generous rewards, while failure will incur penalties. Fourthly, a lottery function exists. On significant seasonal occasions, the system grants the host a lottery chance at midnight. The prizes are randomly assigned, and any lottery chance that exceeds 24 hours will expire. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lin Fan murmured, isn't this just a feature from Pokémon games? And one that demands a hefty financial investment. He shuddered at the thought of the exorbitant prices of Pokémon coins in the game, where items could range from tens of thousands to millions of coins. It was nothing short of a gold mine. Lin Fan ambled back home, contemplating how to explain the situation with Magikarp to his parents, fearing their disapproval of his choice for a starter Pokémon. Upon unlocking the door, he called out, Dad, Mom, I'm back. However, no one responded. Puzzled, Lin Fan muttered, how strange, where could they have gone? Sitting on the sofa, he noticed a letter on the coffee table addressed to my dear son, Lin Fan. He quickly retrieved the letter, tearing open the envelope to read its contents. That scoundrel of a father. He went on a trip with Mom and left me all alone. Lin Fan fumed as he finished reading the letter, veins throbbing on his forehead. It turned out his parents had decided to travel the moment he obtained his Pokémon, and they indicated in the letter that they would not return for a while. Inside the envelope was a bank card containing enough funds for Lin Fan's college expenses, with the password being his birthday. Well, since they are away, I might as well get some things done. First, I'll purchase some materials to create energy cubes for Magikarp. Lin Fan took the bank card, stashed it in his bag, and set out to procure the necessary materials as per the system's requirements. After spending 2 hours gathering the ingredients for the energy cubes, Lin Fan meticulously crafted the food for Magikarp according to the system's recipe. Once the energy cubes were completed, he filled the bathtub with water and released Magikarp from its Pokeball. Gently stroking its scales, Lin Fan watched as Magikarp emerged, half closing its eyes in delight. After a brief moment of affection, Lin Fan presented the crafted energy cube, saying, This is specially made for you. Give it a try. The energy cube, roughly the size of half a palm, showcased a beautiful blend of light blue with intermingling white and blue hues, its clear lines and delightful aroma wafting through the air. Magikarp, captivated by the enticing fragrance, eagerly opened its mouth to consume the energy cube. Perhaps due to its exquisite taste, Magikarp gleefully splashed the water, soaking Lin Fan's clothes. After playing with Magikarp for a while, Lin Fan decided it was time to unleash another Pokémon. System, will Groudon obey my commands upon its release? Lin Fan inquired again, anxious about the potential for Groudon to unleash a devastating attack. Ding. As a Pokémon rewarded by the system, its affinity with the host is at maximum. There is no need for concern. Any Pokémon rewarded by the system will not harm the host. The system's icy voice resonated in Lin Fan's mind, alleviating his fears. However, Lin Fan wondered if the presence of another Groudon in this world would trigger a reaction. He pressed on with his inquiry. Ding. In response to the host's query. The other Groudon does not exist in this world. Please rest assured. In that case, let's proceed, Lin Fan exclaimed. And suddenly a semi-purple Pokeball engraved with the letter M appeared in his hand. Is this the Pokeball for Groudon? I shall head to the Evergreen Forest to test it out. Lin Fan reduced the Master Ball to the size of an infant's fist, threaded a string through it, and hung it around his neck. After a hasty meal, he set off towards the Evergreen Forest. After a half-hour journey, Lin Fan arrived at the outskirts of the Evergreen Forest. Finding a secluded spot, he took down the Master Ball from around his neck and called out to the open space ahead. Come forth, Groudon. Chapter 5. The Catastrophe Triggered by Groudon. A beam of red light shot from the Pokeball in Lin Fan's hand, revealing a colossal red figure emerging from the forest. It was a dinosaur-like Pokémon, towering nearly 30 meters tall, enveloped in red, plate-like skin, with a gray underside. Large spikes protruded from its head, body, and tail. Each of its hands sported 4 claws, while its feet, adorned with 3 claws, bore gray markings. With a thunderous roar, Groudon unleashed a chilling cry that sent shivers down the spines of the Pokémon inhabiting the Evergreen Forest, heralding its arrival. The eruption of Groudon activated volcanoes across the globe, thick plumes of black smoke billowing from their mouths, creating a scene reminiscent of apocalyptic chaos. Underwater volcanoes surged, triggering tsunamis, with the nearest oceanic nation to the Great Xia suffering an unprecedented disaster, leaving countless casualties in its wake. Nations around the world recognized the ominous phenomenon, particularly within the borders of Great Xia, where volcanoes began to erupt. Rivers of molten lava streamed forth, obliterating everything in their path. As Pokémon and ordinary animals fled in terror, those who lagged were consumed by the approaching lava. In the Great Xia Empire, the largest volcano, Changbai Mountain, had remained dormant for over 3 centuries. Now, it belched forth an endless cloud of black smoke, with streams of lava slowly oozing from its crater. Hovering nearby, dozens of figures mounted on fearsome Pokémon stood poised, vigilantly observing the volcano's mouth. Lin Tianwang. If this trend continues, Changbai Mountain will undoubtedly erupt. We must do everything in our power to prevent this, or the entire Changbai Mountain Reserve will be annihilated, and the city 30 kilometers away will be obliterated. One individual urgently called out to the leader. There's no time to waste. Notify the logistics team to swiftly evacuate the townsfolk to prevent casualties. Inform headquarters to send water-type trainers to assist in containment. We must buy ourselves some time. Lin Tianwang, with flaming red hair, decisively commanded, producing a Pokeball glistening with an icy crystal hue, tossing it to the ground. A towering snow creature emerged in a flash of white light. The others swiftly descended, retrieving their Pokeballs to summon their Pokemon. Blizzard King, unleash Snowfall. Follow up with consecutive ice punches. Everyone, employ your ice-type moves. Lin Tianwang, calmly perched atop his Fiero, directed the team. Waves of ice-type abilities erupted from the assembled Pokemon, striving to halt the advancing flow of molten lava. The ice met the lava, creating plumes of steam and significantly reducing the ambient temperature. However, as the smoke from the Changbai Mountain volcano intensified, an unfathomable quantity of magma began to pour forth from its mouth. Damn it! Witnessing the temporarily frozen magma being once again enveloped by the newly flowing lava, Lin Tianwang could not help but curse, yet he could only continue to command the attack on the emerging magma to buy time for the retreating forces. In the Ibaraki forest, Lin Fan had not had the chance to rejoice for long when a red light began to flicker on the system interface, visible only to him. Warning to the host. Due to the emergence of Groudon, volcanic eruptions have commenced on Earth. If the host does not intervene, The majority of Earth's life forms will face extinction. Groudon, cease immediately. Stop the volcanic eruption. Lin Fan urgently shouted at the terrifying creature before him. Roar. Groudon heeded Lin Fan's command, letting out a roar into the sky, an invisible sound wave emanating from its mouth, spreading outward. Wherever the sound wave reached, all volcanoes ceased their eruptions, had it not been for the lingering black smoke above and the magma remaining on the ground. One might have thought it all to be a mere illusion. At the Changbai mountain volcano, Lin Tianwang and his 10 or so subordinates, having only managed to hold off the eruption for a mere 10 minutes, were already panting heavily, their Pokémon half kneeling on the ground, exhausted from using their ultimate moves. Retreat. I will bear all consequences, Lin Tianwang said with a wry smile at these elite members of the alliance. This retreat will likely result in a military court, won't it? Lin Tianwang, we can still fight. A man struggled to rise. You are the backbone of the alliance. Should anything happen, it would be a loss for the alliance. We have already done our utmost to buy 10 minutes. Obey orders. I can hold for another 2 or 3 minutes, so hurry and leave. I will depart on a Pidgeot, Lin Tianwang commanded. Understood. Upon hearing Lin Tianwang's words, the others could only comply, summoning their flying Pokémon and struggling to ascend into the air, heading towards the distance. Watching his subordinates depart, Lin Tianwang let out a bitter smile. Better to stay here than face a military tribunal. He ordered his 3 Pokémon, Dragonite, White Sea Lion, and Blizzak King, to attack the magma. Yet such a terrifying force was beyond the capability of 3 Pokémon to halt. One by one, the 3 Pokémon let out cries of despair, collapsing from exhaustion. As the oncoming magma loomed, Lin Tianwang recalled all 3 Pokémon into their Pokeballs and placed them atop a high stone pile, facing the flowing magma with calm resignation. He had never felt so close to death. Just as he was about to be engulfed by the magma, a low growl resonated in his ear. And upon hearing this growl, the torrent of magma solidified into black rock, coming to an abrupt halt. I'm not dead, he murmured, gazing at the transformed volcanic rock below. Lin Fan gently patted Groudon's thigh, playfully scolding. Did you not know to be a bit more low-key? Roaring so loudly. What if someone discovers us? Roar. Groudon displayed a look of grievance. But you didn't ask me to be discreet. I am a deity. Should I not roar to affirm my identity? Groudon, the legendary Pokémon. Ability, Drought. Nature, Bold. Type, Ground. Potential, Held item, None. Base stats, 670. Height, 30 meters. Weight, 28. 800 kilograms. Shiny, No. Level, Skills, Other. Friendship, 255. Chapter 6, The Sword of the Cliff Warning. System, why can I not see Groudon's attributes? Lin Fan inquired, looking at the sea of question marks beyond the basic attributes. Ding. Because the host trainer level is insufficient, you are unable to view Groudon's attributes. Please elevate your trainer level as soon as possible. Currently, Lin Fan felt as though he were a novice wielding a nuclear bomb, aware of its potential but hesitant to use it recklessly. Should he release Groudon as before without restraint, countless lives would be at stake. I understand. Hello, Groudon. My name is Lin Fan, and I will be your trainer from now on. I look forward to our partnership. Lin Fan extended his right hand into the air, and Groudon, looking at its trainer with curiosity, extended its own claw. Lin Fan grasped one of its gleaming white claws. The duo appeared harmonious under the waning light of the setting sun. In a playful spirit, Lin Fan seated himself upon Groudon's shoulder, pointing towards a distant mountain, exclaiming, "Let us go to the summit of that mountain." Roar. Upon hearing Lin Fan's command, Groudon let out a low growl and began to march towards the mountain ahead. After 3 hours, Lin Fan and Groudon finally reached the mountaintop. Lin Fan stood atop the peak and, turning to Groudon, sheepishly said, "I'm sorry. I forgot you can't fly." Roar, roar, roar. Groudon, upon hearing Lin Fan's words, let out 2 angry roars and turned its head away, ignoring him. Lin Fan's comment had struck a painful chord. Flying had been its lifelong aspiration. Don't be upset. I promise I'll find a way to help you fly. All right, Lin Fan said with an awkward smile, patting his head as he tried to appease Groudon. Roar? Groudon's eyes sparkled with hope as it gazed at Lin Fan. Ding. Mission released. Groudon's lifelong dream. Because the host's words have hurt Groudon, the host must find a way to help Groudon fly at least once. This is a mandatory mission. Completion will yield a red gem, and the host and Groudon will share a deep bond. Failure will invoke Groudon's Sword of the Cliff Warning. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Fan felt as though a herd of alpacas was stampeding through his mind. As a first-level deity, Groudon was one of the few Pokémon incapable of flight. In its previous life, it had been teased by many online. Yet some imaginative individuals devised methods for it to take to the skies, such as learning the move Hurricane or the Z-move Supersonic Sky Strike to temporarily lift it aloft. Lin Fan's head was throbbing. He wanted to smack himself for mentioning its inability to fly. "Don't worry, I will definitely help you fly," Lin Fan assured, thumping his chest with determination. "If all else fails, I can use you to capture Kyogre and have it carry you for a spin." Sob. After hearing Lin Fan's words, Groudon, like a child, nodded with teary eyes. "I will definitely become a Pokémon master," Lin Fan shouted from the edge of the cliff towards the Ibaraki forest, startling many slumbering Pokémon who stirred, ready to seek him out. But then, roar. "I will fly one day," Groudon echoed Lin Fan's sentiment. And the restless Pokémon immediately quieted upon hearing Groudon's voice. Lin Fan did not return that night, but spent the night atop the mountain with Groudon, resting on its body until dawn. As the first rays of the sun emerged, Lin Fan recalled Groudon, hanging the Pokeball around his neck, and descended the mountain, finally entering the classroom just as the final bell rang. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in countries across the globe, particularly within the Great Xia Empire. In Yanjing, the headquarters of the Great Xia Alliance, Lin Tianhuang was being questioned by high-ranking officials. "Are you certain that after hearing that voice, the magma before you halted?" "There is no doubt. After that sound, the magma indeed ceased." "Is there a problem with that voice?" As a newly appointed champion, Lin Yuan held little authority within the alliance and was unaware of some matters. "Nothing to worry about. You may return." The elder seated at the head of the table waved his hand dismissively towards Lin Yuan. "Yes, Grand Elder." Lin Yuan rose to take his leave as the door to the conference room closed behind him. The Grand Elder turned to the assembled higher-ups, stating, "It has reappeared. Do you perceive this as a blessing or a curse? The deity of the earth has manifested. Could it be that the world is once again on the brink of upheaval? Or has someone provoked its ire?" According to the records, the appearance of the earth deity is often a harbinger of volcanic eruptions, and judging by the current phenomena, this seems indisputable. In the past, the deity submerged an entire nation into the sea, claiming countless lives. Yet, the meaning of its emergence this time remains shrouded in mystery. Another voice, quivering with trepidation, interjected. "We must remain vigilant, heighten our patrols, and avoid inciting the wrath of the earth deity," the Grand Elder declared with firm resolve. Meanwhile, the source of global anxiety, Lin Fan, was sprawled in the classroom, sound asleep. "Lin Fan, are you sleeping again? Do not presume that your victory over Li Jian has afforded you a life of ease. Look at Li Mucheng. She received a Bulbasaur and has not flaunted it. Yet here you are napping." Lin Fan, bleary-eyed, lifted his head to regard the teacher, having dozed off against Groudon, whose rigid form proved less than conducive to restful slumber. "I trained late last night, my apologies," he replied, attempting to placate the teacher with a smile, justifying his bond with Groudon as part of his training. "Humph. Focus on your studies." The teacher huffed, dismissing him. At last, the bell rang, and Lin Fan sprang to life, retrieving his Magikarp's Pokeball to caress it fondly. "Lin Fan, why do you have a Pokeball hanging around your neck? I've never seen one like it," Yang Jian inquired, curiosity piqued. "It's merely a trinket I purchased from a vendor on my way home yesterday," Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. "Oh, it looks lovely. I'll buy one after school," Yang Jian exclaimed eagerly. With a nod, Lin Fan departed his seat and made his way to the campus pond. Upon reaching the water's edge, he released Magikarp, which playfully blew bubbles at him. Lin Fan retrieved an energy cube from his backpack and offered it to Magikarp, which happily munched on the treat, savoring its aroma. "Magikarp, you must strive to improve. You surely sensed the strength of your big brother last night. You must endeavor to keep pace," he encouraged, gently stroking its scales. With a splash, Magikarp responded with enthusiasm, slapping the water's surface in agreement. Chapter 7, Battle with Maril. After feeding Magikarp and instructing it not to wander off, Lin Fan placed it back in the pond to frolic freely before rushing back to class. Just as he entered, he heard the system chime. "Ding. Congratulations, host. Magikarp has defeated a Feeba and gained 60 experience points." Lin Fan was astonished to discover that there were Pokémon in the school pond, and that Magikarp had triumphed over one. "Ding. Congratulations, host. Magikarp has defeated a Feeba and gained 60 experience points." Throughout the class, Lin Fan heard the system's notifications 3 times, and Magikarp leveled up to level 9. After class, he hurried to the pond, calling out, "Magikarp, come out." Moments later, a small bubble surfaced, revealing Magikarp's golden form, peering at Lin Fan with a look of confusion. "Were you just battling?" Lin Fan whispered to Magikarp. With an excited splash, Magikarp thrashed its tail and dove back into the water, soon surfacing with a Feeba in tow. "Is this the opponent you just fought?" Lin Fan asked. noting the Phoeba's minor injuries. Magikarp splashed the water affirmatively. Hold on, Phoeba, I'll tend to your wounds. Lin Fan quickly retrieved a healing spray from his backpack, something he had exchanged for over 2,000 Alliance coins the previous night. The Phoeba looked at him with wide, innocent eyes as Lin Fan sprayed it, a refreshing sensation emanating from its body, alleviating its injuries. This is reality, not an anime. Wild Pokémon can suffer fatal injuries if not treated promptly. Once the treatment was complete, Lin Fan addressed the two Pokémon. Now, go and play. I'll return after school. After healing the Phoeba, Lin Fan made his way to the classroom. When afternoon classes concluded, Lin Fan returned to the pond to call forth Magikarp and store it in its Pokeball. Not returning home, he nibbled on a quick meal before heading toward the largest water-type Pokémon Plaza in Rongqing. Upon arrival, Lin Fan gazed at the array of water-type Pokémon, most of which were newly hatched. He noticed a crowd gathered ahead and curiously approached. Pushing through, he discovered a Marill engaged in battle with a Tadbulb. From Lin Fan's perspective, Marill held a decisive advantage, and the Tadbulb was on the brink of defeat. As anticipated, Marill used Tail Whip to dazzle its opponent before launching a tackle, securing victory. The winner is Wang Chong. The referee approached the defeated Tadbulb, raised Wang Chong's flag, and proclaimed to the crowd, Wang Chong is truly formidable. His Marill must be on the verge of evolution, having achieved 9 consecutive victories. I wonder who could possibly defeat him? The onlookers buzzed with chatter, recognizing that 9 consecutive wins was an impressive feat. Who dares to challenge me? I aim for a 10-win streak today. Step forward if you wish to challenge me. The victor will receive 5,000 Alliance coins. Wang Chong, noticing the lack of challengers, brandished 5,000 coin bills, flaunting them before the crowd. I will challenge you, Lin Fan declared, his gaze fixed on the fluttering bills. With over 200,000 Alliance coins left from Lin Yuan and others, he needed to earn some money to care for his Magikarp, which had already cost him several thousand. Ha ha ha, little brat, you probably haven't even graduated high school yet. You wish to challenge me? Wang Chong turned to see a young boy emerging from the crowd. Are you afraid? Lin Fan taunted, for when it came to provocation, he was the undisputed champion. You little brat, I'll make you cry and send you home. Wang Chong spat through gritted teeth. Stop whining. If you want to fight, then let us fight. Lin Fan retorted, brandishing the Pokeball at his waist. Stupid brat. Don't blame me for being merciless. Marill, prepare for battle. Wang Chong ordered, his temper flaring. Let us go, Magikarp. Lin Fan hurled the Pokeball toward the pond, and a golden figure emerged in the water. A golden Magikarp? Ha ha ha, you must be joking. You think a mere Magikarp could take on Marill? How ludicrous. The crowd erupted in laughter at Lin Fan's choice, and even Wang Chong couldn't stifle his amusement. Is this your alliance? A Magikarp that nobody wants? Are you trying to make me laugh so hard I inherit your alliance? Lin Fan shot back, undeterred. Magikarp versus Marill. The battle begins. The referee intervened, cutting through the banter to announce the commencement of the match. Marill, give him a lesson. Use tackle. Wang Chong commanded. Magikarp, use splash to withstand the attack. Lin Fan calmly instructed. Marill collided with Magikarp, sending it skidding back over 2 meters. Magikarp has sunk. Look for an opportunity. Lin Fan urged, watching as his Pokémon submerged, disappearing from sight. Are you trying to evade? Do not forget that my Marill is also a water-type Pokémon. Marill, let us submerge into the depths in search of Magikarp. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Wang Chong scoffed and ordered Marill to dive beneath the surface. Magikarp, unleash tackle. As Lin Fan observed Wang Chong's Marill sinking into the water, a faint smile graced his lips. Upon hearing Lin Fan's command, Wang Chong's expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly commanded, Marill, evade the attack. However, his command came too late. Magikarp collided with Marill, sending it reeling several meters back. Not bad, Marill. But do not become complacent. Charge forward and use tackle. Wang Chong shot Lin Fan a surprised glance, unprepared for the boy's cunning strategy. Magikarp also executed tackle. Lin Fan, undeterred by Wang Chong's presence, directed Magikarp again. A splash erupted from the arena as the two Pokémon finally surfaced, both displaying signs of injury. Magikarp, use tackle. Marill, employ Tail Whip. Now, Magikarp, unleash Flail. Witnessing tackle nullify Marill's Tail Whip, Lin Fan immediately commanded Magikarp to use Flail. Given Magikarp's previous injuries, the damage dealt was particularly severe, landing entirely on Marill. What? Wang Chong exclaimed in disbelief, as Marill's eyes swirled, collapsing upon the water's surface. Ding! Magikarp gained 112 experience points, elevating its level to 10. Chapter 8, Magikarp's Evolution. Did we win? This Magikarp is astonishingly powerful. It actually defeated Maril. Indeed, Wang Chong, a rookie who debuted 2 years prior, never anticipated losing to this boy. Merely with a humble Magikarp, this young man has proven his potential is limitless. Who would disagree? This truly is a remarkable youth. Bystanders gasped in astonishment as they witnessed Lin Fan's victory over Wang Chong, engaging in fervent discussions. As if Lin Fan were a rising star. I concede defeat. Here are 5,000 league coins. You are indeed formidable. I apologize for my earlier remarks. Wang Chong retrieved Maril and approached Lin Fan, extending his wager. Lin Fan replied with a nonchalant, as he unceremoniously placed the money into his bag. He resumed his stroll through the plaza, seeking worthy opponents. It was not until after 9 p.m. that he concluded his final battle, with Magikarp achieving a flawless 4 victories. Much to Lin Fan's satisfaction. 3 weeks later, at a lake within the evergreen forest, a Magikarp, nearly 1.5 meters long, joyfully swam about, occasionally playfully splashing Lin Fan on the shore. Having frequently consumed energy cubes, Magikarp had experienced significant growth, far surpassing the average size of its kind. With dampened hands, Lin Fan gently stroked Magikarp's scales, speaking to it about its imminent evolution into Gyarados. You have made it, Magikarp. Magikarp excitedly splashed the surface, ready for evolution. Though only a week had passed, Magikarp had engaged in no fewer than 5 or 6 battles daily, something most Pokémon would scarcely dare to imagine. Typically, such intense combat would leave Pokémon with irreparable hidden wounds, but thanks to Lin Fan's unique energy cubes, healing sprays, and experience system, Magikarp was able to battle in peak condition every day, facilitating its swift evolution. Otherwise, it would take months for anyone else. Let us embark on our final battle. Lin Fan fed Magikarp an energy cube and declared. Lin Fan retrieved a specially prepared water-type Pokémon food from his bag, tossing it into the lake. Soon, the surface of the water began to bubble, as countless water-type Pokémon emerged in a frenzy to claim the morsel. Lin Fan set his sights on a Drowsy, commanding Magikarp to attack. Under Lin Fan's guidance, Magikarp dispatched Drowsy in less than 2 minutes. Ding! Magikarp gained 115 experience points, raising its level to 20. In that instant, a radiant white light emanated from Magikarp. At long last, evolution. Lin Fan beamed with excitement, watching the glow enveloping Magikarp. Murmuring that nearly a month's worth of effort had cost him nearly 100,000 league coins. He could hardly afford to wait any longer for evolution. The light of evolution completely enveloped Magikarp's form. The disparity in strength between a Pokémon before and after evolution is monumental, especially for a Pokémon like Magikarp. Although its level remained unchanged, its power would multiply exponentially. The brilliance of evolution intensified, and Magikarp's body began to elongate, gradually stretching to nearly 10 meters, far surpassing the typical Gyarados, which measures 6.7 meters in length. A thunderous roar echoed across the lake, startling the water-type Pokémon that had been vying for food, causing them to scatter in panic. As the light of evolution dissipated, a nearly 12-meter-long Crimson Gyarados emerged from the lake, its massive form radiating a powerful aura. Crimson Gyarados. Ability, Intimidate. Hidden ability, Overconfidence. Nature, Adamant. Types, Water Flying. Potential, Champion. Base stats, 540. Height, 11.5 meters. Weight, 420 kilograms. Shiny yes. Level, 20 normal. Moves, Tackle, Bite. Dragon Rage, Glare. Friendship, 255. Lin Fan marveled at Gyarados' attributes, astonished that its potential had elevated to champion level post-evolution. Furthermore, a mere level 20 Gyarados had already mastered Dragon Rage, an unsettling prospect. Gyarados, still adjusting to its new form, twisted its body and let out a low growl towards Lin Fan, resting its head before him. Unfazed by the fearsome appearance of Gyarados, Lin Fan gently stroked its horn. With a series of roars, Gyarados displayed a look of enjoyment, thrashing its tail against the water's surface in exuberance. All right, no more mischief. Let us fill your belly with an energy cube first. Lin Fan chuckled, retrieving an energy cube from his bag to offer to Gyarados. Gyarados eagerly snatched it from Lin Fan's hand with its tongue. Now, let us test out your newly learned move. After feeding Gyarados, Lin Fan commanded, Gyarados, unleash Dragon Rage on that open space over there. He pointed to a vacant area by the lake. Gyarados let out an excited roar, signaling Lin Fan to proceed with the command. With a swell of energy, Gyarados' belly expanded, and a beam of white light began to coalesce in its mouth. Unleashing a massive light beam towards the designated area, Lin Fan heard a thunderous boom as dust erupted, creating a crater several meters wide before his eyes. If that attack had struck a person, it would have surely obliterated them. After all, not everyone possesses the prowess of a super rookie. Yet reality is not a game. Dragon Rage is a fixed damage move, and though Gyarados' special attack stat is relatively low, the damage it inflicts is beyond what ordinary Pokémon can endure. How terrifying. Lin Fan shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. Witnessing the devastation caused, Gyarados roared triumphantly. What are you roaring about? Is that meager display of power truly worthy of such pride? Shall I summon Groudon to train with you instead? Recognizing Gyarados' burgeoning arrogance, Lin Fan knew he must not allow it to become overconfident. He promptly retrieved a Pokeball hanging from his neck. The Gyarados, feeling aggrieved, shook its head in response to Lin Fan's words. It was unaware of the dire consequences that awaited when Groudon was summoned. It still recalled the last time it had been here, when a Gyarados had attempted to attack Lin Fan and Groudon had suddenly emerged from its Pokeball, delivering a fatal blow with a single swipe. It was utterly terrifying. It's good to be aware, Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction, gently patting Gyarados on the head. Wow. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Gyarados' eyes sparkled as if to say, really? Indeed, you must have faith in your master, Lin Fan affirmed with a nod. Chapter 9, Labor Day Lottery. That evening, Lin Fan returned home and lay on his bed awaiting midnight. After 12 o'clock, it would be Labor Day, and the system would reward him with a lottery opportunity. Ding. Today is Labor Day. Congratulations, host. You have earned a lottery chance. Would you like to draw immediately? The prompt from the system echoed in Lin Fan's mind. Lottery. Lin Fan sat up instantly, his eyes wide open as he gazed at the virtual spinning wheel before him. Life Orb. Flame Orb. Soothing Bell. My goodness, this is incredible. Lin Fan trembled with excitement at the items displayed on the wheel. Winning even one of them would be a monumental gain. The wheel spun incessantly before finally coming to a halt on a rice ball icon. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the item leftovers. A rice ball-like item materialized from the void, dropping into Lin Fan's hand. Observing the item, Lin Fan felt a twinge of disappointment. While leftovers were decent, they paled in comparison to the other items. Oh well, it's just right for Gyarados, he concluded, placing the leftovers into a box. The following morning, Lin Fan arrived at school and fortuitously encountered Yang Jian. Upon spotting Lin Fan, Yang Jian approached him eagerly. Lin Fan, are you interested in participating in the primary trainer competition in Rongqing? I've heard the first prize is 2 million alliance coins. How much? Lin Fan asked, uncertainty lacing his voice. 2 million alliance coins. That's hardly a small sum. If you compete in the gym challenge and collect all 8 badges, winning the alliance competition can net you 50 million alliance coins along with various evolution items. Didn't we cover this in class? Yang Jian said, looking at Lin Fan with curiosity. You know how I am. I tend to zone out in class. By the way, how do I register? Lin Fan quickly explained, hoping to dispel any doubts Yang Jian might have. Oh, right, you do fall asleep in class often. I'll teach you how to register later. It's quite simple. Yang Jian replied, smacking his forehead in realization. Lin Fan felt an overwhelming urge to slap him. Was this even coherent? As they entered the classroom, everyone was abuzz discussing the upcoming primary trainer competition, a first for Rongqing. In the Great Xia Empire, the alliance competition was held only once a year, requiring trainers to earn 8 badges within that time frame. With only 16 gyms in the entire empire, each manned by at least a quasi-champion level trainer, Rongqing, being a significant city, was home to champion level trainers. Let us go participate in the primary trainer competition together. I heard this event was specifically established by the empire to nurture new talent, allowing only ordinary trainers to compete and limiting them to 2 Pokémon each. If we play our cards right, we might even crack the top 100. Exactly. This is a rare opportunity, and the competition doesn't start for another week. So we have time to train our Pokémon. Let us go register together. Lin Fan listened to the discussions around him and grasped some of the rules. Lin Fan, are you signing up too? Yang Jian inquired as he approached Lin Fan. Let us wait until after school to review the detailed rules, Lin Fan decided, opting to understand the regulations better at home. He only had 2 Pokémon. If Groudon were released, it would undoubtedly cause chaos, and Gyarados was still rather low in level. Not quite up to par. Just then, their teacher entered the classroom, his face glowing with excitement. You all must have heard about the primary trainer competition, right? The latest news is that whoever secures first place will receive a guaranteed admission to Pokémon University, in addition to the prize money. There is also a Firestone for evolution. The students scoffed at the teacher's words, dismissing the notion that newcomers like them could achieve such a feat. Don't be disheartened. The school has rewards too. If anyone makes it to the top 16, The school will reward them with 100,000 alliance coins. Reaching the top 8 earns 200,000. The top 4 gets 500,000. And first place receives 1,000,000 alliance coins. There are still opportunities for everyone. The teacher continued, his voice dripping with allure. Teacher, how much is a firestone worth? Lin Fan suddenly stood up to ask. The market price for a firestone is around 3 million. Lin Fan, you should reconsider. Focus on your studies and don't cause trouble, the teacher replied, glancing at Lin Fan to urge him to sit down. Oh, Lin Fan sat back down, calculating in his mind. If he won, that would amount to 6 million alliance coins, which would sufficiently cover Gyarados' expenses for a year. He was in dire need of funds, as just last night Gyarados had consumed 5 or 6 energy cubes, each costing around 400 to produce. Not to mention, Gyarados required 3 meals a day, leading to daily expenses of nearly 8,000 alliance coins, with training costs adding up to at least 10 to 20,000 per day. With the limited funds he currently had, he could only manage for about 10 days, which was why he felt so anxious. Who dares to thwart my path to victory? I shall have Groudon deal with them. Lin Fan vowed silently, truly fearful of his financial situation. Lin Fan, you look quite terrifying just now. Yang Jian turned to glance at him, involuntarily shivering. Jian, that's just your imagination. You must have misread my expression, Lin Fan said, smiling as he patted Yang Jian's shoulder. Is that so? Yang Jian muttered to himself. After school that afternoon, Lin Fan shouldered his backpack and hurried home. Upon arriving, he barely took the time to eat before immediately booting up his computer to research. The first primary trainer competition was heavily promoted by Rongqing, aimed at discovering promising new trainers. Online, anticipation for the event was palpable, with the competition already trending at the top of Rongqing's search list. Moreover, over 3,000 participants had registered, and the number was still climbing, with Lin Fan estimating that it could ultimately reach 10,000. This was understandable, given the enticing rewards of 2 million alliance coins and an elusive evolution stone. Although participation was limited to ordinary trainers, they often constituted the largest group. After familiarizing himself with the specific rules, Lin Fan proceeded to the official website to register his name. Gyarados, this competition is crucial for your sustenance. You must give it your all. If we lose, there will be no food for you, Lin Fan said, affectionately tapping the Pokeball containing Gyarados. Chapter 10, The Primary Trainer Competition. While Lin Fan was browsing the official website, an intriguing piece of news caught his attention. Must-watch hot contestants for the Rongqing Primary Trainer Competition. The title undeniably piqued Lin Fan's interest, prompting him to click on it. He swiftly bypassed the introduction and began scrolling through the content. According to the information gathered by the poster, there are several contestants in the first primary trainer competition that participants should pay attention to. Below are profiles of a few noteworthy competitors. Lu Chengqing, an unparalleled goddess at Rongqing No. 7 Middle School, is a disciple of the renowned King Chen Luo. Her principal Pokémon is a formidable fire-fighting type, known as a fighting chicken, while her other companion is a Mach Hop, rumored to be on the brink of evolving into a Mach Hoke, showcasing remarkable prowess. Lu Chong, a graduate of the Pokémon Academy last year, possesses 2 Pokémon, a Charmeleon and a Bulbasaur. It is said that both have reached the intermediate level, making him a strong contender for the championship. Yi Yun, the son of the capital of Rongqing, has allegedly nurtured a Pokémon since childhood. Yet this Pokémon remains unseen by anyone, shrouded in mystery regarding its capabilities. His other Pokémon, a Ralts, is of ordinary strength. Lin Fan furrowed his brow increasingly as he read on. Perhaps due to the inaugural competition, all manner of formidable individuals had emerged in Rongqing. Notably, Yi Yun, with a Pokémon cultivated from a young age, likely possesses at least an elite-level Pokémon, or perhaps even one nearing the status of a quasi-champion. The depth of this world is somewhat daunting. Relying solely on his Gyarados would render it nearly impossible to confront these adversaries. Must he truly reveal his Groudon? Ding. A mission has been issued. Achieve victory in the Junior Trainer Tournament and receive a random Pokémon egg as a reward, along with the TM for Hyper Beam. Failure will result in the random deletion of one of the host's items. Do you accept? Suddenly, the system's notification echoed in Lin Fan's mind. He promptly selected accept, reasoning that exposing Groudon would be a minor inconvenience. He firmly believed that no one in this world could defeat Groudon. After perusing the information, Lin Fan retired for the night. The following morning, he rose early and called his teacher to request a 2-day leave due to feeling unwell. Subsequently, he set off toward the evergreen forest, fully equipped. After an hour's journey, as dawn began to break over the evergreen forest, Lin Fan ventured deeper into the woods. hoping to capture a Pokémon before the tournament commenced. He wielded a machete, clearing the underbrush while remaining vigilant, aware that while most Pokémon are docile, certain species may attack intruders in their territory. Just as Lin Fan was about to slice through a thicket ahead, a sudden flash of green light surged towards him, cleaving the foliage in its wake. Instinctively, Lin Fan shielded his head and dropped to the ground to evade the assault. He swiftly retrieved Gyarados' Pokeball, and in a flash of red light, the imposing Gyarados materialized by his side. Roar! Upon entering the fray, Gyarados unleashed a fearsome roar towards the assailant and positioned its tail to shield Lin Fan from further attacks. The air thickened with an overwhelming aura of intimidation, a result of Gyarados' ability to lower the opponent's attack level, particularly effective against flying Pokémon. At last, the source of the green light revealed itself, a towering, insectoid creature, approximately 15 meters tall, with 3 distinct horns adorning its head and forearms resembling massive scythes. Its thighs bristled with spiny fur, and each foot boasted 3 clawed toes. So, it is a Scyther, Lin Fan mused, finally identifying his attacker. The startled Scyther emitted low growls filled with menace, attempting to dispel its fear. Roar! Gyarados paid no heed to the Scyther. Anyone daring to harm its master would face dire consequences. A white light began to coalesce in its mouth, signaling the impending release of Dragon Rage. Though Gyarados had a tempestuous disposition, it was undoubtedly one of the most loyal Pokémon once it accepted its trainer. Gyarados, hold on. Lin Fan gently urged, patting its body to halt the impending strike. Dragon Rage might not even reach the Scyther, wasting precious energy. Hearing its trainer's voice, Gyarados withdrew its attack, gazing at Lin Fan with confusion. Scyther, let us battle. If I win, you shall become my Pokémon. Should you prevail, this berry will be yours. Lin Fan produced a berry and placed it on the ground. Berries can enhance certain attributes of Pokémon and are quite rare in the wild, predominantly found in secret realms controlled by the Great Xia Alliance. Roar! Upon seeing Lin Fan present the berry, Gyarados emitted a disgruntled growl. It had only tasted one before, and now its master was offering it to the opponent, leaving it feeling somewhat slighted. All right, I'll make sure to bring you back some energy cubes. Lin Fan consoled the jealous Gyarados. Upon hearing this, Gyarados' expression softened slightly. Roar! It then glared menacingly at the Scyther, blaming it for the disturbance. The Scyther stared blankly at Gyarados, bewildered by its behavior, yet the berry presented by the human held considerable allure. After contemplating, the Scyther nodded in agreement. Very well. I understand. Gyarados, return. Groudon, it's your turn to engage with Scyther. Lin Fan smirked, withdrawing Gyarados into its Pokeball. Before entering, Gyarados cast a sympathetic glance at the Scyther, fully aware of its trainer's grudge after the earlier attack. As Gyarados was recalled, the oppressive aura dissipated, allowing the subdued Scyther to relax, a powerful energy surging forth from within its being. Lin Fan disregarded the Master Ball hanging from his neck and unleashed a red light, revealing a Tyranitar that was half the size of Gyarados. Though not as intimidating in stature, the Scyther's eyes betrayed its terror, its legs trembling uncontrollably as it succumbed to fear, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Roar! Groudon growled at the Scyther, incensed by the disturbance to its slumber. Such an affront was utterly unforgivable. Groudon, play gently with this little friend. We shall all be partners from now on. Lin Fan's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Having learned from the first summoning of Groudon, he had managed to temper its divine essence, preventing catastrophic volcanic eruptions from occurring. Roar! Groudon emitted a low growl and began to approach the Scyther, each step causing the latter to tremble even more, sweat streaming from its body. Chapter 11. Capturing Scyther. As Lin Fan had anticipated, the Scyther, after a brief struggle, succumbed to unconsciousness before Groudon could reach it. This was the authentic Pokémon world, not a mere game. The divine presence emanating from these legendary Pokémon was overwhelming, rendering ordinary Pokémon unable to withstand the inherent pressure. Merely enduring for a short while was commendable. Lin Fan produced an empty Pokeball and tossed it towards the Scyther. The ball did not even flicker with red light before successfully capturing the Scyther. Scyther. Ability, Technician. Hidden ability, none. Nature, withdrawn. Type, Bug Flying. Qualification, Elite. Base stats, 500. Height, 155 meters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Shiny, no. Level, 33, Ordinary. Skills, Quick Attack, Cut, Leer. Pursuit, Agility. Friendship, 135. Examining Scyther's attributes, Lin Fan stroked his chin, muttering, its qualifications are somewhat lacking, merely elite. However, its level is decent. I shall make use of it for now. Indeed, It was not surprising that Lin Fan held such a perspective, as he possessed two Pokémon, one a shiny Gyarados of champion caliber, the other a Groudon of godly tier, leading him to deem Scyther's elite qualifications as somewhat subpar. However, in reality, the vast majority of Pokémon possess merely average aptitude, particularly those found in the wild. Elite-level Pokémon are exceedingly rare in their natural habitat. Many ordinary trainers yearn for a Pokémon with elite potential. After playing with Groudon for a while, Lin Fan returned it to its Pokeball and released his Scyther, which, having merely fainted from fright, was now perfectly fine. As it emerged, Lin Fan greeted it warmly. "Hello, Scyther. My name is Lin Fan, and from now on, we shall be partners." He extended his right hand towards the Scyther. With a slight snort, Scyther rolled its eyes at the trainer who had both frightened and captured it. But it nonetheless reached out with its sharp claw to gently touch Lin Fan's palm. "Ha, don't be upset. Here, have this berry," Lin Fan chuckled heartily, offering a berry to Scyther. Upon seeing the berry, Scyther's demeanor brightened considerably. After it finished the berry, Lin Fan inquired, "Do you know if there is a lake nearby?" Scyther let out a chirp and began to walk ahead, effortlessly slicing through the tall grass with its razor-sharp arms, prompting Lin Fan to follow closely behind. Before long, the duo arrived at a serene lake. Lin Fan released his Gyarados and instructed, as usual, "Gyarados, practice your skills here, or seek out other Pokémon to battle. Scyther, take this." With that, he produced 4 weighted sandbags from his inventory and secured them to Scyther's limbs. These are weighted sandbags, each weighing 5 kilograms. "Now, run 5 laps around the lake, and then swing your arms 300 times. Lin Fan commanded with a firm voice. Scyther, meeting Lin Fan's gaze, nodded earnestly and diligently followed his orders. Once both Pokémon were settled, Lin Fan scrutinized the panel before him, where the current status of his Pokémon materialized. This was a hidden feature he had inadvertently discovered, allowing him to formulate tailored training plans by observing the fluctuations in each Pokémon's data. After 20 minutes of rest, Lin Fan noticed Scyther's stamina dwindling to a critical point and called out to it, prompting Scyther to halt and recover its energy. "Gyarados, no slacking off. If you keep being lazy, I'll summon Groudon to train with you." Lin Fan shouted at the Gyarados, which was lounging in the water. "Roar." Gyarados responded with a fierce cry, promptly exerting itself to practice its skills. "Continue training. The rest period is over," Lin Fan commanded once more. Thus, the training persisted until midday, at which point Lin Fan called both weary Pokémon back and presented them with energy cubes. The energy cubes, purchased from the system shop, cost 600 Alliance coins each. Fortunately, Scyther's small-size minute wouldn't consume much. "Eat up," Lin Fan said, taking out 2 pieces of bread for himself. With only a few thousand coins remaining, he had to settle for bread, having spent nearly 20,000 on the 4 weighted sandbags. As he munched, he mused on how costly being a trainer truly was, realizing that Ji's family must be secretly wealthy. The energy cubes effectively restored the Pokémon's stamina, but they could not replenish the mental fatigue incurred during training. Once both Pokémon fell asleep, Lin Fan retrieved a healing spray from his backpack and applied it to their bodies, preventing any lingering injuries from training. After they had napped for 2 hours, Lin Fan roused them to resume training, and as the sun began to set, he fed them dinner before returning them to their Pokeballs. He then ventured outside alone, fortunate not to encounter any wild Pokémon. After over an hour of walking, he finally boarded the last bus home. The following morning, Lin Fan headed to school, allowing his Pokémon to rest after a day of training, knowing they needed time to recuperate for sustainable growth. Upon arriving at school, he found everyone engrossed in discussions about the upcoming junior trainer tournament. Lin Fan lost interest halfway through, thinking these people were merely daydreaming about achieving great results. He rested his head on the desk, contemplating his training for the next day. "Lin Fan, have you registered? Why not discuss it with them?" A melodious voice interrupted his thoughts. He looked up to find a youthful and radiant girl standing before him. It was none other than Li Mu Chung, his goddess. "I have no interest in discussing anything with a group of dreamers," Lin Fan replied, his voice low yet audible enough for those around to hear, causing an immediate hush as everyone turned to look at him. "Lin Fan, what do you mean by that? Clarify your words." A bespectacled youth approached, slamming his hand on Lin Fan's desk, demanding an explanation. Seeing the flush on his face, Lin Fan replied nonchalantly, "Did I say anything incorrect? Perhaps you should assess your own capabilities." "You." The glasses-wearing boy pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Fan. "Don't think you're impressive just because you defeated Wang Chong. A mere Magikarp is still just a Magikarp. Do you genuinely believe you can leap over the Dragon Gate?" Someone jeered. "Believe it or not, I actually did leap over the Dragon Gate," Lin Fan chuckled, playfully tossing the Pokeball containing Gyarados in his hands. Chapter 12. The tournament begins. What a joke. Lin Fan, do you dare to battle me? The bespectacled boy challenged, producing a Pokeball from his possession. I have no interest in battling with worthless opponents. Lin Fan scoffed, dismissing the idea of defeating him for a meager amount of experience points when he could focus on his training plans instead. You better hope we don't meet in the trainer tournament, or you'll regret it. Frustrated by Lin Fan's indifference, the boy could only return to his seat, seething with anger. According to Alliance regulations, Pokémon battles required the consent of both trainers. Otherwise, attacking another trainer's Pokémon without permission was a criminal offense punishable by imprisonment. Lin Fan, may I see your Magikarp? Li Mu Chung, seated beside him, asked. Looking at the girl who had grown up alongside him, but had fallen out over a certain incident, Lin Fan smiled and replied, No. Are you still angry about that? You know it wasn't my intention, Li Mu Chung said, her expression tinged with a hint of distress and a touch of struggle. You, the esteemed young lady of the Li family, a future elite trainer, are far beyond my humble reach. Miss Li, I wish to rest now. Please don't disturb me. Thank you. Lin Fan ignored her, resting his head on the desk and closing his eyes. Seeing his demeanor, Li Mu Chung could do nothing but return to her own seat. Others watched the exchange quietly, though none dared to intervene. A week passed in the blink of an eye, during which Lin Fan had managed to elevate Gyarados to level 27 and Scyther to level 34. Both Pokémon becoming increasingly adept with their respective techniques. The Junior Trainer Tournament's schedule was straightforward. It spanned 5 consecutive days, with the first 3 days determining the top 64 competitors, the 4th day narrowing it down to the top 4, and the final day crowning the champion. The schedule was tight, with at least 3 or 4 matches each day, truly testing a trainer's strategic acumen. Dressed in a white casual top, blue jeans, and white sneakers, Lin Fan admired himself in the mirror, thinking, I look quite dashing. The competition commenced at 9 a.m., and Lin Fan mounted his bicycle, heading towards the venue. The event was hosted at the Central Stadium of Rongqing, which boasted a capacity of up to 100,000 spectators. The arena was divided into 8 segments, with each competitor randomly assigned to one. After securely locking his bicycle, Lin Fan was met with a sea of people even before reaching the venue, a testament to the fervor surrounding the contest. He proceeded towards the exclusive passage for competitors, and upon reporting his name, he discovered who his opponent would be. Lin Fan and Xia Shi, please proceed to Arena 3. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, an announcement resonated throughout the contestants' lounge, prompting Lin Fan to rise and make his way to Arena 3. As he emerged from the competitors' passage, he was greeted by a deafening roar of cheers, momentarily stunning him and causing his body to tremble involuntarily. A surge of warmth radiated from his abdomen, rushing to the top of his head, flushing his face with excitement. Was this the exhilarating sensation of passion? In that moment, Lin Fan finally grasped why athletes yearn to compete on such stages. It was truly an extraordinary feeling. Regaining his composure, Lin Fan approached Arena 3, where he encountered a youth adorned in apparel featuring a Pikachu motif. Observing Lin Fan's youthful countenance, the young man smirked, confident that victory was nearly assured. The competition rules dictated a 2v2 format, allowing each participant to unleash 2 Pokémon until one side surrendered or both of their Pokémon were rendered incapable of battle. Are both contestants ready? The referee inquired, glancing at Lin Fan and his opponent. Ready. They both responded in unison. Let the battle begin. With the referee's command, both competitors simultaneously released their Pokeballs into the arena. Come forth, Monferno, Lin Fan declared. Scyther, it's your turn. Before them appeared a creature resembling a small monkey, its body predominantly dominated by its head, covered in a light yellow fur, with brown extremities and a long, agile tail. Monferno's most distinctive feature was its pig-like pink nose, with eyes that conveyed an untamed spirit. Monferno, huh? Lin Fan squinted at Xia Shi, aware that Monferno was notoriously temperamental, easily provoked, and could only be tamed by trainers of sufficient caliber, a fact evident in how Xia struggled with his own Monferno. Monferno, initiate the attack with fury swipes, Xia Shi commanded. In response, Monferno charged toward Scyther, claws shimmering with a white light as it lunged forward. Scyther, evade and use quick attack, Lin Fan countered calmly, observing Monferno's reckless advance. Scyther responded to Lin Fan's command with lightning speed, dashing towards Monferno, its scythe-like claws glistening with a sharp white glow. Monferno, dodge, Xia Shi exclaimed, alarmed by Lin Fan's directive, urging Monferno to evade Scyther's impending strike. However, before Monferno could react, Scyther had already reached it, delivering a swift X-shaped slash with its claws. Monferno, caught off guard, let out a pained cry as it succumbed to the attack. Its eyes reddened with fury, it howled in rage and charged at Scyther. Scyther, use agility, then follow up with Fury Cutter, Lin Fan commanded as Monferno raged. With a swift motion, Scyther transformed into a blur, darting towards Monferno. The enraged Monferno was unable to discern the real Scyther from its afterimages, and its fist struck nothing but air. Suddenly, Scyther reappeared beside Monferno, unleashing a flurry of slashes upon it. Monferno howled in agony, ultimately collapsing to the ground, unable to continue. Monferno is unable to battle. Xiaoshi, please send forth your next Pokémon, the referee announced promptly. Xiaoshi recalled Monferno, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Taken aback by the formidable prowess of Lin Fan's Scyther. Come forth, Machoke, he declared, tossing another Pokeball onto the field. A Pokémon entirely gray, with red irises and black pupils, adorned with 3 tile-like structures atop its head, emerged onto the battlefield. Yet it was evident that Monferno had been Xiaoshi's primary contender, and Machoke would not withstand Scyther's onslaught for long. Lin Fan had effectively triumphed over his opponent with an overwhelming display, catching the attention of several onlookers. Chapter 13. Charmeleon vs. Scyther. After delivering Scyther to the medical center staff, Lin Fan found a quiet spot to sit. In truth, Xiaoshi possessed commendable skills. Monferno had surpassed the novice tier, but alas, he had crossed paths with Lin Fan. According to the schedule, Lin Fan was slated to compete in 2 more matches today, followed by 2 additional bouts over the next 2 days to determine the top 64. As Lin Fan observed the live broadcast of ongoing matches from the contestants' area, a familiar figure captured his attention. She has come too? He mused, noting her Pokémon was a beautiful flower Pokémon. But what concern is that of mine? He then turned his gaze to several other screens displaying individuals marked for special attention based on previous analyses. Shortly thereafter, the staff at the Pokémon Center returned Scyther's Pokeball to Lin Fan. Lin Fan, please report to Arena 1 for your match. Zhou Cheng, please report to Arena 1 for your match. At last, it was Lin Fan's turn for the second round of competition. Upon hearing the announcement, he promptly rose and made his way towards the passage leading to Arena 1. Compared to his initial entrance, Lin Fan's heart was markedly steadier this time. With a calm demeanor, he approached his designated position, where his opponent had just arrived as well. The rules of the match need not be reiterated. Both contestants, please select your Pokémon, the referee stated succinctly. The 2 competitors retrieved their Pokeballs, ready for the referee's signal. Positions. Ready. Begin. With the simultaneous drop of the referee's flag and voice, both participants hurled their Pokeballs into the arena. Scyther, it's your moment, Lin Fan proclaimed. Charmeleon, I entrust you. As the opponent's Pokémon emerged, Lin Fan furrowed his brow. The fire type was a natural counter to Scyther. The double weakness to fire would significantly diminish Scyther's offensive capabilities. Observing Lin Fan's choice of Scyther, Zhou Cheng's expression brightened, confirming his expectations and solidifying his belief in victory. Scyther, shall we test our mettle? Lin Fan inquired, seeking Scyther's input. With a resolute cry, Scyther emanated an aura of fierce determination, its scythe-like arms gleaming even brighter. Very well, let us give it our all. If it proves too daunting, we can always retreat, Lin Fan concluded, respecting Scyther's enthusiasm. Grateful. Scyther nodded in acknowledgement of Lin Fan's support. Charmeleon, charge in and use Scratch, Zhou Cheng commanded without delay, issuing instructions to his Pokémon. With a fierce roar, Charmeleon dashed towards Scyther, initiating the first strike. Scyther, brace yourself and use Leer, Lin Fan ordered, ready to counter. As Charmeleon approached, Scyther's eyes sharpened, exuding a formidable presence that momentarily halted Charmeleon's advance, diminishing its confidence. Nonetheless, Charmeleon's speed remained unimpeded, and it swiftly reached Scyther, its claws poised to strike. A sudden flash of light streaked across the body of the flying mantis, which was swiftly struck by the claws of the fire dinosaur. Seizing the opportunity, the fire dinosaur unleashed its ember attack. Zhou Cheng, emboldened by his advantage, commanded the fire dinosaur to strike down the flying mantis with a decisive blow. A plume of flames erupted from the fire dinosaur's jaws, launching toward the flying mantis. In response, the flying mantis executed its high-speed movement to evade the assault. Upon hearing Lin Fan's command, the wings of the flying mantis fluttered rapidly, propelling its body like a green bolt of lightning to the side. Just as the flying mantis narrowly dodged, the ember attack struck the ground, sending clouds of dust into the air. Taking advantage of this moment, the flying mantis initiated its slicing attack. The two sides of the flying mantis glimmered with dazzling white light as they slashed toward the fire dinosaur. The fire dinosaur, fueled by anger, responded to Zhou Cheng's command. Upon hearing Zhou Cheng's directive, the fire dinosaur attempted to sidestep the impending strike. However, the speed of the flying mantis was evidently superior, and the fire dinosaur was unable to evade in time, resulting in a direct hit. The fire dinosaur, upon being struck, felt its tail flames blaze even more fiercely, a surge of fury emanating from its very being. Ugh, that troublesome ability, Lin Fan thought, feeling a pang of frustration at Zhou Cheng's words. Although the anger skill was not particularly powerful, it would enhance the user's attack power by 1 level each time they were struck, as long as they refrained from launching offensive moves against the flying mantis. This skill could turn the tide of battle. Zhou Cheng, noticing Lin Fan's pained expression, couldn't help but revel in his apparent advantage. You have 3 chances to attack, otherwise, after those 3 strikes, my fire dinosaur will easily defeat your flying mantis. It appeared that true skill would now be required, as the intricacies of elemental advantages were indeed vexing. Flying mantis, shed the 2 weighted sandbags from your arms. Lin Fan commanded decisively. Weighted sandbags. Your flying mantis was still carrying weighted sandbags. Zhou Cheng exclaimed, astonished, as his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. It was evident that such strength was being concealed. The referee, glancing at Lin Fan in surprise, finally noticed the weights strapped to the flying mantis's limbs, realizing why it seemed familiar. They were indeed weighted sandbags. If it weren't for the fire dinosaur's anger and the elemental disadvantages, this young man would have surely retained even more strength. With a swift motion, the flying mantis removed the sandbags from its arms. The heavy thuds echoed as they fell to the ground, sending dust swirling into the air. The flying mantis emitted a contented sound, discovering that its sides now moved with swifter grace and increased potency. Now, let us see whether your fire dinosaur falls first, or if my flying mantis succumbs. Flying mantis, charge forward and unleash a series of slashes. Do not relent. Lin Fan smiled at Zhou Cheng, commanding the flying mantis to assault the fire dinosaur. Fire dinosaur, hold your ground. Zhou Cheng felt a chill run down his spine, taken aback by Lin Fan's audacious strategy against his fire dinosaur. The flying mantis, heeding Lin Fan's words, rapidly flapped its wings and surged toward the fire dinosaur, which was left with no choice but to endure the onslaught. A flurry of lightning-fast slashes rained down upon the fire dinosaur, eliciting cries of distress. Flying mantis, do not stop. Continue the onslaught. This was a testament to the fruits of the rigorous training Lin Fan had subjected the flying mantis to, its stamina having more than doubled since its capture. Each day had been a grueling test of endurance. Coupled with nutritional supplements to bolster its vitality, there was no doubt it would improve. Finally, the fire dinosaur could bear no more and collapsed under the relentless barrage of the flying mantis's strikes. The fire dinosaur has lost its fighting capability. Zhou Cheng, please select your next Pokémon, the referee announced promptly. Come back, fire dinosaur. You've done well. Referee, I concede, Zhou Cheng said, recalling his fire dinosaur into its Pokeball. Zhou Cheng concedes. The victor is Lin Fan. The referee declared loudly. You are quite formidable. Thank you for the lesson. Zhou Cheng approached Lin Fan, extending his hand for a handshake. You are no less impressive. Your fire dinosaur has been well trained, Lin Fan replied, reciprocating the handshake. Upon returning to the resting area and handing in his Pokeball to the Pokémon Center, Lin Fan procured his phone to order takeout. With another match scheduled for the afternoon, the stingy organizers had not provided lunch, leaving him no choice but to order. An hour later, Lin Fan received his takeout and made his way to the Pokémon Center to retrieve his healed flying mantis. Stepping outside, he sought a secluded corner and released both of his Pokémon. Come forth, Gyarados and Flying Mantis. As the 2 Pokémon emerged, they swiftly settled in front of Lin Fan. Here, this is today's lunch. Enjoy it well, and give it your all this afternoon. Lin Fan produced several energy cubes from his backpack and handed them to his Pokémon. As the 2 Pokémon savored their meal, a sudden sound caught Lin Fan's attention. Turning around, he beheld a small creature resembling a fox, adorned with predominantly brown fur and a bushy tail tipped with cream-colored fluff, short and slender legs, and rabbit-like long ears, all with deep brown eyes. Eevee, would you like some to eat? Lin Fan smiled at the adorable creature, purchasing an energy cube from the system store and extending it toward Eevee. Eevee, enticed by the delicious aroma of the energy cube, nodded eagerly and approached Lin Fan with a slow gait. The 2 other Pokémon exchanged glances, sensing a hint of resignation in each other's eyes, sighing as they continued to enjoy their energy cubes. After all, Who could compete with the cuteness of this little one? Indeed, cuteness prevailed. Eevee reached Lin Fan, first licking the energy cube in his hand. Its eyes lighting up as it couldn't resist using its fluffy paws to snatch the cube, settling down to enjoy its treat. Lin Fan couldn't help but stroke Eevee's fur. Marveling at the delightful texture, it was far more pleasing than petting a cat. As Eevee relished Lin Fan's gentle touch, it squinted its eyes in bliss while munching on the energy cube, thoroughly enjoying itself. Eevee, Eevee, where are you? A worried voice echoed from afar, catching Lin Fan's attention. He glanced at the contented Eevee and asked, "Little one, is someone looking for you?" Eevee opened its eyes and nodded. "Go on then." Lin Fan reluctantly withdrew his hand from Eevee's fur, speaking with a sigh, "That texture is simply divine." Eevee looked conflicted, gazing longingly at the unfinished energy cube before looking back at Lin Fan. "Haha, take it. It's all yours." Lin Fan chuckled, purchasing another energy cube and offering it to Eevee. Only then did Eevee brighten up, clutching both energy cubes in its mouth as it scampered off toward the source of the voice. "Let us return as well, after the afternoon match. We shall continue our training tonight," Lin Fan remarked to his two Pokémon, who had just finished their energy cubes. Observing his master's stern expression, the two Pokémon nodded and were promptly recalled into their Pokeballs by Lin Fan, who tidied up the ground before making his way towards the player's lounge. "Eevee, what brings you here?" Just shortly after Lin Fan's departure, the recently vacated Eevee dashed into the spot where Lin Fan had been resting, accompanied by a girl. "Eevee." Eevee tilted its head in confusion, wondering about the whereabouts of the previous individual. It anxiously circled around the girl, pointing with its short legs at the energy cube it held in its mouth. "Are you saying this is something someone gave you here?" The girl seemed to comprehend Eevee's words as she inquired. "Eevee." Eevee nodded affirmatively. "Then let us search for him later. The competition is about to begin. And this is the player's resting area. He must be a competitor, so we are likely to encounter him," the girl said, cradling Eevee and gently stroking its head. "Eevee." After an hour's wait, it was finally Lin Fan's turn for the third match. This time, his opponent was not particularly formidable, wielding a Pokémon that had only recently graduated from the novice stage. Lin Fan's Scyther swiftly dispatched the opponent's Pokémon, allowing him to advance successfully. Upon exiting the stadium after the match, Lin Fan was immediately surrounded by a throng of reporters wielding cameras and microphones. "Hello, I am Wang Xiaoya from Rongqing TV. May I interview you?" A woman clad in business attire approached Lin Fan, her face alight with excitement. "Sure," Lin Fan replied after a moment of contemplation, consenting to Wang Xiaoya's request for an interview. "I've noticed that you consistently utilize Scyther. You haven't revealed your second Pokémon yet. Could you possibly disclose what it is? Which competitor do you find noteworthy in this tournament?" Wang Xiaoya eagerly posed her most pressing questions upon hearing Lin Fan's response. "The second Pokémon remains a secret for now. You will find out in due time. As for which competitor has caught my attention, should I speak the truth or a falsehood?" Lin Fan discreetly lowered his head, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his lips. "What are your truths and falsehoods?" Wang Xiaoya inquired, her curiosity piqued. "The falsehood is that they are all exceptionally strong and worthy of my utmost effort in battle," Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. A bead of sweat formed on Wang Xiaoya's forehead. This was hardly informative. "And the truth? The truth is, it's utterly dull. They are far too weak," Lin Fan said, casting a sly grin towards the camera. Chapter 15. Entering the E-Class Ruins. Having delivered his remarks, Lin Fan departed, fully aware that his words were deliberately provocative. Training in the Evergreen Forest no longer yielded substantial experience, as the Pokémon there were significantly weaker, a consequence of being closer to human settlements. The more powerful Pokémon resided deep within the mountains, rarely seen. Thus, he resorted to flaunting his arrogance, hoping to incite challenges from others. He could not afford a learning device, were he to possess one. Allowing his Groudon to battle against other Pokémon would certainly elevate their levels dramatically. Is this boy exceedingly arrogant, or what? A nearby cameraman nearly dropped his camera at Lin Fan's words. "Don't you think this is a selling point?" Wang Xiaoya's eyes sparkled as she watched Lin Fan depart, sensing she had stumbled upon an exceptional story. Moreover, the confidence radiating from this young man was undeniably genuine. She felt certain he would be a source of countless sensational moments. However, this may incite public outrage. The cameraman hesitated. "Let us first interview other competitors. Whether to publish or not will be left to the editor's discretion," Wang Xiaoya decided, shifting the topic. Unbeknownst to Lin Fan, as he pedaled away, his words would soon stir considerable controversy the following day. He rode his bicycle directly towards the nearest ruins in Rongqing. The secret realms and ruins emerged simultaneously with the arrival of Pokémon, existing as alternate dimensional spaces teeming with various Pokémon and treasures, such as rare berries and evolution stones, which could be acquired with a stroke of luck. To obtain these items, one must defeat the Pokémon guarding them. However, due to environmental constraints, these berries could not be transplanted to Earth. Consequently, trainers were compelled to acquire them solely through ruins and secret realms, resulting in exorbitant prices for the items harvested within. The ruins Lin Fan was heading towards were known for producing 3 types of berries: Sakura berries, berry berries, and persimmon berries. Unlike in games, these berries did not restore Pokémon health or other attributes, but merely served as nourishment for them. Upon arriving at the entrance of the ruins, it resembled a scenic spot from a past life, marked with the insignia of E13. The Pokémon League classified secret realms and ruins into 5 tiers, A to E, based on their difficulty. Despite the E-class designation of the ruins Lin Fan visited, the mightiest Pokémon dwelling within was a formidable elite-level Spearow, whereas the majority of Pokémon inside were of ordinary strength, making it suitable for Lin Fan's training. After signing a waiver and paying a substantial entrance fee, Lin Fan finally stepped into the ruins. Following a brief bout of dizziness, he opened his eyes to the cacophony of merchants hawking their wares. Rows of wooden houses and neatly organized shops surrounded him, with bustling crowds making the place feel less like a ruin and more akin to the outside world. Freshly picked berries for only 20,000 Alliance coins. Hurry and take a look. Exclusively crafted healing potions, not 999, not 999, just 999 per bottle to take home. You won't regret it. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with a shrewd demeanor approached Lin Fan, asking, "You're new to this secret realm, aren't you?" "Indeed, is there a problem?" Lin Fan replied to the inquisitive man, "I have a map of the ruins. Would you like a copy?" The man grinned, rubbing his hands together. Life within the ruins bore little difference from the outside, leading many to prefer staying indefinitely, paying a fixed monthly fee in Alliance coins. The League turned a blind eye, allowing these homes to exist, and where there were people, business flourished. This man specialized in selling ruin maps. "How much for one?" Lin Fan inquired. "Not much. Only 300 Alliance coins, which includes vital information on areas to watch out for and dangerous zones for newcomers, ensuring your safety to the greatest extent possible." The man eagerly explained, fearing Lin Fan would consider the price steep. "I'll take one. Let us swipe the card," Lin Fan said, producing his card and completing the transaction. Examining the map in his hands, Lin Fan recognized that the man had likely omitted areas containing treasures. His eyes were drawn specifically to the region marked with a skull, signifying the domain of the most powerful Pokémon, Spearow. Spearows inhabited rugged wastelands, nesting atop tall peaks or lofty trees, preying on ground and aquatic Pokémon, and occasionally seizing food from humans. They were known for their quick tempers, violently attacking any humans encroaching on their territory, and typically existed in flocks. Thus, the Spearow in this ruin was the strongest among them. Perfect. It's time to test that method. Lin Fan gauged the distance to the Spearow territory, estimating it to be several dozen kilometers away. If all went well, he could make a round trip in mere hours. It's time to find a flying Pokémon. Traveling this way is far too cumbersome. As Lin Fan strolled along the path, he voiced his grievances. Despite this route leading to the territory of the Spearow, he was reluctant to release Groudon, fearing the numerous passers-by. After an hour of travel, he finally found himself in solitude, glancing around cautiously before retrieving the Master Ball from around his neck. A flash of red light illuminated the surroundings as Groudon materialized before him. With a determined stride, Groudon moved forward. Lin Fan climbed onto Groudon's shoulder, positioning himself comfortably as he issued a command. "Roar." Groudon emitted a low growl in acknowledgement, setting its course towards the Spearow's domain. "Groudon, once we arrive at the Spearow territory, could you perhaps incapacitate them to some extent? I'd like to send out my Gyarados and Scyther to harvest some experience." Lin Fan casually inquired, seated atop Groudon's broad shoulder. "Roar?" Groudon looked at its master with a hint of confusion. "Just don't defeat them all. Exert your presence to intimidate them, allowing Gyarados and Scyther to confront them." "Ugh." Groudon responded with a low call, signaling its understanding. "Oh my." Lin Fan beamed, playfully slapping Groudon's shoulder, which sent a jolt of pain through his hand. Observing Lin Fan's comical reaction, Groudon secretly chuckled, its formidable scales providing it with exceptional defense. Chapter 16. Groudon, entertain them well. As the landscape ahead opened up, the encounters with wild Pokémon dwindled, and Lin Fan realized they were nearing the Spearow's territory. He tapped Groudon's shoulder and said, "Groudon, We are approaching the Fearo's domain. Please temper your presence to avoid frightening them. Roar. Groudon responded with a low growl, suppressing its immense pressure and divine aura to a bare minimum, rendering it seemingly an ordinary large Pokémon to those unacquainted with it. Upon nearing the Fearo's territory, the air filled with their piercing cries. Caw, caw, caw. The Fearos perched upon branches, their expressions brimming with menace as they screeched warnings at Lin Fan to deter him from advancing. Indeed, their reputation was well-deserved. Lin Fan was aware of the Fearo's notoriously aggressive behavior, yet he had not anticipated it to be so fierce. Each year, many unsuspecting individuals wandered into Fearo territory, often with fatal consequences. However, for reasons unknown, the Alliance could only expel them, and Fearos remained among the least favored Pokémon. Yet, Lin Fan held no fear. He retrieved Scyther's Pokeball, unleashing a brilliant red beam that manifested Scyther before him. Upon seeing Scyther, the Fearos on the branches locked their glowing red eyes onto Lin Fan, astonished by the audacity of this human to provoke them, and erupted into a chorus of furious cries. Scyther, eliminate them. Lin Fan commanded directly, harboring little fondness for the Fearo species, in stark contrast to the amicable Pidgey nearby. With a swift motion, Scyther flapped its wings, the blades gleaming with a flash of white light as it darted towards a Fearo. The sound of slicing air resonated as one airborne Fearo plummeted from the sky, blood oozing from its body, its survival hanging by a thread without immediate medical attention. The remaining Fearos, witnessing their comrade's injury, glared at Lin Fan with eyes ablaze, their murderous intent surging forth. Caw, caw, caw. The Fearos incessantly screeched, their voices tinged with malice. Suddenly, from the highest tree, an enraged voice echoed, caw, caw. A Fearo, towering at about 2 meters, swooped down towards Lin Fan like a bolt of lightning, followed by an overwhelming number of Fearos, darkening the sky like a storm cloud. At that moment, an even more piercing cry reached Lin Fan's ears. Pika, Pika. From another direction, a Pidgeotto of similar size to the Fearo ascended, accompanied by a swarm of Pidgeotto and Pidgey, heading directly towards Lin Fan. Indeed, while the Fearo was the mightiest Pokémon in this ruin, it faced its equal rival in the Pidgeotto. Lin Fan couldn't help but murmur to the incoming Pidgeotto, a smile adorning his face as he observed the unfolding scene. Utterly unperturbed. After all, who could remain anxious when wielding a level 1 deity? Furthermore, Groudon was not merely a deity without authority, unlike Lugia, which existed in familial form. The true embodiment of divine power was virtually invincible to humankind. To Lin Fan's surprise, the Pidgeotto, alongside its kin, bravely positioned itself before him, attempting to shield him from the impending wrath of the Fearo. The relationship between the Fearo and Pidgey species was indeed peculiar, although both were avian Pokémon. Their habitats rendered them adversaries. The tempestuous nature of the Fearos often led to them bullying the Pidgeys. Yet, once the Pidgeys evolved into Pidgeotto, they could no longer be bullied by the Fearos. Conversely, should a Fearo evolve into a Fearo, the Pidgeotto would find themselves at a disadvantage. In such moments, the Fearo, driven by instinctual awareness, would ruthlessly eliminate the Pidgey species, ensuring no Pidgeotto could ascend to Pidgeot. This innate animosity seemed etched into their very lineage, captivating the curiosity of Pokémon researchers worldwide, eager to unravel the mystery. Lin Fan too pondered how the Pidgey and Pidgeotto had survived to this day. Caw, caw, caw. The Fearo furiously screeched at the Pidgeotto standing defiantly before Lin Fan. In retaliation, the Pidgeotto and Pidgeys chimed back, creating a cacophony that overwhelmed Lin Fan, causing irritation and discomfort in his ears. Enough. Stop the noise. Lin Fan shouted, covering his ears in discontent. Roar. Groudon beneath him seemed to resonate with his displeasure, unleashing an enraged roar. Despite Lin Fan's efforts to conceal Groudon's presence, as a deity, its wrath inadvertently radiated divine energy. A terrifying aura emanated from Groudon, flashing momentarily. In the air, both the Fearo and Pidgeotto halted, bewildered by the formidable presence exuded by the enraged Groudon. Groudon, what are you roaring about? Lin Fan chastised, giving Groudon a light smack. As he sat atop Groudon's shoulder, the resounding roar echoed painfully in his ears, more jarring than the avian clamor above. Ugh. Groudon emitted a couple of disgruntled calls, pondering, I wasn't trying to. Didn't you ask them to stop? I'm helping you. All right. I'm not blaming you. Good boy. Lin Fan, gazing at Groudon's tearful expression, felt a wave of frustration. This deity seemed to have adopted the demeanor of a simpleton. Unbeknownst to Lin Fan, a smug grin crept across Groudon's face, swiftly replaced by a flicker of malice as it eyed the flock of birds above. Only you dare to fly before me, Groudon. Soon, you shall experience the might of my cliff blade. As Groudon watched the soaring Fieros and Pidgeotto, a fiery jealousy ignited within it. Meanwhile, Scyther, standing nearby, shivered involuntarily, glancing at Groudon. Oh, Big Brother is angry. Those birds are in for a rough time. The Fieros in the sky exchanged glances with Groudon, contemplating whether the overwhelming aura had indeed emanated from this seemingly dim-witted giant. Yet, witnessing Groudon's earlier reprimand, they questioned if they had misjudged its strength. Upon reaching the level of the Spearow, these diminutive creatures possess intelligence comparable to that of humanity. They exhibit an acute awareness of their surroundings, refraining from provoking formidable foes, and the overwhelming aura exuded by Groudon had indeed instilled fear within them. Chapter 17. The Frenzy of Ascendance. Oh. The Spearow became increasingly enraged, incessantly screeching at Groudon and Lin Fan. Meanwhile, the nearby Pidgey cast a puzzled glance at Lin Fan. Unlike the Spearow, it was far from foolish. As a survivor of many skirmishes with Spearow, the Pidgey possessed a significantly higher intellect. The source of that formidable, unapproachable presence was none other than the colossal beast ridden by the human. Could I possibly enlist this human's assistance in vanquishing the Spearow? The Pidgey mused. Beep beep. The Pidgey chirped, and a Wingull flew forth from the flock. Alighting before Lin Fan, ceaselessly calling out and gesturing towards the Spearow in the air, then mimicking a flapping motion with its wings. Beep, beep, beep. Are you suggesting that I aid you in defeating the Spearow, in exchange for a grand reward? Lin Fan inquired of the Wingull, beginning to grasp its meaning, albeit with a hint of uncertainty. Beep. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the Wingull nodded vigorously. I understand. I, too, harbor a disdain for the Spearow. So I shall assist you in resolving this matter, but do remember my promised reward. He had initially come to confront the Spearow, but serendipitously found himself in such fortuitous circumstances. Treasures spoken of by these creatures are often valuable, and it is no simple task for humans to obtain them. Groudon, please set me down. I shall soon call upon your might. A single strike should suffice, wouldn't it? Lin Fan patted Groudon's shoulder and instructed. Roar. Groudon lightly patted its own chest with its claws in affirmation. It had long held a grudge against the airborne beings above, and aside from the llama, none had dared to fly in its presence, not even its superior, Rayquaza. Very well, I entrust this to you. You may unleash a modicum of your power. Pidgey, descend quickly, do not linger in the air. Lin Fan hastily called out to the Pidgey, concerned that Groudon might inadvertently harm them in its fervor. Beep 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 beep. Upon hearing Lin Fan's urgent call, all the Wingulls obeyed the command and descended from the skies, taking their place behind Lin Fan. Meanwhile, the Scyther stood guard in front of Lin Fan, vigilantly watching over the Pidgey, determined to protect its master from any potential repercussions. Roar. Groudon unleashed a thunderous roar, a faint divine aura radiating from its form. The very fabric of reality seemed to tremble, and the once furious screeches of the Spearow and fiery birds ceased as they gaped in astonishment, their feathers ruffling and swelling. God, a voice, etched in their very souls and bloodlines, resonated within them, revealing that the colossal beast before them was indeed a deity. A divine presence had descended. They were now to face the wrath of the divine, for the deity was angered. Some of the Spearow, unable to withstand Groudon's divine essence, plummeted from the sky like raindrops, crashing to the ground and succumbing to unconsciousness. Yet, driven by a sense of duty or perhaps a desire to preserve their dignity, the Spearow, though trembling and with feathers askew, did not fall like the others. Instead, it directed its inquiries towards Groudon. Oh. Roar. Groudon, hearing the Spearow's voice, scoffed and emitted a powerful energy that began to concentrate within its body. The earth quaked beneath them, fissures appearing in the ground as if a violent earthquake were imminent. All the creatures within the ruins grew restless, rushing towards the passageway of the ruins, trampling countless trees and grass along the way. The humans at the entrance of the ruins also began to panic, believing this to be a sign of the ruins' impending collapse, abandoning their belongings to flee towards the passageway. Groudon, be cautious. Do not attract too much attention. Lin Fan, losing his footing due to the sudden tremors, fell to the ground and shouted at Groudon. Roar. Groudon acknowledged its exuberance and quickly reined in its power, causing the gaping earth to close and halting the tremors. Observing the newfound calmness beneath him, Lin Fan couldn't help but smirk as he rose to his feet, his heart racing with excitement as he commanded Groudon. Groudon, employ the Sword of the Abyss. The weakest iteration, if you please. Who else in this world could command a deity? let alone be directed by a mere level 1 god. Allowing a champion-level trainer to command a level 3 deity would surely be an unprecedented privilege, and even if it were to perish immediately thereafter, it would likely oblige. No one in this realm could command a legendary beast. The divine is sacrosanct. History has shown that those who dare to scheme against the divine shall incur the wrath of the gods. Roar! Groudon let out a low growl, and a colossal magma sword, at least 3 meters in diameter and several dozen meters long, erupted from the ground, hurtling towards the Spearo's abdomen. At this moment, the Spearow realized there was no turning back and, unwilling to yield, unleashed its ultimate move in a desperate attempt to retaliate against Groudon. Splat! Before the Spearow could launch its attack, the Sword of the Abyss struck with blinding speed, piercing through its abdomen in an instant. Oh! The Spearow emitted a wretched cry as blood gushed forth from its beak. Groudon, awaken all the Spearow. Ensure they remain still. Whoever moves shall be dealt with. Now, Gyarados. Join Scyther in defeating these Spearow, Lin Fan stated coldly, disregarding the nearly lifeless Spearow before him. He was no saint. The Spearow tribe had claimed countless human lives, and had Groudon not been present today, his own soul would likely have been among the fallen. Roar! Released from its confines, Gyarados exchanged a knowing glance with Scyther, and the two Pokémon charged towards the incapacitated Spearow. Ding! Congratulations, host. Gyarados has gained 325 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host. Scyther has gained 365 experience points. The majority of these Spearow had long since surpassed the novice stage, hence the high experience yield. Lin Fan grinned widely at the constantly fluctuating experience on the panel. This strategy had indeed proven effective. Finally, once the panel ceased its fluctuations, Lin Fan turned his gaze towards Gyarados, now at level 42. Having attained the rank of an elite Pokémon, while Scyther had reached level 46, also achieving elite status. It was no wonder. This Spearow tribe was the most formidable in the secret realm, and their perennial rival, Wingull, could not compete with them, leading to a significant increase in their numbers. Lin Fan estimated that this tribe of Spearow numbered over 1,000. He glanced back at the Wingulls behind him, and they shivered involuntarily. The lead Pidgey flew anxiously to Lin Fan's side, urgently chirping. Beep beep. All right, I was merely jesting. Lin Fan chuckled, patting the Pidgey's head, reassuring it that there was no need for alarm. Chapter 18, The Spearow's Treasure. Beep beep. The Pidgey sighed in relief. Fearing that Lin Fan might treat them as he had the Spearow tribe, they could hardly bear such treatment. They had never anticipated that the human before them could command a deity. That was their god, after all, the supreme deity. Let us venture to the domain of the Spearow and see what treasures await us, Lin Fan said to Gyarados and Scyther. The two Pokémon nodded in agreement and followed Lin Fan onward. Ding! As Lin Fan strolled forward, the mechanical voice of the system resonated within his mind. Indeed, such matters could only be accomplished once. Without even glancing, Lin Fan already knew what bug the system had rectified, namely, the disabling of his experience farming exploits. He promptly navigated to the system update page, which stated that the system had detected the host's experience farming behavior, deeming it detrimental to the host's growth, and thus the experience gained through such means would no longer be credited. The update was as follows. All of the host's Pokémon must earn experience points through battles they engage in themselves. Any Pokémon that is injured by others during the process will not receive experience points, with the exception of formal battles. Damn system, Lin Fan muttered. Such restrictions are hardly beneficial for my growth. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of satisfaction. He already possessed an elite-level Scyther and a Dragonite on the verge of reaching elite status. Winning battles should pose no substantial challenge. Under the guidance of his Pidgey, Lin Fan and his 3 Pokémon arrived beneath a grand tree situated in the heart of the ruins. A sea buckthorn tree? Lin Fan gasped in awe at the sight before him. The sea buckthorn tree was a rare and special fruit-bearing tree known for enhancing a Pokémon's speed. However, only the first fruit held value, and the precise enhancement depended on the Pokémon's inherent qualities. It was no wonder that the Spearow had continuously occupied this area. The League must have been aware, yet chose to remain silent. Those cunning old foxes. A spark of realization flickered in Lin Fan's mind. No wonder so few knew of the sea buckthorn tree's existence here. Such trees typically thrived only in high-level secret realms and ruins. Who could have anticipated that a mere E-level ruin would harbor such treasures, guarded by the formidable Spearow clan? Unless a powerful contender of at least quasi-elite status approached, none could dare venture near, leaving this treasure concealed from all. Scyther, please retrieve some fruit for us, leaving a few for Pidgey and the others, Lin Fan commanded. Aware of the fruit's exorbitant value, each worth hundreds of thousands outside, a sum he could not afford at present. Upon hearing Lin Fan's instruction, Scyther immediately flapped its wings and soared toward the sea buckthorn tree. With a swift strike from its scythe-like appendage, the fruits fell from the tree, caught deftly by the spiraling body of Dragonite. Shatter, Scyther proclaimed, flying before Lin Fan as if seeking praise. Excellent work. Lin Fan gently patted Scyther's head in commendation. Meanwhile, Dragonite emitted a low growl, presenting the sea buckthorn fruit with its tail before Lin Fan. You've done well too. Let us each have one, Lin Fan said, taking the fruit and distributing one each to Scyther and Dragonite. He stowed the remaining fruits in his backpack, an exquisite spatial bag he had purchased with his savings from the system store, akin to those in the anime. Capable of holding numerous items while preserving their freshness, appearing as an ordinary bag when closed. Now, let us retrieve the items from Pidgey's nest, Lin Fan said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Chirp, chirp, Pidgey immediately called out, leading a group of Pidgeys toward the sea buckthorn tree. Groudon, however, yawned in boredom, unimpressed by the prospect of the fruit, having grown weary of its taste. Come back, Groudon. Thank you, Lin Fan said, noticing Groudon's drowsy demeanor. He affectionately stroked its body before returning it to its poke ball, which he then hung around his neck. Before long, Pidgeys began to return, each carrying various items that sparkled like gems as they descended from the sky. Lin Fan's eyes lit up as he observed the approaching Pidgeys, their beaks clasping the treasures they bore. The Pidgeys dropped their haul before Lin Fan, gazing at him with curiosity, unsure of his intentions. Ugh, rubbish. What does this taste? Rocks too, Lin Fan exclaimed, frantically searching the ground, throwing aside one stone after another, growing increasingly disheartened with each fruitless attempt. Nothing of value emerged from the pile. Chirp, chirp. Finally, Pidgey descended from the tree, clutching a hexagonal stone that shimmered with faint lightning patterns. Could it be a thunderstone? Lin Fan wondered, brimming with anticipation as he gazed at Pidgey, or more accurately, at the stone it held. Pidgey gently placed the thunderstone into Lin Fan's palm before flitting away. Lin Fan examined the stone closely, confirming its identity. If it truly was a thunderstone, he would be in luck. Beholding the flawless, diamond-shaped gem, occasionally flickering with electric energy and adorned with lightning patterns, he concluded, indeed, it is a thunderstone, identical in every respect. I've struck gold. Lin Fan's face illuminated with joy, and upon witnessing his elation, both Dragonite and Scyther felt a sense of relief. They had overheard their master's recent financial woes, and it seemed this newfound treasure would bring him satisfaction. In this world, unlike the anime, evolution stones were not scattered freely, but rather, they were precious items that could only be obtained through exploration of secret realms or ruins, battling powerful Pokémon guarding these treasures. Winning meant acquiring the treasures, while losing could lead to dire consequences. Thus, their value remained perpetually high. Let us see what treasures you can offer me, Lin Fan said cheerfully, placing the thunderstone into his backpack and addressing the Pidgey soaring above. Chirp, chirp. Pidgey chirped lightly and flew ahead, while Lin Fan recalled Dragonite, following closely behind Scyther. At last, Lin Fan arrived at the gathering place of the Pidgey clan, a seemingly ordinary large tree, where numerous juvenile Pidgeys anxiously awaited. Upon Pidgey's return, all the other Pidgeys flocked down, surrounding it with excited chirps, while Lin Fan's gaze was captured by one Pidgey in particular. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear, Lin Fan murmured to himself. Chapter 19, The Unusual Pidgey. This Pidgey was entirely snow-white, devoid of any markings, perhaps due to its unique coloration. It stood apart from its kin, observing Lin Fan and Dragonite from a distance with a curious gaze, unable to comprehend why the leader had brought three unfamiliar beings to their midst. Chirp, chirp. Pidgey called out to the other Pidgeys present before soaring toward the central tree. Moments later, it returned with a crystalline object clasped in its beak, and Lin Fan's face broke into a smile at the sight. Chirp, chirp. Pidgey presented the crystal to Lin Fan, placing it in his hand as a token of gratitude. Lin Fan examined the crystal closely. It was a brilliant red gem, roughly the size of a pigeon's egg, entirely devoid of impurities, exuding the essence of a burning flame. Though this crystal was merely an ordinary item, not an evolution stone, Lin Fan felt a twinge of disappointment, but nonetheless accepted it into his backpack. Chirp, chirp. Pidgey observed Lin Fan stowing the crystal, flitting joyfully around him. Pidgey, could you summon that white Pidgey for me? Lin Fan asked, pointing toward the pristine Pidgey. Chirp. Pidgey looked at Lin Fan in confusion, unsure of his intent. I wish to capture it and make it my companion. Pidgeotto's ultimate evolution, Pidgeot, is indeed a remarkable avian Pokémon. Despite its base stats totaling merely 479, its speed is only slightly inferior to that of Dragonite. An adult Pidgeot can soar through the skies at an astonishing Mach 2, reaching velocities of 2,450 km/h, while Dragonite clocks in at 2,504 km/h. Although Pidgey is a common creature, Pidgeot is a rare find, which is why Lin Fan has taken a particular liking to this shiny Pidgey and wishes to capture it. Beep, beep. Hearing Lin Fan's intent, the Pidgey squawked loudly, its avian visage displaying an expression of incredulity. Is there a problem? Rest assured, I shall nurture it with care, Lin Fan hastily clarified, initially concerned that Pidgey might object. Beep. Pidgey called out to the solitary Pidgey perched on a branch, beckoning it to approach. Pidgey responded with a vocalization but showed no inclination to fly over. Instead, it averted its gaze from Lin Fan. Oh, how prideful, Lin Fan thought, a smile creeping onto his lips as he approached the shiny Pidgey. Little one, do you wish to grow strong? To become a Pidgeot, soaring freely in the sky? His enticing voice resonated in Pidgey's ears, eliciting a sense of yearning from Pidgey and the other Pidgeys nearby. The evolution of Pokémon is not as straightforward as leveling up in a game. It requires certain fortuitous circumstances. Consequently, the Pidgey before Lin Fan remained unevolved even though Pidgey had reached an elite level. However, Lin Fan, with his ability to digitize, could bypass this rule, allowing his Pokémon to evolve automatically upon reaching the requisite level. Pidgey scoffed, expressing disdain for the idea of evolving into Pidgeot. If you accompany me, I can empower you, and should you ever wish to depart, you can return to safeguard your kin. What do you say? Lin Fan continued to entice, knowing well that once it became his Pokémon, it would not be so easily swayed to leave. Pidgey's eyes brightened at Lin Fan's words, fixating intently on him. Rest assured, I speak no falsehoods, he assured. Beep, beep. Pidgey joined the persuasion efforts, eager for Pidgey to seize this rare opportunity. Yet, Pidgey disregarded Pidgey's calls, instead adopting a serious demeanor, poised for battle. Observing the determination in the little creature, Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction, relieved to see its competitive spirit. Come forth, Gyarados, he commanded, tossing the Pokeball into the air. A brilliant red light erupted, revealing a 12-meter-long Gyarados before Pidgey, its massive form and shimmering scales radiating ferocity. As Gyarados materialized, a tempestuous aura enveloped Pidgey, causing it to tremble, yet its resolve solidified. Confronted with Gyarados, whose size dwarfed it immensely, Pidgey felt an overwhelming surge of fighting spirit. Pidgey flapped its wings vigorously, summoning a violent gust of wind that swirled behind it. Hurricane? Alas, your proficiency is still lacking, Lin Fan mused, knowing that Gyarados would withstand the onslaught. As Pidgey unleashed its technique, a whirlwind surged toward Gyarados, laced with sharp blades of wind. However, the fierce storm merely clashed against Gyarados' armored scales, producing a cacophony of metallic clangs. Gyarados, growling lowly, recognized it was time to teach the little one its place. With a sudden leap, Gyarados charged towards Pidgey like a bolt of lightning. As Gyarados closed in, Pidgey flapped its wings in an attempt to evade the impending collision. Yet, Gyarados, with its wealth of battle experience, would not let Pidgey escape easily. Just as Pidgey was about to evade, a sharp sound sliced through the air, and suddenly, a massive tail struck Pidgey, sending it crashing down. Lin Fan approached the fallen Pidgey, which lay dazed and unconscious. Producing a Pokeball, he tossed it toward Pidgey, capturing it without resistance. Beep, beep. Pidgey circled Lin Fan, emitting sounds of reluctance at the loss of its companion. Do not worry. I shall take good care of this little one. The hour grows late, and I must return, Lin Fan reassured, securing the Pokeball containing Pidgey into his bag before turning towards the exit of the ruins. Chapter 20. Have I gained notoriety? Due to the recent earthquake caused by Groudon's use of Cliff Sword, Lin Fan encountered few trainers and Pokémon on his return journey. Upon reaching the ruins exit, he was met with a group of trainers clad in uniform, diligently inspecting something. Noticing Lin Fan emerge, one individual waved him over. Lin Fan scrutinized the man's uniform, recalling information about the trainer security team, akin to a police force in his previous life, tasked with managing conflicts among trainers. Each member of the security team is at least a standard-level trainer. What is your name? Please show me your ID. A young officer stepped forward, addressing Lin Fan. My name is Lin Fan. Here is my ID. Officer, what seems to be the issue? Lin Fan responded earnestly, presenting his identification. Strangely, an earthquake struck the ruins, causing the ground to crack open, only to miraculously seal itself again shortly thereafter. Isn't that peculiar? Oh, so you are Lin Fan? The young officer scanned Lin Fan's ID through a machine, studying him with a mix of surprise and intrigue. Is that so? Do you know me, officer? Lin Fan inquired, puzzled by the sudden attention. Huh, you'll find out soon enough. Hurry back and be cautious on your journey. There have been numerous dark hunters in Rome City lately, and several trainers have fallen victim, their Pokémon snatched away. I understand. Thank you, officer. Lin Fan nodded appreciatively, his mind now filled with caution. Dark Hunters are an organization specializing in the capture of Pokémon, akin to Team Rocket from the anime, with members scattered across the globe, engaged in espionage and Pokémon experimentation. They are a target of pursuit by all nations, yet their formidable presence keeps them elusive. Lin Fan recognized that should he expose Groudon, the Dark Hunters would certainly seek him out. Although he harbored no fear and could easily eliminate them, he was not omnipotent. He could not eradicate every member of the Dark Hunters. Failing to do so would lead to endless troubles, especially with family at stake. These unscrupulous individuals would undoubtedly threaten his parents, compelling him to keep Groudon's existence shrouded in secrecy until he possessed absolute power. By the time Lin Fan exited the ruins, night had nearly fallen. He mounted his bicycle, racing home while simultaneously reviewing Pidgey's attributes. Pidgey, ability, keen eye, nature, modest, type, normal flying, potential, elite, base stats, 251, height, 0, 5 meters, weight, 38 kilograms. Shiny yes. Friendship level, 165. Level 9. Novice from level 1 to 20. Skills, tackle, sand attack, gust, quick attack. Quite impressive, exhibiting elite level potential. Once it evolves, it should have no trouble surpassing the previous champion. Pidgeot. Lin Fan mused with satisfaction, realizing that his greatest gain from this journey was not merely the leveling up of his Gyarados, but rather the acquisition of a shiny Pidgey. An elite quality Pidgey is indeed a rare find among Pokémon. The vast majority of them possess only ordinary qualities, with elite specimens being exceedingly scarce, and those of champion quality are practically 1 in a million. Statistically, one might find a handful of trainers among hundreds of ordinary individuals, and only a single elite trainer among scores of trainers. Moreover, the chasm separating elite trainers from quasi-champions and champions is monumental, requiring a trainer to possess at least 1 Pokémon of champion caliber and 3 of quasi-champion status to earn the league's recognition. Hence, even in the region with the most champions, the Unova region, there are merely a few dozen champion trainers, each akin to a human nuclear bomb, instilling awe and commanding authority within their respective leagues. The quality of a Pokémon profoundly influences its growth. Theoretically, every Pokémon harbors limitless potential for development. With sufficient effort and abundant resources from their trainers, even an ordinary Caterpie could be nurtured to champion status, although the odds of such an achievement are exceedingly slim. One need only look at the anime to see that the notorious Team Rocket's leader, Giovanni, possesses at least a champion-level Beedrill. Consequently, Pokémon with superior qualities exhibit greater growth potential, requiring less investment while demonstrating prowess that far exceeds that of their ordinary counterparts. This illustrates the significance of quality. Furthermore, the evolution of a Pokémon also enhances its inherent quality, which is why Pokémon capable of undergoing 2 evolutionary stages are so highly sought after, as they invariably attain at least elite-level qualities post-evolution. At present, Lin Fan has already acquired a Gyarados of champion quality and 2 elite-level Pokémon, a Scyther and a Pidgey, marking an extraordinarily fortunate beginning, something others could scarcely dream of achieving in an entire lifetime. Having encountered no significant events on his way home, Lin Fan completed his evening routine and lay down to sleep. Unbeknownst to him, his interview had sparked a considerable uproar after being broadcast by the Rongqing television station, and his name was now etched into the memories of all participating trainers. Lin Fan's brash remarks had left many feeling slighted, and they silently vowed to teach him a lesson should they cross paths in the competition. Is it really wise for the editor to allow this? Could it potentially harm the boy? Wang Xiao pondered, watching the soaring view counts of her interview video, casting a worried glance at the middle-aged man in the main seat, who appeared quite exhilarated. She hadn't anticipated that the video of her interview with Lin Fan would generate such fervor. It seemed implausible that no one was orchestrating this excitement from behind the scenes. My dear Xiaoya, this is what we call traffic. You're well aware of our station's predicament. Ever since the transportation incident, we have become the target of public ire, with advertising revenue slashed by half. Everyone is struggling to make ends meet. Although that incident was not our department's fault, it has nonetheless impacted us. This trainer competition, however, is sanctioned by higher authorities who are taking it very seriously. The editor explained, gesturing towards the ceiling. Are you saying that this competition has been authorized by the higher-ups? Wang Xiaoya asked incredulously, covering her mouth in disbelief. Indeed. You need to keep a close watch on this young man. His background is quite intriguing. A high school senior with such remarkable strength. What more could he achieve? Take this information back and study it carefully. I have a strong feeling this will explode. The editor confidently handed a dossier over to Wang Xiaoya. Chapter 21, The Trading Center. Lin Fan, a senior student at Rongqing 3rd High School, initial Pokémon. Golden Magikarp, second Pokémon. Ordinary level Scyther. Are you implying he recently acquired a Scyther? How could that be possible? A Magikarp couldn't possibly defeat a Scyther. Wang Xiaoya read aloud from the dossier. Her astonishment growing with each line, the sudden appearance of this Scyther being her greatest point of curiosity. Who knows? This lad is quite the enigma. His performance at school has been rather average, yet he somehow advanced to the second day's competition. Isn't that remarkable? The editor remarked, tapping the desk before Wang Xiaoya. Indeed. It is astonishing. From the moment I encountered him, I sensed a unique aura about him. Both flamboyant and introspective, a fascinating contradiction, Wang Xiaoya reminisced. The image of the young man surfacing in her mind. You will be responsible for the comprehensive coverage from now on. I have a premonition that this competition will leave everyone astounded. The others need not worry about reporting, the editor declared resolutely. Understood. While the happenings at the Rongqing television station unfolded, the online community was in turmoil due to Lin Fan's audacious statements. Underneath the video, viewers, especially fans of star competitors, flooded the comments section with fervor. The orange goddess must teach him a lesson and show him why flowers bloom so brightly. Yiyun, I will support you forever. This Lin Fan is insufferably arrogant. Who has his information? Lin Fan. He actually advanced. The only one from 3rd High to do so. Who would have thought Lin Fan could make it? Truly a sign of the times. But when did he acquire such a powerful Scyther? Those familiar with Lin Fan marveled at his ability to stand out among nearly 10,000 competitors, all while he remained blissfully unaware, deep in slumber. As dawn broke, the alarm clock rang beside his bed, and Lin Fan groggily opened his eyes. His instincts prompted him to dress and freshen up before fully regaining his composure. After preparing food for his Gyarados and the others, he ventured downstairs to buy breakfast, summoning his 3 Pokémon and placing energy cubes before them. The newly emerged Pidgey was still somewhat apprehensive, instinctively keeping a distance from the Gyarados, but the enticing food before it eventually drew it closer. We're companions now, so let's all get along. Lin Fan gently patted Pidgey's head and addressed the Gyarados and Scyther. The other 2 Pokémon nodded in understanding before eagerly devouring the delicious food before them. All right, little one, from now on, I shall be your trainer. I look forward to our journey together. Enjoy the energy cubes. Lin Fan smiled at Pidgey. Hi. Pidgey chirped, glancing at Lin Fan as if to memorize his visage. Before diving into the food alongside Gyarados and Scyther, while Lin Fan began to enjoy his own breakfast. Once the trio finished eating, Lin Fan recalled them into their Pokeballs, as there were only 2 matches scheduled for the day, with his morning match commencing at 10:30. He decided to sell the Thunderstone and the Moonstone he had acquired to procure some funds. Cycling towards the Pokémon Trading Center, Lin Fan arrived at a venue specifically constructed for trainers to trade. It was a bustling hub offering a wide array of items essential for Pokémon, including potions, berries, training equipment, and more. However, it was worth noting that regardless of the item's value, the trading center deducted a 2-service fee, which guaranteed the safety and fair pricing of the traded goods. Although it was early in the morning, the center was alive with trainers, bustling with energy. Each stall was adorned with numerous items, their prices clearly marked beneath, stamped with the trading center's insignia. As Lin Fan strolled through the bustling marketplace, he marveled at the abundance of Pokémon items available in Rong City. It became evident that if one could not find it here, it was scarcely obtainable elsewhere. After a thorough exploration, Lin Fan was astonished by the limited understanding the world held regarding Pokémon. Items that were seldom seen in anime were casually displayed at various stalls, often at remarkably low prices. For instance, he discovered no fewer than 3 beautiful scales, essential for the evolution of the ugly fish into Milotic, each available for just a few thousand alliance coins. He also stumbled upon a king's certificate, requisite for the evolution of Hippowdon, and discreetly plotted to sell his Thunderstone before embarking on a shopping spree. Upon arriving at the identification center, Lin Fan completed the necessary forms and presented his Thunderstone to the appraiser. The appraiser scrutinized the stone meticulously, placed it on the adjacent apparatus, and nodded in approval as lightning symbols illuminated the screen. He then retrieved a price list and jotted down the valuation before returning the Thunderstone to Lin Fan. Upon seeing the price of 2, 3 million. Lin Fan felt a twinge of pain as he paid the 460,000 fee, knowing that without this receipt, no one would believe his claims. After all, the counterfeiting techniques of the Great Xia Empire had been honed over millennia, and many had fallen victim to the allure of bargain prices. Lin Fan set up his stall, placing the Thunderstone and the price list prominently, and called out to the crowd, "Freshly acquired Thunderstone, come and take a look." Instantly, his voice captured the attention of all nearby, and trainers browsing other stalls turned to approach him. Within moments, Lin Fan's stall was teeming with eager onlookers, captivated by the rarity of evolution stones, which were fiercely coveted by various factions. Who wouldn't be tempted by an item that guaranteed a Pokemon's evolution? "I'll buy that evolution stone," a portly man exclaimed as he squeezed his way to the front, brandishing his bank card. "All right, hold on," Lin Fan began, but was interrupted by a middle-aged man, perspiration glistening on his brow, who pushed his way in. "Brother, sell me that Thunderstone. I'll offer you 4 million Alliance coins," the middle-aged man countered, raising his bid by 100,000 coins. "What do you mean, Lee?" the portly man retorted, visibly agitated. "The highest bidder wins. If you can't afford it, step aside." "Brother, I'm ready to swipe my card," he added, dismissively eyeing the portly competitor. "Don't sell it to him, young man. I'll give you 45 million. The portly man shouted back, unwilling to concede. 260,000. "You can check outside for the going rate. This is a fair offer," the middle-aged man asserted, ignoring the portly man as he raised his bid further, a sum far exceeding the normal price for a Thunderstone. "Fine, let's conclude the transaction." Seeing the portly man silent, Lin Fan recognized that he would not raise his bid further and decisively sold the Thunderstone to the middle-aged man. After providing his bank account details, he received a text notification from the bank within moments, and only then did he hand over the Thunderstone. The middle-aged man, now in possession of the Thunderstone, gloatingly flaunted it before the disgruntled portly man, who left in a huff, grinding his teeth in frustration. "Here is my business card," the middle-aged man said, producing a gilded card. "It has my phone number. Should you come across any good items, feel free to call. I assure you, the price will be satisfactory." Lin Fan accepted the card, noticing it bore the inscription, "Majesty Auction House, Lyon," along with his contact number. He casually tucked it into his bag, bid farewell to the middle-aged man, and proceeded to his targeted stall. "Boss, I'll take this king's certificate," he declared, holding it aloft. "It's a bargain at 30,000 Alliance coins. But what is its purpose? Care to enlighten me?" the vendor inquired, his eyes gleaming with interest at the item that had lingered unsold for so long. "Allow me to enlighten you, my friend. This is a treasure worth its weight in gold. I possess valuable information about it. Would you be interested? Just 999 coins, and it's yours. What do you say?" Lin Fan responded with a mysterious smile, leaning closer to the vendor. "Huh, I believe you about as much as I believe a ghost," the vendor scoffed, dismissing Lin Fan's claims. "You're trying to swindle me. Suit yourself. You're passing on a golden opportunity." Lin Fan sighed dramatically, shaking his head as he pocketed the king's certificate, paid the vendor, and made his way to the stall selling beautiful scales. After spending 10,000 Alliance coins to acquire 3 beautiful scales, Lin Fan exited the identification center and headed towards the competition arena. Upon arrival, he presented his contestant proof, and amidst the astonished gazes of the staff, entered the contestant lounge. "So he is Lin Fan? I had heard tales of his arrogance. And to see him now, a mere youth. If there are no others with the same surname, he must be the one. Yet, he possesses the prowess to back up his bravado. He hasn't even unleashed his second Pokémon yet. Aside from a select few, his strength is likely unparalleled. If all goes well, securing a spot in the top 64 seems assured. Indeed, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should have no issues, unless he encounters those few formidable trainers. He is only 18, yet such talent at such a young age. Surely he will carve his niche in the realm of Rome City trainers," the staff murmured, captivated by Lin Fan's burgeoning reputation. Finding a spot to sit, Lin Fan opened a system panel visible only to him, reserving his living expenses before transferring 1 million Alliance coins into the system shop. Gazing at the multitude of zeros, a smile crept across his face. Pokémon-specific energy cubes for Bobo. Purchase. Energy cubes for Scyther. Purchase. Energy cubes for Groudon. Purchase. Learning machine for Leapfish. Purchase. Learning machine for Rain Dance. Purchase. Learning machine for Reversal. Purchase. Lin Fan indulged in a shopping spree, expending nearly all his 1 million Pokémon coins on coveted items. Satisfied with the learning machines and other acquisitions nestled in his bag, he nodded approvingly. Should his Gyarados and Scyther master all these techniques, their strength would undoubtedly ascend significantly, ensuring greater ease in the upcoming battles. Lin Fan and Qintao, please proceed to Arena 5 for your match. Lin Fan and Qintao, please proceed to Arena 5 for your match. Lin Fan and Qintao, please proceed to Arena 5 for your match. The announcement echoed through the arena as Lin Fan rose, shaking off his drowsiness before making his way to the contestant passage. Unbeknownst to Lin Fan, in a shadowy corner, a young girl bit her lip, watching his retreating figure, lost in thought. Upon reaching the competition stage of Arena 5, Lin Fan faced his opponent, the young Qintao. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, especially those who had seen Lin Fan's interview video, cheering fervently, while some perceived his interview as brash. Believing he was a naive youth destined to stumble in this competition, the undeniable strength he possessed suggested otherwise. However, there exists a group of admirers who hold Lin Fan in high esteem. They have seen reports about him, and an 18-year-old youth advancing to the next day's competition surpasses the majority. There is nothing amiss in youthful arrogance. Must one feign profundity like those elderly sages? Thus, their tolerance for Lin Fan's audacious rhetoric stands in stark contrast to the ridicule from others, as they rally behind him with encouragement. Are you Lin Fan? I've watched your interview video, and you are quite brash. I wonder if you will maintain that bravado in the coming moments. Qintao brandished his pokeball, revealing a glimmer of malice in his smile. Oh, now I understand. No wonder you all seem a bit peculiar today. It turns out that video has been circulated. Lin Fan mused, realizing why the crowd's gaze upon him felt strange. The video must have been broadcasted. Are both contestants ready? The referee, standing at the center of the arena, inquired while holding up a flag. Please release your pokeballs. The match rules dictate that it will be a battle of 2 against 2. The contest concludes when one side's Pokémon are rendered unable to fight or concedes. Ready. Both competitors replied in unison, producing their Pokeballs. Begin. With the referee's authoritative command, both competitors hurled their Pokeballs onto the field. Come forth. Ducklet. Scyther. It's your turn. Chapter 23, Scyther vs. Ducklet. The radiant light emerged, revealing 2 small Pokémon on the battlefield. Facing Lin Fan was a Ducklet, standing approximately 1.5 meters tall. Unlike the little fire dragon, Ducklet's flames adorned its head like a fiery mane, a flame symbol emblazoned on its exposed abdomen, its entire form resembling a conflagration. It bore protruding red formations on its hands, with iron-like embellishments around its neck and ankles, while 2 lumps protruded from its head, and its beak resembled that of a duck. Indeed, it appears you lot have thoroughly investigated my profile, Lin Fan remarked, exhibiting no sign of trepidation as he calmly addressed Qintao. Surely, you comprehend the wisdom of knowing oneself and one's adversary, lest one finds themselves in peril. Ducklet. Flame Wheel. Without hesitation, Qintao commanded Ducklet to launch an attack on Scyther. Ducklet coiled its body into a sphere, enveloped in flames that swirled wildly around it, igniting with fervor as it spun, propelled by the winds. The scorching heat emanated from it, reaching even Lin Fan, who stood at a distance, acutely aware that if this attack struck Scyther, it would deplete a considerable amount of its stamina. Scyther, use quick attack to dodge, Lin Fan instructed, maintaining his composure as he observed the fiery assault. Scyther's wings fluttered, propelling its body swiftly aside. Its inherent speed allowed it to evade the incoming flame wheel with ease. Qintao, having anticipated this, recalled Lin Fan's previous battles, well aware of Scyther's remarkable velocity. As Ducklet lands, execute Fire Punch, Qintao commanded as Ducklet descended. In an instant, as Ducklet's feet touched the ground, its right arm ignited with flames, transforming into a blazing fist. Scyther, momentarily caught off guard, found itself vulnerable as it stared at the approaching Fire Punch, uncertain of how to react. Utilize Double Team. Lin Fan's voice pierced through Scyther's momentary confusion like a lifeline, prompting it to instinctively create shadow clones. Just as Ducklet's Fire Punch was about to connect with Scyther, 2 identical Scythers appeared on the battlefield, mirroring each other's presence with indistinguishable traits. Ducklet, perplexed, could not discern which of the 2 to target. Attack the one on the right. Qintao's command echoed, and Ducklet, upon hearing this, lunged its fiery fist toward the rightmost Scyther. As the Fire Punch neared its target, Lin Fan's lips curled into a slight smirk as he shouted, Scyther, unleash Fury Cutter. With a fierce cry, the left Scyther brandished its scythe-like arms, emitting a brilliant white light as it charged toward Ducklet. Watch out. Ducklet, evade. Qintao yelled, realizing his miscalculation, as Ducklet aimed for the illusion. Yet, Scyther's speed was unparalleled, and Ducklet, preoccupied with attacking the shadow clone, could not pivot in time. Scyther's blade struck true, cleaving into Ducklet's back. Ducklet emitted a pained cry, flames flaring up around it in response to the attack. Ducklet, use sparks to fend off Scyther. Chen Tao commanded urgently, attempting to deter Lin Fan's continued assault. Faced with this strategy, Lin Fan found himself at a disadvantage. Bug types were inherently weak against fire types, and a single hit could spell disaster. Once Scyther had retreated, Chen Tao instructed Ducklet to halt its offensive, as it huffed and puffed, having exerted itself with 3 attacks while sustaining injuries from Scyther's strike. Ducklet, expel smoke. As both sides found themselves at an impasse, Chen Tao decisively ordered Ducklet to release a cloud of thick, black smoke, laced with embers that ignited anything they touched. Scyther, disregard the smoke. Shed all excess weight, and utilize your speed for a swift resolution, Lin Fan urged. Observing the ash coating Scyther's body and realizing that hesitating further could lead to dire consequences, Ducklet, accustomed to the volcanic terrain, bore a natural resistance to ash. While for Scyther, the lingering damage was unavoidable, and prolonged exposure would inevitably sap its strength. Upon hearing Lin Fan's command, Scyther promptly discarded its burdens. And as the weights fell to the ground, its speed and attack power surged. Scyther, forgo defense and swiftly approach Ducklet, then unleash Fury Cutter. Lin Fan resolved to abandon defensive strategies, opting instead to capitalize on Scyther's speed and attack advantages to secure victory. Responding to Lin Fan's directive, Chen Tao too cast aside hesitation. Ducklet, unleash Flamethrower with all your might. As Ducklet prepared to comply with Chen Tao's command, flames erupted from its mouth. A torrent of fire directed at Scyther. Scyther, utilize Quick Attack to close in on Ducklet, and then execute Fury Cutter, Lin Fan instructed, remaining unflappable despite the looming flames. Heeding Lin Fan's words, Scyther boldly endured the searing pain, its wings beating with fervor as it transformed into a streak of lightning, surging toward Ducklet. As it neared, Scyther's scythe-like arms sliced through the air, delivering a decisive blow to Ducklet's chest. Injured by the scorching flames of the duck-billed dragon, many parts of the flying mantid's body had already been charred. Continue the assault. Do not relent. The flying mantid relentlessly swung its scythe-like appendages. Although each successive strike lacked substantial power, the augmentation from its skilled attributes allowed each blow to inflict increased damage. Under the relentless onslaught of the flying mantid, the duck-billed dragon ultimately collapsed to the ground, with the flying mantid persevering until the end. Chapter 24, The Blazing Roar Tiger. Oh, we have emerged victorious. This flying mantid is incredibly formidable, akin to a streak of green lightning. Lin Fan's prowess is astonishing, even with a type advantage. Chen Tao's duck-billed dragon seemed to hold greater strength, yet still succumbed to defeat. His composure is remarkable, each command executed with near perfection to secure victory over the duck-billed dragon. The audience, comprised of seasoned trainers, could not help but comment on Lin Fan and Chen Tao's match. Old Chen, I never anticipated that little Tao would encounter such a formidable opponent. This young man is not to be underestimated. He may very well lose. An elderly gentleman wearing a cap remarked to his companion, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. It's nothing to worry about. Little Tao's strength is far beyond this. Just wait. This young lad will soon face his reckoning. After all, you are well aware of little Tao's capabilities. The elder, clad in sunglasses and a mask, replied nonchalantly, as if victory were already assured. Well done, Flying Mantid, return. You have performed admirably. Lin Fan nodded at the Flying Mantid, whose body was still ablaze. Its stamina remained, albeit dwindling. Shatarare. Upon receiving Lin Fan's praise, the Flying Mantid chirped happily before fixing its determined gaze upon Chen Tao, eager to continue the fight. Still wish to battle? I understand. Observing the Flying Mantid's fervent desire for combat, Lin Fan acknowledged its spirit. Chen Tao, please select your second Pokémon. The referee hastily addressed Chen Tao as the duck-billed dragon lay defeated. I never expected that merely participating in this competition out of curiosity would lead me to such an intriguing adversary. This experience has been invaluable. I acknowledge your strength. Prepare to witness the terror of the inferno. Arise, Blazing Roar Tiger. Chen Tao recalled his duck-billed dragon, a proud smile gracing his face. As if Lin Fan's recognition of his strength were a grand honor, he produced a pokeball adorned with fiery patterns and hurled it onto the battlefield. A beam of red light shot forth, revealing a robust bipedal Pokémon known as the Blazing Roar Tiger, boasting an individual value of 530. This Fire Dark type Pokémon generates flames within its body when its fighting spirit intensifies, releasing flames from its navel and surrounding areas, with temperatures soaring above 2,000 degrees Celsius. The flames emitted resemble a championship belt, thus earning it the moniker of the Flame Belt, a powerful Pokémon indeed. The blazing roar tiger excels in unrestrained, brutal combat, unleashing its full might against formidable foes. After executing fierce punches or kicks, it can unleash flames from its navel, delivering a lethal blow to its adversary. If I am not mistaken, that should be the case, yes? And do you truly believe being recognized by you is something remarkable? Lin Fan retorted disdainfully at the blazing roar tiger that Qin summoned. Even I, the bearer of a level 1 deity, do not dare to be arrogant. What right does your insignificant Pokémon have to boast? At that moment, the audience gasped in astonishment at the emergence of the blazing roar tiger. The blazing roar tiger is a unique Pokémon of the Qin family from Jinling. Everyone understands what that implies. Qin belongs to the Qin family, the clan of Qin, one of the fire-type champions of the Great Xia Empire. The blazing roar tiger is Qin primary Pokémon, and while this one may not be his, it undoubtedly has countless ties to him. This indicates that Qin hails from the Qin family. No wonder his strength is so formidable. But what of all this information? What other Pokémon do you possess? Hurry and bring them forth. After the blazing roar tiger appeared, Qin grew even more arrogant, as if fiery individuals were inherently of such disposition. Come forth, flying mantid, it's your turn. Gyarados. Disregarding the flying mantid's dissatisfaction, Lin Fan promptly returned it upon witnessing the blazing roar tiger's emergence. Roar. A terrifying roar reverberated through the arena as a colossal creature, measuring 12 meters in length, coiled within the battlefield. Its overwhelming presence cast a shadow over the hearts of all present, and the audience fell into a stunned silence at the fearsome visage of the beast. Qin, facing Lin Fan, was also taken aback, retreating several steps at the sudden appearance of Gyarados. Roar, roar, roar. Gyarados let out a triumphant roar, having been cooped up in its pokeball for quite some time. Observing the flying mantid flaunting its prowess stirred a longing within, eager to take its place in battle, now that its moment had finally arrived. How could it not be exhilarated? A red Gyarados? Lin Fan's second Pokémon, an intimidating Gyarados. Its length was nearly twice that of a typical Gyarados, truly fearsome. The audience erupted with disbelief, shattering the momentary stillness of the arena. A champion-tier Gyarados. How is this possible? Two elderly gentlemen in the audience sprang to their feet, mouths agape in astonishment at the Gyarados that had materialized on the battlefield. Absolutely no doubt, it is indeed a shiny Gyarados. It is undeniably of champion caliber. Another elder examined closely, adding his voice. There are methods to assess a Pokémon's potential in this world. The simplest way is to gauge its size. A Pokémon significantly larger than its kin possesses superior potential, without question. Such Pokémon will inherently be stronger. Based on our observations, Lin Fan's Gyarados undoubtedly possesses champion-level potential. Among a million Pokémon, one might be born with royal potential. It is a rare find. If this young man does not falter along the way, he is destined for a place among the champions. The Great Xia Empire is about to gain another champion. Truly, the younger generation surpasses the former. Indeed, I initially believed Little Tao's potential was sufficient. I never anticipated this. It seems Little Tao is on the verge of defeat, sighed the Qin elder. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Who can say whether losing might not be a blessing in disguise? Another elder consoled. Is this your trump card? Qin inquired through gritted teeth, astonished. He had never encountered such a colossal Gyarados before, and the overwhelming pressure radiating from its presence made him question if he could truly contend with it. Not quite. However, Lin Fan's words pierced into Qin heart like a dagger. If this exceptionally powerful Gyarados was not Lin Fan's ultimate trump card, what could be its true nature? Could it be a quasi-champion? Regardless of what your final card may be, we shall discover through battle. Blazing Roar Tiger, are you prepared? The enemy is formidable. It's time to engage. Qin cast aside his apprehensions, gathering his composure as he addressed the Blazing Roar Tiger. Roar. The Blazing Roar Tiger, facing Gyarados, felt an overwhelming surge of fighting spirit, flames inadvertently emanating from its navel. Chapter 25, The Effect of Dragon Dance. The Blazing Roar Tiger charged forward, poised to execute a bite. As time progressed, Qin pressure mounted. The intimidate-ability of Gyarados caused the Blazing Roar Tiger to feel a hint of trepidation. Realizing that inaction would soon result in a lost opportunity to strike, he had no choice but to initiate the attack. Gyarados, absorb its attack and use Dragon Dance. Upon witnessing the fiery roaring tiger charging towards him, Lin Fan opted not for defense. Instead, he commanded his Gyarados to withstand the onslaught. He seized the moment to utilize Dragon Dance, thereby enhancing Gyarados' attack power and speed. The roaring tiger lunged forward, its jaws agape, delivering a fierce bite upon Gyarados' scales. Yet, the creature's sharp teeth met with what felt like impenetrable steel, failing to penetrate its formidable defenses, resulting in a painful throb that resonated through its jaw. Meanwhile, Gyarados swayed its body, performing a mysterious dance, its aura steadily intensifying. The roaring tiger pressed on, executing cross-chop. Chen-Tao realized that he could not allow Gyarados to continue its dragon dance unabated. Otherwise, by the time it concluded its second round, a singular blow would likely vanquish the roaring tiger. Thus, he had no choice but to attack. The roaring tiger's forelimbs converged into an X shape, radiating with a brilliant white light, as it unleashed a sharp attack aimed at Gyarados' abdomen. Gyarados remained undeterred, continuing its dragon dance. Observing the impending attack from the roaring tiger, Lin Fan remained resolute, confident in Gyarados' resilience, particularly against a physically frail adversary. Moreover, Gyarados was equipped with leftovers, enabling it to recover its vitality continuously. With a ferocious roar, the roaring tiger's cross-chop struck Gyarados, causing a sharp pain in its abdomen. Although the damage was minimal, the agony prompted a roar of frustration from Gyarados. This defensive prowess was astonishing. In the realm of elite trainers, few could breach such formidable defenses. Chen-Tao furrowed his brow as he noted that the roaring tiger's 2 attacks had proven futile. An ordinary Gyarados would have sustained some damage from those strikes. However, Lin Fan's Gyarados boasted such incredible resilience that the roaring tiger's assault was nearly ineffective. A wave of unprecedented despair enveloped Chen-Tao. This sensation was reminiscent of his battles against seasoned veterans, yet to experience it against someone slightly younger was unexpected. As Gyarados completed its dragon dance, Chen-Tao recognized that defeat was imminent. Yet, as a descendant of a champion, he could accept losing, provided it was not without resistance. Roaring Tiger, use bulk up. With no immediate solutions in sight, Chen-Tao commanded the roaring tiger to bolster its defenses, hoping to endure Gyarados' forthcoming strike. The roaring tiger's muscles bulged, sculpting its physique akin to a paragon of bodybuilding, exuding an overwhelming sense of explosive power. Gyarados, finish it with Aqua Tail. As Gyarados completed its dance, its ferocity surged. According to the game's description, Dragon Dance would enhance its attack and speed by 1 level. However, in reality, such increments varied based on each Pokémon's innate qualities. In this instance, Gyarados had nearly doubled its attack power and speed, far exceeding the typical 15-fold increase. With an anguished roar, Gyarados lunged forward, fueled by the memory of the roaring tiger's earlier blows. Despite appearing docile before Lin Fan, Gyarados was inherently a fierce creature, with a temperament akin to a raging storm. The roaring tiger's 2 strikes had ignited a burning fury within it, and at the command of its master, it would show no mercy. With a swift motion, Gyarados swung its massive tail, darting towards the roaring tiger like a tempest, delivering a formidable assault. Faced with Gyarados' onslaught, the roaring tiger could only attempt to shield itself with its forelimbs. Although its defenses had been bolstered by bulk up, the relentless attack from Gyarados was akin to a torrential wave, unyielding and relentless. The impact of the colossal tail reverberated with resounding cracks. After enduring for 3 seconds, the roaring tiger was sent sprawling several meters away by Gyarados' tail. Seizing the opportunity, Gyarados lunged forward to execute Bite, aiming to conclude the battle. Lin Fan would not let this chance slip away and commanded Gyarados to strike decisively. As Gyarados charged, the roaring tiger attempted to rise and continue the fight. But the previous blow had left it gravely injured, rendering it incapable of standing. Just as Gyarados' gaping maw was about to close around the roaring tiger, an unwilling voice reached Lin Fan's ears. I concede. Chen-Tao clenched his fists tightly, blood seeping from his palms in frustration. Gyarados, halt your assault. Upon hearing Chen-Tao's concession, Lin Fan promptly ordered Gyarados to cease its attack. Though a hint of dissatisfaction lingered within him, Gyarados obeyed, standing quietly at Lin Fan's side. The victor is Lin Fan. The referee raised the flag representing Lin Fan, addressing the audience. A thunderous cheer erupted from the spectators, transforming those who had once doubted Lin Fan's prowess into fervent supporters. Though this was merely a preliminary round, everyone understood that this contest had showcased the skills of elite trainers. It was a spectacle far more captivating than any previous match in the tournament. Had Chen-Tao not faced Lin Fan, his prowess would likely have secured him a place in the top 8, but fate had dealt him a cruel hand. You possess remarkable strength. I retract my previous statements. I hope to challenge you again next time. During the handshake segment, Chen-Tao, wiping the blood from his hands. Spoke with an air of respect. Your abilities are commendable as well, Lin Fan replied affirmatively, acknowledging Chen Tao's talent. Despite his brash demeanor, he was fundamentally decent, a trait characteristic of fire-type trainers, whose fiery tempers resembled blazing flames. He was indeed someone worth befriending. Thank you. After returning their Pokémon to their respective Pokeballs, the two engaged in conversation as they made their way to the contestants' lounge. Chapter 26, Selena? As Lin Fan and Chen Tao entered the lounge, the previously raucous atmosphere fell into an immediate hush. All eyes were drawn to the two, who walked in laughing and conversing, a stark contrast to the tension that had hung in the air moments before. Lin Fan, remember our agreement. Let us meet again at the Pokémon University in Yanjing for another match. Chen Tao had grown somewhat familiar with Lin Fan through their rivalry, and the defeat had not dampened his spirits. Rather, they had made plans to reunite in Yanjing, perhaps a testament to the camaraderie among men. All right, but don't shed any tears when you lose, Lin Fan teased in response. Just you wait. In 2 or 3 months, I'll be even stronger. We'll see who wins, Chen Tao retorted, his voice laced with determination, before bidding farewell and packing his belongings for the return journey to Yanjing. Are you Lin Fan? Hello, I'm Lu Chengqing. It's a pleasure to meet you. Just as Lin Fan returned to the lounge, a girl with fiery red hair approached him, clad in a form-fitting leather outfit that accentuated her statuesque figure, exuding an air of allure. Lin Fan, he replied, shaking her hand. Your Pokémon is impressive. Would you be interested in a battle with me? Lu Chengqing's eyes sparkled with the thrill of competition, clearly a kindred spirit to Chen Tao, equally zealous for battle. Oh, I'm afraid I must let my Pokémon recuperate first. Perhaps we can arrange a match another time. Lin Fan firmly declined, noting that his Scyther was still recuperating at the Pokémon Center. My apologies, I completely forgot. Perhaps we could exchange contact information? We could have a battle when time permits? Nevertheless, despite Lin Fan's refusal, Lu Chengqing remained undeterred. As a fighting-type trainer, the spirit of competition coursed through her veins. All right, add me on WeChat, and once the tournament concludes, we can have our match. Observing Lu Chengqing's fervent enthusiasm for battle, Lin Fan felt it inappropriate to decline further. After all, engaging in battles was a norm for trainers, and a continued refusal would only lead to offense. Okay, my phone number is 158. Lu Chengqing, satisfied after adding Lin Fan on WeChat and acquiring his phone number, returned to her spot. She was filled with curiosity about Lin Fan. His prowess was decidedly uncharacteristic of a high school student. She was acquainted with Chen Tao as well. Her mentor, Chen Luo, was a fire-type elite, and he and Chen Tao's elder had a good rapport, frequently exchanging insights on the rearing of fire-type Pokémon. Last year, Chen Tao had entered the Pokémon University in Yanjing as the top scorer of the Gaokao in Jinling City, and his strength surpassed hers by a considerable margin. The fact that he had lost to Lin Fan in battle only made her desire to befriend him more natural, as respect for the strong is universal. When midday arrived, Lin Fan ordered takeout. After retrieving his food, he went to the Pokémon Center to collect Scyther's Pokeball and found a quiet corner to release his 3 Magikarp. He took out the tools for crafting energy cubes and purchased the necessary materials from the system shop before commencing the preparation of food for his Pokémon. After more than half an hour, the energy cubes were finally completed. Placing the cubes in front of the Magikarp, Lin Fan began preparing energy cubes for Groudon. It was undeniable that Groudon, as a legendary Pokémon, warranted a significantly higher cost for its specialized energy cube materials, which pained Lin Fan's heart. Although he currently possessed over 1 million Alliance coins, at this rate, he would exhaust his funds within half a year. Presently, he only had 4 Pokémon, and with daily expenses amounting to at least 56,000 Alliance coins, not accounting for the costs of healing from training injuries, he realized that he could only sustain this for a maximum of 3 to 4 months. He envied the wealth of others, thinking of how their families could afford to raise Pokémon without concern. Sighing, Lin Fan pondered the exorbitant costs associated with training Pokémon. It was no wonder that trainers were scarce in this world. Such expenditures were unbearable for anyone not from a wealthy family. Booey! A cute chirp interrupted Lin Fan's musings. He looked down to see an Eevee suddenly appearing before him, and he couldn't help but scoop it up, producing an energy cube he had bought from the store. He held it out to Eevee, saying, "Here you go, little one. Enjoy." Without hesitation, Eevee grasped the energy cube with its chubby paws and began munching on it, emitting sounds of delight. The energy cube, an ideal food for Pokémon, was not yet available in this world. Lin Fan had considered collaborating with others to produce and sell energy cubes, but he lacked trustworthy partners and sufficient strength and energy to pursue such endeavors. which led to a postponement of his plans. "Excuse me, could I please have my EV back?" A sweet voice chimed in Lin Fan's ear. He lifted his gaze to the source of the sound and beheld a girl with light brown, slightly curled hair, a charmingly cute visage, clad in a sleeveless black top, a red mini-skirt, and black sneakers, with knee-high black socks adorning her legs. "Serena?" Lin Fan exclaimed instinctively upon recognizing her resemblance. "Serena? You must be mistaken. My name is Linana. This EV is my Pokémon. Could you please return it to me?" the girl said, furrowing her brow, which only enhanced her cuteness. Though her gaze remained fixed on the EV cradled in Lin Fan's arms. "Booey." The delighted EV, hearing the girl's voice, opened its half-closed eyes and lifted its little head to glance at her, unable to contain its joy. It stood up in Lin Fan's embrace and leaped toward the girl, still clutching the unfinished energy cube. "Booey, booey." In Linana's arms, Evie licked her small hand and pointed at the energy cube before gesturing back at Lin Fan, as if trying to convey something to her. "Hello, thank you for the food you gave Evie. Do you have any more? I would like to purchase some." "This little one enjoys it immensely," Linana said, giving Lin Fan a slight bow and a plea. "Ah, it's no valuable matter. I quite like this little fellow too. So if it enjoys it, I can spare a few cubes," Lin Fan responded, feeling a peculiar fondness toward the girl who bore a striking resemblance to Serena. He remembered how Serena's kindness and gentleness had garnered her many admirers in his previous life. "Thank you so much," Linana exclaimed, her gratitude palpable. Since Evie had tasted Lin Fan's energy cubes, its desire for other foods had diminished significantly, leaving Linana quite anxious. "Not at all. Take them," Lin Fan said, handing her several energy cubes. "What exactly are these? Why does Evie love them so much?" Linana inquired, curiosity gleaming in her eyes as she tucked the energy cubes away. Energy cubes, every Pokémon's favorite food. Regular consumption can enhance a Pokémon's immune system and improve their appearance, Lin Fan elaborated, unable to restrain himself from discussing further. Perhaps due to the striking similarity between Linana and Serena. "Energy cubes? I've never heard of such Pokémon food. Is it newly developed?" Linana tilted her head, questioning Lin Fan. Not exactly. I created them myself. Each Pokémon's energy cube is unique." Lin Fan felt compelled to claim that the energy cubes were his own creation. "Really? You're quite impressive." Linana gazed at Lin Fan with admiration. "Hee, it's nothing much. I must take my leave. I have a competition this afternoon." Lin Fan chuckled awkwardly, recalling his Magikarp and bidding farewell to Linana. "All right, good luck." Linana nodded enthusiastically, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains, cheering Lin Fan on. "Will do. Bye." Lin Fan waved as he made his way toward the resting area. To Lin Fan's surprise, during the afternoon competition, his opponent forfeited the match. With this victory, he automatically advanced to the third day of the tournament, entering the top 128. Ding, ding, ding. After exiting the arena and riding his bicycle, Lin Fan's phone suddenly rang. Stopping to check, he saw that it was his teacher calling. Having taken a few days off to participate in the competition, Lin Fan had faced some teasing from his peers regarding his absence. "Hello, what's up?" Lin Fan answered as he connected the call. "Lin Fan, I heard you made it to the top 128. Do you have time to return to school?" His teacher's voice came through, slightly breathless and hurried. "Why should I come back? I need to train my Pokémon. I'm quite busy," Lin Fan replied, not intending to return, as he planned to go train his Gyarados and Scyther in the Evergreen Forest, taking advantage of the time to learn the moves from his TMs. "There are two important figures who wish to meet you. It won't take much of your time, and it would be beneficial for you," his teacher quickly explained. "I'm too busy right now. Let's talk after the trainer competition," Lin Fan declared before abruptly hanging up the phone. He swiftly mounted his bicycle and pedaled towards the Evergreen Forest. At Rongqing No. 3 Middle School, the old class teacher, upon witnessing Lin Fan's abrupt disconnection, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead, uncertain of how to explain the situation to the two distinguished figures present. "Mr. Li, when will Lin Fan arrive?" Just as the old class teacher was at a loss, a middle-aged man with a sycophantic smile approached him, flanked by two elderly gentlemen. "Principal Wang." Lin Fan mentioned that he needs to train his Pokémon and cannot come over for the time being. It may take him 2 or 3 days to be available. The old class teacher nervously explained, wiping the sweat from his brow. "What? Did you not convey the seriousness of this matter to him?" Principal Wang's voice suddenly raised in volume, his expression brimming with ire. "I informed him, but he truly cannot come. There is nothing I can do." The old class teacher looked aggrieved, never anticipating that the underperforming Lin Fan would secure a spot among the top 128 in the competition, and evidently, he had the potential to climb even higher, which made him hesitant to confront Lin Fan too aggressively. This is utterly outrageous. Does he not care about his college entrance examination? Tell him to return immediately. Principal Wong snorted coldly, his anger boiling within him. Let it be, let it be. We merely wish to see him. Since he is busy training his Pokémon, we shall not disturb him. We can come back in 3 days, one of the elderly men, surnamed Chun, interjected, observing Principal Wong's demeanor. Rest assured, we will address such insubordination from students at our school with utmost seriousness. Principal Wong assured, patting his chest in commitment. No need to worry. It is commendable for young ones to train their Pokémon diligently to enhance their strength. We shall not interrupt him now. We will return in 3 days. Another elderly man wearing a cap chimed in. Rest assured, I will provide you with a satisfactory explanation. Principal Wong promised fervently. At a serene spot near a lake within the evergreen forest, Lin Fan released his Gyarados and Scyther, assigning training tasks to his Pidgey before retrieving a skill learning machine from his backpack. Scyther, practice this move. Follow the video instructions, and feel free to ask me if you have any questions. Lin Fan initiated the playback of the skills Aerial Ace and Acrobatics on the learning device. Unlike conventional training, these machines required the Pokémon to watch the videos and comprehend the skills independently. Although the power of these two moves was relatively modest, they aligned perfectly with Scyther's acrobatic prowess, making them a deliberate choice by Lin Fan. With a determined nod, Scyther focused intently on the video displayed on the learning machine. Gyarados, here is your learning machine. Study diligently, Lin Fan continued, playing the moves Ice Fang and Rain Dance for Gyarados, encouraging it to learn autonomously. Chirp chirp. Pidgey, observing the lack of a learning machine for itself, called out to Lin Fan in dismay. Little one, you are still too young. Once you evolve into Pidgeotto, I will provide you with a learning machine. Your current strength is insufficient, Lin Fan said, affectionately patting Pidgey's head with a smile. Chirp. Understanding Lin Fan's reasoning, Pidgey nodded appreciatively and chirped again, eager for training to enhance its abilities. Indeed, however, training is arduous. You must be prepared to endure hardship and pain, Lin Fan cautioned, acknowledging Pidgey's enthusiasm. Chirp. Pidgey nodded affirmatively, signaling its readiness. All right, let us begin. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction, pleased with Pidgey's spirited response. As midnight approached, after hours of training with his 3 Pokémon, Lin Fan eventually returned them to their Pokeballs, feeling accomplished. Scyther had mastered Aerial Ace, while it had grasped the essence of acrobatics and was close to mastering it. Due to its innate talent, Gyarados exhibited a remarkable learning speed, having already learned Ice Fang and Rain Dance. Though the more complex move, Hydro Pump, was still a work in progress. It was expected to be mastered within the next few days, substantially enhancing their strength once both Pokémon acquired their respective skills. This exemplifies the terrifying efficacy of the learning machine. In this world, Pokémon can only learn moves through the genetic legacy of their parents, while other skills necessitate continuous observation and trial-and-error learning. However, Gyarados and its companions were not burdened by such constraints, as the learning machine served as a perfect instructor, demonstrating skills with precision and clarity, thus accelerating the learning process significantly. Lin Fan had invested over $1 million in these 5 skills, yet it was undoubtedly a worthwhile expenditure. Upon returning home, Lin Fan washed up and collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to sleep. Training Pokémon trainers can be mentally exhausting, particularly as Lin Fan had to constantly monitor their conditions and correct their errors, leading to significant mental fatigue. Awakened by the blaring alarm the next morning, Lin Fan completed his morning routine and set out on his bicycle. Today marked the final day of the preliminary rounds, with the top 32 contenders to be determined. After 2 days of fierce competition, the remaining 128 participants were formidable, with no weak contenders among them. Although the tournament regulations mandated participation only for trainers of lower rank, most competitors possessed at least one elite-level Pokémon, merely awaiting evaluation. Even before the matches commenced, enthusiastic spectators had already filled the stands, creating a bustling atmosphere. Today marks the final day of the inaugural Junior Trainer Competition's preliminary rounds, where we will determine the 32 finalists for tomorrow's knockout rounds. Indeed, this competition has been a showcase of exceptional talent, with many participants delivering incredibly thrilling matches that have left a lasting impression. Zhang Daoming, which competitor has particularly impressed you? Need you ask? Undoubtedly, it was yesterday's Lin Fan and his Crimson Gyarados that captivated me. Its awe-inspiring stature and flawless scales left me utterly speechless. No joke, I was completely taken aback by Lin Fan's Gyarados, which resembled a prehistoric behemoth. Look over there, you can spot Lin Fan's fans. Is that so? Let me take a look. Indeed, there are fans. Speaking of which, I find that both Lu Chengqing and Yi Yun are also incredibly strong contenders, vying for the championship. Let us now witness the upcoming matches and discover who will emerge victorious in this competition. Greetings, everyone. I am your commentator, Lin Fan, and I am Zhang Daoming, honored to provide commentary for the inaugural junior trainer competition. Even before the competition began, the two commentators were already ramping up the excitement for the audience, heightening anticipation for the matches to come. In the waiting room, Lin Fan watched the two commentators extolling his virtues on the large screen, a bead of sweat forming on his brow, particularly as the camera panned to the audience, revealing banners held aloft by his fans that filled him with a sense of embarrassment. One banner boldly proclaimed, "They are all so weak. I have no interest," raised high for all to see. "Today, I hope to face two formidable opponents, perfect for practicing Gyarados' new moves. After all, practice yields truth." Lin Fan muttered to himself in a corner. At long last, the competition commenced. Lin Fan fixed his gaze intently upon the grand screen ahead. Despite the distance, the fervor of the match was palpable, with each competitor pouring their heart and soul into the contest, drenched in perspiration. As the screen flickered with the names of those advancing, some avatars dimmed, signaling their elimination. Finally, Lin Fan's avatar graced the screen, and he understood that his moment had arrived. "Please, Lin Fan and Qianfeng, proceed to the central arena for your match. Please, Lin Fan and Qianfeng, proceed to the central arena for your match. Please, Lin Fan and Qianfeng, proceed to the central arena for your match." The announcer's voice resonated 3 times through the waiting room. Lin Fan adjusted his attire and, clutching his pokeball, ventured down the player's passageway. As he stepped into the light, he encountered a young man approaching from the opposite direction. "Lin Fan, Gyarados, go Lin Fan." As Lin Fan emerged, his fans erupted into a frenzy, fervently chanting his name. While other spectators may not have exhibited the same fervor, they applauded heartily, rallying behind both competitors. Lin Fan waved to the audience and his supporters, embodying the charisma of a celebrated star. Upon reaching the battleground, the two stood in opposition, awaiting the referee's signal to unleash their pokeballs and commence battle. After the referee outlined the rules, he inquired, "Are both competitors ready?" "Ready," they replied in unison. The round of 128 advancing to the round of 64 begins. With the referee's command, both competitors released their pokeballs simultaneously. "Come forth, Zubat. Gyarados, it is you." This time, Lin Fan opted not to summon his Scyther first. With Gyarados already revealed, it mattered little who took the initial stance. Moreover, he had learned from past encounters where opponents anticipated his Scyther's entry, deploying type-advantaged Pokémon to counter it, which, although victorious, had proven quite challenging. Thus, he chose to defy expectations and lead with Gyarados. With a thunderous roar, Gyarados emerged, exuding an intimidating aura that enveloped the entire arena. Its crimson scales glimmered in the sunlight, resembling a suit of fiery armor, akin to a blazing inferno. "Oh, it has appeared. Lin Fan's red Gyarados," exclaimed commentator Zhang Daoming, his voice brimming with excitement. "Though not the first time witnessing it, the awe remains resplendent within me. Its elegant, spiraling form, combined with a visage that embodies calamity, is simply breathtaking. Indeed, one cannot help but wonder how Lin Fan nurtured such a magnificent creature," added fellow commentator Lin Fan. The secrets of each trainer's bond with their Pokémon are closely guarded, with few willing to divulge their methods. As Gyarados made its grand entrance, the audience could hardly contain their enthusiasm, rising to catch a closer glimpse of the formidable creature. Particularly those who had not seen Gyarados the previous day gasped in astonishment at its fierce countenance and colossal physique, covering their mouths in disbelief. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's supporters erupted in fervent cheers, expressing their exhilaration. The arena erupted with thunderous applause, surpassing the cheers from earlier matches, akin to a tidal wave. Observing Lin Fan's audacious choice to deploy Gyarados first, Qianfeng contemplated striking him for such a lack of sportsmanship, wishing he could at least be granted the courtesy of winning a round before facing defeat. Lin Fan, seemingly attuned to Qianfeng's thoughts, flashed a grin and commanded his Gyarados, "Gyarados, use Rain Dance to envelop the entire arena." With a resonant roar, Gyarados responded, its crown emitting a brilliant glow. A beam of white light shot skyward, and within moments, dark clouds gathered above, accompanied by the rumble of thunder, creating a foreboding atmosphere. Realizing he could not afford to delay, Qianfeng seized the opportunity to attack, while Gyarados was still conjuring the rain dance. Knowing that although Zubat would not be directly affected, the rain would hinder its speed. "Zubat, use Supersonic." An invisible wave of piercing sound erupted from Zubat's gaping maw, hurtling toward Gyarados. Standing behind Gyarados, Lin Fan instinctively covered his ears. The noise was unbearable. Still, he maintained his focus and commanded, Gyarados, ignore it and continue with Rain Dance. Zubat, rush in and use Air Cutter. Seeing that Gyarados remained steadfast in its task, Qianfeng pressed on with his assault. Zubat flapped its wings furiously, generating razor-sharp gusts that sliced toward Gyarados. Yet, upon impact, the wind blades merely clinked against Gyarados' formidable exterior, akin to striking a solid alloy, failing to breach its defenses. Finally, as the flurry of wind blades subsided, Gyarados' crown ceased to shine, and rain began to cascade down like dice from the heavens. Within moments, the arena was submerged, and Gyarados thrived in the water, its power amplifying. Though Gyarados was classified as a water-flying type Pokémon, it was unable to fly, said to have ancestors capable of soaring through the skies. Thus, it was not unreasonable to regard Gyarados as a quintessential water-type Pokémon, its abilities enhanced in abundant aquatic environments. Gyarados, unleash Hydro Pump. Following Lin Fan's command, a massive sphere of water formed within Gyarados' mouth, initially small, but it rapidly expanded until it filled Gyarados' jaws. With a forceful expulsion, a colossal water orb surged forth toward Zubat. Zubat, evade quickly. Qianfeng, realizing the imminent danger, urged Zubat to dodge. However, he overlooked the fact that the rain rendered Zubat's body slick, significantly hampering its speed. As Zubat darted left and right in an attempt to evade the Hydro Pump, it ultimately fell short and was struck directly. With a resounding crash, the impact sent splashes of water soaring into the air, and Zubat plummeted from the sky. Witnessing the successful strike, Lin Fan wasted no time and commanded, Gyarados, use Ice Fang. Responding to Lin Fan's directive, Gyarados surged forward like a bolt of lightning toward the airborne Zubat. Its teeth radiated an icy chill, sinking into Zubat's body, instantly enveloping it in frost, rendering it immobile and dazed. With a triumphant roar, Gyarados celebrated its victory, its powerful presence exuding an air of menace. Zubat has lost its combat capability. Qianfeng, please send forth your next Pokémon, announced the referee, holding an umbrella as he addressed Qianfeng. Perhaps the audience is puzzled as to why the formidable Zubat fell so swiftly. Allow us to elucidate, Zhang Daoming remarked, observing the audience's whispers and discussions, all pondering how such a seemingly invincible Zubat had been subdued by Gyarados in mere moments. Attention, everyone. Competitor Lin Fan has initiated the Rain Dance skill. As we all know, Zubat is a poison-flying type Pokémon, largely unaffected by the rain. However, the precipitation significantly impacts Zubat's speed. On the other hand, Gyarados, being a water-type Pokémon, thrives in an arena transformed into a veritable lake, creating its ideal battleground. The synergy of these factors has fortified Gyarados while simultaneously diminishing Zubat's prowess, leading to its swift defeat. Yang Fan picked up where Zhang Daoming left off, elucidating to the audience that it wasn't Zubat's lack of strength, but rather Gyarados' overwhelming power that created the illusion of Zubat's inferiority. In the arena, Bada Butterfly, I beseech you. Upon calling back Zubat, Qianfeng hurled his Pokeball, releasing a colossal butterfly-like Pokémon onto the field. Upon its emergence, Bada Butterfly called out to Qianfeng before directing its gaze towards Gyarados. Despite the intimidating presence of its opponent, Bada Butterfly did not falter. Gyarados, use Tackle. Lin Fan commanded, showing no mercy as he directed Gyarados to attack. Responding to its trainer's command, Gyarados surged toward Bada Butterfly like a flash, its massive form unimpeded by any loss of speed. Bada Butterfly used Psychic, then follow it up with Poison Powder. Qianfeng remained remarkably composed in the face of Gyarados' ferocious assault. Upon hearing her trainer's instruction, Bada Butterfly's antenna-like appendages glowed with a crimson light, unleashing a beam towards the oncoming Gyarados. Gyarados, dodge! Lin Fan shouted urgently as he observed the red beam. Alas, Gyarados' substantial size rendered it incapable of evasion. The beam struck true. With the impact, Gyarados' eyes blazed with intensity as its tail thrashed wildly, clearly ensnared in chaos. Now Bada Butterfly unleashed the Poison Powder. Understanding the principle of striking while the iron is hot, Qianfeng quickly ordered Bada Butterfly to deploy its Poison Powder, evidently intending to inflict poison on Gyarados and gradually sap its strength. Bada Butterfly flapped its wings vigorously, shedding scales that coalesced into a tempest, hurling them towards Gyarados. The strategy seemed sound. However, Lin Fan interjected, but have you forgotten? We are currently under Rain Dance. The effectiveness of Bada Butterfly's scales would surely be diminished in such a downpour. Lin Fan commended Qianfeng, unperturbed by the prospect of poisoning. The high humidity of the rain would dilute the scales significantly before they could reach Gyarados. Moreover, Gyarados, equipped with the item leftovers, could continually restore its vitality, making the strategy of attrition utterly futile. Chapter 30. An unexpected turn of events. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Qianfeng realized that the majority of the scales Bada Butterfly had unleashed were neutralized in midair by the rain. A loud crash resonated from the arena as Gyarados' massive form collided forcefully with Bada Butterfly, pinning it to the ground and rendering it immobile. In comparison to the ordinary Gyarados, Bada Butterfly resembled a mere child. Lin Fan's Gyarados was indeed twice its size, making it appear even more colossal. In just a single strike, Bada Butterfly was knocked unconscious, unable to continue the battle. Bada Butterfly has lost its fighting capability. The victor is Lin Fan. As Bada Butterfly lay dazed and unable to fight, the referee promptly declared Lin Fan the winner. Gyarados return. Well done. Lin Fan smiled faintly as he recalled Gyarados into its Pokeball upon hearing the referee's announcement. Congratulations, host. Gyarados has defeated Bada Butterfly, earning 2,888 experience points. The crowd erupted, chanting Lin Fan's name. Although the match was brief, Lin Fan's overwhelming display of strength had left a profound impact on the audience, igniting their fervor. In this world, powerful trainers earn universal respect, and the Great Xia Empire promotes this notion, as a strong trainer brings more resources to the nation, ultimately improving the quality of life for all. Everyone is acutely aware of this reality, especially considering Lin Fan's youth and the immense power of his Pokémon, indicating a future brimming with potential. He shines like a rising star. What a splendid match. Lin Fan triumphed with undeniable strength, showcasing a significant disparity between the competitors. Congratulations to Lin Fan for advancing to the top 64. Indeed, Qianfeng also put forth a valiant effort. His Zubat and Bada Butterfly have been well trained. Had he not faced Lin Fan, further progress would not have been out of the question. What a pity. The commentators engaged in discussion following the match, acknowledging that Gyarados had dispatched both of Qianfeng's Pokémon with only 4 moves, leaving little room for them to showcase their abilities. After shaking hands with Qianfeng, Lin Fan returned to the resting area, following protocol to send Gyarados' Pokeball to the Pokémon Center for healing before observing the other matches. As the tournament progressed, Lin Fan remained vigilant. Despite Gyarados' formidable strength, he was wary of unexpected setbacks, necessitating careful observation of his opponents. This Yiyun exhibits considerable strength, possessing both a Venusaur and a Blastoise, almost amassing the entire starter trio. Truly, the son of the wealthiest man in Rongqing is no ordinary trainer. However, in terms of command skills, Lin Fan mused as he watched the screen, noting that 2 second-stage evolved Pokémon are indeed priceless, often costing over 1 million Alliance coins each, with prices soaring during high demand and even higher for those with superior qualities. It is evident that Yiyun has invested a staggering amount into evolving both Pokémon to their final forms, likely exceeding 100 million Alliance coins. Yet, despite his resources, his command skills appear lacking. Although Lin Fan observed Yiyun's matches, where he effortlessly dominated his opponents, it was clear that his practical experience was insufficient, and his command abilities did not align with the strength of his Pokémon. A skilled trainer can fully harness their Pokémon's potential, even overcoming stronger adversaries. However, inadequate command skills can lead to a failure to unleash their Pokémon's full capabilities, and some temperamental Pokémon may even rebel against their trainers, posing a risk of attacking them. Recalling the days when Ji was bullied by the Elder Spray due to his insufficient level, it was a matter of not being able to fully control the Elder Spray, which prevented it from reaching its full potential. Once Ji's trainer level increased, the Elder Spray obeyed him without question. In this harsher reality, Pokémon are not mere fictional characters, they are sentient beings. If a trainer cannot manage them effectively, the risk of them fleeing increases, which is why the Great Xia Alliance enforces stringent assessments of trainer levels. Uncertain of who his next opponent might be, Lin Fan lamented the inability to know his adversary in advance. To prevent trainers from gaining prior knowledge of their opponents, the organizers maintain absolute secrecy. Only when it is their turn to compete will they discover who they are up against, a deliberate test of their adaptability and quick thinking. After the morning competition concluded, Lin Fan ordered a takeout and made his way towards the Pokémon Center. Just as he stepped out through the main entrance with his Gyarados' Pokeball in hand, a group of individuals clad in uniforms rushed in, some bearing visible bloodstains, others limping in distress. Lin Fan paused, observing the frantic crowd. Is that the security team? What has transpired? He murmured, instinctively following them. "Doctor, I implore you to save this child. It sustained these injuries while rescuing me." A middle-aged man, leading the security team, pleaded earnestly with the physician at the Pokémon Center. Beside him lay a charred Charizard on a stretcher, its chest marred by a grievous wound that exposed its innards, revealing a pulsating heart. The creature's wings were battered and bleeding profusely. The most alarming aspect was that the flame on its tail, emblematic of its life force, flickered precariously, akin to a candle in the wind, threatening to extinguish at any moment. With the assistance of a Chansey, the doctor promptly applied measures to staunch the Charizard's bleeding before meticulously examining its injuries. The atmosphere was thick with tension, silence reigning as no one dared utter a word. "I'm afraid it is too gravely injured. I am powerless to assist it. The only hope for treatment lies in the capital's Pokémon Center. But time is no longer on our side," the doctor conveyed, bowing apologetically to the middle-aged man. "How can this be? You are a doctor at the Pokémon Center. You must be able to save it. You are deceiving me, aren't you? You're lying." The man's anguished outburst erupted as he lunged toward the doctor. Gripping his collar in fury, his expression one of barely contained rage, as if he might rend the doctor apart with another word. "Captain, please, remain calm." Members of the security team rushed to restrain their leader, aware that any harm to the doctor could lead to dire consequences for him. "I understand. I apologize for my outburst." The captain, finally subdued, regained his composure and offered an apology to the physician. Staggering forward, the middle-aged man approached the Charizard, trembling as he reached out in an attempt to stroke its head, yet hesitated, his hand lingering in midair, paralyzed by fear. "Captain," observing their leader's sudden aging, the nearby officers wished to comfort him but were at a loss for words. "May I take a look?" Just then, Lin Fan stepped forward from the entrance. Addressing the man, "You have a solution?" The middle-aged man's eyes glimmered with a flicker of hope as he hurried to Lin Fan, gripping his hands tightly. "Perhaps we can try. I cannot guarantee success, but there appears to be no better alternative at this juncture," Lin Fan replied, allowing the man to hold his hands without resistance, his tone calm and measured. Yes. Please, come quickly and assist my Charizard." The middle-aged man, overwhelmed with urgency, sought to cling to any glimmer of hope for his old companion. Lin Fan approached the Charizard, noting its weakening breath and the dwindling flame on its tail. The doctor's assessment rang true. It was on the brink of death. Fortunately, it had crossed paths with Lin Fan, else even the capital Pokémon Center would prove futile. He retrieved his backpack, placing it on the ground before squatting down, his hands delving inside as if searching for something. In truth, he was procuring items from the system store capable of healing the Charizard. As he laid eyes on a small object with a hefty price tag, a pang of regret surged within him. Yet, he could not bear to witness the demise of a creature before his eyes. "I'll purchase it. Consider it a contribution to the Empire." Lin Fan gritted his teeth, promptly recharging his account with 1,000,000 Poke Dollars and acquiring a fragment the size of half a palm. The shard emanated a mysterious azure glow, enveloped in an ethereal aura. Feigning surprise, Lin Fan exclaimed, "Eureka!" He then produced the newly acquired psychic shard alongside a healing potion. The middle-aged man gazed at the mysterious fragment with skepticism. "Can this truly save my Charizard?" Lin Fan positioned himself beside the Charizard, prying open its massive jaws to place the shard within. As soon as the shard entered, it dissolved into a stream of energy, flowing down its throat and coursing through its veins toward the wound. Lin Fan watched anxiously, aware that this was his first use of a psychic shard. While in the game it could resurrect near-death Pokémon, its efficacy in reality remained uncertain. As the shard coursed through the Charizard, a gentle light radiated from its wound, warm and inviting, as its grievous injury began to mend. Remarkably, the flame on its tail reignited, a portion of its waning life force miraculously restored. Although the healing was minimal, it was sufficient to preserve its life. However, the Charizard's injuries were too severe. One shard was evidently insufficient to meet its needs, and the healing process halted midway as energy was depleted. "I've done what I can. The rest is up to you. It cannot engage in further battles until fully healed, otherwise." Lin Fan exhaled, applying the healing potion to the Charizard and advising the middle-aged man. "Thank you so much." "Thank you." The middle-aged man, witnessing the recovery of his companion, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He grasped Lin Fan's hands tightly, expressing his gratitude. "Not at all. I must take my leave." Lin Fan smiled, retracting his hands. The middle-aged man's grip was not that of a delicate maiden, and he preferred not to linger on the roughness. "The items you've used must have been costly. This is all my savings. Over 300,000. Please, take it. If it's insufficient, I'll find a way to make up the difference." The middle-aged man insisted, retrieving an aged bank card from his wallet. There's no need for that. Ensuring the well-being of this creature is the greatest gratitude I could receive. I must caution you, even when it recovers. It cannot engage in strenuous battles, as this injury has deeply affected its constitution. Remember, Lin Fan declined the card, anxious that the man might disregard his warning. Yes, I will heed your words. The middle-aged man nodded vigorously, resembling a dutiful student. Very well, I shall take my leave. Lin Fan rose to depart, making his way to the exit, soon vanishing from the Pokémon Center. He had yet to have his lunch and was eager to remedy that. My name is Wang Yi, captain of the Rongqing security team. Should you require assistance, seek me out at the security office. I would gladly lay down my life for you. As Lin Fan's figure faded from sight, Wang Yi hurried to the entrance, calling out loudly, hoping Lin Fan could hear him. As Lin Fan departed, the remaining individuals swiftly assisted the doctor in transferring the Charizard to the operating room for treatment. Upon their return, they queried their captain. What manner of treasure did that young man employ? It seemed to breathe life back into the deceased. I do not know. I have never encountered such a treasure. However, it is undoubtedly rare and precious, Wang Yi replied, astonished. I, too, was momentarily bewildered. How could such a modest sum procure such a priceless treasure? I fear that even if I were sold, I would still be unable to afford it. Upon hearing his teammates' words, Wang finally grasped the immense value of the spirit fragment. This precious artifact, which could preserve a small Pokémon's life, is truly invaluable, particularly for stronger Pokémon. Its worth is immeasurable. The investment in nurturing a powerful Pokémon involves not only financial resources, but also considerable time and effort. Once a spirit fragment is revealed, it is likely to attract the attention of every formidable contender in the world, and its price would be beyond the means of a mere captain of the security team. Alas, why can't I feel joy after having done a good deed? Groudon, do you think I acted rightly? Reclining on the grass after a meal, Lin Fan reminisced about the recent events, unable to resist addressing the pokeball around his neck containing Groudon. Roar! The Groudon within the pokeball emitted a low growl. Although Lin Fan could not comprehend its meaning, it did not deter him from speaking. Perhaps it is so, seeing that Charizard in distress. I could not bear to ignore it. I had no choice but to rescue it, even if it meant sacrificing your rations. Ha. Roar! Wave! Swish! The three small Pokémon within the Pokeball voiced their discontent, chastising their unscrupulous master. Lin Fan's hearty laughter startled the nearby birds, sending them scattering. Ding! Congratulations, host. The flying mantis's affinity towards the host has increased, reaching a total of 255. Ding! Congratulations, host. Bobo's affinity towards the host has increased by 60 points, now totaling 225. Please continue to strive. Ding! Congratulations, host. You now possess 3 small Pokémon with maximum affinity, triggering a mandatory trust mission. The bond of trust between Pokémon and humans is the cornerstone of their friendship. Please gather 6 small Pokémon with full affinity. Task rewards. Mega Evolution Set, 6 random TMs. 1 Master Ball. No penalties for failure. The series of system notifications rang in Lin Fan's ears, prompting him to spring up from the grass. Utterly astonished as he opened the system panel, gazing at the latest mission, Lin Fan could not help but salivate at the thought of the Mega Evolution Stones, artifacts that could temporarily enhance a Pokémon's abilities, and most importantly, the Pokémon post-Mega Evolution would be exceptionally striking. Is this what they call losing something only to gain something else? I never anticipated such a fortunate turn of events. If I could receive a dozen such missions, I would not be one to complain. Reluctantly closing the system panel, Lin Fan felt invigorated. His previous dismay over losing 1,000,000 Alliance coins fading away swiftly. Let us go. Back to the competition. We must seize the championship. He patted his backside and made his way towards the contestant lounge. In the afternoon, another battle awaited him, with Lin Fan's match preliminarily scheduled for 3:00 p.m. As it was a competition to advance from the top 64 to the top 32, only one group would compete at a time, leading to prolonged delays. A typical 2 vs 2 match generally concluded within approximately 10 minutes. So despite the presence of 32 matches, it would likely take 5 to 6 hours to complete them all. Upon arriving at the contestant lounge, Lin Fan casually selected a spot to sit, focusing intently on the screen displaying the battles to familiarize himself with each competitor's skills and moves. He was not a complacent individual. Having acquired Groudon did not make him feel invincible. Instead, he adopted a more cautious demeanor. What does Groudon signify? There remains a Rayquaza above it. Not to mention the almighty Arceus. Even among the first-tier divine Pokémon, there are many formidable competitors. Thus, what is there to boast about with just a Groudon? As the time for his entrance approached, Lin Fan adjusted his attire. After all, he was now a man with fans and could not afford to disgrace himself. Contestants Lin Fan and Li Mucheng, please proceed to the arena for battle. Hearing the announcement, Lin Fan froze momentarily, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. He had not anticipated facing Li Mucheng. Well, it is a fine opportunity to settle some past scores in this competition. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Lin Fan's eyes. The Lin and Li families had once shared a close relationship. Lin Fan and Li Mucheng grew up as childhood friends, and their fathers, Lin Yuan and Li Yong, were comrades in the same team. Naturally, their bond should have been strong. However, a rift formed when Lin Yuan and Li Yong discovered a treasure during a secret expedition. According to Lin Yuan's account to Lin Fan later, the treasure was of immense value. They had initially intended to sell it and share the proceeds equally. But after acquiring the treasure, they were pursued by the secret realm's overlord, the Soundwave Dragon. To ensure his teammates' safe escape, Lin Yuan bravely stayed behind to fend off the enemy, resulting in the demise of all 6 of his Pokémon and leaving him severely injured. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the security team, who helped drive away the fossil pterosaur, he might have met his end. After Lin Yuan's recovery, he sought out Li Yong to divide the treasure, only to find Li Yong had turned against him, casting him out. Stripped of his Pokémon, Lin Yuan was expelled from the Trainer Association and fell into despair. The Li family. No hurry. Now I have the time to play with you at my leisure. Lin Fan touched the Master Ball around his neck, a shadow of darkness flickering in his eyes. For some, to kill him would be a merciful act. However, Lin Fan desired a more protracted torment, gradually wearing down their spirits until they ultimately succumbed. With a stoic expression, Lin Fan strode towards the contestant passage. The other competitors in the lounge, observing his demeanor, dared not utter a word. His current countenance was terrifying, akin to a ravenous beast. As Lin Fan emerged from the passage, the audience erupted in cheers for him, yet he appeared oblivious, his expression icy as he advanced towards the arena. Hey, Zhang Daoming. Have you noticed? Lin Fan's demeanor seems off. Indeed, it's true. Just looking at Lin Fan sends chills down my spine, responded the commentator. The commentators were the first to notice Lin Fan's unsettling state. While the Lin Fan earlier in the competition exuded the confidence of a young man with formidable prowess, the current Lin Fan resembled a frigid blade, ready to harm anyone who dared to approach. As the audience recognized Lin Fan's peculiar behavior, he finally reached the battlefield, where Li Mucheng awaited him. A hint of a smile graced Lin Fan's lips, and his tightly clenched fists gradually relaxed. As if the earlier chill was merely an illusion. Lin Fan, let bygones be bygones. I was in the wrong before. Please forgive me, and let us remain friends. Li Mucheng implored, her eyes glistening with tears. Forgive you? Would you have spoken such words had I not attained my current strength? Don't think I'm unaware of your family's surveillance over me at Sanzhong. Forgiveness is a matter for the divine. I am solely responsible for sending you to meet your maker. Lin Fan replied coldly, a smirk on his lips. The animosity between their families had become irreconcilable. To discuss reconciliation now was nothing short of a jest. Are both contestants ready? The match is about to commence. Please refrain from unnecessary chatter. The referee interjected. Furrowing his brow, he was unconcerned with their grievances. Well then, don't blame me for being impolite. Li Mucheng's expression shifted as she brandished a pokeball. Glaring at Lin Fan. Match. Begin. With the referee's command, both contestants unleashed their Pokémon. Come forth, Jengar. Blastoise. It's you. Chapter 33, The Battle with Jengar. As the 2 diminutive sprites appeared on the battlefield, the enthusiasm of the audience ignited fervently, with cheers and shouts of encouragement resonating throughout the venue. Gungawei, a small sprite with short limbs, possessed a deep purple, round body with 3-fingered hands, blood-red eyes, and ominous spiky protrusions on its back. Upon its entrance, a sinister smile curled at the corners of its mouth, evoking a sense of foreboding. Indeed, this sprite was a troublesome one. In the game, Gungawei bore the characteristic of Cursed Body, granting it a 1/3 probability of inflicting the opponent with the immobilization status during an attack. For 4 turns. Any sprite in this state cannot use the last move employed prior to becoming immobilized, and it can also steal the opponent's last move before the immobilization was cast. Lin Fan was left pondering the actual probabilities and durations in reality, uncertainties that eluded his understanding. Blastoise, use Rain Dance. Upon hearing Lin Fan's command, Blastoise's horn emitted a faint glow, shooting a beam of light skyward, instantly shrouding the arena in dark clouds accompanied by ominous rumbles of thunder. Gungawei, use Lick. Observing Lin Fan's invocation of Rain Dance, Li Muching swiftly ordered Gingawei to attack Blastoise. Like a phantom, Gingawei darted to Blastoise's front, undeterred by the terrifying aura emanating from it, extending its tongue directly towards Blastoise's face. In an instant, Blastoise felt its body grow weak, akin to being paralyzed by lightning. Roar. Although this annoying sensation lasted less than a second, Blastoise could not help but unleash a deafening roar. Lin Fan, your defeat is inevitable. A worthless being remains worthless. Even with this sprite, in the presence of the Li family, you are akin to an ant. Li Muching dropped her facade. Her expression twisted in malice as she addressed Lin Fan. Ants are laughably insignificant. Rest assured, I shall not annihilate your Li family entirely. Rather, I will allow you to witness its gradual decline. One step at a time, I will reclaim what rightfully belongs to me and let you savor the taste of loss. Although Lin Fan's face bore no trace of anger, his voice was laced with an icy chill that sent shivers down Li Muching's spine, even in the warmth of June. His words echoed across the arena, leaving the audience momentarily stunned at the palpable animosity between the two. The crowd's shouts grew louder, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Enough of your prattle. Come at me. The Li family has nothing to fear from you. Li Muching scoffed, fully aware that her family had secured a powerful ally through a precious artifact. What if Lin Fan possesses decent talent? Can he truly challenge that esteemed figure? Gingawei. Use Confuse Ray. Seizing the opportunity while Blastoise was still in the midst of Rain Dance, Li Muching commanded Gingawei to continue the assault. Gingawei's eyes emitted a dark beam of light that struck Blastoise directly. Roar. Hit by the Confuse Ray, Blastoise began thrashing about uncontrollably, its tail violently slamming against the ground, sending shards of rock flying. Blastoise, calm down. Lin Fan urgently urged Blastoise to regain its composure. As the chaotic state overwhelmed Blastoise, Lin Fan's voice breezed through, soothing its increasingly agitated spirit, and gradually, it quieted down. Not bad. You've escaped the confusion state so quickly. Li Muching feigned admiration, her expression exaggerated. At that moment, raindrops began to fall from the sky, and Blastoise's horns ceased to glow, giving way to heavier rainfall that soon transformed the arena into a small lake. Now, it's our turn to attack. Blastoise charged forward, ready to execute Bite. With Rain Dance successfully cast, a faint smile graced Lin Fan's lips as he commanded Blastoise to launch itself at Gingawei. Bite, being a Dark-type move, would inflict double damage if it struck. And given Gingawei's inherently low stamina, a successful hit could easily deplete nearly half of its health. Gingawei, use Mirror Move. Just as Blastoise was about to make contact, Li Muching's smile widened as she directed Gingawei. Upon hearing her command, Gingawei's aura shifted dramatically, mirroring Blastoise's energy. Although Blastoise's jaws clamped down on Gingawei, causing damage, it was not as severe as anticipated. Seizing the moment, Gingawei retaliated with Shadow Punch, its right hand glowing with ethereal energy as it struck Blastoise on the head, forcing Blastoise to release its grip. Tidal Wave. Observing Blastoise under attack, Lin Fan remained unperturbed, urging Blastoise to retaliate. Roar. Blastoise's horn emitted a blinding light as water around it rose in response to its call, forming a swirling vortex that swiftly hurtled toward Gingawei. Gingawei dodge. Li Muching, noting the incoming vortex, was aware that it could not be absorbed and quickly instructed Gingawei to evade. Futile. Tidal Wave is a locking move. You cannot escape. Lin Fan remarked with a calm demeanor, fully aware that in this realm, Tidal Wave was a locking move, unlike typical moves with only an 85 accuracy. Ah, I see. Gingawei, activate Curse Body. With Lin Fan's words, a wicked smile spread across Li Muching's face as Gingawei's purple form deepened in hue, its gaze fixated on Blastoise. Intent on learning Tidal Wave. Gingawei, we shall also unleash Tidal Wave. With Gingawei prepared, Li Muching smiled at Lin Fan, and suddenly, another vortex appeared in the air, enveloping Blastoise within its grasp. What? You too can use Tidal Wave? Lin Fan exclaimed incredulously, though his eyes betrayed no sign of panic. Li Muching seemed to revel in Lin Fan's astonishment, smugly explaining, You, a worthless being, surely know nothing of Gingawei's ability to learn its opponent's moves. It can completely assimilate and execute them. Gingawei is a rare sprite. Someone of your caliber has likely never even heard of it. Oh, is that so? I was just pretending. Besides, who would covet such a common sprite as Gingawei? Dismissing her remarks, Lin Fan donned a serene smile as he replied. Chapter 34. The self-created move, Tidal Wave. This move, never before seen, was a gamble Lin Fan took, confident that Li Muching had never encountered it. Although in the game it was derived from a secret learning machine into a standard move, It had yet to be developed in this world. This was a result of Lin Fan's extensive research on battle footage before training Blastoise. It was a move he had specifically devised for Blastoise, bypassing the use of learning machines. In the game, Tidal Wave could ensnare opponents in a binding state lasting 45 turns, during which the affected sprite would continuously sustain damage and could not be switched out. While Lin Fan's version was not as potent, it could still bind an opponent of the same level for 23 seconds, ample time for Blastoise to launch an attack. Although Gingawe had also initiated Tidal Wave in an attempt to ensnare Blastoise, Lin Fan was fully aware of its weaknesses, having crafted the move himself. Blastoise surged forward with Waterfall, ready to execute Bite on Gingawe. Indeed, at present, Lin Fan understands that only by employing the overwhelming force of Waterfall techniques can one break free from the Whirlpool's grasp. Otherwise, only a Pokémon with strength vastly superior to Gingawe would be capable of shattering the Whirlpool's confinement through sheer might. However, it is evident that Gingawe lacks such power. The imposing figure of Biao Li Long surged upward against the vortex, breaking free from its constraints and arriving directly before Gingawe, its teeth glinting with a chilling radiance as it clamped down on Gingawe's body. A piercing cry escaped Gingawe as it was viciously bitten, purple blood oozing from the wound. Now, Biao Li Long, unleash Watertail. Upon witnessing Gingawe's injury, Lin Fan was well aware of the adage opportunity knocks, but once, and promptly commanded Biao Li Long to attack Gingawe with Watertail. With a ferocious roar, Biao Li Long's massive tail struck Gingawe with the force of a steel gate, leaving no room for resistance. The impact sent Gingawe soaring like a broken kite, crashing to the ground, while droplets of purple blood scattered through the air. Gingawe was rendered incapable of battle, and Biao Li Long emerged victorious. The referee, mindful of his duties, hastily intervened to prevent Biao Li Long from continuing its assault on Gingawe, declaring it unable to continue, lest it be mercilessly beaten to death. Biao Li Long, cease your attack. Hearing the referee's voice, Lin Fan quickly addressed Biao Li Long. Observing Li Mu Cheng's despondent demeanor brought a surge of satisfaction to Lin Fan, a long-awaited release of pent-up frustration. Lin Fan. Li Mu Cheng's heart-wrenching cries echoed like those of a sorrowful cuckoo upon witnessing Gingawe's plight. Her icy glare pierced through Lin Fan, a torrent of hatred radiating from her eyes. Yes, Li Mu Cheng, that very gaze, that profound animosity, remember it well. Brighter days lie ahead. A cold smirk crept across Lin Fan's lips. Such pain was trivial compared to the agony of a once-revered trainer cast aside for a decade, monitored throughout, and deceived by childhood companions. What right does the Li family have to enjoy the fruits of my father's hard-earned treasures, while I endure this minor suffering? Were it not for the constraints of the competition, Lin Fan would have unleashed Biao Li Long to eliminate Gingawe, allowing Li Mu Cheng to experience the anguish of losing a Pokémon, to feel the heartache that still haunts her father. You are truly a devil. Come forth, BB Flower. Li Mu Cheng summoned her Pokémon, a BB Flower, from its Pokeball. The creature's body was a vibrant green, adorned with round blue eyes and symmetrical red markings on its cheeks, crowned with two vivid red blossoms, and draped in a skirt-like array of green and yellow leaves. Are you planning to exploit your type advantage in battle? BB Flower, a pure grass-type Pokémon, held a distinct advantage over Biao Li Long. Yet she seemed to have forgotten that Lin Fan had another Pokémon in reserve, the Flying Mantis. Return, Biao Li Long. It is time for you, Flying Mantis. Lin Fan recalled Biao Li Long and sent forth the Flying Mantis. With a sharp whoosh, the newly released Flying Mantis cast a cold glare at BB Flower, its scythe-like arms gleaming with a frosty light. It sensed the fury boiling within its master. Never before had it felt such intensity of emotion. This time, it would fight with all its might to unleash its master's pent-up rage. Let the battle continue. The referee commanded as both trainers summoned their Pokémon. Lin Fan's Biao Li Long is exceedingly ferocious, and did you observe? That move which ensnared Gingawe seems to be entirely unprecedented. Could it be a technique of his own invention? Zhang Daoming inquired of the nearby Yang Fan, a hint of puzzlement in his tone. Perhaps, if it is truly his creation, I can only describe him as a genius. No, a prodigy. This technique that utilizes swirling water to ensnare opponents is utterly unheard of. Yang Fan mused, bestowing upon Lin Fan the title of a prodigy. The audience erupted in astonishment at the commentator's remarks. A self-created move? The effort required to conceive a technique tailored to a Pokémon, drawing inspiration, time, energy, and resources, is monumental and often futile. To witness such a feat from a novice trainer in this competition was indeed a remarkable experience. Did you see? This young lad has devised an entirely original technique. A move that can restrain an opponent for approximately 3 seconds, enough time to determine the outcome of a battle. The elderly gentleman in a duckbill cap exclaimed, addressing the older chin beside him. A prodigy? You're underestimating him. This boy is a veritable monster. While he spoke, his eyes betrayed a deep sense of envy. The emergence of any trainer capable of creating their own move is a testament to their innate talent. Even if Lin Fan were to falter in this competition, he would undoubtedly be a coveted asset for the Pokémon University of the Great Xia Empire, provided he performed well in the entrance exams. The allocation of resources would naturally tilt in his favor, and if he were to share his technique with the Empire, he would receive official accolades, a monumental honor. Had Lin Fan's father been decorated with such honors, who would dare to challenge him? Would the Trainer Association even consider expelling him? If he were to encounter trouble, the Empire would likely intervene directly. Who could withstand the might of the state? Moreover, the higher echelons within the Empire extend special consideration to trainers who have contributed to its glory, bestowing honorary medals and accolades. Which Pokémon University would not covet a talent like Lin Fan? Should he create another new technique during his studies, it would indelibly enhance the resumes of the university's leadership, opening doors for future promotions. Chapter 35, The Greenfield. While the audience continued to marvel at Lin Fan's prodigious talent, the match had reached a fever pitch. BB Flower. Use grassy terrain. Flying Mantis, focus your energy. Both trainers issued their commands in unison, and the two Pokémon unleashed their respective moves. BB Flower transformed its arms into elongated whips, piercing the ground with a swift motion. Thanks to Biao Lilong's previous rain dance, the ground was already saturated, making it easy for BB Flower to penetrate. As the whips struck the earth, a surge of verdant energy emerged, gradually enveloping the majority of the arena in a vibrant green hue. Sprigs of grass sprouted from the ground, painting a picture of springtime exuberance. Meanwhile, the flying mantis concentrated intently, gathering its own energy and sharpening its focus. Flying Mantis, execute Fury Cutter. BB Flower, use Acid Spray. With both Pokémon prepared, the trainers launched their attacks. At last, the battle has commenced. The verdant arena chosen by contestant Li Muching allows the Pokémon on the ground to rejuvenate their stamina, while simultaneously enhancing the potency of grass-type moves. The battlefield has become a veritable stronghold for Bellossom, while across from it, the Scyther, having focused its energy, has sharpened its senses, making it easier to discern the vulnerabilities of its adversary. Once it identifies a weakness, its opponent will likely be subjected to a relentless barrage of attacks, striking with the swiftness of a lightning bolt. With its sides raised, Scyther lunges forward, showing no mercy towards Bellossom. The commentators, Yang Fan and Zhang Daoming, passionately narrate the unfolding drama, igniting the fervor of the audience. Scyther charges towards Bellossom, its scythe poised to deliver a merciless blow to its head. Yet, Bellossom stands undaunted, unleashing a stream of green acidic liquid aimed directly at Scyther. As Scyther slices through the corrosive fluid, it swiftly counters with a spinning attack. Observing the oncoming deluge, Lin Fan promptly alters his strategy, abandoning the thought of finishing the battle with a single strike. With a swift motion, Scyther's scythes, akin to streaks of lightning, cleave through the acidic spray. And with a rapid flap of its wings, it evades to Bellossom's rear, bringing down its blades with force. Bellossom, defend. Li Muching commands, clearly prepared for this moment. Having anticipated that the acidic attack would not reach Scyther, just as Scyther's scythes are about to strike Bellossom's back, it suddenly pivots, forming a thin, mysterious shield of energy to absorb the blow. Scyther immediately employs Quick Attack to dodge. Bellossom, use Seed Bomb. Both trainers issue their commands nearly in unison. Lin Fan seems to have foreseen Li Muching's intentions, commanding Scyther to employ Quick Attack to evade the impending strike. Upon hearing Lin Fan's call, Scyther deftly sidesteps. And as it does, Bellossom releases a barrage of tiny green orbs, akin to bullets, that pummel the ground where Scyther had just been, creating numerous craters. If it hadn't been so swift, it would surely have been struck. Scyther sheds all burden and executes agility. Witnessing Scyther evade, Lin Fan hastily commands it to lighten its load and use agility. With a determined nod, Scyther discards its weight mid-air, feeling significantly lighter, and accelerates toward Bellossom with a speed surpassing its previous burst, leaving behind a faint afterimage. Bellossom, let's counterattack with Absorb. Li Muching's directive prompts Bellossom to abandon its defensive stance, transforming its arms into elongated vines that lash out toward Scyther. Scyther, evade. Don't let it hit you. Then use Fury Cutter. Lin Fan, brow furrowed, issues his commands. Although Bellisom's attack may be weak, combined with the restorative properties of the grassy field, a successful hit could replenish Bellisom's health significantly, making it a rather insidious move. Hearing Lin Fan's order, Scyther flaps its wings with increased fervor, striving to avoid the encroaching tendrils. However, Bellisom's strikes pursue like homing missiles, relentlessly tracking Scyther. Get close and use double team, then follow up with Fury Cutter. As Scyther struggles to escape Bellisom's relentless assault, Lin Fan instructs it to create illusions to mislead Bellisom. Scyther swiftly approaches, exuding a ghostly glow as it conjures two identical copies of itself, leaving Bellisom momentarily confused as to which to target. Use Poison Powder. Li Muching, observing the two Scythers, commands Bellisom to execute a wide-range attack. Ignore it, Scyther, keep attacking. Lin Fan, witnessing the yellow spores settling on Scyther, urges it to strike Bellisom. With two sharp sides, Scyther delivers a decisive cross-slash upon Bellisom. Bellisom, use Sleep. With her strategy coming to fruition, a triumphant smile graces Li Muching's face as Bellisom shuts its eyes and sinks into slumber, regaining vitality under the grassy terrain's influence. In contrast, Scyther, afflicted by the poison, suffers ongoing damage, finding itself in a precarious position. What a riveting confrontation. Both trainers exhibit impeccable command, yet Li Muching seems to hold the upper hand. The current circumstances are decidedly unfavorable for Scyther. Should Bellisom awaken, its health is likely to be restored to full capacity, while Scyther, burdened by poison, faces a continuous decline in vitality. If the battle does not conclude swiftly, Scyther may be in grave peril. Lin Fan finds himself in a quandary. Let us observe how he navigates this predicament. The commentators, witnessing Lin Fan ensnared in Bellisom's rhythm, elucidate to the audience that Scyther is indeed in a precarious situation. Scyther, use Swords Dance, then follow up with a decisive strike. Lin Fan, realizing time is of the essence, commands Scyther to press the attack on Bellisom. A radiant white light envelopes Scyther as it channels its energy into its eyes, illuminating them as if capable of perceiving all of its opponent's weaknesses. Empowered by the focus and sharpening of its senses, Scyther is invigorated, brimming with determination. Though it suffers from poison, it remains undeterred. Scyther darts forward toward Bellisom, its scythes poised to strike mercilessly. Bellisom, still entranced in slumber, can only rely on its defenses to withstand Scyther's onslaught. The attack causes Bellisom to tremble. Yet it remains in dreamland, while Scyther's poisoned state deepens, its body taking on a purplish hue. Ah, Lin Fan. If you continue this onslaught without swiftly delivering Scyther to a Pokémon Center, it may very well succumb to the poison. Li Muching taunts, relieved after Scyther's assault, and seizes the opportunity to jab at Lin Fan. Hearing Li Muching's mockery, Scyther lets out an indignant roar, furious at the taunts directed at its trainer. Calm down, Scyther. Don't fall for her tricks. Lin Fan recognizes that the longer this drags on, the more dire Scyther's situation becomes. The poison state will soon render it incapable of continuing the battle, risking its very life. Scyther turns to Lin Fan, a resolute glint in its eyes. Are you thinking about trying that move? But your proficiency is lacking. With their bond at its peak, Lin Fan understands the unspoken words of Scyther. It wishes to attempt a powerful technique that, if executed correctly, could turn the tide in their favor. Lin Fan's tone suggests he harbors some hidden tactic yet to be unveiled. The current situation has placed him at a disadvantage. What ace does he yet hold in reserve? Let us await the revelation. The commentators, Yang Fan and Zhang Daoming, exchange glances of intrigue upon hearing Lin Fan's words. Clearly, he possesses a potential comeback strategy despite the unfavorable circumstances. Lin Fan, you can do it. The expressions on Lin Fan's fans were initially somber, but upon hearing his words, they erupted into fervent cheers, rallying behind him in their own unique way. Lin Fan, stop pretending to be calm. If you had the means, you would have used them already. There's no need to wait until now. Stop putting on a show. Li Muching, feeling a surge of anxiety at Lin Fan's composed demeanor, shouted at him in frustration. Then let it be. Scyther, charge forward and execute your acrobatic attack. Lin Fan disregarded Li Muching's frantic outburst and addressed Scyther instead. Upon receiving Lin Fan's command, Scyther's eyes gleamed with fierce determination as it dashed towards the slumbering Bellisom. At that moment, its body twisted in an exaggerated manner, with its right arm scythe striking at the junction of Bellisom's petals and head, while its left arm scythe targeted the point where Bellisom's petal dress met its abdomen. Like a skilled swordsman, Scyther identified the two vulnerabilities of Bellisom and ruthlessly slashed at them, successfully executing its acrobatic technique. The acrobatic skill proved to be quite fascinating. Although its power was relatively modest, When executed skillfully, it rivaled that of ultimate moves, particularly since Scyther was unencumbered by any items. The effectiveness of the acrobatic move was significantly amplified. Coupled with its innate talent as an acrobat, the attack strength was akin to that of a finishing blow. Despite Bellossom regaining some stamina while asleep, it was ill-prepared for the force of this strike. Raw. Bellossom opened its eyes, letting out an enraged cry. As it felt the scythe's impact caused some of its petals to fall and its petal dress to tear. Most alarming was the deep, bone-revealing wound on its waist. The pain rendered it unable to stand, and witnessing Bellossom's dire state, Scyther, having been heavily poisoned, could no longer endure and collapsed to the ground. Scyther has lost its fighting ability. Please summon your Pokémon, contestant Lin Fan. The referee promptly declared Scyther's defeat, urging Lin Fan to send out another Pokémon. What a pity. Scyther was so close to victory, lamented the commentators as they observed Scyther's fall. Nevertheless, we must express our gratitude for the thrilling match it provided. Return, Scyther. You performed admirably. Now it's your turn, Gyarados. Let it witness our fury. Lin Fan called back Scyther into its Pokeball and immediately summoned Gyarados. With a roar, Gyarados entered the arena, emanating an overwhelming pressure that left the already wounded Bellossom gasping for breath. Despite its type advantage over Gyarados, its grievous injuries meant that a single blow from Gyarados would suffice to finish it off. Li Mu Cheng, observing the situation from the command platform, felt a deep sense of resentment. She could hardly accept being defeated by someone she regarded as insignificant, especially since her father had gone to such lengths to thwart Lin Fan's growth, even assigning her to monitor him at school. We concede. Yet, witnessing Bellossom's plight, Li Mu Cheng had no choice but to surrender, knowing that if she did not, Lin Fan would likely command Gyarados to unleash its most powerful move, endangering Bellossom's very life. Li Mu Cheng concedes. The victor is Lin Fan, the referee announced without hesitation upon hearing her decision. Lin Fan, taken aback by Li Mu Cheng's swift concession, furrowed his brow. He hadn't anticipated her to be so resolute. He had hoped Gyarados might take out Bellossom outright. Lin Fan, I see through your intentions. I shall not grant you the opportunity. The favor you have shown me today will be repaid tenfold. Li Mu Cheng's smile was radiant, yet her tone carried the chill of a winter wind. How embarrassing. You remember my favor so well. Next time, I shall bestow upon you an even greater one. Are you truly so determined to marry only me? Lin Fan, unfazed by her words, replied with a playful grin. Humph. Li Mu Cheng, realizing she was no match for Lin Fan, let out a cold snort and departed the arena, making her way towards the passage. This is merely a minor setback. The Li family will not forget this. Lin Fan smiled brightly as he headed towards the Pokémon Center. Chapter 37. The Mysterious Elders. After exiting the arena, Lin Fan hurried to the Pokémon Center, handing over Scyther's Pokeball to the staff before taking a seat to wait. Fortunately, Scyther's poisoning was not severe. After an hour, the staff returned the Pokeball to him. Just as Lin Fan was about to leave, a man in black blocked his path. Hello, contestant Lin Fan. Someone wishes to meet you. May I trouble you to come with me? Who wishes to see me? Lin Fan furrowed his brow, his voice tinged with coldness. I'm afraid I cannot disclose that information at this moment. You will find out once you arrive at the tea house just ahead. Very well, I understand. Lead the way. Lin Fan glanced at him, deciding not to press further. Thank you. The man in black sighed in relief, gratefully leading Lin Fan onward. Upon arriving at the tea house, Lin Fan noticed several men in black surrounding it. Their expressions stern and watchful, ready to extinguish any disturbances with swift and decisive action. Observing the bulges at their waists, Lin Fan surmised their identities. The man who had escorted Lin Fan quickly approached the leader of the black-clad figures, speaking in hushed tones while occasionally glancing in Lin Fan's direction. After listening to the black-clad man's report, the leader signaled for someone else to approach and enter the tea house, while he remained fixated on Lin Fan. With a creak, the tea house door swung open, and two elders emerged. One was clad in a duckbill cap and a traditional Chinese suit, while the other, dressed in black, was the elder known as Lao Chun. Haha, young brother, we had quite the difficulty locating you. We went to the third middle school, but your principal informed us you were busy and unavailable. Thus, we had no choice but to come here to find you. Please forgive us. Lao Chun exclaimed as he approached Lin Fan, grasping his hand warmly. Lin Fan, taken aback by Lao Chun's enthusiasm, wondered if this was the prominent figure his teacher had mentioned. You wish to see me? He inquired, subtly withdrawing his hand. Yes. Come. Let us sit inside and chat, shall we? Lao Chun suggested, attempting to pull Lin Fan along. Could you kindly inform me of the matter at hand? Lin Fan's feet remained planted, while his other hand discreetly rested on his waist, ready to summon Gyarados at a moment's notice should the elder exhibit any suspicious behavior. Noticing Lin Fan's cautious demeanor, Lao Chen's eyes glimmered with appreciation. He recognized talent, vigilance, and compassion in the youth, albeit with a hint of arrogance. I wish to discuss the matter of self-created techniques with you, if you might be interested. Lao Chen stated earnestly. Is it the wave spiral? What benefits might I gain? Lin Fan asked nonchalantly. Shall we discuss it inside? Lao Chen reiterated his invitation. All right. Understanding the elder's intentions, Lin Fan felt some of his wariness dissipate and agreed to enter the tea house. As he approached the entrance, he caught a glimpse of the elder in the duck bowl cap, feeling a sense of déjà vu. However, before Lin Fan could place it, Lao Chun had already ushered him inside, whereupon stepping into the tea house, he felt the weight of numerous gazes upon him, sending a shiver down his spine. Old Chin poured a cup of tea for Lin Fan, who, instead of taking a sip, directed a question at him. Do you wish to acquire the technique Tide Spin? Indeed. The Tide Spin technique is quite remarkable, and I would like to inquire if you would be willing to teach it to me. The price is negotiable. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Old Chin wasted no time in stating his intentions. Clearing his throat, the elderly man in the duckbill cap interjected, reminding Old Chun of the decorum. Previously I approached you as a private individual to purchase the technique. Now, in my capacity as the Deputy Minister of the Imperial Security Forces, I would like to ask Mr. Lin Fan if he could contribute Tide Spin to the Empire. The Empire will provide you with ample compensation. The elder adjusted his attire and, with a serious demeanor, posed the question to Lin Fan. What are the benefits? Lin Fan inquired calmly, unimpressed by the elder's authority, feeling a sense of relief instead. Should you grant the technique to the Empire, you would receive a level 5 honor medal, along with a one-time opportunity to learn a technique of the same caliber. Old Chin remarked, sipping his tea with an air of confidence. I'm not interested. To his surprise, Lin Fan appeared disinterested. For an ordinary individual, acquiring a rare Pokémon technique would be an extraordinary opportunity. However, for Lin Fan, who possessed a system shop, it was merely a trivial matter, as he could purchase it whenever he wished, rendering the reward lackluster for him. The level 5 honor medal, while the lowest rank, still held appeal for most, symbolizing contributions made to the Empire. What do you desire? Old Chin asked Lin Fan, casting him a sidelong glance. 2 level 3 honor medals and 5 million alliance coins. Lin Fan stated his conditions outright. Impossible. A single technique cannot be worth 2 level 3 honor medals. Old Chin shook his head in refusal. I can reveal to you a secret regarding Pokémon evolution, though it will require your own experimentation. Aware that he could not reasonably demand 2 level 3 medals for Tide Spin, Lin Fan decided to present his own bargaining chip. After all, negotiation is merely the exchange of leverage, and satisfaction on both sides leads to a successful transaction. A secret to Pokémon evolution? A guaranteed success? Old Chin's interest piqued, and the elder in the duckbill cap leaned in to listen intently. Perhaps you should ask them to leave? Lin Fan suggested, casting a glance toward the black-clad figures in the tea house. You all may exit. The elder in the duckbill cap commanded the black-clad individuals. Li Lao, this is against protocol. The leader among the black-clad men grew anxious, attempting to halt the elder's orders. Do you not trust Old Chin? Leave at once. Li Lao rebuked, disregarding the leader's protest. Yes, with no alternative. The leader had no choice but to usher his subordinates out, casting a fierce glare at Lin Fan as they departed. Lin Fan could only awkwardly touch his nose, relieved that fewer people would learn of the information. Do you know how my Gyarados came to be? Lin Fan lifted his cup, taking a sip of tea, and as the fragrant liquid slid down his throat, his eyes brightened. This is exquisite tea. May I take some with me when I leave? Lin Fan couldn't restrain his curiosity. In his previous life, he was also an aficionado of fine tea and had never tasted such delightful brew. Indeed, it is fine tea. This is tribute tea, Old Chin replied, beaming with pride at Lin Fan's compliment. Does the Pokémon evolution you mentioned relate to Gyarados? The elder in the duckbill cap's attention was fully captured by Lin Fan's earlier statement. Indeed, I can inform you that Gyarados evolves from Magikarp, Lin Fan declared after finishing his cup of tea, causing both men to drop their teacups in shock, shattering them on the ground with a resounding crash. The black-clad men outside, alerted by the commotion, burst into the room, surrounding the composed Lin Fan. Leave. The sudden movement startled Li Lao, who stood abruptly to shout at the black-clad men. Get out. No one is permitted to enter without my orders. Secure the perimeter. Anyone who dares approach is to be apprehended. Old Chin also rose, commanding them with authority. Yes. Hearing the fury in the voices of the two elders, the black-clad men immediately complied, bowing their heads and hastily exiting, bewildered by the gravity of Lin Fan's words that had prompted such a reaction. Chapter 38. Is Gyarados really evolved from Magikarp? Is it true that Gyarados evolves from Magikarp? Li Lao, regaining his composure, asked Lin Fan with a quiver in his voice. Indeed, my Gyarados is evolved from Magikarp. I presume you are aware that my starter Pokémon is Magikarp? Lin Fan replied coolly. How does Magikarp evolve into Gyarados? Old Chun, now fully engaged, inquired, as Lin Fan's revelation was too astounding to ignore. Gyarados is a Pokémon with a base stat total of 540. A remarkable feat compared to the multitude of Pokémon across 8 generations that could reach such heights, excluding the few legendary and mythical Pokémon. Gyarados is undoubtedly among the elite Pokémon in this world, a dream for all trainers. Thus, Lin Fan's display of Gyarados had left many in utter astonishment. When Magikarp reaches its peak as a novice, it has the chance to evolve into Gyarados, Lin Fan explained. Evidence. Suddenly, Li Lao demanded, insisting that Lin Fan provide proof. Although he was already inclined to believe, such a revolutionary claim challenged 3 centuries of established knowledge, compelling him to remain cautious. Lin Fan's assertion that a Pokémon deemed weak could evolve into a top-tier one was difficult to accept. It was akin to someone suddenly proclaiming that gravity was a myth. I cannot provide evidence. You may conduct your own experiments if you wish. Whether you believe me is up to you. However, I can share an evolution method, though it comes at a significant cost, Lin Fan said with a sly smile. What method? Li Lao asked eagerly, captivated by the prospect of a new discovery. Agitated, anger Magikarp. This will provide it with a chance to evolve into Gyarados. However, I advise against it. A Magikarp with the potential to evolve into Gyarados is exceedingly rare, and one that evolves through provocation will harbor animosity toward humans, attacking indiscriminately. Lin Fan observed Li Lao, recognizing the struggle and deep-seated longing within him, which prompted a moment of contemplation. Oldly, let us refrain from pursuing this. Old Chin suddenly interjected, breaking Li Lao's train of thought. I understand. This is a matter for just the 2 of us. Let it remain classified. If word gets out, it could incite chaos. You certainly know how to stir up trouble. Li Lao shot Lin Fan a reproachful glance. If Lin Fan's claim that a Magikarp at its peak could evolve into Gyarados was already mind-boggling, the implications of the method he proposed sent a chill through him. If this information were to leak, it would undoubtedly throw the entire world into disarray. All factions would go to great lengths to capture Magikarp, using Lin Fan's method to provoke its evolution into Gyarados, which would inevitably disrupt the precarious balance of the world. Hee, I too wish to contribute to the Empire. Who does not desire to see our nation grow stronger, right? Lin Fan chuckled softly, though the veracity of his words remained a mystery to all. Very well. I shall ensure that your honorary medal is bestowed upon you. As for whom you choose to give it to, that is entirely your prerogative. However, my young friend Lin Fan, I have an unconventional request. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, a smile illuminated Elder Li's face, clearly delighted by the unexpected favor. While Old Chun beside him cast an approving glance at Lin Fan. Do you still have matters for me to assist with? That seems unlikely, if you cannot manage it. What hope do I have? Lin Fan, feeling a twinge of caution, recalled the true identity of the elderly man before him. Li Yunfeng, the esteemed head of the Imperial Pixie Research Institute, a luminary in the field of pixie research, with students scattered throughout every domain of the Empire, his influence indeed formidable. It was no wonder he required the protection of the Deputy Minister of the Guard. Such a figure surely warranted the finest of guardians. Perhaps only rivaled by the 9 elders of the Imperial Alliance. Young friend, it is nothing of great consequence. I merely wish for you to hold the title of a researcher at our Pixie Research Institute. What do you think? The remuneration is generous. And should you encounter insurmountable challenges, this old man will lend whatever assistance I can. Li Yunfeng's proposal, an olive branch extended to Lin Fan, was a golden opportunity that would leave most in a state of elation. An Imperial Pixie researcher, no less, handpicked by Li Yunfeng himself, who within the Empire would dare to dismiss such an honor. Yet, Lin Fan's heart was rife with trepidation. Perhaps it is best to decline. As a young lad with scant experience, I fear I am not suited for such a significant role. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan rejected the offer, convinced that no fortune fell from the heavens without cause, and he doubted it would land in his lap. Rest assured, it is merely a titular position, with no obligations for you to fulfill, nor the necessity of clocking in. Li Yunfeng's voice dripped with temptation. However, the more alluring the conditions became, the more vigilant Lin Fan grew, steadfast in his refusal to acquiesce. Young man, allow me to enlighten you. Had it not been for Elder Li's keen interest in nurturing talent, would you have been offered this position? Do you have any inkling of how many individuals vie for entry into the Imperial Research Institute each year? Old Chun, observing Lin Fan's reluctance, grew increasingly anxious, baffled by the young man's lack of appreciation for the opportunity. Protect me? Why would that be? Lin Fan questioned, his mind swirling with confusion at Old Chen's words. The Li family, the very clan you faced this afternoon. You may not fully grasp their influence, yet you dared to provoke them. Truly, you are fearless. Old Chen replied tersely. Are they truly that powerful now? Lin Fan was unaware of the current standing of the Li family, having been absent for a decade. Who could say how they had flourished? He exchanged intel on his Gyarados for 2 level 3 honorary medals, intending them for his parents. Fearing their retaliation might lead them to his unsuspecting family, 2 defenseless individuals who could hardly withstand their wrath. Those 2 level 3 honorary medals are intended for your parents. Are they not? A glimmer of insight flickered in Old Chen's eyes. They had thoroughly investigated Lin Fan's background and were well aware of his family's circumstances. Indeed, Lin Fan did not shy away from the truth, knowing that this matter would eventually come to light. However, to secure the Empire's protection for them with merely 2 level 3 medals is woefully insufficient. Though their lives may be safeguarded by the medals, that is the extent of it. Their power exceeds your wildest imaginings, Old Chen cautioned, shaking his head. Have they truly grown so formidable in just a decade? Lin Fan found it hard to believe. How substantial could the influence of a mere elite trainer from Rongqing be? How could it warrant the attention of the Deputy Minister of the Imperial Guard? The Imperial medals are categorized into 5 levels, with the first level being the highest and the 5th the lowest. Even the most basic 5th level honorary medal can secure the services of novice trainers for protection. While a level 3 medal can request elite level trainers, a level 2 can summon quasi-king level, and a level 1 can call upon true kings. Hence, Lin Fan had specifically sought 2 level 3 honorary medals for his parents. Here are the documents. Take a look. Old Chun handed Lin Fan several sheets densely filled with text. Lin Fan took them, scrutinizing the contents, and with each line, his apprehension deepened. The Li family's influence had surpassed all expectations. They had evidently cultivated connections with the upper echelons of the Empire, boasting 6 king-level trainers closely allied with them, not to mention other quasi-king and elite trainers. Moreover, the Li family was involved in numerous industries, their roots entrenched firmly. They ranked among the top 10 factions within the Empire. In truth, Elder Li and I came here primarily to investigate the Li family. Their rapid ascendance is alarming. What treasures did your father and Li Yang acquire a decade ago? Only they know the answer, and I can assure you that your parents are missing. To this day, we have been unable to locate them. Old Chun revealed a piece of information that left Lin Fan in a state of shock, momentarily rendering him speechless, as the weight of Old Chen's words echoed in his mind. Missing? You claim they are missing? How could they simply vanish? Lin Fan sprang to his feet, seizing Old Chun by the collar, his expression fierce as he shouted in anger. We are equally in the dark. All I know is that your parents were last seen in a secret realm, the very same realm where your father and Li Yang obtained their treasures a decade ago. Our team scoured the entire area but found no trace of them, as if they had vanished into thin air. Old Chin spoke gently, refraining from chastising Lin Fan for his outburst. I apologize, I acted impulsively. Lin Fan met Old Chin's gaze, recognizing the sincerity in his eyes, and his emotions began to settle. He released his grip and slowly returned to his seat. No harm done. Anyone facing such a situation would react similarly. It is only natural for a child to wish for their parents' safety. Do not despair. In a sense, their disappearance may be a blessing. Old Chun, demonstrating understanding, sought to comfort Lin Fan. Thank you. I understand now. I will investigate my parents' situation. Lin Fan expressed his gratitude to Old Chun. Lin, my young friend, would you consider joining the Pixie Research Institute? Undertaking this investigation alone may prove excessively daunting, like searching for a needle in a haystack. The Guard will not expend excessive resources on missing persons. Should you join the Institute, I will do everything in my power to assist you in locating them. Elder Li, observing Lin Fan's emotional stabilization, extended another invitation. Do I truly have a choice? Lin Fan offered a rueful smile. Even with a Groudon, what could he do alone? Could it truly assist him in finding his parents? Rest assured, I will leverage all my connections to aid you in finding your parents. I will notify you immediately should any news arise. Elder Li promised earnestly. If I uncover anyone involved in my parents' disappearance, I will ensure they pay dearly. Lin Fan's expression turned icy, a glimmer of murderous intent emanating from him, as the poke ball around his neck trembled. Expanding from the size of a walnut to that of a standard poke ball, landing firmly in Lin Fan's grasp. Meanwhile, Old Chun regarded Lin Fan with a grave expression, his hand instinctively resting at his waist, ready to summon his own pixie at the slightest indication of disturbance from Lin Fan. Rest assured, my young friend. Should I discover anyone connected to your parents' disappearance, I will not show mercy. I trust my age still commands a modicum of respect. As the atmosphere thickened with tension, Elderly stepped closer to Lin Fan, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. If you truly assist me in locating my parents, I will gladly endeavor to repay you with a service within my capabilities, and perhaps even surprise you with a few delightful gifts. Lin Fan cast a grateful glance at Elderly, who had openly declared his allegiance, clearly siding with him. That is splendid. Please stow away the pokeballs. After all, we are all allies here. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Elderly promptly urged the two individuals to retract their pokeballs. Lin Fan complied, shrinking the Master Ball and reattaching it around his neck. All right, Old Chun, please notify the outside to lift the alert. Elderly poured Lin Fan another cup of tea and placed it in his hands, his gaze intensely fixated on the pokeball hanging from Lin Fan's neck. He was no fool. Lin Fan had already perused the information on the Li family. To speak so boldly without any leverage was inconceivable. Given Lin Fan's recent actions, it was highly probable that his advantage lay in the pokeball adorning his neck. With Li Yunfeng's acumen, he recognized that the pokeball Lin Fan wore was of a type he had never encountered before. Had it not suddenly expanded from the size of a walnut to its normal dimensions, he would have assumed it merely a decorative item. This young man was shrouded in mystery, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Grandpa, come and see Eevee. It refuses to eat again. Suddenly, a familiar voice reached Lin Fan's ears. He turned towards the source and beheld a girl cradling an Eevee, her expression fraught with concern. The Eevee in her arms appeared lethargic, its long ears drooping atop its head. Nana, let me take a look, Elderly exclaimed, a smile immediately brightening his face as he approached his beloved granddaughter. Grandpa, you must see Eevee. I fear it might have eaten something bad. It hasn't he eaten all day? The girl anxiously implored Li Yunfeng. Not eating again. Let me have a look, Li Yunfeng said, furrowing his brow. He had personally prepared Eevee's meals, which were tailored to suit its needs, so it was perplexing that it would refuse to eat. What is the matter, Eevee? Why won't you eat? Li Yunfeng began to examine the creature closely, noting that it seemed physically sound, albeit somewhat listless due to a day without food. Boo! Eevee weakly responded, burying its head into its chest. Here, Eevee, take this and eat. Just as Li Yunfeng was at a loss for what to do, Lin Fan suddenly appeared before him, presenting a piece of an energy cube to Eevee. Eevee, smelling the familiar aroma, Eevee's eyes lit up, and it lifted its head to gaze at Lin Fan. The little creature's paws instinctively reached for the energy cube, and its previously listless demeanor transformed as it eagerly embraced the treat, licking it with fervor. Chapter 40, The Exchange. Ah, it's you, the girl exclaimed, recognizing the familiar energy cube in Eevee's grasp. She looked up toward the source of that recognizable voice. Hello, Linana, it's a pleasure to see you again. And greetings to you, Eevee. Lin Fan smiled warmly at both Linana and Eevee, astonished at how small the world seemed. Discovering that Linana was indeed Li Yunfeng's granddaughter. You know each other? Li Yunfeng asked, surprised that the two were acquainted. Yes, we've met a couple of times. Lin Fan nodded affirmatively. Oh, I see. Young Fan, what exactly is it that you've given to Eevee? It seems to be enjoying it immensely, Li Yunfeng inquired. His curiosity piqued as he observed Eevee relishing the cube in Linana's arms. It's an energy cube I developed specifically for Pokémon consumption, Lin Fan replied, opting to keep the origins of the energy cube vague to avoid unnecessary complications. Do you have more? Might I procure one for examination? Li Yunfeng's gaze burned with enthusiasm as he regarded Lin Fan, recognizing the young man as a veritable treasure trove of knowledge. Not only enigmatic, but also possessing items previously unseen. I have more, Lin Fan replied, retrieving another energy cube from his bag and offering it to Li Yunfeng. As Li Yunfeng inspected the diminutive cube, devoid of any discernible scent, he pondered whether it could truly be appealing to Pokémon. Yet, witnessing Eevee's delight, he found himself compelled to believe. How many of these cubes are typically required for a Pokémon to feel satiated? Li Yunfeng asked, scrutinizing the energy cube. Generally, it depends on the size of the Pokémon. Larger Pokémon require more. Typically, Eevee only needs 1 cube per meal, while my Gyarados needs around 4. However, there is one exception, Lin Fan said, rubbing his forehead, recalling the insatiable Groudon, which had given him quite the headache. Just yesterday, Lin Fan had attempted to prepare energy cubes for Groudon, spending thousands to produce a dozen, only for Groudon to devour them all in one gulp. When asked if it was satisfied, Groudon merely gestured to its belly, indicating it was still hungry, leading Lin Fan to conclude that feeding it was a waste of resources, as it could absorb energy from nature without issue. Are energy cubes suitable for all Pokémon? What is their cost? Old Chun interjected, his eyes gleaming with interest. These energy cubes are specifically formulated for certain Pokémon. They are not suitable for others. Moreover, they are significantly more expensive than regular energy cubes, with each one costing several hundred Alliance coins, while generic ones are much cheaper, Lin Fan explained, fully aware of Old Chun's intentions. He had no desire to share the formula for the energy cubes with the Empire, as he intended to rely on their profits to support his future Pokémon endeavors. Lin, who had been silently observing, felt a surge of excitement upon learning that the energy cubes were specially crafted for EV, her cheeks flushing with an unspoken thought. What benefits do these energy cubes offer to Pokémon? Lin Fan inquired, pressing on the crucial question. Energy cubes formulated for Pokémon enhance their growth rate, allowing them to fully absorb the energy contained within the cubes without waste. Regular consumption of specific energy cubes leads to noticeable improvements in a Pokémon's appearance and physique. Lin Fan elaborated. Is there truly such a perfect food in existence? Within the span of a mere 2 hours, Lin Fan felt as though he had wasted a lifetime. The revelations Lin Fan presented were immensely impactful, shaking the very foundation of his years of Pokémon research. Energy cubes are indeed the most suitable sustenance for Pokémon, without exception. Lin Fan affirmed with conviction. Young Fan, let us collaborate. If you share the formula for the standard energy cube with me, I shall forego all profits. They will be entirely yours. I will handle all sales channels. All I require is your assistance in further researching energy cubes, Lin Fan proposed. His gaze fervent as he clasped Lin Fan's hands tightly, unwilling to release him without a response. Elderly, must you go to such lengths? Lin Fan remarked, observing this venerable man who had dedicated much of his life to the advancement of both humanity and Pokémon, the first to discover EV's 3 evolutionary forms, now behaving like a desperate negotiator. Unless you agree, I shan't let go, Lin Fan declared, resolute in his pursuit of knowledge for his research. Sacrificing a modicum of dignity was a trivial price to pay. For someone like Lin Fan, Pokémon research was paramount. He had already attained fame and status, and there were few things left to ignite his passion. The 2 propositions Lin Fan had presented were precisely what he sought, and thus he pressed on without hesitation. Grandpa, Lin called out, bemused by her grandfather's relentless demeanor. Ah, young Fan, look at my granddaughter. Isn't she lovely? She is currently in her final year of high school, about to graduate. I can see you two are quite the match, if you agree. I could introduce you when she enters university. What do you think? Lin Fan glanced at Lin, a sly smile creeping onto his face, as he leaned in to whisper conspiratorially to Lin Fan. Lin Fan stared speechlessly at the elderly man before him, who was willing to sacrifice his own granddaughter for the sake of researching small sprites. Although he harbored a slight affection for Lin, he felt compelled to respond. Here, you can have it. I do not require all the profits. Just give me 5 layers, and you can keep the remaining 5 for your own dealings. It would be difficult for you otherwise. With no other option, Lin Fan reluctantly agreed to Lin Fan's proposal. This could be seen as a reciprocal gesture, as Lin Fan was prepared to harness all his resources to assist Lin Fan in finding information about his parents, without expecting anything in return. Furthermore, he promised to allocate all profits from the energy cubes to Lin Fan, who merely needed to use a few sprite coins in the system to purchase the recipe, which was a trivial matter. Good. Rest assured, the old man will certainly honor his word, Lin Fan whispered in response, discreetly casting a glance at Lin, who stood nearby. Lin Fan, observing the elderly man's unseemly demeanor, found himself at a loss for words, despite his slight fondness for Lin. This is the recipe for the ordinary energy cube. Feel free to use it, Lin Fan said as he purchased the recipe from the system store. He then took a blank piece of paper and meticulously recorded the materials and production steps. Is it truly possible to do it this way? Remarkable, Lin Fan exclaimed, marveling at the recipe Lin Fan had written, continuously running calculations in his mind. All right, I shall leave this with you. I have matters to attend to. But do not forget your promise, Lin Fan said, rising to take his leave as he noticed Lin Fan engrossed in the energy cube recipe. Rest assured, the old man will not go back on his word. I will dispatch someone immediately to aid you in your search, and you shall be notified as soon as there is any news. Lin Fan replied earnestly, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Fan. Thank you. Lin Fan paused momentarily to express his gratitude before exiting the tea room and heading home. Oldly, that lad wears a pokeball around his neck. which is no ordinary trinket. It must be his trump card. The Gyarados and others are merely a distraction. The instant he revealed that Pokeball, my Metagross warned me not to make a move, or else we would all perish, Old Chun remarked to Lin Fan after Lin Fan departed. A flicker of fear crossing his mind. To have instilled such terror in his Metagross, the sprite must possess incredible strength. What does it matter? I find that Xiao Fan is principled and possesses a discerning heart. I rather admire him. Do you not think that people have become increasingly outrageous in recent years? It took just a decade for the Li family to develop to this point. It is indeed time for some discipline. Old Li waved dismissively in response to Old Chin's comments. Chapter 41, The Arceus Award. This day, Lin Fan did not engage in training his sprites. Upon returning home, he refrained from turning on the lights, choosing instead to sit on the chair he had occupied for over a decade, gazing at the lingering glow of the setting sun as his thoughts drifted far away. The following morning, the sun's rays streamed through, nearly blinding him as he awoke. Approaching the wash basin, he splashed cold water on his face, gently patting his cheeks before gazing into the mirror, where he silently vowed, I shall find you, even if I must turn the world upside down to do so. Gathering his thoughts, Lin Fan recognized that enhancing his own strength was paramount in locating his parents. He had learned about the Secret Realm, a water-type sanctuary, where the guard team had searched extensively, yet found no trace of them, as if they had vanished into thin air. It was essential to investigate the nature of that artifact, the only lead he possessed. The Li family, with 2 Monarch-level trainers at their disposal, was not easily infiltrated. He would require 1 or 2 Monarch-level sprites for protection. Relying solely on Groudon would be too perilous. Lin Fan pondered calmly, acknowledging that the Li family was not easily breached. Although he had Groudon, the opposing side boasted 2 Monarch-level powerhouses. If they managed to stall Groudon for even a few seconds, the remainder of their forces could overwhelm him, leading to his demise. Others were not foolish. Upon his intrusion, they would not adhere to the principles of fair combat and would undoubtedly swarm him. Thus, he needed several Monarch-level sprites for protection, even if Groudon eliminated their ranks. His own life would hold no value if he perished in the process. Conversely, he felt no fear of an attack directed at him. As long as he faced a Monarch-level onslaught, Groudon would trample any assailants. The experience required to elevate from Elite to Monarch was staggering. Regrettably, the store did not offer experience candy for sale. Watching Gyarados and Scyther approach the quasi-Monarch level, Lin Fan felt a surge of frustration. After hastily purchasing breakfast, he mounted his bicycle, munching as he rode towards the venue to participate in that day's competition. Heavens, this is truly incredible. Is success really attainable this way? And so perfectly balanced? At a research institute in Rongqing, Lin Fan marveled at the impeccably shaped square block positioned within the apparatus, exclaiming in disbelief. Adjacent to him, another device displayed flawless hexagonal patterns, each inscribed with symbols representing sprite energy. Old Li, you are truly remarkable. You have managed to create such pure sprite food. One researcher gazed at Lin Fan in admiration. The previous evening, Lin Fan had visited their institute, requesting various materials for experiments, much to the delight of the researchers. After all, he was the foremost expert in sprite research within the empire. News of his visit would surely cause next year's research funding to skyrocket. Thus, the team wasted no time in preparing the necessary materials for Lin Fan, with the secretary and director themselves assisting him, leaving others to watch enviously, secretly cursing the privileges of those in authority. Indeed, I never imagined such fitting food for sprites could exist. This will significantly advance sprite research worldwide, Lin Fan replied. Though his face betrayed signs of fatigue, his eyes sparkled with undeniable excitement. Indeed, with this research breakthrough, the Arceus Award is surely yours. The secretary chimed in, eager to flatter. The Arceus Award, established by the 3 major empires, represents the pinnacle of recognition in sprite research on Earth, commemorating the legendary Pokémon Arceus. This award is conferred every 4 years to the most outstanding sprite researchers, determined through a voting process involving all registered researchers on Earth. A candidate must receive recognition from at least half of the voters. If no one is deemed worthy in a given 4-year cycle, no trophy is awarded. Notably, the Arceus Award has gone unclaimed for 5 consecutive sessions, and Lin Fan had only received it once, underscoring its difficulty. Regardless, the recipe for the energy cube was bestowed upon me by another. How could I claim it as my own? Besides, I am already satisfied to have personally crafted the first energy cube. Lin Fan shook his head, scrutinizing the ordinary energy cube as though it were a rare treasure. What? You say the energy cube recipe was given to you by someone else? The director and secretary gasped, astonished to learn that the creation was not Li Yunfeng's own invention. No need to inquire. He will eventually reveal himself. You will understand then. A golden scale is not merely of the pond when it encounters a storm. It transforms into a dragon. Li Yunfeng waved his hand, halting their inquiries, uttering a cryptic remark before departing. Today marked the competition where the top 32 would advance to the top 4. Lin Fan's opponent in the morning was a trainer with a fire-type sprite and a golem. While the opposing trainer displayed commendable skill, albeit not on par with Li Muching and the others, he might have held his own against a standard adversary. However, misfortune struck as he faced Lin Fan, who unleashed Gyarados, swiftly defeating both of the opponent's sprites without sustaining any damage. Such is the nature of type advantages. After having a takeaway lunch, Lin Fan released his Pokémon, allowing them to train their moves during the midday break. Meanwhile, he began to analyze his opponents for the afternoon. Indeed, having advanced to the top 16, the officials had arranged for a draw to determine the matchups. The battles would unfold in a sequence such as 1 versus 16, 2 versus 15, and so forth. Lin Fan drew the number 3, facing off against the 14th competitor, who was also a water-type trainer possessing a Masquerain and a Kingler. Both trainers relied on water-type Pokémon as their primary fighters, making the battle require heightened caution, as they were well-versed in each other's skills. Let us go. It's time for the match, Lin Fan announced, glancing at the clock that indicated there was still an hour until the contest began. He instructed his Pokémon to cease their practice and offered them an energy cube to replenish the stamina they had just expended. Returning to the resting area, Lin Fan sat quietly, awaiting his turn to enter the arena. At that moment, the competition venue was showcasing Lu Qingqing's match against Lu Yun, a recent graduate from the previous year. The two were locked in a fierce struggle, but ultimately, Lu Qingqing's superior skills prevailed, earning him victory over Lu Yun. Observing Lu Qingqing's success, Lin Fan adjusted his attire, patiently waiting for the announcement. We invite competitors Lin Fan and Zhang Cheng to proceed to the competition stage. Upon hearing the announcement, Lin Fan walked slowly towards the competitor's passage. Chapter 42, Hidden Ability, Serene Grace. As Lin Fan stepped out of the competitor's passage and onto the arena, the audience erupted into cheers at the sight of him and Zhang Cheng emerging. The commentators began to introduce their Pokémon to the spectators. It was well known that Lin Fan had a red Gyarados, which was significantly larger than the average. Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng also showcased a Masquerain that exceeded the typical size. The impending clash of these water-type Pokémon sparked great anticipation. Who would prove superior? Lin Fan's Gyarados or Zhang Cheng's Masquerain? The excitement in the audience intensified at the commentators' words, reflecting their eagerness for the match. Observing the electrifying atmosphere, Yang Fan and Zhang Daoming exchanged knowing smiles. Are both contestants ready? The referee inquired as he observed the two standing at the command podium. We're ready. They replied in unison. Let the match begin. The referee waved the flag downward, signaling the start of the battle. Come forth, Masquerain. Scyther, it's your turn. To Zhang Cheng's surprise, Lin Fan did not deploy his Gyarados first. Lin Fan scrutinized the Masquerain before him, which was a third larger than the average. His expression turning serious. This Pokémon's qualifications seemed to surpass the elite level. Masquerain, a water and fighting-type Pokémon, boasted 2 abilities, Rain Dish and Damp, with its hidden ability being Serene Grace. Both abilities were formidable. Rain Dish rendered it immune to water-type moves, restoring a quarter of its maximum HP when hit by such attacks. Although the effects were not as potent in reality as in the game, the damage from water-type moves would be diminished by a third, alongside a slight recovery of health. The Damp ability prevented self-destruct moves from succeeding, posing no threat to Lin Fan. However, the most formidable aspect was its hidden ability, Serene Grace, which doubled its speed in rainy conditions. On the bright side for Lin Fan, the opponent's primary ability was Damp, while the hidden ability posed a significant challenge, prompting him to send out Scyther for the battle. TCH, he didn't even use Gyarados, Zhang Cheng thought, realizing that he was outmatched by Lin Fan. If Gyarados had entered the fray against his Masquerain, he might have had a glimmer of hope, but Lin Fan's choice of Scyther caught him off guard, especially since Scyther had a type advantage over Masquerain. Masquerain, use Rain Dance. Zhang Cheng commanded without hesitation. Upon receiving the order, Masquerain's abdomen glowed with its characteristic pattern, drawing moisture from the air as dark clouds gathered overhead. Scyther, charge in and use Wing Attack. Recognizing the urgency of the situation as the clouds loomed, Lin Fan understood he needed to strike first, otherwise, once the rain began to fall, Scyther's speed would be compromised while Masquerain would gain an advantage. Scyther swiftly dashed towards Masquerain, its wings emanating a brilliant light, akin to blades that struck Masquerain with precision. Yowl! Masquerain cried out in pain as Scyther's assault left it significantly injured. Scyther, continue your assault with Fury Cutter, Lin Fan commanded, showing no mercy. Hang in there, Masquerain, Zhang Cheng exclaimed, astonished by the damage inflicted by Scyther, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Nevertheless, Scyther's sides landed more hits on Masquerain, leaving several noticeable gashes. As Scyther completed its attack, raindrops began to fall from the sky, gradually intensifying and drenching both Pokémon. Scyther flapped its wings in annoyance, its membranes now wet. Now, Masquerain, unleash Bubble Beam. Follow it up with Air Slash. With Rain Dance successfully initiated, Zhang Cheng couldn't help but smile slightly, ordering Masquerain to launch an attack against Scyther. Though recently wounded by Scyther's strikes, Masquerain was still capable of continuing the fight. Bolstered by the rain, Masquerain moved with lightning speed, appearing before Lin Fan in an instant, emitting a faint glow as it unleashed bubbles towards Scyther's face. Masquerain's speed was so formidable that Scyther barely had time to react before being struck by the bubble beam, leaving it covered in bubbles and sent flying back. Feeling its speed diminish, before Scyther could land, Masquerain swiftly maneuvered behind it, its right hand enveloped in a sharp energy, slashing down forcefully onto Scyther's back. Scyther, use Double Team. As Masquerain approached, Lin Fan realized he had no time to evade, immediately commanding Scyther to create a shadow clone. Masquerain, seeing two Scythers before it, had no choice but to attack one randomly. Swish! Masquerain felt as though it had struck nothing but air. The Scyther it attacked dissipated into a cloud of black smoke. Now, Scyther, unleash a combo attack. Not allowing the moment to slip by, Lin Fan seized the opportunity as Masquerain briefly hovered in the air, instructing Scyther to attack. Scyther flapped its wings vigorously, transforming into a green flash that surged towards Masquerain, delivering two successive strikes with its tail. Masquerain, grab it and use Rollout. Zhang Cheng, aware that defeat was inevitable if the battle continued this way, commanded Masquerain to seize Scyther as it approached. The move was a risky one, inflicting damage upon both Pokémon. As the mosquito swimmer tightly embraced the flying mantis, the latter struggled vigorously to free itself from the confining grip, yet all efforts proved futile. It could only endure the relentless torment of being slammed against the hard stone floor as the mosquito swimmer executed its hellish roll. Once the move concluded, the mosquito swimmer delivered a backflip, flinging the flying mantis away. Would the flying mantis be able to endure this? Lin Fan anxiously inquired, observing the grievously injured creature. With a faint effort, the flying mantis lifted its head and emitted a call towards Lin Fan, laboriously raising its arms to glance at the opposing mosquito swimmer. The latter, though more severely injured than the flying mantis, had yet to lose its fighting spirit. Chapter 43, Advancing to the Top 8. Both Pokémon still retained their combat capabilities and persisted in the battle. At present, it appeared that the flying mantis had sustained slightly less damage, granting it a temporary advantage in stamina over the mosquito swimmer. The situation on the field seemed to favor Lin Fan's side. How would this battle conclude? Let us await the outcome with bated breath. The two commentators spoke with fervor, as if they themselves were embroiled in the contest at that very moment. However, Lin Fan, standing at the command platform, wore no expression of joy. He had already observed that one of the flying mantis's wings was broken. Although the opposing Pokémon was more injured, its limbs remained intact. The broken wing would undoubtedly impact the flying mantis's speed, complicating the forthcoming battle. Mosquito swimmer, charge forward and use body slam. Zhang Cheng, on the opposite side, seemingly oblivious to the flying mantis's current state, focused solely on the mosquito swimmer's severe injuries, eager to conclude the skirmish swiftly. Upon hearing Zhang Cheng's command, the mosquito swimmer summoned its last vestiges of strength, moving its heavy legs as a white light enveloped its body, charging towards the flying mantis with an aura of destruction. Flying mantis, evade with a flash of lightning. Upon hearing Zhang Cheng's words, Lin Fan immediately ordered the flying mantis to dodge. This was not a game. There were no guarantees of a hit. What mattered were speed, strength, strategy, and more. Upon receiving Lin Fan's command, the flying mantis dug its legs into the ground with determination and transformed into a streak of white light, swiftly darting to the left. The mosquito swimmer's attack missed entirely, failing to strike its target. Use cross-cut. Upon witnessing the flying mantis successfully evade, Lin Fan exhaled a sigh of relief. Had Zhang Cheng been a tad more observant, he would not have made such an error. Utilizing the mosquito swimmer's speed advantage in the rain to wear down the flying mantis would have been a more prudent strategy. The flying mantis rapidly darted behind the mosquito swimmer, its scythe-like arms cutting through the air and striking the mosquito swimmer's back, sending it crashing to the ground. With the mosquito swimmer rendered incapable of fighting, the flying mantis emerged victorious. As the mosquito swimmer lay on the ground, dazed and motionless, the referee promptly declared the flying mantis the winner. Well done, flying mantis. Return, Lin Fan commended as he summoned it back into its pokeball. You've worked hard. Mosquito swimmer. Return. Go, Kingler. Zhang Cheng sighed with a bittersweet smile, recalling the mosquito swimmer and releasing Kingler, which faced Lin Fan's Gyarados. Gyarados, it's your turn. Observing Zhang Cheng unleash Kingler, Lin Fan retrieved Gyarados' Pokeball and tossed it onto the field. Roar. A furious roar echoed throughout the arena, an oppressive aura descending upon Zhang Cheng as Gyarados made its entrance. Indeed, the intimidation of Gyarados was widely known to be formidable. It was not merely frightening, it was utterly terrifying. Those who had not experienced it firsthand could scarcely comprehend such dread. Under Gyarados' menacing presence, Zhang Cheng instinctively took a few steps back, a bitter smile forming on his lips. Kingler, you can do it. Lin Fan smiled at the aquatic creature that resembled a former Magikarp, now adorned with a single horn atop its head, its body marked with black and white spots. Large black eyes, pink lips, and tiny sharp teeth, appearing quite adorable. Gyarados used Tackle. Kingler dodge. Despite facing such a charming opponent, Lin Fan showed no mercy, commanding Gyarados to charge at Kingler with its massive physique. Kingler, unable to evade, was overwhelmed by Gyarados' sheer size. Any part of its body could serve as a weapon. Despite its utmost efforts to escape, Kingler was knocked to the ground by the collision. Continue the assault. Use Ice Fang. Noticing Kingler downed, Lin Fan directed Gyarados to persist with the attack, granting it no respite. Gyarados grinned cruelly, its massive jaws encased in ice, as it lunged towards the fallen Kingler. Kingler! Zhang Cheng shouted in alarm as he witnessed Gyarados seize Kingler in its icy grip. Gyarados, release your bite. Seeing Kingler ensnared by ice, Lin Fan immediately commanded Gyarados to let go. This was a competition, not a life-or-death battle. Kingler is unable to continue. The victor is Gyarados. It was a battle of overwhelming dominance. Gyarados had triumphed over Kingler with merely 2 moves, leaving the audience scarcely time to react before the conflict was resolved. What a remarkable contest. Lin Fan's Gyarados displayed extraordinary prowess, defeating Zhang Cheng's Kingler in just 2 moves. One could hardly fathom the true extent of Gyarados' strength. Congratulations to Lin Fan for advancing to the top 8. He would be competing for the championship in tomorrow's inaugural Junior Trainer Tournament. The commentators, though momentarily stunned, quickly regained their composure and begrudgingly extolled the match's brilliance. In truth, the audience understood that the disparity in strength between the 2 Pokémon was insurmountable. If Zhang Cheng's Mosquito Swimmer had been in play, it might have extended the match, but there was no contest against Gyarados with Kingler, a mere ordinary Pokémon not even at the elite level. After exchanging handshakes, Lin Fan and Zhang Cheng headed towards the Pokémon Center, where the flying mantis required treatment. Ding! Your Pokémon Bank Card 6100 has received 5 million Alliance coins. Just as Lin Fan settled into a chair at the Pokémon Center, his phone rang, signaling the arrival of the funds promised by Old Chen the previous day. Upon retrieving his phone, he noticed an unfamiliar call coming through. Hello, Lin Fan. Has the money arrived? Old Chen's robust voice resonated through the line. It just came in. Is there something else? Lin Fan was skeptical that Old Chen had called solely for this matter. Are you free? If so, could you swing by that tea house from yesterday? Oldly has something to discuss with you. As Lin Fan pondered this, he secretly mused about what Li Yunfeng could want. All right, just wait for me. I'll come as soon as the flying mantis is healed. Lin Fan hesitated but ultimately agreed to Old Chen's request. Okay, we'll be waiting for you. After Old Chen concluded the call, Lin Fan awaited an hour for the flying mantis' recovery. Once it was healed, he released it for inspection, finding no lingering injuries, and then made his way to the tea house. Chapter 44, Monopolizing the Energy Cube Market. Due to Old Chen's prior instructions, the guards in black merely conducted a cursory inspection of Lin Fan as he approached, allowing him entry without further ado. At that moment, Li Yunfeng was engrossed in manipulating a perfectly hexagonal energy cube, transforming what was an ordinary object into something that appeared almost like an extraordinary treasure. Upon noticing Lin Fan's arrival, he reluctantly set down the energy cube and hurried to the door to usher Lin Fan inside, speaking as he walked. Xiao Fan, I've created the energy cube. Could you please take a look and see if there are any areas in need of improvement? Lin Fan was drawn to the central seat by Li Yunfeng, gazing in astonishment at the energy cube placed upon the coffee table. unable to believe that Li Yunfeng had indeed crafted it in just one night. He reached out, lifting the energy cube to weigh it in his hands, observing it with meticulous attention. Meanwhile, Li Yunfeng dared not breathe too loudly, fearing he might disturb Lin Fan, completely shedding the demeanor of the foremost researcher in the Daxia Empire's Pokémon studies, resembling more a student awaiting a teacher's review of his homework. Old Chun, observing Li Yunfeng's demeanor, could not help but stifle a laugh, wishing he could capture this moment, but lamenting the absence of a camera. Lin Fan, contemplating the energy cube in his hands, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Was it merely an energy cube? Its perfection far surpassed his own creation, leaving him at a loss for words. Did you really manage to produce this in one go? Lin Fan inquired, setting the energy cube down. Yes. The first attempt took quite some time, around an hour. However, I believe with practice, my speed will significantly improve. The remainder of the time was spent analyzing the peculiar reactions involved. Is there a problem? Li Yunfeng hastily replied, apprehensive about having made a mistake. No. You've done remarkably well. It's simply perfect. The quality is astonishingly high, Lin Fan quickly responded, acknowledging Li Yunfeng's prowess as the leading researcher in Pokémon studies. That's wonderful to hear. However, I have a humble request. I would like to publish the findings regarding the energy cube in the Pikachu Journal. I understand you're busy, so I can handle the writing. I only ask for co-authorship. You'll be the primary author. I assure you I won't take that from you. Li Yunfeng asked, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks, feeling sheepish for wanting co-authorship after contributing so much. Feel free to publish. It's no trouble at all, Lin Fan nodded. In this world, patent protection is exceptionally stringent. Once an invention is rightfully yours, no one can usurp it. This is to safeguard the interests of researchers, as their continuous discoveries propel the advancement of Pokémon, ensuring they are well protected in every nation. All right, then I shall shamelessly proceed with the writing. I will also help you submit this paper to a few minor competitions. Li Yunfeng beamed at Lin Fan's consent, secretly planning to surprise him. Yet, Lin Fan was unaware of the significant weight these minor competitions held within the realm of Pokémon research. By the way, Lin Fan, I have two proposals regarding the production of the energy cube that you might want to consider, Li Yunfeng said, as if recalling something, retrieving a document from his briefcase and handing it to Lin Fan. Lin Fan accepted the document, scrutinizing its contents, which outlined Li Yunfeng's suggestions for the subsequent production and sale of the energy cube. The first proposal involved sharing the recipe with the Daxia Empire, with Li Yunfeng leading the charge to ensure Lin Fan's profits would not fall below 30%. The advantage of this approach was the rapid promotion it would receive, backed by official endorsement, allowing Lin Fan to remain worry-free. The second proposal entailed collaborating with a Pokémon food company to establish a subsidiary, with both the partner company and Lin Fan holding 50% shares. Li Yunfeng would also spearhead this venture, guaranteeing Lin Fan's profits would not dip below 50%. However, as this was a new product, it would require substantial investment of both time and resources from Lin Fan and the company before it could generate significant revenue, as a product like this would need to cultivate a positive reputation before mass production could commence, likely resulting in initial losses. Furrowing his brow, Lin Fan considered both proposals. Undoubtedly, Li Yunfeng's suggestions were highly feasible. Lin Fan favored the first option, relishing the thought of being a hands-off manager while still enjoying some profit, though the returns seemed rather modest. The second option, while promising greater profits, appeared cumbersome and time-consuming. Noticing Lin Fan's furrowed brow, Li Yunfeng quickly interjected, Lin Fan, I recommend you opt for the first proposal. Although it may seem that the second option offers higher profits, it is misleading. The first proposal maximizes your earnings. Lin Fan looked at him, puzzled, unable to grasp his reasoning. Though he had lived 2 lives, he had little experience in business matters. If you choose the second option, the high profits may be enticing, but it would be difficult to break out of Daxia. While the energy cube is the ideal food for Pokémon, remember you have competitors. If they manage to produce a similar energy cube, the outlook could be grim, especially since the Pokémon food company is a private entity, Li Yunfeng explained, pausing to sip his tea before continuing. Choosing the second option with the Empire's endorsement would facilitate swift promotion of the energy cube, and high-quality products would circulate preferentially within the Empire. You know well the size of the Imperial Guard, and how many Pokémon hatch annually from the Pokémon breeding institutes. If the Empire takes charge, the energy cube could even be exported abroad. Other nations would hesitate to challenge the Empire. Though you'd be giving up 20% of your profits, the benefits you would gain far outweigh the losses. Upon hearing Li Yunfeng's words, Lin Fan suddenly understood. Indeed, experience speaks volumes. If Lin Fan were to establish a private company, Any issues arising from the energy cube overseas would not concern the Empire. However, if it were an Empire-controlled enterprise, who would dare challenge the Empire's authority? This would ensure maximum profit, with the Empire's channels facilitating rapid nationwide distribution, minimizing the time required. Moreover, which type of enterprise is most lucrative? Monopoly. Once a monopoly is established, the energy cube could become the most profitable business in the world. With Li Yunfeng at the helm and the Empire as a stakeholder, this enterprise would dominate the industry, with no one daring to challenge it for a meager profit. The advantages would be unimaginable. I trust your judgment. I will follow your lead. Lin Fan nodded, deciding to heed Li Yunfeng's advice, content to ensure his profits remained stable. Excellent. Please review this contract, and if it meets your approval, sign it. I will handle the rest. Li Yunfeng presented a pre-prepared contract to Lin Fan. Without hesitation, Lin Fan signed his name, confident that Li Yunfeng would not deceive him, nor would anyone else dare to. Chapter 45. The Transformation of Essence. Seeing Lin Fan sign without a moment's pause, Li Yunfeng nodded in satisfaction, feeling that his efforts in negotiating with the Empire's highest management had successfully maximized Lin Fan's interests, justifying his own sacrifice of dignity for Lin Fan's benefit. All set. Here you go. Lin Fan handed the signed document back to Li Yunfeng. With the college entrance examination approaching, your abilities will surely secure you a spot at a top Pokémon university. Have you decided where to apply? Li Yunfeng inquired as he accepted the document. I plan to apply to Yanjing Pokémon University. Lin Fan replied. Yes. Your qualifications are more than sufficient for Yanjing Pokémon University. When you arrive in Yanjing, I shall host a welcome gathering for you. Li Yunfeng's eyes sparkled at Lin Fan's response, though only he knew whether such a gathering would actually take place. Thank you, elderly. Please inform me promptly if you receive any news about my parents, Lin Fan expressed with earnestness. Rest assured, I have already dispatched individuals to investigate, Li Yunfeng assured him, indicating Lin Fan could feel at ease. Lin Fan replied, feeling a sense of relief with Li Yunfeng's assistance. After discussing the subsequent development of the energy cubes with Li Yunfeng for a while, Lin Fan rose to depart. With ample time at his disposal, he needed to convert the alliance coins he had just acquired into strength. Arriving at the serene lakeside where he often trained, he released his Gyarados. Lin Fan began to browse the system shop, searching for items that could enhance their abilities. With a substantial amount of money at his disposal, he sought out items that had previously eluded his desire. The mysterious crystal, a gift from the flame god Ho-Oh, offers a chance for Pokémon to awaken hidden traits upon use, priced at 2 million Pokémon coins. The evolution essence, extracted from tracing the origins of Pokémon, provides an opportunity for them to comprehend ultimate moves, costing 1 million Pokémon coins. The origin essence, distilled from the very source of Pokémon creation, allows for a potential enhancement of their innate qualities, though it is a one-time use, priced at 5 million Pokémon coins. The sharp beak, which increases the power of flying-type moves by 1/5 when held by a Pokémon, is available for 1 million Pokémon coins. The mysterious Guardian TM is priced at 100,000 Alliance coins. What splendid items, yet alas, my funds are insufficient. Lin Fan realized that despite his newfound wealth of 5 million Alliance coins, he still felt impoverished. Raising Pokémon certainly incurs substantial expenses, especially the origin essence and the mysterious crystal. Each promises to enhance abilities and awaken hidden traits, respectively, making them invaluable. Resolutely, he decided to purchase the mysterious crystal, evolution essence, and sharp beak, along with a mysterious guardian to protect his Scyther from potential poisoning. With Gyarados now possessing a hidden trait, he would give the mysterious crystal to Scyther in hopes of awakening its latent potential, while also starting the training for Pidgey. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan promptly acquired the 3 items, which materialized in his hands instantaneously. The mysterious crystal appeared as a slender, diamond-shaped purple gem, roughly the length of half a finger, shimmering under the sunlight with entrancing purple energy swirling within. The evolution essence, on the other hand, took the form of a palm-sized square green crystal, imbued with mysterious green energy. Summoning Scyther and Gyarados, who were practicing their moves, Lin Fan presented the mysterious crystal to Scyther, saying, "This is the mysterious crystal, which may allow you to awaken a hidden trait. Place it on your forehead and absorb its energy. Let us see if you can awaken it." Scyther gazed curiously at the mysterious crystal in Lin Fan's hand, as if questioning whether this item could truly grant it strength. "Hurry and try it. This cost us an entire year's worth of food." Lin Fan playfully kicked Scyther's foot, mockingly fierce. With a shiver at Lin Fan's words, Scyther promptly flew aside, placing the mysterious crystal on its forehead, beginning to absorb the energy within. This evolution essence is yours. After absorbing it, you may grasp an ultimate move. So go ahead and give it a try. Lin Fan then handed the evolution essence to Gyarados, encouraging it to explore its potential. Meanwhile, Pidgey looked on with eager anticipation. Lin Fan shrugged his hands, signaling that he had nothing left. Pidgey's head drooped despondently, but upon seeing its expression, Lin Fan chuckled, gently stroking its body, and revealed the sharp beak from behind. Little one, I wish to give this to you, but you are currently too weak to wield it. He waved the sharp beak in front of Pidgey, who gazed up at the golden beak with delight, as if asking, is this for me? Such a greedy little creature. This is prepared for you, but you can only use it once you evolve into Pidgeotto. For now, it shall be kept safely with me. You must strive hard. Lin Fan smiled, placing the sharp beak into his backpack. Watching the gift vanish, Pidgey's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment, but it quickly steeled itself. Determined to grow stronger and earn that item. Continue your training. After the trainer tournament concludes tomorrow, I will provide you with special training, which will surely be arduous. Lin Fan gently patted its head as he spoke. With a soft chirp, Pidgey took to the sky, ready to train diligently and live up to its master's expectations. Ding! Congratulations, host. Pidgey's affection has increased by 20 points, now totaling 198 points. Lin Fan approached Gyarados and Scyther, carefully observing their experiences with the mysterious crystal and evolution essence. At this moment, Scyther was enveloped entirely in purple energy, floating in the air like a cloud of violet mist. So much so that one might mistake it for a Jengar from a distance. Gyarados, while not as dramatically transformed, was partially enveloped in green energy. An hour passed, and as the sun began to set, the green energy surrounding Gyarados gradually dissipated, revealing its fierce form. Roar! Gyarados unleashed a tremendous roar, its scales at the 7-inch mark radiating a dazzling light, with a hint of wildness flashing in its crimson eyes. Could it be the Dragon Rage? Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. If Gyarados had indeed mastered Dragon Rage, it would be an unexpected boon. Fortunately, Gyarados managed to suppress its inner fury, avoiding any reckless outbursts, lest it attract the attention of Groudon and face a severe reprimand. Have you mastered Dragon Rage? Lin Fan inquired, stroking Gyarados' body as he approached the now calm Pokémon. Roar! Gyarados gave a low growl and nodded in affirmation. Splendid. 1,000,000 coins well spent. Lin Fan's grin widened with joy. Moves with a power exceeding 120 are termed ultimate moves, yet they cannot be learned through TMs. Only through personal discovery can Pokémon attain them. With Dragon Rage, Gyarados' innate potential could rival even that of elite Pokémon. Chapter 46, The Miraculous Fruit. Indeed, the enhancement of battle prowess bestowed by ultimate moves is monumental, especially for a variant Pokémon like Gyarados. The rarity of variant Pokémon in the wild stems from numerous factors. If a king-level Pokémon appears among 100,000, the probability of a variant emerging is similarly rare. Variant Pokémon arise from a genetic combination influenced by their environment, resulting in mutations. While their base stats remain unchanged, they excel exceptionally in specific attributes. Moreover, due to their distinct coloration, variant Pokémon often face rejection from their kin and are more readily detected by predators. Many perish before reaching maturity, rendering their rarity surpassing even that of Pokémon with king-level potential. Lin Fan turned his attention back to Scyther, noting that its condition was not favorable. Its green body was shrouded in purple mist. Although Lin Fan couldn't discern the specifics, the full affection level with Scyther allowed him to sense its suffering. The process was not as smooth as he had hoped. Scyther, hold on. If it becomes too painful, feel free to relinquish. There will be other opportunities. Lin Fan, sensing Scyther's distress, spoke gently. Hiss hiss. Scyther seemed to respond to Lin Fan's voice, and at that moment, he understood its words. It yearned for strength and refused to give up. Scyther had been diligently striving for improvement, aware that its aptitude paled in comparison to Gyarados and even Pidgey, which Lin Fan had captured later, not to mention its elder brother Groudon. Despite its quiet demeanor, Scyther trained with exceptional focus and dedication. Now that it had a chance to grow stronger, it must seize this opportunity, otherwise, it would undoubtedly lag behind Lin Fan's progress. The flying mantis, akin to a devoted swordsman, grows stronger solely to keep pace with its master. I understand now. I shall assist you, dear flying mantis. Lin Fan chuckled, realizing that the emotions of these little spirits are more profound than those of any human. Though their feelings may not be as intricate as those of mankind, they embody loyalty, kindness, and benevolence, traits that manifest the beauty inherent in most Pokémon. With a sense of urgency, Lin Fan scoured the shop, Seeing the flying mantis exert such effort, how could he, as its trainer, refrain from lending assistance? The miracle fruit, a wondrous gift from Arceus bestowed upon Pokémon, contained a fragment of miraculous power. Upon consumption, it imbues the Pokémon with a touch of this miraculous energy, which could trigger extraordinary abilities when their will reaches a certain threshold. Priced at 2 million, the description of the miracle fruit was straightforward. Yet Lin Fan found it to be the sole solution to alleviate the troubles of his flying mantis. This is it, Lin Fan decided, eyeing the pink fruit with determination. He swiftly exchanged his remaining alliance coins for Pokémon coins and purchased it. With a soft thud, the miracle fruit landed in Lin Fan's hand, an ordinary fruit, the size of an apple, devoid of any remarkable features. It was hard to fathom that this simple fruit was linked to Arceus. He promptly offered the miracle fruit to the flying mantis. Go on, eat it. With great effort, the flying mantis raised its arm to accept the fruit from Lin Fan and brought it to its mouth, swallowing it whole. A moment later, the flying mantis could not contain a roar of exhilaration. Nearby, the Gyarados and Pidgey, who were training, paused to gaze at their companion, concern etched on their faces. Fear not, it will be fine. Have faith in the flying mantis. Lin Fan reassured them, his gaze fixed intently on the flying mantis. Half an hour elapsed, and the flying mantis finally ceased its roaring. A layer of faint gold enveloped the purple aura surrounding its body. That was the miraculous power. It should be all right now. Lin Fan exhaled in relief, observing that the state of the flying mantis had improved significantly, presumably due to the effects of the miracle fruit. It's fine now. You all may resume training, he instructed the Gyarados and Pidgey. With a low growl, both Pokémon acknowledged Lin Fan's words and resumed their training after casting a glance at the flying mantis. Another half an hour passed, and the purple gas dissipated, revealing the flying mantis' form. Although its size remained largely unchanged and its expression somewhat weary, Lin Fan could perceive the joy emanating from deep within its being. Congratulations, Flying Mantis, you have succeeded at last, Lin Fan exclaimed as he rushed forward to embrace the flying mantis, undeterred by its spiky exterior. Suddenly caught off guard, the flying mantis emitted a sound of contentment in response to Lin Fan's affectionate gesture. The Gyarados and Pidgey approached to congratulate their companion. Lin Fan gently released the flying mantis, stroking its head as he inquired, "How do you feel?" The flying mantis vigorously waved its scythe-like arms, indicating that it felt splendid. "Let us have something to eat and replenish your strength," Lin Fan suggested, producing 2 energy cubes for the flying mantis, while he attentively observed its condition. Its outward appearance had not drastically altered. However, if there was any change, it was the occasional glimmer of golden lines that flickered across its body. Lin Fan surmised that this must be a remnant of the miraculous power absorbed from the miracle fruit, though its purpose remained a mystery. Once the flying mantis regained most of its strength, Lin Fan called for the Gyarados. "Gyarados, you two may engage in a free battle. I wish to witness your current prowess." Lin Fan contemplated the golden energy within the flying mantis, eager to discern its effects through combat. On his way home, Lin Fan's mind replayed the scene of the flying mantis counterattacking in dire straits. Although it ultimately lost the match, the power it unleashed in that final moment surpassed its inherent capabilities. This must be the so-called miraculous power, finding a glimmer of resistance in the face of despair. Truly, the fruit bestowed by Arceus was invaluable. Chapter 47, An Unexpected Reward. The enhancement of the 2 Pokémon's abilities filled Lin Fan with immense joy. Even though he had expended 5 million alliance coins, money could be earned again. The key was the elevation of strength. If he were to claim victory, there was at least 5 million awaiting him. The next morning, the alarm clock emitted an irksome sound. Lin Fan, eyes still closed, silenced it instinctively. Dressing himself before heading to the wash basin. Looking sharp, he remarked narcissistically, admiring his reflection in the mirror. After feeding the Gyarados and the others, Lin Fan hopped on his bicycle, picking up a light breakfast on his way to the stadium. Upon nearing the venue, he was met with throngs of spectators queuing in anticipation. When the crowd spotted Lin Fan, a wave of cheers erupted. He had become an idol among the youth of Rome City due to his outstanding performances, and his fans surged toward him, some even dramatically brandishing notebooks for autographs. "Lin Fan, please sign my name. I adore watching your battles, especially your Gyarados." A sweet-looking girl with a charming appearance pushed through the crowd to present a pin to Lin Fan, eager for his signature. Where would you like me to sign?" Lin Fan, overwhelmed by the throng, helplessly grasped the girl's hand and asked. "Anywhere you like," she replied bashfully, exuding an air of casualness. Lin Fan broke into a light sweat but complied, turning her around and signing his name on the back of her shirt. Once the crowd witnessed Lin Fan's signature, they clamored for him to sign theirs as well. Realizing that the throng could cause delays for the impending match, Lin Fan addressed the crowd. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I have a match to prepare for. Could you allow me to secure the championship first and then return for autographs? The crowd did not find his confident declaration problematic. After all, he had always been this way, and his skills justified his words. It was as if securing the championship was as effortless as drinking water or eating. All right, you must win the championship. We'll await your signature. They were rational individuals, recognizing that time was of the essence, and Lin Fan needed to enter soon to avoid being barred from the competition. Rest assured, this victory is all but guaranteed. Allow me to claim the championship first, Lin Fan smiled, and his confidence drew no objections from the crowd. At this juncture, everyone was acutely aware of their respective strengths. As long as Lin Fan did not hold back, the championship would undoubtedly be his. How audacious. P.S. only 18, yet already a rising star of the empire. Indeed, I dare say that within the next decade, Lin Fan shall undoubtedly become a champion. Wouldn't that mean he would break the record for the youngest champion in the empire? Which celestial champion possesses such formidable strength at this age? Especially one hailing from a humble background like Lin Fan? Observing Lin Fan's departing silhouette, the frenzied fans gradually quieted down, forming a line while engaging in lively conversation. How audacious. Lu Chengcheng, your next match is against him, isn't it? How unfortunate. Shortly after Lin Fan's exit, someone from the competitor's corridor, witnessing the scene, gestured towards the girl beside him. He is simply monstrous. I reckon I have no hope in this battle. His Gyarados is beyond comprehension in its strength. I even suspect it could take on my 2 Pokémon simultaneously. I can't fathom how he trained it. By the way, do you think your trump card can contend with him? Lu Chengcheng, upon hearing Yi Yun's words, felt a surge of irritation. They were well acquainted and understood each other's capabilities. It's precarious, but I'll give it my all. Yi Yun shook his head in response. His own Pokeball still hanging around his neck, a representation of his hidden ace. He also noticed that Lin Fan wore an unfamiliar Pokeball around his neck, leading him to suspect that it, too, might be the key to Lin Fan's strategy. With such a powerful Gyarados, one could only wonder about the hidden Pokémon. Upon reaching the lounge, Lin Fan casually took a seat, with his match scheduled as the final bout. Lin Fan, you arrived quite early, didn't you? Looking up, he recognized his opponent, Lu Chengcheng. I just got here as well, Lin Fan replied while rising to his feet. Please take it easy in the upcoming match. My Blaziken cannot withstand the wrath of your Gyarados, Lu Chengcheng joked. Are you here solely to convey that? Lin Fan asked with a smile. There's something else you might not be aware of. It seems that the tournament in Rongqing has garnered attention from higher authorities, who are adding a little incentive to this competition. I suspect the official announcement will come during the championship rounds, Lu Chengqeng said with a mysterious smile. Oh, what sort of incentive? Lin Fan's interest peaked at the mention, as if it were an opportunity for monetary gain. It is said to be a Pokémon egg, purportedly from the Imperial Research Institute, a descendant of 2 quasi-champions. Lu Chengcheng revealed, not holding back since the information would soon be public anyway. What type of Pokémon is it? Lin Fan inquired eagerly. It's a little lion cub, Lu Chengcheng whispered. Fire type? Lin Fan's enthusiasm waned upon hearing the name. He already had a fire type. Once his Groudon ascended with the red orb, it would transform into its primal form, embodying both ground and fire attributes, thus diminishing the allure of the lion cub. You're not interested? Lu Chengcheng, noticing Lin Fan's tone, asked with bright eyes. Well, I don't find the fire type particularly appealing. At this moment, Lin Fan desired psychic and ghost-type Pokémon, as they held significant value in reality and were quite rare. If you win the championship, could you sell me that Pokémon egg? Rest assured, the price will be absolutely reasonable, Lu Chengcheng promised, patting her chest. Sure, I'll sell it to you then. Just make sure you have the funds ready. Lin Fan agreed without a second thought. Great. It's settled then. I'll go prepare the money now, Lu Chengcheng said cheerfully. For someone of her stature as a champion student, money was of little concern. Acquiring a Pokémon aligned with her attributes was paramount. Once fame was achieved, wealth and reputation would follow effortlessly, which is why renowned trainers seldom faced financial issues. Chapter 48. Advancing to the top 4. Attention, competitors Lin Fan and Lu Chengcheng. Please proceed to the competition arena. Attention, competitors Lin Fan and Lu Chengcheng. Please proceed to the competition arena. Hearing the announcement, Lin Fan stood, adjusted his attire, and walked towards the competitor's corridor. On the other side, Lu Chengcheng inhaled deeply and followed suit. The two emerged from the corridor almost simultaneously, greeted by a deafening roar of applause from the audience. One was a powerful and audacious youth, while the other was a beautiful young girl, a disciple of a champion. Both possessed their own fan bases, and Lu Qingqing's popularity rivaled Lin Fan's. Lu Qingqing, you're the best. Go for it. Keep it up. Lin Fan. Remember to give us your autograph after winning. Don't go back on your word. They waved to the audience, their faces beaming with smiles. As the two stood on the podium, the referee immediately addressed them. I want to reiterate the rules. You both should be well aware. Please release your Pokeballs. Upon hearing the referee's words, both competitors retrieved their Pokeballs from their belts. Lin Fan versus Lu Qingqing, quarterfinal match. Begin. As the referee's voice faded, both competitors simultaneously hurled their Pokeballs and shouted, "Come forth. Blaziken. Gyarados. The decision rests with you." Lin Fan observed as a humanoid Pokémon with a crown of white feathers and V-shaped crest emerged, its blue eyes and muscular legs marking Lu Qingqing's Blaziken. To Lin Fan's astonishment, Blaziken had evolved. It hadn't evolved just yesterday, had it? Lin Fan expressed his surprise. Ha ha ha, pure luck. I trained hard after returning home yesterday, and it evolved during training, Lu Qingqing declared proudly. Evolution of Pokémon is no simple feat, aside from Lin Fan, who seems to have an advantage. Pokémon must reach a certain level to evolve, while others require luck, foundation, and strength. All three are essential. Otherwise, one might stay stagnant at a particular stage indefinitely. This is why Lu Qingqing was so elated. Ahem, contestants, please commence the match promptly. Observing the two engaged in conversation, the referee grew impatient, asking for a modicum of respect. The two exchanged glances and immediately commanded their Pokémon. Blaziken, use Feather Dance. Lu Qingqing understood that Blaziken's type was utterly weak against Gyarados, so she had been feeling quite awkward these past few days. Upon receiving the command, Blaziken sprang into action, its powerful legs launching it into the air, spinning rapidly as it released a flurry of fiery feathers. The feathers cascaded onto Gyarados' massive form, causing it discomfort, as if its strength was being restrained. You wish to diminish Gyarados' power? It won't be that simple. Lin Fan discerned Lu Qingqing's strategy, but he knew that just because she had used Feather Dance to bind Gyarados' strength, it wouldn't mean Blaziken could withstand Gyarados' onslaught. Gyarados, show her your strength. Use Intimidate. Upon hearing Lin Fan's command, Gyarados glared with its enormous, menacing eyes, its fierce visage exacerbated by its innate Intimidate ability. Blaziken faltered, retreating a few steps as its confidence wavered. Don't be afraid, Blaziken. Use Double Kick. Lu Qingqing, startled by Gyarados' presence, quickly reassured her retreating Pokémon while issuing commands. Blaziken let out a battle cry and charged towards Gyarados, its legs engulfed in flames as it delivered a powerful kick. Gyarados, struck by Blaziken, shook off the impact, retaliating with a sweeping tail aimed at Blaziken. The agile Blaziken deftly evaded the assault by propelling itself backward. Its defensive capabilities are truly formidable. That had no effect at all. Lu Qingqing observed in astonishment as the flame chicken was struck by the Gyarados, seemingly unscathed, a sharp pain suddenly coursing through his head. It's our turn, Gyarados. Charge forward and use Waterfall. Lin Fan's command followed, and the Gyarados leaped into the air, as if it were soaring from the ground to the heavens, exuding an overwhelming aura as it lunged at the flame chicken. The already massive Gyarados, combined with the force of Waterfall, instilled a palpable pressure that caused beads of cold sweat to form on the flame chicken's brow. Flame chicken, dodge quickly. Seeing the Gyarados barreling towards them, Lu Qingqing urgently commanded the flame chicken to evade. However, the flame chicken's legs appeared as though they were anchored to the ground, immobile with fear. Quickly, flame chicken, use Bulk Up. Faced with the flame chicken's paralysis, Lu Qingqing had no choice but to instruct it to enhance its defense. Upon hearing Lu Qingqing's command, the flame chicken's muscles began to swell, transforming its already robust physique into an even more formidable presence. Just then, the Gyarados' colossal body collided with the flame chicken, resulting in a resounding crash that reverberated throughout the arena, sending dust spiraling into the air and enveloping the entire battleground, obscuring the view of the unfolding scene. Flame chicken, Lu Qingqing exclaimed in alarm, shouting into the dust-laden arena. Gyarados, Lin Fan, unable to discern the situation, sensed that the Gyarados had likely sustained no harm. As the dust settled, it revealed the flame chicken, now sprawled atop a large boulder, motionless. While it had not yet lost its fighting spirit, it was clear it was on the brink of defeat. The flame chicken, known for its speed and strength, possessed inherently weak defenses. Coupled with the Gyarados' immense size and power, the impact of Waterfall was undeniably devastating. Unbelievable. All right, return, flame chicken. Lu Chengqing couldn't help but voice his frustration, surprised that the flame chicken had been so decisively defeated. Realizing the futility of the situation, he finally understood the despair that Chun Tao had once felt. Forget it, referee, I concede this match. Lu Chengqing resolutely declared to the referee, opting not to send forth another Pokémon. The victor is Lin Fan. Congratulations on advancing to the top 4. The referee promptly announced upon hearing Lu Chengqing's words. Oh, he has advanced. The crowd erupted in cheers for Lin Fan, while Lu Chengqing's supporters were expressions of dismay. Lin Fan, do not forget your promise to me. Lu Chengqing called out to Lin Fan as he descended from the stage, leaving everyone perplexed. What promise? Chapter 49, Mysterious Guardian. After enjoying a lunch break, the remaining matches commenced. Lin Fan's opponent was a trainer specializing in grass-type Pokémon. Due to personal limitations, most trainers tend to focus on cultivating a single type of Pokémon, making Lin Fan's diverse training approach quite rare, akin only to the character Ji from the anime. In the preceding match, it was no surprise that Yi Yun emerged victorious. And now it was Lin Fan's turn to take the stage. Please, competitors Lin Fan and Lu Feng, proceed to the arena for the match. As the announcement echoed thrice, Lin Fan rose and made his way toward the competition corridor. Stepping out of the competitor's passage, he was met with a wave of cheers. Lin Fan waved to the audience, savoring the moment. I didn't expect to run into you here. It seems my journey ends here. Lu Feng, standing across from Lin Fan, sighed, surprised to encounter him. Although his grass-type Pokémon had an advantage over Lin Fan's water-type, the absolute strength of the opponent rendered such type advantages rather inconsequential. Are both competitors ready? The referee inquired. Both nodded and retrieved their Pokeballs. Let the match begin. With the referee's declaration, both trainers simultaneously tossed their Pokeballs, unleashing beams of red light. 2 figures materialized on the field. Come forth, Venusaur. Scyther, it's your time to shine. Lu Feng's Venusaur was slightly larger and more robust than the average, a testament to its rigorous training. TCH, Scyther? Don't underestimate me. Lu Feng thought, believing Lin Fan was dismissive for not deploying Gyarados. As Venusaur's petals unfurled, a cloud of yellow pollen wafted into the air, transforming the battlefield into its domain. Scyther, rush in and focus your energy. Instead of attacking first, Lin Fan instructed Scyther to concentrate. Upon hearing Lin Fan's command, Scyther inhaled deeply, channeling its focus. Meanwhile, Lu Feng seized the opportunity. Venusaur, use Vine Whip to attack. With that, 2 slender tendrils extended from Venusaur, lashing towards Scyther like whips. Scyther dodged. Observing the incoming tendrils, Scyther flapped its wings and veered aside. However, Venusaur's vines seemed to lock onto Scyther, relentlessly pursuing it even after the initial miss. Use Quick Attack to close in on Venusaur, then follow up with Double Hit. Lin Fan commanded calmly. Venusaur, retract your Vine Whip and unleash Leaf Blade. Do not allow Scyther to approach. Lu Feng countered, aware that if Scyther closed the distance, it would be difficult to escape. Scyther transformed into a streak of green lightning, surging toward Venusaur. At that moment, numerous green leaves surrounded Venusaur, each leaf sharp as a blade, launching a barrage of indiscriminate attacks at Scyther under Lu Feng's command. Faced with the relentless onslaught of leaves, Scyther did not falter. Instead, it accelerated, disregarding the pain of the strikes, and drew closer to Venusaur. With its scythe-like arms, it slashed at Venusaur, leaving behind 2 gashes on its body. Yet, under the influence of grassy terrain, Venusaur's injuries began to mend slowly. Ignore it, keep attacking, and use acrobatics. Recognizing the need to prevent Venusaur's recovery, Lin Fan urged Scyther to continue its assault. Venusaur, use Tackle. Venusaur clumsily charged toward Scyther, but the latter evaded with acrobatic finesse, twisting its body in a spectacular display, rendering Venusaur's assault ineffective. Scyther maneuvered around Venusaur's tackle, closing the gap and striking again with its scythe-like arms, inflicting further wounds. Venusaur, take this chance and use Poison Powder. Yet, before Scyther could retreat, Lu Feng, having anticipated the ineffective tackle, was ready with a countermeasure. Upon hearing Lu Feng's command, Venusaur released a cloud of purple pollen from its petals, drifting towards Scyther. Do you think that move will work? Lin Fan scoffed. Scyther, use Mysterious Guardian. He had anticipated this very tactic, having prepared Scyther for such an eventuality. If he had more resources, he would have even trained Gyarados to learn Mysterious Guardian as well. He would not be caught off guard by this insidious grass-type combination, especially not with the threat of Sleep Powder looming. What? Lu Feng exclaimed in shock as he witnessed a protective film enveloping Scyther. He had never expected that Scyther had learned to activate Guardian. As long as this thin membrane remains unbroken, it will be impervious to any abnormal conditions. With a flash of brilliance, the flying mantis executed its slicing technique. Observing the disarray of the victory bell, Lu Feng exhibited no mercy and promptly commanded the flying mantis to strike. In an instant, the flying mantis appeared before the victory bell, its scythe-like arms relentlessly hacking away at its form, leaving a multitude of wounds in their wake. Bang! At last, the victory bell could no longer endure and collapsed onto the ground with a resounding thud. The victory bell has lost its combat ability. Please send out your second Pokémon, Lu Feng. The referee hastily declared upon witnessing the fallen creature. Come back, victory bell. I'm counting on you, Tangela. Lu Feng exhaled deeply as he recalled the victory bell and retrieved the Pokeball from his belt, tossing it onto the field. A flash of red light revealed a Pokémon entwined in blue, vine-like plants, with only its 2 white eyes and small feet visible. Lu Feng's second Pokémon, Tangela. It is said that Tangela is composed of the soul of a drowning girl intertwined with seaweed from the ocean floor, though the truth of this tale remains uncertain. The flying mantis, utilizing its high-speed movement, rushed towards it and prepared to slice. Upon witnessing Tangela's emergence, Lin Fan immediately ordered the flying mantis to attack. Tangela, use bind. Lu Feng commanded urgently as the flying mantis charged forth. Countless vines erupted from Tangela, ensnaring the flying mantis. In an unexpected turn, the sheer number of vines overwhelmed the flying mantis, trapping it. Chapter 50, Advancing to the Finals. Flying mantis, use air slash to sever the vines. Lin Fan commanded. Seeing the predicament of his Pokémon, with a low growl, the flying mantis swung its scythe-like arms rapidly, generating a flurry of wind blades that sliced through the encircling vines. Tangela, first use growth, then follow with Vine Whip. Lu Feng instructed, observing the flying mantis on the verge of freeing itself from the vines. Immediately, Tangela's body expanded to double its original size, significantly augmenting its power. After Tangela grew, it extended 2 vine whips from its body towards the flying mantis. Faced with the rapid assault of the vine whips, the flying mantis revealed a hint of panic. It was still entangled in the surrounding vines. And now another attack was imminent, leaving it uncertain of how to respond. Just as the vine whips were about to strike the flying mantis, Lin Fan was about to utter a command when he noticed a glimmer of gold in the flying mantis's eyes. Instinctively, it raised its scythe-like arms and slashed at the incoming vine whips. Lin Fan opened his mouth but fell silent, contemplating the flying mantis's actions. The flying mantis itself appeared bewildered, seemingly unaware of what had transpired. Observing its expression, Lin Fan felt reassured and promptly issued a command. Flying mantis, use Leer. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the flying mantis widened its eyes, glaring fiercely at the Tangela. The intimidating gaze caused Tangela to stagger backward in fear. Now, Lin Fan seized the moment and commanded the flying mantis to charge forward and execute a spin attack. Witnessing Tangela's fearful expression, Lin Fan swiftly directed the flying mantis to launch its assault. In response, Lu Feng's eyes hardened, and he commanded Tangela to endure the attack and then unleash frenzy. The flying mantis dove towards Tangela with remarkable speed, akin to a streak of green lightning descending from above. Its scythe-like arms cleaved through Tangela, severing many of the vines entangled around it. No, Tangela emitted a pained cry, its vines quivering, yet it had no choice but to follow Lu Feng's command, transforming its vines into a multitude of tendrils that frantically lashed out at the flying mantis in a chaotic manner, devoid of strategy. The flying mantis found itself hindered by this onslaught, forced to evade as best it could. However, due to the overwhelming number of vines, it was unable to avoid all the strikes and was hit multiple times. Observing the flying mantis under siege, Lin Fan quickly commanded, Flying Mantis, use double team. Upon receiving Lin Fan's order, the beleaguered flying mantis paused momentarily before splitting from its original form, creating an identical clone. Tangela, confronted by 2 flying mantises, hesitated, its attack slowing. Now, use high-speed movement to dash in and perform crosscut. Lin Fan seized the opportunity as Tangela faltered, directing the flying mantis to swiftly approach Tangela. Faced with the sudden appearance of the flying mantis before it, Tangela's eyes widened in terror. However, the flying mantis showed no mercy. Its sharp scythes carved a cross into Tangela's form, sending it crashing to the ground. Tangela, are you all right? Lu Feng, anxiously observing from the command platform, spoke with a tremor in his voice. Flying mantis, deliver the final blow with a series of slashes. Upon hearing the command, the flying mantis swiftly approached Tangela, its gleaming sides raining down blows upon it. Oh! Tangela cried out in agony. Referee, I concede. Flying Mantis, cease your attack. Upon hearing Tangela's wails, Lu Feng urgently addressed the referee standing nearby. Acknowledging Lu Feng's concession, Lin Fan promptly instructed the Flying Mantis to halt its assault. Lu Feng has conceded. The victor is Lin Fan. Congratulations to Lin Fan for advancing to the finals. The referee immediately announced Lin Fan's victory. Hooray, we won. Incredible. Doesn't it feel like Lin Fan has grown even stronger? He triumphed using only the Flying Mantis. Indeed, he has become even more formidable. It's only been a few days. I can hardly fathom how he is trained. As Lin Fan celebrated his victory, his supporters erupted in deafening cheers. Seeing the Flying Mantis cease its attack, Lu Feng rushed onto the field, cradling the injured Tangela in his arms as he sprinted towards the Pokémon Center. Wait, Lin Fan called out to him. What do you want? Lu Feng queried, his expression darkening as he faced Lin Fan. I have a healing spray. Please use it on Tangela. It's quite effective. I apologize. The Flying Mantis was a bit ruthless this time, Lin Fan offered. Retrieving a vial of healing spray from his backpack and handing it to Lu Feng before turning to walk towards the player's exit. Lu Feng accepted the healing spray from Lin Fan, noticing its plain white bottle devoid of packaging. He harbored no doubts and promptly sprayed the injured areas of Tangela. Oh. Tangela, which had been wailing in pain, emitted a sound of comfort upon contact with the healing spray, its condition visibly improving. Realizing the value of the ordinary-looking healing spray in his hand, Lu Feng couldn't help but marvel at Lin Fan's generosity. This world, having only discovered Pokémon for less than 300 years, lacked many of the potions developed in the past. Common items in the system's shop were exceedingly rare in this realm, often found only in secret realms and ruins, and typically acquired by corporations and elites, seldom making their way into public circulation. Lin Fan first made his way to the Pokémon Center, handing over the Pokeball containing his Scyther to the staff for treatment. The injuries sustained by Scyther were minor, easily manageable by the center, thus Lin Fan deemed it unnecessary to use any healing spray, as he sought to conserve his dwindling funds. Hello, you must be Lin Fan, right? I am Yi Yun, your opponent for later. At that moment, two figures approached Lin Fan and greeted him. Looking up, he noticed a youth of similar age standing next to Lu Chengqing. This was indeed Yi Yun, his forthcoming adversary. Lin Fan, good to see you again. Lu Chengqing chimed in, waving at him. Chapter 51, The Championship. Is there something you need? Lin Fan inquired. A hint of confusion evident in his gaze. After the competition, I would like to invite you to become the spokesperson for our brand. I hope you will consider it. Yi Yun said, extending a business card towards Lin Fan. Shinai Duo clothing for Pokémon? Lin Fan read the words printed on the card. A slight frown forming on his brow. If his memory served him right, this was a company dedicated to women's apparel. What on earth does this mean? Asking me to endorse it? Lin Fan's expression darkened considerably. Please, don't misunderstand. While our company specializes in women's clothing, we are currently expanding into the realm of young men's fashion. Given your remarkable performance in this year's Trainer Championship and your esteemed reputation among the youth of Rongqing, we thought you would be an ideal candidate for endorsement. Yi Yun quickly clarified, noticing Lin Fan's displeasure. I see. Come, why are we still standing? Let us sit down and discuss this matter, Lin Fan replied with a smile, swiftly moving aside to allow Yi Yun a seat. His change in demeanor as swift as a dramatic face change in Sichuan opera. Yi Yun, taken aback by Lin Fan's sudden shift, felt a bit flustered. This person must be a master of transformations, he thought. Don't just stand there, Lu Chengqing. Take a seat as well, Lin Fan urged. Noticing Lu Chengqing still lingering on her feet. Oh, realizing Lin Fan was addressing her, Lu Chengqing quickly sat down. Yi Yun, may I ask how much you are offering for the endorsement? Lin Fan rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with interest as he looked at Yi Yun. His demeanor now quite amiable. We are proposing a 3-year contract with a total compensation of 20 million, with 5 million paid annually for the first 2 years, and the remainder in the 3rd year. Of course, we will cover the taxes. Here is a draft of the contract for your review. And we are open to negotiations should you have any concerns, Yi Yun explained, retrieving several sheets of paper from his backpack and presenting them to Lin Fan. Lin Fan took the documents and scrutinized them, his brow furrowing in concentration. After a while, he turned to Yi Yun and said, this seems rather insincere. While 20 million over 3 years sounds substantial, I would be required to participate in several promotional events each month, which is unacceptable. As you know, a trainer's time is incredibly precious. Lin Fan outright refused, aware that he had no time to spare for promotional events. He was simply in need of money at the moment. Once his energy cubes were completed, financial worries would be a thing of the past. How about this? We can cancel the promotional events, but we would require the likeness rights to your Gyarados for 3 years. What do you think? Yi Yun, having assessed Lin Fan's reaction, finally revealed his true intent. 1 year. No more than that. Lin Fan retorted, not naive to the fact that under his training, the Gyarados would ascend to the level of a champion Pokémon in no more than 2 years. Extending it to 3 would be a significant loss for him. 1 year is too little. It must be at least 2 years. Yi Yun shook his head in refusal. Unacceptable, Lin Fan countered. And thus they found themselves at an impasse. Perhaps, Lin Fan, you could include your Scyther as well? Lu Chengcheng, observing the stalemate, suddenly had a bright idea and spoke up. Here is a proposition. I have 3 Pokémon at my disposal. I can package Gyarados, Scyther, and Pidgey together for you. But you would need to add another 5 million, and it would only be for 1 year, Lu Chengcheng suggested. Lin Fan's eyes lit up at the mention of Scyther and Pidgey within his Pokeballs. Seeing Lin Fan's expression of potential profit, Yi Yun felt a surge of frustration. Did this mean he would have to spend more to acquire 2 additional Pokémon? Don't make that face. My Pidgey is incredibly adorable. And you are not at a disadvantage, Lin Fan reassured Yi Yun, knowing he had the upper hand. He produced Pidgey's Pokeball and released it. A beam of red light emanated, revealing a pure white Pidgey before them. Pidgey, the Pokémon chirped, landing on Lin Fan's shoulder. The sight of this rare variant of Pidgey astonished both Yi Yun and Lu Chengcheng. They had not anticipated Lin Fan possessing such a unique Pokémon. In less than half a year, Pidgey will undoubtedly evolve into Pidgeot, at which point you would be utilizing the rights to Pidgeot's likeness. If it weren't for my current financial constraints, I wouldn't even consider selling, Lin Fan lamented, feeling a twinge of regret. He had planned to upgrade in the secret realm after the competition and needed to ensure he had enough money set aside. Financial resources meant power. All right, I will have someone draft the contract, and once the competition concludes this afternoon, we shall sign it. Yi Yun conceded, casting a glance at Lin Fan, approving his proposal. By the way, Lin Fan, where did you acquire the Pokeball hanging around your neck? I've never seen one like it before, Yi Yun inquired, feigning curiosity about the Master Ball adorning Lin Fan's neck. Oh, this? It's merely a decorative piece. I bought it because I found it visually appealing. Lin Fan replied with a smile. I see. Please show mercy when we battle later. Yi Yun nodded, chuckling. Let us encourage each other. Lin Fan responded. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Yi Yun and Lu Chengcheng took their leave. In the audience stands of the competition arena, the crowd erupted in fervent cheers. Their eyes glued to the intense battle unfolding below. Shinai Duo, use Hypnosis Beam. Gyarados, use Substitute. With one final blow, Gyarados unleashed its dragon rage. It was established that, aside from Arceus's plates, there were no attacks that could be absolutely ignored, though the damage would be minimal. I hope everyone understands. Gazing at the golden trophy resting on the table, the events of the previous day's competition resonated vividly in Lin Fan's mind. He had nearly faced defeat. Little did he expect Yi Yun to unleash the previously unutilized Shinai Duo in the final moments. As a humanoid Pokémon, Shinai Duo's endearing appearance made it universally adored, boasting immense popularity among humans. Furthermore, as a psychic fairy type, it was quite rare. Thus, the sudden appearance of Shinai Duo had nearly caught Lin Fan off guard. Fortunately, Gyarados' formidable strength ultimately triumphed over Shinai Duo, earning him the championship title. Not bad at all. I will sell the evolution stone afterward, and my savings will finally reach over 10 million. Lin Fan beamed as he checked his bank balance. He had sold the Pokemon egg to Lu Chengcheng for 4 million. And with the 2 million prize from the competition, he now had a total of 6 million in his account, enough to indulge in a shopping spree. He decided to hold on to the learning machine for the move Destruction Beam for now, waiting to find a suitable Pokemon to use it on. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of Pokemon would hatch from the egg gifted by the system. A Banjiro would be splendid, and a Dragonite would be fantastic as well. Staring at the Pokemon egg resting beside him, Lin Fan couldn't help but dream about the little creature's impending arrival. Chapter 52 Expulsion. The following morning, Lin Fan arose early, donning his backpack and cycling towards the school. Having won the championship in the recent trainer tournament, Lin Fan had gained a modicum of fame in Rongqing, and along the way, several people greeted him. He responded to each enthusiastically, even stopping for photos and autographs. Upon arriving at the school gate, Lin Fan was greeted by a colossal red banner emblazoned with the words, "Congratulations to our student Lin Fan for winning the championship of the inaugural Rongqing Junior Trainer Competition." Alas, it's really Lin Fan. I thought he had stopped coming to school. The champion has returned. Let's go and witness his grandeur. As Lin Fan stood at the entrance, students flocked around him as if encountering a celebrity who had suddenly graced their campus. Faced with the overwhelming attention, Lin Fan could only offer a weary smile. Ah, the burdens of fame are truly arduous. What will happen when I become a Pokémon master? The spectators gradually dispersed only when the school bell rang, signaling the start of classes. At that moment, the homeroom teacher approached Lin Fan with a group of people in tow. Lin Fan, you finally arrived. Why didn't you answer my call yesterday? The teacher expressed with a hint of displeasure. I was too exhausted and took some time to rest. Is there something you need? Lin Fan replied coolly, casting a glance at the self-important teacher. Don't think that just because you've won a championship, you're something special. You haven't even graduated yet. Perhaps sensing Lin Fan's nonchalant tone, or perhaps still feeling the weight of his authority. The teacher's demeanor shifted to one of hostility. Hey, Mr. Zhang, how can you speak to our pride, Lin Fan, like that? He is an asset to our school. And as your student, you should show him more respect. Apologize to him at once. A school leader accompanying the teacher interjected after overhearing their exchange, first admonishing Mr. Zhang before turning to reprimand Lin Fan. Hearing the leader's words, a smug smile crept onto Mr. Zhang's face. I'm merely here to reclaim what is rightfully mine. When will you fulfill your promise regarding the rewards? Lin Fan stated flatly, addressing the middle-aged man, who he suspected was the one who had threatened him previously. What rewards? The man replied, confusion evident in his tone. Realizing their intentions, Lin Fan understood that they had no intention of honoring their promise. Oh, I see. You mean the rewards for winning the competition? No problem. Old Li will transfer 100,000 alliance coins to Lin Fan shortly. He has brought honor to our school. The man feigned enlightenment, patting his forehead and directing his words to a colleague nearby. Huh, I get it now. You're not planning to give it at all. Lin Fan scoffed, recognizing their attempt to exploit his fame without compensation. What do you mean we're not planning to give it? We promised to award 100,000 alliance coins for first place. That will be given to you shortly. The man grinned maliciously at Lin Fan. All right, I understand. I hope you won't come to regret this, Lin Fan replied in a calm tone before pushing his bicycle and heading toward the school exit. Lin Fan, the college entrance examination is just 2 weeks away. Although you performed excellently in the competition, without a school recommendation, you won't be able to attend university. You need to think this through. The middle-aged man threatened Lin Fan as he walked away. Fool, Lin Fan muttered under his breath, leaving without looking back. I will make you pay for this. Want to attend university? Not a chance. The middle-aged man seethed, pulling out his phone and dialing a number. Hello, Grandpa Li. I need to ask you for a favor. Upon returning home, Lin Fan called Li Yunfeng. Is that you, Xiao Fan? What can I do for you? Li Yunfeng inquired amiably, pausing his lecture on the other end of the line. I would like your assistance in arranging a transfer to another school. Lin Fan explained the situation to Li Yunfeng. Ah, don't worry. I'll take care of it right away. Which high school do you wish to attend? Li Yunfeng assured him, eager to help. I think I'll go to Qizhong. Lin Fan decided after considering that his only acquaintances were Lu Chengsheng and Yi Yun. All right. I'll arrange that for you shortly. Thank you, Grandpa Li, Sister Wang. Big news. Tremendous news. Wang Xiaoya, at Rongqing television station, stared at a pile of Lin Fan's data on her desk, her head throbbing with frustration. Ever since she had taken on the task of covering Lin Fan, she had yet to produce a truly sensational piece, which had led to several stern conversations with her editor. Xiaozhang, if you mess this up again, forget about your bonus for the month. Wang Xiaoya yelled at her assistant as he entered the room. Don't worry, this will definitely be big news. Just look at the campus website of Sanzhong. This news is explosive. Xiaozhang assured her eagerly. What news? Let me see, Wang Xiaoya said. Her curiosity piqued as she opened the Sanzhong website. What the heck? Is Sanzhong out of their minds? Whoever made this decision must be crazy. They actually expelled Lin Fan. Wang Xiaoya leapt from her chair, incredulous as she gazed at her computer screen. Now, immediately, find Lin Fan. I need first-hand information. Notify the driver to get ready. We're heading to Lin Fan's home. Wang Xiaoya commanded Xiaozhang without a moment to spare, leaving her documents behind. Yes, I'll do it right away. Xiaozhang nodded and quickly picked up the phone to call the driver. This news is bound to make waves, no doubt about it. Those fools at Sanzhong have no idea how high Lin Fan's popularity has soared. The flames of gossip ignited fiercely in Wang Xiaoya's mind. She already envisioned 100 headlines. What school leaders do to harm exceptional students? The inside story of Sanzhong you don't know. And the truth behind Lin Fan leaving Sanzhong, among others. In the world of media, captivating headlines are essential. And a touch of exaggeration in content is permissible as long as the final result is truthful. People will admire a journalist with great writing skills and thorough investigations. As a seasoned reporter, Wang Xiaoya began to strategize how to report this unfolding saga. Chapter 53, The Storm of Expulsion. Having already researched Lin Fan's background, Wang Xiaoya, with her assistant in tow, hurried toward Lin Fan's residence. She had previously interviewed him after the competition, but due to the overwhelming crowd seeking his autograph and photos, she had failed to gather substantial material. However, they had already pinpointed Lin Fan's home. Upon arriving at Lin Fan's doorstep, Wang Xiaoya adjusted her attire and knocked on the door. "Who are you looking for?" Lin Fan's slightly handsome face appeared as the door opened a few seconds later. "Hello, Lin Fan. I'm Wang Xiaoya, a reporter from Rongqing television station. We met a few days ago. Do you have a moment to talk? I would like to interview you," Wang Xiaoya said, her expression brightening at the sight of Lin Fan at home. "Oh, what do you want?" Lin Fan scrutinized Wang Xiaoya, his mind filled with caution. Journalists could be difficult to deal with. One must tread carefully. "We wish to discuss your expulsion from Sanzhou. Do you have time?" Wang Xiaoya quickly responded, sensing Lin Fan's wariness. "I see. Please, come in." After a moment's consideration, Lin Fan allowed them to enter. "Thank you." Wang Xiaoya expressed gratefully as she followed Lin Fan into the room. "Please, have a seat. Can I get you anything to drink?" Lin Fan inquired once they were all seated. "Tea, cola, or plain water?" They all replied in unison. "I don't have any. Only plain water," Lin Fan said with a hint of annoyance, realizing they might have mistaken his politeness for an invitation. The three looked at one another, exasperated, as he had only plain water to offer. "What do you want to ask? Go ahead." Lin Fan poured a glass of plain water for each of the three individuals. "I am curious, having just secured the championship of this competition, why were you expelled from Rongqing No. 3 Middle School? Is there something more to this story? Or were you coerced or threatened by the school?" The fires of gossip ignited within Wang Xiaoya, and her inquiries bombarded Lin Fan like a relentless barrage of bullets. Lin Fan, wearing a look of exasperation, gazed at the woman before him and replied, "Could we perhaps take one question at a time? How am I to respond to all this at once?" "Oh, my apologies. Then may I ask why you were expelled?" Wang Xiaoya nodded sheepishly and directed her first question at Lin Fan. "Because they promised a reward of 1 million alliance coins for winning, but only delivered 10,000, leading to a falling out. Besides, as a member of this disadvantaged group, how could I possibly stand up to them? Hence, I was expelled," Lin Fan explained with a shrug of resignation. Wang Xiaoya's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she earnestly noted his words, contemplating how to embellish this narrative upon her return. Following that, Wang Xiaoya posed several more questions, to which Lin Fan was quite accommodating. "So, with your expulsion, doesn't that mean you won't be able to take the college entrance examination?" She suddenly realized the gravitas of her inquiry and quickly directed it at Lin Fan. "Aye." Just as Lin Fan was about to respond, a series of knocks echoed from the door. He promptly rose to open it, revealing a bespectacled, refined middle-aged man standing outside. "Who are you?" Lin Fan asked, puzzled. "Hello, you must be Lin Fan, correct? I am Mr. Wang, the Dean of Qizhou. You may call me Teacher Wang. May we come in to discuss something?" Mr. Wang introduced himself with a thorough appraisal of Lin Fan. "Please, come in." Lin Fan quickly gestured for him to enter, thinking that Mr. Li's arrangements were indeed reliable. "Is there another guest? I hope I am not intruding," Teacher Yang remarked upon entering, noticing Wang Xiaoya and her companions seated on the sofa. "Not at all. Please have a seat," Lin Fan replied, leading Mr. Wang to the sofa and pouring him a glass of water. "Thank you." Mr. Wang expressed his gratitude as he accepted the cup. "The situation is this, Lin Fan. We have learned of your expulsion from No. 3 Middle School, and I specifically came to invite you to join Qizhou. We have also heard about your situation with No. 3. If you join us, we will double the reward they promised you. Furthermore, if you secure the top score in the Rongqing College entrance examination this year, we will grant you an additional 3 million alliance coins." "Haha, Teacher Wang, you jest. The money is inconsequential. What I truly appreciate is the academic atmosphere at Qizhou." Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively, as if to downplay the offer. "Cut it out." Even Wang Xiaoya, listening from the side, rolled her eyes at Lin Fan's nonchalance, thinking to herself, "You're just blowing smoke." "Teacher Wang, hello? I am a reporter from Rongqing Television. May I ask why you are inviting Lin Fan to join Qizhou? Is there an undisclosed motive behind this?" Wang Xiaoya quickly inquired of Mr. Wang. "Haha, there are no hidden agendas. We simply do not wish to see a promising talent of the Empire squandered by certain individuals. Should that occur, we would become the Empire's villains. How could we uphold our duty to educate? How could we face the citizens of Rongqing, even if it means offending some people? We at Qizhou will ensure Lin Fan's protection," Mr. Wang proclaimed passionately, exuding an aura of selflessness and dedication to the educational cause of the Empire. The three onlookers were visibly moved by Mr. Wang's sudden fervor, realizing that Lin Fan had indeed been wronged. He had refrained from disclosing this during their earlier interview, likely out of fear of retaliation from dark forces. This was a significant narrative. Had Lin Fan not already been aware of the situation, he too might have been swayed by Mr. Wang's passionate rhetoric. After a brief chat, Mr. Wang assured Lin Fan that he could focus on his training in the coming days, and he only needed to report to the school 3 days before the college entrance examination, as they would handle everything else. He then took his leave. Rest assured, Lin Fan, if you encounter any injustice, Rongqing Television will ensure your story is told. We will deliver justice. Before departing, Wang Xiaoya patted her chest, promising Lin Fan. Thank you, Sister Xiaoya. However, I have training to attend to this afternoon, so I must bid you farewell, Lin Fan responded hastily. Do your best. Wang Xiaoya hurried off, needing to prepare her report. Lin Fan's situation could be trivial or monumental, depending on how it was presented. She had already thought of a title, The Untold Truth Behind Champion Lin Fan's Expulsion. These media personnel are indeed formidable, but who can blame them for their own choices? What is mine will always remain mine. I shall not seize what is not rightfully mine. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Such was his character. No one would take what belonged to him, nor would he covet what was not his. Chapter 54. Am I being rewarded? After packing a change of clothes and outdoor supplies, Lin Fan prepared to report to Qizhong before heading to the D25 secret realm. He intended to level up his Bobo first. Following the conclusion of the recent competition, both his Gyarados and Scyther had each gained a level. TCH. This device has been weakened. Damn system. Lin Fan cursed silently as he glanced at the learning device in his backpack. He had spent all his rewards from this competition and all the money earned from endorsements, along with borrowing several million from Li Yunfeng to purchase it. The beginner learning device grants 100 experience points to all participating Pokémon and 50 experience points to those who did not participate in battles. Applicable only to Pokémon below level 61. To gain experience at higher levels, one must purchase subsequent upgrades of the learning device. This left Lin Fan feeling quite disgruntled, as he had not been informed of this limitation at the time of purchase, leading him to feel cheated, dashing his hopes of leveling up with Groudon. Upon arriving at Qizhong, Lin Fan sought out Mr. Wang to report in. Although he had been told that he could report 3 days before the exam, it was merely a courtesy extended due to Li Yunfeng's influence. Lin Fan was not foolish enough to wait until the last moment. After completing the transfer process, Lin Fan sought out Lu Chengqing and Yi Yun. Upon hearing that Lin Fan was transferring to Qizhong, both were quite pleased, as they had developed a camaraderie through their previous encounters. The three settled into a cafe within the school, as Lin Fan prepared to head out for training. Yi Yun cautioned him, Lin Fan, if you're going out, be careful. I heard from my father that your red Gyarados has been placed under a bounty of 30 million Alliance coins in the underground world. Be cautious when leaving the city. Oh, someone has placed a bounty on my Gyarados? Is there any way to find out who it is? Lin Fan paused mid-sip, a mysterious smile creeping onto his face as he inquired of Yi Yun. I don't know. In the underground world, they take orders without revealing identities. That's the rule. Yi Yun replied, shaking her head. Where there is light, darkness will inevitably exist. The underground world operates differently from the Dark Hunter organization. They only handle task assignments and post the tasks of employers in the hall, which are then taken up by trainers wanted by the Alliance, who earn a commission from completing the tasks. Thank you. I'll be careful, Lin Fan replied, grateful for the warning. By the way, there's something else you might not know. I heard from my master that Dr. Li Yunfeng has developed a new type of Pokémon food that can enhance the strength of Pokémon with regular consumption. Applicable to all Pokémon. The price isn't exorbitant, but it's likely that the number of trainers in the Alliance will increase rapidly in the future. Lu Chengqing remarked with an air of mystery. Really? Dr. Li is that impressive? Although Yi Yun is the son of the wealthiest man in Rongqing, he remains oblivious to the affairs of the Alliance's upper echelons. I heard from my master that mass production may commence within 2 to 3 months. Lu Chengqing nodded affirmatively. That's wonderful. Yi Yun appeared exceedingly delighted. Lin Fan, why are you so calm? Lu Chengqing inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion at Lin Fan's serene demeanor. It's nothing. I'm merely taken aback by this news, Lin Fan replied hastily. I told you, this news is absolutely sensational. Lu Chengqing proclaimed with pride. Of course. You have no idea how stunned old man Li was at the time. Lin Fan chuckled at the memory of Li Yunfeng's expression. After sharing lunch with the two, Lin Fan departed from Qizhong, heading towards the D25 secret realm. The D25 secret realm is suited for both novice trainers and elite trainers, primarily inhabited by water-type Pokémon. With 70% of its expanse enveloped in water, truly a paradise for aquatic creatures. The sovereign of this realm is a quasi-king level Blastoise. Even with the might of a Gyarados, one could scarcely hope to defeat it. Thus Lin Fan opted for this secret realm. Upon arriving at the entrance, he paid a fee and, after a brief bout of dizziness, officially stepped into the realm. Familiar with the process, Lin Fan made his way directly to the supply point, where he purchased a map of the D25 secret realm and a fishing rod before venturing deeper into the domain. However, in a shadowy corner, a pair of dark eyes watched Lin Fan's retreating figure intently. "Bobo, come forth." A red light shot forth, revealing Bobo before Lin Fan. "Bobo, we are about to engage in battle. It's time to assess your training results, so give it your all," Lin Fan said, affectionately ruffling Bobo's snowy white head. "Bobo." Hearing Lin Fan's encouragement, Bobo nodded eagerly, a fierce determination gleaming in its eyes. Satisfied with Bobo's resolve, Lin Fan approached a lakeside. Observing the tadpole resting by the water's edge. "We shall battle it soon, understood? Bobo," Bobo declared, tapping its chest with its wings. "Charge forth and use tackle," Lin Fan commanded with urgency. "Bobo." With a swift flap of its wings, Bobo shot forward like a bolt of white lightning, crashing into the tadpole, leaving it momentarily stunned. "Bobo." Bobo let out a triumphant cry, relishing its victory over the fallen tadpole. The dazed tadpole emitted a high-pitched cry and suddenly unleashed a jet of water toward Bobo. "Dodge it. Use gust immediately," Lin Fan shouted, watching the water attack approach. "Bobo." Bobo emitted a peculiar cry, swiftly evading the water jet. It then rapidly flapped its wings, conjuring gusts of wind that surged toward the tadpole. Unable to evade the onslaught of wind, the tadpole was toppled over. "Use quick attack to finish the battle," Lin Fan commanded as he observed the tadpole sprawled on the ground. "Bobo." With piercing eyes, Bobo lunged at the incapacitated tadpole, claws sinking into its form. Overwhelmed by pain, the tadpole succumbed to unconsciousness. "Well done," Lin Fan praised, eyeing the experience points gained on the system prompt. He approached the tadpole and applied a healing potion before departing in search of the next opponent. Chapter 55, Acquisition of Water Fruit. Lin Fan refrained from releasing Gyarados, opting instead to allow Bobo to experience multiple battles for evolution, rather than possessing an abruptly acquired power without the know-how to wield it. "How do you feel?" Lin Fan asked, petting Bobo's head. "Bobo." Bobo chirped joyfully from Lin Fan's shoulder. "Then let us continue." Lin Fan smiled, resuming his quest for suitable opponents for Bobo. Although the majority of Pokémon here were water types, a few land-dwelling creatures occasionally appeared, typically lacking in strength, making it easy to find fitting challengers for Bobo. Once Bobo grew fatigued and could no longer battle, Lin Fan released Gyarados and Scyther, allowing them to seek their own adversaries. "Little one, are you in pain?" Lin Fan queried, observing Gyarados and Scyther depart. He took out bandages and healing potions to tend to Bobo's wounds. "Bobo." Bobo gently pecked Lin Fan's hand. "Be cautious next time. Don't overexert yourself." Lin Fan chuckled, ruffling Bobo's head, recalling how it insisted on battling a Spearow and ended up battered and bruised until Lin Fan intervened, having Scyther chase the Spearow away. "All right, that will suffice for today. You'll be fine by tomorrow. For now, return to your Pokeball and rest well." After treating Bobo's injuries, Lin Fan recalled it into the Pokeball. Suddenly, Scyther appeared beside Lin Fan, urgently signaling him. "Is there something ahead?" Lin Fan quickly stood and inquired. "Scyther." Scyther nodded, leading the way, and Lin Fan promptly followed. They arrived at a grove where an Abomasnow circled a tree, eyeing a fruit growing at its top. "Water fruit," Lin Fan murmured, gazing at the fruit, which enhances the water-type moves of Pokémon. Such a rare fruit typically appears only in C-level secret realms, yet here it is in a D-level realm. If word got out, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among all trainers in the vicinity. No wonder Abomasnow is guarding it. It likely intends to use the fruit as bait to lure water-type Pokémon. Abomasnow is notorious, rivaling Spearow in its distastefulness. Many humans fall victim to its venom each year, and it is known to actively attack trainers, harboring a vengeful nature that leads it to relentlessly pursue those who have wronged it. Thus, engaging in combat with Abomasnow requires one to be prepared for its potential death, for if it escapes, it may return to ambush you later. "Scyther, once we retrieve this fruit, we shall feed it to Gyarados," Lin Fan said, eyeing the water fruit with greed, for such fruits are not available in the system shop. Scyther nodded at the fruit, raising its sharp arms in readiness. Lin Fan and Scyther emerged from cover, and Abomasnow, noticing Lin Fan and Scyther's presence, revealed a glint of malice in its triangular eyes. Its head lifted, and a long forked tongue flickered from its mouth, revealing rows of venomous fangs glistening ominously, while its tail rattled like a rattlesnake, issuing warnings. In response to Abomasno's threats, Lin Fan cautiously stepped forward. Observing Lin Fan's defiance, Abomasno opened its gaping maw and lunged at him. Scyther, standing protectively beside Lin Fan, glared fiercely at Abomasno, its eyes filled with a predatory glint, and leaped in front of Lin Fan. Scyther, use quick attack, Lin Fan commanded, retreating a few steps to avoid getting caught in the fray. Scyther's wings beat powerfully, transforming it into a green flash as it charged at Abomasno. As the airborne mantis charged forward, the Abagwa let out a startled cry, spewing forth a cloud of black mist from its mouth, aimed directly at the flying mantis. This was its signature move, the Dissolution Mist, an attack that poisoned any unfortunate creature or sprite that it touched. Mystical Guard, Lin Fan exclaimed, instantly commanding the flying mantis to use this protective skill. Upon hearing Lin Fan's command, the flying mantis conjured a thin membrane around its body, effectively shielding itself from the encroaching black fog. With a swift swipe of its scythe-like arm, it struck the Abagwa, leaving 2 deep gashes in its hide. Perhaps spurred by pain, the Abagwa's teeth glimmered with frost as it lunged at the flying mantis, intent on delivering a deadly bite to the creature that had wounded it. Dodge with quick move, Lin Fan calmly directed. The flying mantis flapped its wings vigorously, elevating itself into the air and maneuvering with agility to evade the Abagwa's icy fangs. Acrobatics. Follow it up with a flurry slash, Lin Fan said, a smile breaking across his face as he saw the flying mantis evade the attack. With an almost unnatural grace, the flying mantis reappeared behind the Abagwa, launching a relentless assault on its body. The Abagwa, in pain, retaliated by swinging its massive tail towards the flying mantis. Dodge, Lin Fan commanded urgently. The tail crashed down upon the Abagwa itself, eliciting cries of distress from the creature. Strike its head, Lin Fan urged, relentless in his attack. The flying mantis swiftly closed the distance, its sharp scythe slicing through the air and cleaving the Abagwa's head from its body. The creature writhed for a moment before falling still, its formidable vitality extinguished. Had Lin Fan not severed its head from its body, it would have been capable of regeneration. Go and retrieve the water fruit, Lin Fan instructed the flying mantis, observing the Abagwa's demise. With a nod, the flying mantis soared to the tree, plucking the water fruit and presenting it to Lin Fan. Well done. Now let us harvest the Abagwa's teeth, Lin Fan said, placing the water fruit into his backpack. Despite the Abagwa's venomous nature, its teeth were a prized medicinal ingredient, fetching a handsome price in the market. Chapter 56, Ambushed. After securing the Abagwa's teeth, Lin Fan meticulously searched the area around the grand tree for any additional treasures, discovering a water stone hidden beneath a concealed rock. Fortune smiles upon us. Let us head back, and I'll treat you to a feast later, Lin Fan said, affectionately patting the flying mantis on its head. The flying mantis emitted a satisfied sound, following Lin Fan as they retraced their steps. With daylight still upon them, Lin Fan retrieved a tent from his backpack, preparing to set up a makeshift shelter for the night. Though it may not have been aesthetically pleasing, it would serve its purpose. After an hour of effort, Lin Fan consoled himself. Despite its ungraceful appearance, it was functional. Once the Gyarados returned, Lin Fan set about crafting energy cubes for his Pokémon, spending another half hour to complete the task before preparing his evening meal. Gyarados, this is for you. Be sure to thank the flying mantis. It's a reward for its valor, he said, presenting the water fruit to the Gyarados after they had dined. Upon seeing the water fruit, the Gyarados displayed an unusual glimmer of desire in its eyes, instinctively sensing its potential benefits, and let out a low growl. Go ahead and enjoy it, Lin Fan encouraged. Stroking the Gyarados' head, the Gyarados then let out a low growl towards the flying mantis, as if to express its gratitude. As the Gyarados consumed the water fruit, a mist began to envelop its body, as if the very essence of the lake was being drawn towards it. Slowly, droplets of water coalesced around it. Merging into its form, the Gyarados emitted a series of satisfied roars, and Lin Fan noted how its scales gleamed with newfound vitality after absorbing the essence of the water fruit. Once the mist cleared, Lin Fan eagerly inquired, "How do you feel?" The Gyarados stretched, revealing a rare smile on its fearsome visage. "Excellent. Now, let us test your strength. Use hydro pump over there." Lin Fan pointed to a distant clearing. With a mighty roar, the Gyarados concentrated, forming a massive sphere of water that shot forth with incredible speed, creating a tremendous impact upon striking the ground, leaving a crater several meters wide. Lin Fan calculated that the speed had increased by 0.2 seconds, and the power had risen by approximately 20%. Indeed, the water fruit was a remarkable item, capable of enhancing a Pokemon's abilities significantly, albeit only consumable once. Alright, come back now, Lin Fan called, returning the Gyarados and Flying Mantis to their Pokeballs before crawling into his tent for the night. Unbeknownst to him, several pairs of crimson eyes were fixated on him from the shadows outside his tent. Just as these eyes were about to advance, a formidable aura emanated from within the tent, causing the would-be assailants to hesitate and retreat, tails tucked in fear. Once they had put considerable distance between themselves and the tent, a red light appeared, capturing the startled Pokemon. It seems this young man harbors a Pokemon of considerable strength, perhaps even at the elite level. No wonder he acts so brazenly without a guard. I must devise a more cautious approach, mused a figure cloaked in shadows beneath a great tree. The following morning, Lin Fan emerged from his tent, stretching luxuriously. The air quality in the secret realm was pristine, free from industrial pollution, allowing for a deeply restful night's sleep. What a refreshing slumber. I could easily see myself retiring in a place like this one day. The environment is simply splendid, he thought, inhaling deeply. It was no surprise that so many were drawn to life in the secret realm. The air was 100 times better than outside, and living here certainly uplifted one's spirits. Let us gather for breakfast, and afterward, we shall resume our training before venturing to the next location in a couple of days, Lin Fan announced as he released the Gyarados and the Flying Mantis, beginning to prepare their meals. After the two had eaten, he encouraged them to practice against wild Pokemon while he focused on training his Pidgey. Thanks to the learning device, Pidgey had leveled up 4 times the previous day, reaching level 13, and Lin Fan estimated it would soon evolve into a Pidgeotto at level 18. While directing Pidgey in a battle against a Nidoran, several figures emerged from the foliage, encircling him in a menacing formation. Kid, hand over that Pidgey, and we might consider letting you go. Otherwise, the leader of the group of men gazed greedily at the vibrant-eyed Pidgeotto engaged in battle with Nidoran, realizing that this uniquely colored specimen could fetch at least 1 million. Are you Pokemon hunters? Lin Fan inquired, furrowing his brow at the group with a grim expression. Haha, now that you know, why not hand it over? Be sensible, or we might not hesitate to take a life, the leader chuckled menacingly. Haha, boss, stop teasing him. Look at that bewildered expression, it's too amusing. The man's laughter echoed, joined by the mirth of his companions. Are you truly Pokemon hunters? What's the bounty from the league? Lin Fan's demeanor surprised them. He exhibited no fear, but rather a hint of excitement. You think you're above others, huh? We are. At least, Pokemon hunters. Can't you show some respect? Why do you look so thrilled? You brat, I don't like your attitude. I'm a Pokemon hunter with a bounty of 1 million league coins. Brothers, attack and eliminate him. The leader, incensed by Lin Fan's demeanor, swiftly retrieved a Pokeball, barking orders to his comrades. Come forth. Onyx. Roll out Golem. Beedrill, emerge. The group unleashed their Pokeballs, summoning their Pokemon without regard for battle rules. Survival in the wild was paramount. Have you all summoned your Pokemon? Facing the dozen or so small Pokemon opposite him, Lin Fan remained unfazed and addressed the group. I'll toss you into the lake to feed the fish. The leader shouted, visibly irked by Lin Fan's bravado. Huh. Arise. Groudon, Lin Fan declared, casting the Pokeball from around his neck into the open space before him. Chapter 57. The Cranium Crusher, How Run. As the Master Ball struck the ground, a brilliant red light burst forth, revealing a terrifying colossal creature before the 4 men. Its towering frame was cloaked in deep crimson scales, each scale interwoven with black stripes, while large spikes protruded from its head, body, and tail. Its robust limbs bore sharp claws, embodying a fearsome presence. What manner of monster is this? The leader of the Pokemon hunters stumbled back in terror, sweat pouring from his brow. The small Pokemon encircling Lin Fan trembled, burying their heads in the ground. Too frightened to look up. Roar. Groudon let out a low growl, glaring at the insignificant insects opposing it, those who dared disturb its slumber. Groudon, deal with them. Lin Fan commanded coldly. With a mere stomp of its foot, the earth began to tremble, fissures cracking open across the ground. The forest's inhabitants scurried away in fright, while countless cracks manifested beneath the feet of the men opposite Lin Fan. The very ground seemed to come alive, shaking irregularly as the fissures widened, ultimately engulfing them into the abyss below. This was the catastrophic power of Groudon's ability, Earthquake, the very least of its skills. Stop! Lin Fan shouted urgently at Groudon as the chasms continued to expand, fearing the entire secret realm might be obliterated. Roar! Groudon growled in acknowledgement, halting the earth's convulsions and allowing the cracks to gradually close. If not for the fallen trees around them, the scene would have seemed unchanged. The previously panicked small Pokémon in the forest ceased their flight at the sound of Groudon's low growl. "You fool. I told you to deal with them, not to bury them alive." Lin Fan lamented as he witnessed the men plummet into the abyss, knowing they would leave no trace behind. The loss was painful, as these were moving league coins. Roar. Groudon let out a disgruntled roar, as if to say it had done as commanded. Yet no specifics were given on how to resolve them. "Enough. Come back." Lin Fan sighed in frustration, regretting his earlier display of aloofness. He should have articulated his thoughts more clearly and reluctantly recalled Groudon. "Let us go, Pidgeotto. We have training to resume," Lin Fan said to the Pidgeotto perched on his shoulder, who appeared lost in thought. Pidge, coming to its senses. Pidgeotto gazed in admiration at the Pokeball around Lin Fan's neck, awestruck. "So powerful. So strong. My master possesses such a formidable Pokémon. I will also become this strong." Pidgeotto vowed internally. "That was Groudon, your older brother, who typically sleeps within the Pokeball," Lin Fan explained to Pidgeotto. Pidge. When Gyarados and the others returned at noon, Lin Fan would share the morning's events while preparing energy cubes, advising them to be cautious during their training and to flee at the first sign of danger. In the depths of the secret forest, a robust man sat atop a stone, observing a Maghope battling a Monferno nearby. The two Pokémon exchanged blows, their bodies marred with injuries, yet refusing to relent. "My lord, the intense earthquake yesterday caused a surge in seawater, leading to the emergence of a small hill in the center of this secret realm. It is said that remnants of ancient structures may exist atop it, possibly revealing ancient relics. Should we investigate?" The hooded man who had been observing Lin Fan from the shadows respectfully addressed the muscular man seated on the stone. "Oh, is the information reliable?" The muscular man, initially transfixed by the battle, inquired. "The information is credible. According to reports from the intelligence department, there are murals of Pokémon that may relate to their origins," replied the hooded man. "Very well, cease your activities." The muscular man, his eyes brightening, called out to the battling Pokémon, who promptly halted upon hearing his command. "Has that boy been dealt with? It's been a day since we sent someone out, yet there has been no word." The muscular man withdrew the two Pokémon and turned to the hooded man with a cold gaze. "Sir, we have no idea why there has been no news at all. I dispatched individuals to search the entire secret realm, but it's as if they vanished without a trace." The hooded man, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, stammered. "I don't care how you manage it. That boy must be dealt with. We must capture that Gyarados. It's crucial for the organization's future. If you can't handle this minor task, I will personally crush your skull." The muscular man clenched his fists tightly, a deranged smile creeping onto his lips. "Yes, my lord. I will do my utmost to retrieve Gyarados." The hooded man sighed in relief, responding with utmost respect. "I will go investigate that relic site first. Ensure this matter is resolved before my return." The muscular man rose, towering over the hooded man as he spoke. "Understood." The hooded man quickly bowed his head in response, fully aware of the terrifying and twisted nature of the man before him, a senior member of the Dark Hunters organization, notorious for relishing in crushing the skulls of his enemies. He was known as the Cranium Crusher. How run? "Fools. What are they doing? They can't even manage this simple task. Don't let me find you." After Hao Ren departed, the hooded man removed his hood, revealing half of his face marred with centipede-like patterns, wiping the sweat from his brow with a grim expression. "Pidgeotto, deliver the final blow. Use quick attack to end the battle." As night approached, Lin Fan commanded Pidgeotto for their final fight of the day. Pidge. In a flash, Pidgeotto collided with the Sandshrew, sending it crashing to the ground. Ding. Your Pokemon Pidgeotto gained 214 experience points. Level up to level 18. As the system notification echoed in his mind, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile, having finally reached level 18. After 3 days of relentless battles, coupled with the experience gained from the Gyarados and others, Pidgey had swiftly ascended to the level required for evolution. Just as Pidgey was about to rejoice, a radiant white light burst forth from its body. Indeed, the light of evolution. Watching Pidgey bathe in this luminous glow, Lin Fan felt a surge of anticipation. No matter how many times he witnessed the brilliance of evolution, it always struck him as a wondrous phenomenon. Chapter 58. I will not allow any Pokemon to fly before me. The origin of the evolution light remains shrouded in mystery. No matter the world, the source of this illuminating force that alters the very form of Pokemon has never been fully understood. It can only be regarded as a miraculous light unique to these creatures. Perhaps it is merely the result of a bored alpaca seeking a bit of amusement in its eternal existence. Who can say for certain? As Pidgey's form continued to expand, the evolution light gradually faded, and Pidgey eventually reached a towering height of nearly 15 meters, significantly surpassing the average size of a Pidgeotto. Newly evolved, Pidgeotto curiously examined its own body, soaring in ecstatic circles and emitting melodious cries. However, Lin Fan felt a sense of foreboding as he watched the Pidgeotto whirl above him, the Pokeball hanging around his neck trembling incessantly. "Pidgeotto, come down," Lin Fan exclaimed, gripping the Master Ball tightly. Pidgeotto responded with a puzzled chirp, unsure of why its master wanted it to descend, especially after such a hard-won evolution. Nevertheless, it obediently swooped down, circling before Lin Fan. "Oh no." Lin Fan regarded Pidgeotto with a sympathetic gaze, while the nearby Scyther and Gyarados dared not speak, their eyes alight with amusement. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Pidgeotto plummeted from the sky. "In the future, try not to fly recklessly, understood?" Lin Fan said, crouching to help Pidgeotto back to its feet as the Master Ball stabilized in his grasp. "Pidge, Pidge, Pidge." Pidgeotto nodded vigorously, having sensed its elder brother's displeasure. Observing Pidgeotto's demeanor, Gyarados and Scyther exchanged knowing glances, understanding without words. Gently caressing Pidgeotto's pristine white feathers, Lin Fan was pleasantly surprised by their soft texture. "Wait, is that a tuft of golden feathers atop your head?" As he examined Pidgeotto closely, Lin Fan noticed a small cluster of golden feathers that had appeared post-evolution. He touched it and found it indistinguishable from the other feathers, so he dismissed it, recalling Pidgeotto into its Pokeball. The following morning, upon waking, Lin Fan observed numerous individuals hastily making their way toward the horizon. "Hey, what is happening up ahead? Why is everyone rushing that way?" he inquired, grabbing the arm of a young man passing by. "What do you want? Don't waste my time," the young man retorted angrily, shaking off Lin Fan's grip before continuing on his way. "Pidgeotto, come forth," Lin Fan said, frowning as he released the bird from its Pokeball. "Go ahead and check what's transpiring up front. If there's any danger, return immediately, understood?" Pidgeotto nodded and flapped its wings, soaring toward the commotion. After half an hour, Pidgeotto returned, gesturing in the air as Lin Fan watched, trying to decipher the message. "You mean there are many humans gathered ahead, preparing to set sail?" Pidgeotto affirmed with a nod. "Come back. I'll go take a look," Lin Fan said, recalling Pidgeotto and packing up his tent before sprinting toward the shoreline. Upon arriving, he was met with a bustling crowd eager to embark on their maritime adventure. He navigated toward the center of the throng to glean information. Someone has discovered an unprecedented island in the heart of this secret realm. It is said to have formed after the last earthquake, featuring a temple adorned with countless images of Pokémon, undoubtedly housing numerous treasures. For just $19,999, you can board our designated vessel from Wanzhou Transport Company to reach this island. Those interested can sign up and pay on the right. I'll arrange for immediate departure." A rotund middle-aged man with a megaphone announced, addressing the crowd. "Lou Fatty, that is outrageous. $19,999? Why not just rob us blind?" Voices of discontent erupted around him. "Seriously, who has money to throw around like that?" Ignoring the dissent, the man continued enticingly. "Come on, if you don't go, someone else will. Our pricing is transparent and fair. Those who delay may miss out on the treasures." To Lin Fan's surprise, some individuals became convinced and headed to the right to pay. Boarding a Fiero? What fools. If there were truly treasures, would they be left for you? Lin Fan shook his head, departing from the crowd and walking toward the sea. He released Gyarados, climbing onto its head and instructing, "Gyarados, head toward the center of the secret realm." Roar. Gyarados emitted a low growl, swishing its tail as it swam toward the heart of the secret realm. "My goodness, what a massive Gyarados, and it's red. Who is that boy?" Some onlookers gasped in awe at the sight of Gyarados. That must be Lin Fan, the champion of this year's Rongqing Junior Trainer competition. Who would have thought he would venture into the secret realm as well? Clearly, some recognized Lin Fan, attributing his identity to the striking red Gyarados, unique in its appearance. "Ah, it's him. No wonder he looks so familiar. It seems that island is teeming with potential treasures, enough to attract him. Let's go check it out." To Lin Fan's surprise, those who had previously hesitated suddenly joined him in setting sail, much to Lou Fatty's delight as he sold tickets. "Haha, you're off to that island too. Seems fortune is on your side. There's no escaping now." A hooded man who had been tailing Lin Fan observed him releasing Gyarados and laughed triumphantly. "Pidgeotto, scout ahead. Report back immediately if anything seems amiss." Lin Fan commanded as he sat atop Gyarados, releasing Pidgeotto to survey the skies and avert any potential dangers, for the vast ocean posed significant risks should they fall overboard. Pidgeotto complied, soaring high with its keen eyesight capable of spotting distant threats, ensuring Lin Fan and the others were forewarned. Before long, Pidgeotto returned from its aerial reconnaissance, informing Lin Fan of a Blastoise swimming toward the island a few miles away. Could it be that one? Lin Fan murmured to himself, feeling an inkling that this Blastoise might be the ruler of this secret realm. Chapter 59, Rescue. Lin Fan ultimately decided to steer Gyarados off course to avoid conflict with the Blastoise. Engaging it would yield no benefit. Although Lin Fan possessed Groudon and was not afraid, the commotion from their battle could attract others to their location. It was wiser to proceed with caution to remain undetected. Gyarados, circumvent the Blastoise. Pidgeotto, lead the way. Lin Fan instructed. Both Pokémon nodded in understanding, and Gyarados followed the new route laid out by Pidgeotto as they advanced toward the island. During the journey, Lin Fan encountered numerous trainers accompanied by water-type Pokémon, all traveling to the newly emerged island. The prowess of these trainers' Pokémon was formidable, none being below the elite level. Evidently, this newfound island held a magnetic allure for all, prompting many to venture forth. The passers-by cast curious glances at Lin Fan, taken aback by the sight of a crimson Gyarados, a truly rare spectacle. Gyarados, accelerate, Lin Fan commanded, feeling a sense of urgency as he observed the throngs around him. An hour later, the silhouette of the island finally came into view. As the saying goes, a washed mountain never moves. And although Lin Fan could see the outline of the island, it took Gyarados an entire additional hour to reach their destination. Lin Fan gazed at the temple atop the island, shrouded in mist, resembling a lofty figure surveying the myriad beings below. This sensation was unnervingly peculiar. A fleeting glance at the temple enveloped in fog made Lin Fan feel as though a pair of eyes were silently observing him from above, filled with pride, pity, indifference. Perhaps all the emotions of the world could be discerned within those eyes. A shiver ran down his spine, yet when he looked around, the people seemed unfazed, engaged in discussions about the temple at the summit. There was undoubtedly something strange about that temple. Lin Fan trusted his instincts. He had indeed sensed something amiss. Finding a shallow area, Lin Fan dismounted Gyarados and, upon setting foot on land, hurried to erect a tent and change out of his damp clothing. The journey had not been without its challenges. He had faced several small Pokémon attacks along the way, and the splashes from the ensuing battles had left him soaked. Thus, upon entering the island, he sought to change his clothes immediately. Otherwise, his ordinary constitution would render him susceptible to illness. Once clad in fresh attire and having stowed away the tent, he resolved to explore the surroundings. After all, having arrived at this juncture, he could not leave empty-handed. Come forth. Scyther. Pidgey, you scout ahead, Lin Fan instructed, releasing Scyther. This sudden appearance of a mysterious island was fraught with uncertainties, and caution was imperative. As Scyther emerged, its eyes brimmed with vigilance, silently accompanying Lin Fan to ensure his safety. The desolation was palpable. Lin Fan struggled to conjure additional words to describe the barrenness of the landscape. Aside from the seaweed clinging to the rocks, no other vegetation was in sight. After traversing for half an hour, he noted that apart from the temple perched atop the mountain, there seemed to be no other life in this desolate place. Suddenly, a Camafrog and a Squirtle appeared before him, blocking his path. Scyther swiftly positioned itself in front of Lin Fan, eyeing the newcomers warily. Camafrog, however, waved its hands anxiously at Lin Fan, gesturing with its stubby arms to indicate something nearby. Squirtle mimicked the action, urging Lin Fan to pay attention. Are you saying someone over there needs help? Lin Fan inquired, glancing at Squirtle in confusion. The two Pokémon nodded vigorously, calling out to him. Apologies, but I am in a hurry, Lin Fan replied, waving his hand dismissively, reluctant to seek trouble and declining Camafrog and Squirtle's plea. Squirtle, however, rushed to Lin Fan's side, quickly retrieving a stone imbued with water energy from its shell and presenting it to him. A water stone, Lin Fan exclaimed in surprise, taken aback by Squirtle's unexpected offering. Camafrog, witnessing Squirtle's action, cried out in alarm and darted protectively in front of Squirtle, as if to safeguard the water stone from being taken. Meanwhile, Squirtle gazed at Lin Fan with hopeful anticipation, cradling the stone in its hands. All right, I understand. Let's go take a look, Lin Fan conceded after studying Squirtle's earnest eyes. He mused to himself about which fortunate trainer possessed such a loyal Pokémon willing to trade a water stone. The water stone was indeed invaluable for the evolution of water-type Pokémon, significantly enhancing their chances of evolving. Typically, a Pokémon would require around 2 of such stones to evolve, which explained the high market value of evolution stones. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the two Pokémon joyfully chirped and promptly led him onward. After approximately 10 minutes, Camafrog and Squirtle guided Lin Fan to a shaded area strewn with boulders, where, beneath the largest stone, lay a young woman. Her complexion was not well, displaying a purplish hue, and her exposed skin bore purple spots. She was evidently poisoned. Poisoned by a tentacle. Remarkable that she has survived, Lin Fan thought, rushing to her side. He retrieved a prepared antidote from his backpack, pried her mouth open, and administered the universal antidote. In wilderness expeditions, individuals struck by poison-type Pokémon rarely survived, as each poison varied in its effects. Although antidotes had been developed for specific toxins, it was impractical to carry every possible remedy in the field, leaving many to seek help when they fell victim to poisoning. If no assistance was at hand, their fate would be sealed. However, Lin Fan had no such concerns. The universal antidote was reliable. Observing the woman's complexion improve significantly after consuming the antidote, Lin Fan noted the purple spots beginning to fade, much to the relief of the anxious Camafrog and Squirtle, who approached him gratefully. Before long, the woman stirred, rubbing her aching head. What happened to me? You were stung by a tentacle's tentacle. These two sent me to rescue you. You were fortunate. Had I arrived any later, you would have perished. Lin Fan's voice resonated softly in her ears. Really? I was stung by a tentacle, but I feel no pain, the woman exclaimed, glancing at her exposed arm, where she noticed a minuscule red dot. Lin Fan, exasperated, thought, shouldn't you be expressing your gratitude at a time like this? What is this astonished expression? Thank you immensely for your help. I am Lu Yao, with Lu meaning journey and Yao referring to the jade pool. May I ask your name? The woman, regaining her composure, bowed in appreciation. Lin Fan, he replied, accepting her bow graciously while gesturing towards Squirtle and Camafrog. Treasure your Pokémon. They are remarkable. Indeed, they are my treasures. Lu Yao laughed heartily, scooping up Squirtle and Camafrog and playfully ruffling their heads, blissfully unaware of her exposed state. Lin Fan rubbed his nose, scrutinizing the woman before him. She appeared to be in her 20s, with a healthy wheat-colored complexion and a tall stature, nearly matching his height. Her long, slender legs were particularly striking, and Lin Fan found his gaze inadvertently drawn to her prominently revealed assets. Cough, cough. If all is well, I shall take my leave. Lin Fan cleared his throat awkwardly and turned to Lu Yao, saying, Are you planning to leave? Would you care to join me in exploring the temple above? As an archaeology major, I could be of assistance. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Lu Yao ceased her playful antics with the two small sprites and hastily responded. An archaeology scholar? Lin Fan regarded the woman before him with a touch of curiosity. Archaeology is a perilous profession, typically. Archaeologists are either formidable trainers or hire trainers for protection. Yet, this woman was alone, and her two sprites were hardly powerful. His skepticism regarding her claim as an archaeologist was palpable. Well, I'm just an intern, Lu Yao admitted, her face flushing with embarrassment upon sensing Lin Fan's doubt. Indeed. Lin Fan mused silently. All archaeologists must be a bit eccentric. He thought her audacity was remarkable, venturing into such a place with merely two ordinary-level sprites. All right, you may accompany me, he decided, not out of faith in her, but rather in the sprites, Comex and Squirtle. Having acquired them from school, he believed in their pure hearts. A trainer with a benevolent spirit would inspire their sprites to exhibit kindness, whereas a trainer steeped in darkness would lead their sprites into shadow. The selflessness of Comex and Squirtle prompted Lin Fan to place his trust in them rather than in a human. Thank you. Lu Yao expressed her gratitude. The two continued their journey, engaging in conversation along the way, which alleviated the monotony. Lin Fan began to understand why his friend Ji always had a female companion during his travels. The dynamic of a male-female partnership indeed made the journey feel less arduous. As they progressed, the number of people they encountered increased, raising Lin Fan's vigilance. In contrast, Lu Yao remained unabashed, exclaiming in delight at every unfamiliar sight. Drawing the attention of passers-by, Lin Fan, look what I found, she exclaimed, presenting a fragment of a stone sculpture with an air of mystery. What is this? Lin Fan inquired, finding the patterns on the stone somewhat familiar, yet unable to recall their significance. The surface bore ancient inscriptions and images that chronicled the history of the temple, though prolonged exposure to seawater had led to considerable erosion. Clutching the stone as if it were a treasure, Lu Yao remarked wistfully, Do you know what it says? Lin Fan fixed his gaze intently on the sculpture as he asked, What does it say? Of course, I recognize most of the characters here. Let me share with you. This character is pronounced Zhou, this one is Shen, and this one is Shi. Those are the only three I can identify. The rest I'll need to research later, she declared proudly, as if she were a teacher instructing a student. The temple of the creator god Arceus. Upon hearing her words, a flash of realization struck Lin Fan. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. The imagery on the stone depicted none other than Arceus itself. Although the depiction had been ravaged by seawater, its outline remained discernible. Coupled with the three characters Liu Yao had mentioned, Lin Fan pieced it all together. Lin Fan, were you even listening to me? Why are you dazed? Liu Yao, in her animated fervor, noticed Lin Fan's distracted expression and exclaimed, resembling a feisty little lion. I'm listening. Let us keep moving. We should reach our destination in about 2 hours, Lin Fan replied, rubbing his ears, overwhelmed by her volume. Oh, she acknowledged. And the two pressed on for another 2 hours, finally arriving at a square in front of the temple. The square was in disarray, littered with rubble. And the once majestic temple lay in ruins, with treasure seekers scouring its periphery. Lin Fan's gaze fixated on the temple's entrance. A dark maw reminiscent of a colossal beast ready to swallow them whole. Lin Fan, perhaps we should not enter? I'm feeling a bit frightened. Liu Yao nervously clasped Lin Fan's hands, her expression betraying her trepidation as she stared at the ominous entrance. Let us hold off for now. We can wait for others to go in first. There's no rush. We should set up a tent and have lunch before we decide, Lin Fan reassured her. Truth be told, he too felt a pang of anxiety. After all, this was Arceus's domain. Anyone who dared to intrude would likely face dire consequences. He recalled how effortlessly Arceus had defeated the legendary time and space dragons, and even with his own Groudon, he doubted he could withstand Arceus's might. Okay, I'll go with your suggestion, Liu Yao nodded, and together they erected a tent in the square. As Lin Fan rummaged through his backpack, revealing an array of items akin to a magician's trove, Liu Yao's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Is anyone interested in forming a team to explore the temple? We can share whatever treasures we uncover. At last, someone could no longer contain their eagerness, their avarice stirred by the prospect of unknown riches. Chapter 61, Entering the Temple. Lin Fan, should we join them? What if all the good stuff is taken? Liu Yao urged, her excitement palpable at the thought of entering the temple. Not yet. Let us wait a bit, Lin Fan decisively countered. He was no fool. Knowing it was Arceus' temple, he had no intention of being the first to enter. Better to ascertain whether it was safe before proceeding, as life was singular and irreplaceable. Treasures could be acquired from the system's mall. There was no need to rush. All right. We'll wait then, Liu Yao agreed, having developed an inexplicable trust in this young man despite their brief acquaintance. As time passed, the sun dipped below the horizon, and 3 groups had ventured into the temple, yet none had emerged. The entrance loomed like a portal to the abyss, and occasional gusts of wind would carry haunting howls from within. Lin Fan, do you think there are ghosts inside? I've been afraid of them since childhood. Shouldn't we just leave? Liu Yao clutched her arms tightly, inching closer to Lin Fan, her fear evident. You are not mistaken. There are indeed spirits within, Lin Fan replied, his expression grave as he peered into the darkness. Please don't scare me. Liu Yao squealed, trembling at his words. I merely stated the truth about the temple. How foolish can one be? Lin Fan shot her a glance, bemused by her naivety. The crowd in the square fixated on the entrance, all hoping for someone to emerge and share news from within, yet the night wore on without a single soul reappearing. Lin Fan, too, found himself fixated on the entrance, feeling a growing sense of unease. This situation was exceedingly peculiar. Someone's coming out. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the square, and Lin Fan turned to see a shadowy figure stumbling toward them from the entrance, its appearance distinctly unsettling. As the figure drew nearer, its features became discernible. It wore an expression of sheer terror, tears and snot marring its face, its eyes vacant as it approached the gathering and finally came to a halt. Humans, leave this place. You do not belong here. Otherwise, you shall incur the wrath of the gods. The figure exclaimed, its voice echoing ominously, casting an eerie silence over the crowd. Gulp. The sound of Liu Yao swallowing hard reached Lin Fan's ears, followed by a tightening grip on his arm as she clung to him in fear. What if we insist on entering? With a surge of courage, someone stepped forward and proclaimed, this is the end for humanity. You shall forever be rendered foolish. The voice continued to emanate from the individual until he collapsed to the ground. Witnessing the man's fall, no one dared to approach, retreating quietly a few steps instead. Let's leave. What a dreadful place this is. I want to go back. Let us move together. This is giving me the chills. We must return. We need to confront Liu Fatty for this deception. Several voices echoed in agreement, and soon most of the crowd began to descend the mountain, leaving only a handful behind. Lin Fan, should we also take our leave? Liu Yao inquired as she observed the departing figures. Leave? Why would we do that? Don't you want to see what's inside? Lin Fan countered, glancing at her. But you just said, Lu Yao began, only to realize that Lin Fan intended to descend. I merely wish to confirm something. Let us rest for now. It's getting late. We can explore tomorrow. Lin Fan yawned, fatigue evident after staying up late. Oh, then let us sleep. Lu Yao nodded, releasing Lin Fan's arm to rub her eyes. Wait, that is not right. There's only one tent. What are you planning? Lu Yao exclaimed, her face flushing as she glared at Lin Fan. Ah, what a hassle. Lin Fan finally registered that a woman was beside him. Fine, you can sleep in the tent. I'll find something to sleep on outside, he said, his gaze drifting to her modesty, then added in a serious tone. Lu Yao, cautious, shot him a wary glance before swiftly diving into the tent and securing the zipper from inside. Tch, Lin Fan scoffed, though he had felt a momentary stirring of interest. Fortunately, some individuals had left their tents up when they departed, so Lin Fan found a relatively clean one and set it beside Lu Yao's before lying down, making no effort to signal any warning from outside. Those who remained observed Lin Fan's actions, exchanged glances, and retreated into their own tents. The night passed in silence until Lin Fan was roused by Lu Yao's calls from outside the tent. Having gone to bed late, he was still groggy. Lin Fan, wake up, Lu Yao urged, shaking the tent. I'm up. What is all this noise so early in the morning? He groaned, glancing at his phone, which indicated it was barely before 8 a.m. Does this woman not understand that sleep deprivation is a man's greatest adversary? He dressed hastily and emerged from the tent, only to find Lu Yao fully geared for their expedition. Why are you dressed like that? He asked. We're entering the temple. I've got my exploration outfit on. So let us hurry. Lu Yao replied, brandishing a small shovel with enthusiasm. It's still early, no need to rush. We'll enter shortly, Lin Fan said. Exasperated as he stepped outside, he noticed that the figure he had seen lying down the previous night was now absent, as were most of the others who had been there, presumably having already entered the temple. Let us go, stay close to me. If you get lost, you'll end up foolish. After breakfast, Lin Fan led Lu Yao to the temple entrance. Okay. Lu Yao nodded eagerly in response. As they stepped forward, they finally crossed the threshold into the temple. We can set up now. When that kid emerges, we'll capture him. A hooded figure emerged from the shadows as Lin Fan entered, murmuring to himself. Indeed, this is truly Arceus's temple. Those artifacts from yesterday must be the unknown totems, for only they possess such enigmatic powers. Lin Fan mused, illuminating the temple walls with his flashlight. Chapter 62, Unknown Totems. The unknown totems resembled ancient hieroglyphs. Their origins, whether from ancient script or unknown symbols, remain a mystery. They exist in a liminal space between life and concept. They are neither living beings nor inanimate objects. Their presence is often faint, appearing on the walls of ancient ruins, resembling some form of ancient inscription, seemingly conveying a certain meaning. Currently, there are known to be 28 distinct forms of unknown totems, each possessing unique abilities. Even in the previous life depicted in anime, the nature of the unknown totems remained shrouded in mystery. Lu Yao, remember not to damage anything within the temple or attempt to take anything from here, otherwise, you shall become foolish. Lin Fan warned her sternly, fully aware of the lengths scholars might go to in their quest to uncover the unknown. Understood. Have you discovered anything? Lu Yao inquired, noticing Lin Fan's serious demeanor. Not sure. It's merely a feeling I have. Let us keep it light, Lin Fan replied, shaking his head, as the mystery of the unknown totems eluded a clear explanation. Since entering the temple, the Master Ball containing Groudon had been persistently alerting him. As they continued onward, Lu Yao called out, Lin Fan, wait, look here. She had spotted something at a shattered stone wall and was examining it closely. Did you find something? Lin Fan approached her, curious. Do you think they were worshipping something? She pointed to the section of the wall she had cleared of dust. Lin Fan followed her gaze to the top of the broken wall, where he saw a depiction of humans and small creatures surrounded by a great deluge, all kneeling before an altar in prayer to a statue, which was flanked by 17 stone tablets, with shadows of numerous legendary Pokémon faintly visible behind Arceus. Arceus? Lin Fan whispered. What did you just say? Lu Yao asked, intrigued. Nothing. Lin Fan quickly shut his mouth and returned his focus to the wall. As the images on the wall unfolded, he began to understand the temple's purpose and what it revered. In ancient times, a catastrophic tsunami had occurred, inundating the land and annihilating all life. All flesh and blood beings suffered catastrophic consequences. With the aid of legendary Pokémon, the surviving humans and small creatures were relocated to an island, where they constructed a temple to beseech the creator god Arceus to resolve this unprecedented disaster. United in purpose, humans and small creatures invoked Arceus, who manifested and gifted them a stone tablet to quell the tsunami. Notably, Arceus did not reclaim the tablet, which subsequently became the temple's treasured relic. Thus, the temple's origin was revealed. To think there exists a water tablet here. If Gyarados could glean insights from it, how powerful could it become? Lin Fan's heart ignited with fervor, a trace of greed stirring within him. A low growl, audible only to Lin Fan, emanated from the Master Ball, snapping him back to reality. Wait, what am I thinking? He felt a cold sweat break out, realizing he had entertained the notion of coveting Arceus's tablet. Was he truly so reckless? Despite the anime's portrayal of Arceus, it was all a fabrication, and the true entity remained in slumber. Upon reaching this point, Lin Fan shuddered, grateful for Groudon's timely reminder. Otherwise, he would have remained blissfully ignorant of his impending demise. Lu Yao, have you finished? Shall we proceed? Lin Fan turned to observe Lu Yao, who was still engrossed in her examination of the stone wall. Lin Fan, can you comprehend the inscriptions on the wall? You seem to understand them, Lu Yao inquired, her eyes clouded with confusion. Despite being a top student in the field of ancient studies, she could not decipher the contents of the wall, while Lin Fan appeared to scrutinize it intently, displaying an array of emotions, surprise, joy, and fear, at intervals. Although Lu Yao was somewhat carefree and a bit dim-witted, she was by no means foolish. She discerned from Lin Fan's expressions that he indeed understood the stone wall's contents and had uncovered something significant. No, how could I understand? I'm not an archaeology major. Did you discover anything? Lin Fan shook his head in response. You must have understood. Absolutely. I saw the look on your face while you were examining the wall. Please, tell me. Lu Yao grasped Lin Fan's hand, her face pleading. I truly don't understand. Aren't you the brilliant student supposed to comprehend this? Lin Fan had no intention of revealing that the information regarding the Waterstone tablet, if leaked, could incite global chaos. Who would have imagined that this mere D-grade secret realm harbored traces of Arceus? Oh, I see. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lu Yao's eyes as she regarded Lin Fan. Let's continue onward. Sometimes, knowing too much can be detrimental. Lin Fan remarked cryptically, then advanced deeper into the cave. This guy? What an annoyance. Doesn't he understand a scholar's thirst for knowledge? Lu Yao stomped her foot in frustration, glaring at Lin Fan's retreating figure. Unbeknownst to them, after they departed, the pattern they had just observed on the stone appeared to come alive, twisting and transforming into vibrant green beams of light that vanished into thin air, erasing the inscriptions on the stone wall along with them. Water Sprite, use water gun. Kingdra, we shall also employ water gun. Swimmer, use tackle. Gemstar, defend. Just as the two continued onward, a sudden roar echoed from a nearby corridor. Lin Fan swiftly grasped Lu Yao's hand, seeking a concealed spot to hide. Cautiously advancing toward the source of the commotion, before them stood a man and a woman directing their two small sprites in battle. Beside them lay a pile of water stones. Lin Fan estimated there were at least 30 or 40 pieces, an immense fortune, which explained the conflict between the two. Chapter 63, Conflict Erupts. Let us move forward. We must not be caught in the crossfire. Although Lin Fan was tempted by the trove of water stones, he dared not seize them. Why not? Don't you desire that pile of water stones? Lu Yao questioned, casting a puzzled glance at Lin Fan. I've already said. We must not disturb anything in the ruins. Let us depart and ignore them, Lin Fan insisted, shaking his head. One must have life to enjoy wealth. Oh, very well. Lu Yao acquiesced, her interest lying solely in the history of the sprites rather than such riches. Suddenly, as the two prepared to stand, a stone inexplicably fell from above, landing right at Lu Yao's feet, startling her into a shriek. Who goes there? Show yourself. The combatants halted in unison, turning to investigate Lin Fan and Lu Yao's position. Damn, what luck! Lin Fan glanced at the fallen stone, suspecting that the instability of the area, combined with the tremors from the battle, had caused it to drop. Emerging from their hiding spot, Lin Fan wore an awkward smile as he addressed the two. Please, continue. We are merely passing through. However, the two were not inclined to believe him. One woman scoffed. Do you think I would take your word for it? Li Lin, let us deal with them first. Then we can discuss the distribution of those water stones, shall we? Suggested the other man, Wang Lin. Fine, we'll handle them first, then decide. Li Lin's expression hardened in agreement with Wang Lin's proposal. Why go to such lengths? We are simply passing through and have no interest in those water stones. Lin Fan replied, adopting a mindset of avoiding unnecessary trouble, though his hand rested on his waist. Huh. Who would believe that you're not tempted by riches worth millions of alliance coins? Do you think you're the indifferent Ma Tianwang? Li Lin retorted with a derisive laugh, well aware that the allure of wealth was universally acknowledged. Had it not been for the pile of water stones, they would not have turned hostile. Then let us fight. Gyarados, Scyther, the decision rests with you. Lin Fan understood from Li Lin's words that negotiations were futile. Having no intention of contending for the water stones, he also assumed a serious demeanor, unleashing his own sprites. Roar. The powerful roar of Gyarados filled the corridor, its massive form nearly occupying half the passageway, an imposing aura enveloping the space. The opposing four sprites recoiled in fear, unable to meet Gyarados' gaze. Scyther, meanwhile, brandished its gleaming scythes, glaring menacingly at the four sprites across from them, while Pidgey soared above, cheering on its two comrades as a supportive cheerleader. Hiss. Not only the two combatants, but Liu Yao beside Lin Fan gasped in astonishment at the terrifying sight of Gyarados. Two shiny sprites. Liu Yao exclaimed in disbelief, astonished not only by Lin Fan's formidable sprites, but also by their extraordinary coloration, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at him. Both were captivated by the fearsome presence of Gyarados, their eyes glinting with avarice as they fixated on Gyarados and Pidgey. Wang Lin, you take one, and I'll take the other. I want Gyarados. Li Lin proposed to Wang Lin beside her. Gyarados is yours, and Pidgey is mine. I will take 2/3 of the water stones, Wang Lin declared without hesitation. Deal. Li Lin, not wishing to dwell on the water stones any longer, prioritized capturing Gyarados. Huh. You two truly overestimate yourselves. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed with a glint of murderous intent as he listened to them negotiate the division of his sprites. These two could not be allowed to live. Water Sprite, use Water Pulse. Gemstar, attack with Water Gun. Swimmer, use Body Slam. Kingdra, unleash Bubble Beam. Li Lin and Wang Lin launched their assault on Lin Fan without mercy. Gyarados, brace yourself. Protect Scyther, Lin Fan commanded. Scyther, use Quick Attack, and then unleash Fury Cutter on the Water Sprite. With a mighty roar, Gyarados prepared to withstand the incoming onslaught, its scales glowing a vivid red as it readied itself for the attack. Meanwhile, Scyther transformed into a streak of green lightning, dashing toward the most vulnerable opponent. The Water Sprite, Lin Fan was keenly aware of the strategy to target the weakest link. You fool. I'll concede that your Gyarados is massive. But do you truly believe it can withstand our sprites' combined assault? Wang Lin scoffed, his disdain evident as he observed Lin Fan's plan to use Gyarados as a shield against their attacks. Lin Fan maintained a calm expression as he regarded Gyarados. Its defensive capabilities were extraordinarily formidable. Shiny sprites inherently exceeded their ordinary counterparts in certain aspects, and Lin Fan's Gyarados boasted significantly greater defense than typical ones. Coupled with the use of Hold On, it could withstand their assault with minimal exertion. Water streams, pillars, and bubbles struck Gyarados with full force. As the bubbles dissipated, Gyarados emerged unscathed before the two opponents. Roar. The fearsome Gyarados shook its massive form, its countenance twisted in a menacing glare at the four diminutive Pokémon before it. Use Dragon Dance, Lin Fan commanded, observing that Gyarados had sustained no damage. Meanwhile, the Scyther, akin to a swift-moving assassin, darted towards the Water-type Pokémon, its scythe slicing through the air with lethal intent. Water Pokémon, use Protect, Li Lin quickly ordered, her eyes fixed on the charging Scyther. As the scythe descended upon the Water-type, a supple membrane unexpectedly manifested, absorbing the blow. Just when Li Lin thought Scyther would halt its assault, it persisted, relentlessly striking the Water Pokémon. Screech. The Water Pokémon emitted a pained cry as Scyther continued its barrage. A smirk tugged at the corners of Lin Fan's mouth. This was the result of his prior observations of Scyther's weaknesses during their last battle, leading to its rigorous training. Water Pokémon, use Dig to evade the attack. Li Lin shouted, realizing too late that Scyther was still on the offensive. Responding to her command, the Water Pokémon swiftly dug a hole with its forepaws and burrowed inside. Return, Scyther, Lin Fan ordered, knowing that Scyther had fulfilled its purpose. I underestimated you. Li Lin gritted her teeth as she glared at Lin Fan. Chapter 64. The Dragon Scale. Though Li Lin and Wang Lin had formed an alliance, Wang Lin secretly reveled in Li Lin's predicament. Nonetheless, he remained focused. Noting that Gyarados remained unscathed and had initiated Dragon Dance, he understood that if Gyarados was not dealt with promptly, it would soon unleash its wrath upon them. Kingdra, use Dragon Pulse. Starmie, Thunderbolt. At Wang Lin's command, a surge of yellow lightning erupted from the tip of Starmie's appendage, while Kingdra released a blast of air towards Gyarados. Masquerain, charge in and use Drain Punch. Seeing Wang Lin's Pokémon attack, Li Lin was quick to respond, directing Masquerain forward. Upon receiving the command, Masquerain lunged towards Gyarados, channeling all its strength into its glowing fist, aiming directly at Gyarados. If any of these three attacks struck, Gyarados' Dragon Dance would undoubtedly be interrupted, especially the Thunderbolt from Starmie, which posed the greatest threat. However, Lin Fan remained unfazed as he observed the impending attacks. Scyther and Pidgey rushed to Gyarados' side and used Double Team to absorb the attacks. Lin Fan decisively instructed. In response to Lin Fan's command, the two Pokémon moved without hesitation to Gyarados' vicinity, creating shadowy duplicates. Faced with the sudden appearance of these clones, Masquerain momentarily faltered, uncertain of which target to strike, and randomly attacked one of the clones. Fortuitously, its punch landed on Pidgey, while Kingdra and Starmie unfortunately struck the duplicates instead. As Pidgey plummeted from the sky, Lin Fan swiftly retrieved it into its Pokeball, knowing it had just evolved and lacked the strength to withstand Masquerain's full power. Witnessing one of its allies defeated, Scyther's eyes ignited with fury, glowing with a golden light. Scyther, identify its weak point and attack Starmie, Lin Fan commanded, his expression brightening at the sight of Scyther's golden glow. Without hesitation, Scyther charged towards Starmie. Meanwhile, Gyarados ceased its thrashing, a more potent aura emanating from its still form, intensifying the already formidable pressure on the three Pokémon, its visage growing even more menacing. Gyarados, use Whirlpool to ensnare them, then unleash Dragon Rage to eliminate them, Lin Fan ordered, a sinister smile forming on his lips as he watched Gyarados prepare its Dragon Dance. With a deafening roar, Gyarados unleashed a swirling torrent of water, encircling Kingdra and Masquerain as it surged towards them. Masquerain, get away. Kingdra, break free from the whirlpool, Wong Lin and Li Lin shouted in unison, realizing that should Gyarados' Dragon Rage connect, their Pokémon would surely be doomed. However, no matter how hard the two Pokémon struggled, they could not escape the tightening grip of the whirlpool, which constricted even further with each attempt to break free. How is this possible? What is this skill? They exclaimed in disbelief at the sight of their Pokémon ensnared by whirlpool. This is a skill of my own creation. Gyarados, dive in, Lin Fan brazenly replied. Oblivious to the astonished gaze of Lu Yao, who stood nearby, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. Kingdra, don't give up. Use Smokescreen against Gyarados. Masquerain, assist Kingdra. As the two Pokémon found themselves trapped, the duo quickly ordered their respective Pokémon. Upon receiving the command, Kingdra expelled 2 jets of black ink from its nostrils, aiming for Gyarados' eyes. With Masquerain's assistance, the ink spread wider, nearly engulfing Gyarados' head. Don't mind it. Charge in and use Dragon Rage, Lin Fan commanded. And Gyarados ignored the ink obscuring its vision, plunging into the whirlpool, enveloped in a crimson glow as its scales flared. The scales at its vulnerable point erupted, standing erect as its eyes gleamed with ferocity. It charged directly at Kingdra and Masquerain, who could only muster their strength to resist the onslaught. Meanwhile, Scyther had reached Starmie's side, perceiving its form as if it were a three-dimensional map. It instinctively identified Starmie's vulnerabilities and executed the most suitable attack. Lin Fan chose not to intervene, recognizing that this was Scyther's first demonstration of its miraculous powers, and he was eager to discover the potential of this newfound strength. Without Lin Fan's guidance, Scyther operated like a composed swordsman, executing each attack with precision, sparing no energy. This state seemed ideal for Scyther's combat style. It dawned on Lin Fan that his previous commands had been flawed. He dared not blink, captivated by Scyther's calculated strikes, which resembled the work of a finely tuned machine. This presented a rare learning opportunity, offering insights that could enhance Lin Fan's own strategic abilities. With a final, decisive strike, Scyther felled Starmie to the ground, rendering it unable to move, its vitality waning. Starmie, Wong Lin exclaimed in alarm, taken aback that Starmie had succumbed without a chance to retaliate, leaving its fate uncertain. Meanwhile, Kingdra and Masquerain, ensnared in whirlpool, faced dire straits against the empowered Gyarados, suffering relentless assaults as their wounds multiplied. Observing the dire predicament of the two little sprites, Li Lin and Wong Lin exchanged glances filled with trepidation as they regarded Lin Fan. Hey, kid, this time we admit defeat. If you let us go, we promise to compensate you, Wong Lin said with a stern countenance directed at Lin Fan. The current circumstances dictated their submission. You overestimate yourselves. Do you really think I'm so easily deceived, like a mere 3-year-old? Am I unfamiliar with the concept of ruthless resolution? Lin Fan replied with a cold smirk. Scyther, keep a watchful eye on the water sprite, and Gyarados, deal with them. Chapter 65, The Gigantic Statue. Realizing that Lin Fan had no intention of sparing them, and had commanded Scyther to obstruct their sole glimmer of hope, the water sprite, both individuals were overtaken by despair. Their abilities were not lacking. As elite trainers, They were considered quite competent among their peers. Yet, they found themselves utterly overwhelmed, with their 4 sprites being crushed by Lin Fan's 2. In truth, had you not provoked me, I would have left without a second thought. I harbor no interest in that pile of water stones, but if you doubt my word, there is nothing I can do. Lin Fan sighed, his expression one of resignation as he addressed the 2. They had chosen their fate, and he bore no responsibility for it. Gyarados, eliminate them, Lin Fan commanded, observing as Gyarados dispatched the Kingdra and Masquerain. Gyarados, regarding the 2 insignificant ants before him, exhibited a cruel smile. A massive hydro pump coalesced in his maw, then surged forth towards the 2 trainers. Faced with the devastating force of the hydro pump, both individuals were engulfed in terror. Bang! The water blast struck them without mercy. The immense impact shattering their bones, obliterating their internal organs, blood cascading from their mouths, with fragments of their viscera spewing forth, staining the water a vivid crimson, a grotesque and macabre sight. It's over, Lin Fan murmured, gazing upon their tragic state. This was not his first experience with killing, and it likely wouldn't be his last. Yet, this instance resonated more profoundly within him than any prior. Lin Fan, are you all right? Lu Yao asked softly, shaking his hand gently as she observed his demeanor. I'm fine, truly. Lin Fan turned to her with a smile, though Lu Yao discerned an inexplicable emotion in his eyes. Lin Fan, if something troubles you, please confide in me. Lu Yao did not release his hand, but rather gripped his arm tighter. Honestly, I never intended to kill anyone. I merely wish to live well in this world, reclaim what belongs to my family, and become a competent trainer, living harmoniously with my sprites. Can you understand that? Lin Fan gazed at the pool of blood, his voice barely above a whisper. I believe in you, Lu Yao said firmly, locking her gaze onto Lin Fan's eyes, nodding vigorously at the boy she had only known for a day. Thank you. Gyarados, return. Ignore that water sprite. Lin Fan recalled Gyarados and Scyther back into their Pokeballs, releasing Pidgey instead to tend to its injuries before returning it as well. Let us continue on our journey and see what else lies ahead. Lin Fan collected himself, eager to guide Lu Yao forward. Perhaps we should take a break. After walking for so long, I find myself quite fatigued, Lu Yao suggested, rubbing her knees. All right, let us find a suitable spot to rest and have a bite to eat. Lin Fan nodded, leading Lu Yao away from the grim scene to a more appropriate location, where they spread out a mat and sat down. Lin Fan retrieved some food from his backpack and offered it to Lu Yao. In perfect harmony, they consumed their meals in silence. Lin Fan, what kind of backpack is this? How can it hold so much? Lu Yao finally asked, unable to contain her curiosity after finishing her meal. It's a space backpack. It can hold non-living items, with a capacity of about 25 cubic meters. I purchased it from a traveling merchant, Lin Fan replied, his expression unchanging as he fabricated the explanation. Wow, that's truly amazing. I had no idea such a wondrous item existed, Lu Yao exclaimed, astonished by the peculiarity of Lin Fan's backpack. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. Lin Fan preferred not to elaborate further. The system was his greatest secret, one he could not divulge. Well, let us set off. Time is of the essence. Lu Yao observed the hour on her watch and turned to Lin Fan. All right. The 2 stood and continued toward the depths of the temple. Along the way, Lin Fan encountered the corpses of trainers who had entered earlier, as well as the remnants of small sprites. The scattered debris spoke of fierce battles that had transpired. Unperturbed, they pressed onward, the darkness deepening as they ventured further inside, with their flashlight illuminating only a mere 5 meters ahead. Be cautious, Lin Fan warned Lu Yao. Understood. After nearly 2 hours of trekking, a flicker of light appeared ahead. Both Lin Fan and Lu Yao's faces brightened at the sight. After walking in darkness for so long, their spirits were weary from vigilance. We're almost there. They hastened toward the light. Upon arrival, they found themselves suspended mid-air, overlooking a vast plaza below, at the center of which loomed a colossal statue, standing approximately 100 meters tall, seemingly carved from the very mountain itself. Lin Fan recognized it as the statue of Arceus. Do you not think this resembles the imagery depicted in that mural? Lu Yao whispered to Lin Fan. Realization dawned on Lin Fan. They had indeed seen a nearly identical scene in the passageway earlier, the mural depicting humans and sprites in prayer. This must be the location referred to in the mural. Let us descend and take a closer look. Lin Fan led Lu Yao down the steps, but before they could reach the bottom, a voice echoed through the air. Ha ha. This must be the lowest level of the temple. What a troublesome place. Lin Fan glanced across to discover several passageways leading from the opposite side, from which a stream of trainers emerged, many bearing wounds and bloodstains, suggesting their journey had been fraught with peril. In contrast, Lin Fan and Liu Yao had traversed their path with remarkable ease. Indeed, it seems the ultimate treasure lies below. The passages are filled with numerous treasures. But what could be so precious as to warrant the presence of this statue? A glimmer of greed flickered in the eyes of one trainer as he gazed at the statue of Arceus, as though it were a mountain of immeasurable riches. What shall we do, Lin Fan? Should we proceed downward? Liu Yao anxiously inquired. Observing the influx of trainers, she understood Lin Fan's strength. Yet the individuals emerging from the passageways were certainly no weaklings. Let us descend and investigate. Liu Yao, no matter what happens, do not stray from my side. Lin Fan cautioned her. Understood. Liu Yao nodded vigorously, feeling an unexpected sense of security today. Arceus, Lin Fan murmured, gazing at the statue below. Chapter 66. The water drop slate emerges. As they descended while admiring the statue of Arceus, Lin Fan could only marvel at the artistic prowess of the ancient sculptors, who had rendered Arceus in such lifelike detail. Lin Fan, do you know whose statue this is? I've never seen such a creature before, Liu Yao inquired, her eyes fixed on the statue of Arceus. As a distinguished student of archaeology, she was familiar with nearly every existing fairy in the world and had knowledge of some fairy remains discovered in ancient ruins. However, she had never encountered the creature depicted in the statue, which prompted her to inquire about it with Lin Fan. Arceus, Lin Fan remarked softly, glancing at Liu Yao's inquisitive expression. Arceus, is this a fairy? Liu Yao murmured, clearly unaware of who it was. Yes, and no, Lin Fan replied, pausing to gaze longingly at the statue. As a trainer, how could he not yearn for such a legendary fairy? What's wrong? Hurry up and tell me, Liu Yao urged, looking at Lin Fan as if he held the answers, her curiosity palpable. It was a deity, though Lin Fan refrained from voicing this thought aloud. Observing Lin Fan's silence, Liu Yao grew increasingly anxious, for as an archaeologist, understanding the ancient, unknown fairies was integral to her existence. Now that someone appeared to know the answer yet withheld it, it felt as if a cat were scratching at her insides. Oh, stop asking. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. Revealing it would benefit neither of us. Lin Fan sighed, looking at Liu Yao. Noticing his demeanor, Liu Yao ceased her inquiries and followed him down the steps. At last, the group arrived at the plaza. Lin Fan meticulously observed the descending individuals, silently counting them. There were 8 others, making a total of 10. Among them, a particularly imposing man caught attention. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, broad and robust, clad in a short-sleeved shirt that revealed rows of bulging muscles, undeniably captivating. Although he wore a warm smile and appeared amiable, Lin Fan sensed an aura of ferocity emanating from him. Perhaps he noticed the scrutiny as he turned to Lin Fan's direction, playfully tapping his head and offering a friendly grin. Yet, Lin Fan perceived a fleeting chill in his gaze. Liu Yao, be cautious of that burly man. He is dangerous, Lin Fan warned. Yes, I understand, Liu Yao nodded, following his gaze. As they approached the statue, its base became increasingly discernible. Lin Fan widened his eyes, fixated on the altar at the foot of the Arceus statue, where a clay-yellow tablet rested. Everyone was drawn to the slab, for the plaza contained nothing else. The altar, with its solitary offering, was undoubtedly the most significant treasure here. Almost simultaneously, the crowd surged towards the stone tablet. Liu Yao intended to follow, but Lin Fan grasped her hand and shook his head, prompting her to halt. Ha ha ha, this tablet is mine, exclaimed the man at the forefront, laughing heartily as he neared the slab. However, those following him were unwilling to let him succeed so easily. Everyone unleashed their pokeballs, releasing their fairies to attack the man. Ninetales, use Fire Spin. Nidoking, use Poison Sting. Electrode, use Thunderbolt. Faced with the onslaught of these fairies, the man had no choice but to summon his own fairy to fend off the attacks, retreating to the side. What do you mean by this? The man, now disheveled, shouted angrily at the crowd. It means nothing. There is only one treasure, and if you take it, what will we have left? Besides, do you expect to hoard it all for yourself? The spoils belong to the capable, unless you can defeat us all. The crowd retorted coldly. You, the man, seething with rage, stamped his foot. Before he could react further, the ground trembled violently, and a swarm of fairies suddenly surged forth from every passage they had entered. These fairies emanated a chilling light from their eyes, glaring intently at everyone below, poised to attack at the slightest provocation. The majority of these fairies belonged to the water type, with the weakest being of elite level. The 3 leading fairies were all near legendary in strength, particularly the foremost. A Blastoise, nearly 3 meters in size, bearing 2 gleaming cannons on its back, exuding an imposing presence. Clearly, these were the fairies of this secret realm, with the strongest gathering here. Even a near-legendary would meet their demise upon entering. Humans, leave this place, and we shall overlook your transgressions. Otherwise, you shall not depart this secret realm today. A strange voice echoed as a Meowth emerged from among the fairies, its body adorned with mysterious symbols, its red eyes addressing the crowd. Here it comes, Lin Fan murmured, for he doubted that this temple lacked guardians. Besides the unknown totem, there must be other sentinels. And to his astonishment, the guardians turned out to be the fairies of the entire D25 secret realm. Although the mightiest among them were merely near-legendary, the Meowth marked with symbols was the most formidable. I am the deputy leader responsible for the D25 secret realm. You have forged an ancient pact with the fairies. If you wish to breach this agreement, are you declaring war upon humanity? A woman stepped forward from the crowd, addressing the Meowth with composure, indicating that a treaty existed between humans and fairies. We humans have the presence of champions and masters. Annihilating you with this secret realm would be a simple task. The others chimed in, emboldened by the woman's words. The ancient pact was established between you and the deities, which we shall honor. However, the pact also states that if anyone intrudes upon the domain of the divine, their life shall be forfeit. You have now trespassed upon the divine realm. Leave immediately, and we shall overlook your actions, otherwise. The Meowth licked its sharp claws, speaking coldly. Ancient pact? What is that? Lu Yao, do you know? Lin Fan asked, puzzled by the Meowth's declaration. The ancient pact is said to have been signed over 300 years ago between the fairy deities and humans, stipulating that if humans do not violate fundamental principles, the fairies within the secret realm cannot unite to attack them. However, since the fairy deities have not appeared for nearly 300 years, few adhere to this pact, and knowledge of it has dwindled. It is surprising to find someone aware of it here, Lu Yao pondered, her expression contemplative. Perhaps the absence of the fairy deities has led humanity to forget their fear. Lin Fan muttered, reflecting upon the champions he had yet to witness. He had seen Groudon, whose mere emergence could ignite all volcanoes worldwide. A memory that lingered vividly in his mind. Could humanity truly withstand such power? Perhaps. In the field of archaeology, our foremost task is to unearth information about the deities, allowing humanity to rekindle their understanding of fairies, thus preventing a repeat of the tragedies from 300 years ago, Lu Yao affirmed. Lin Fan regarded the woman with astonishment, realizing the profound spirit of an archaeologist. Were they not merely grave robbers? If Lu Yao were aware of his perception, she might very well have felt the urge to strangle him. Should we leave for now? Lu Yao suggested, glancing apprehensively at the fairies in the passage above. Do you think that would suffice? We should find a place to hide first, Lin Fan advised, surveying the passage. All right, Lu Yao nodded. However, the square offered scant refuge, primarily due to its excessive tidiness, leaving no suitable hiding spots. On what grounds can you declare this to be the domain of the divine? What proof do you possess? Could it not be that you are merely attempting to intimidate us for the sole purpose of monopolizing the treasure? The female vice commander certainly did not believe its words. After all, who would not desire to possess the treasure exclusively? The ethereal ancient pact was merely a tool she employed to frighten these diminutive spirits, as her true reliance lay in her own stature. Indeed, on what authority do you proclaim this to be the so-called divine domain? I suspect you wish to hoard that slab for yourselves. Upon hearing the vice commander's words, the trainers behind her grew emboldened, jeering at Meowth. Humans, you seek your own demise. Slay them all. Meowth, incensed by the audacity of these mortals to insult the divine, had never before witnessed such insolence throughout its countless years of existence. All of you, prepare for battle. The female commander, upon hearing Meowth's proclamation, felt her expression shift drastically, and immediately commanded the trainers behind her. Save for the burly man who scoffed with his arms crossed, coldly observing, the others retrieved their pokeballs, readying themselves for combat. Could you all pause for a moment? Is it possible for us to leave? We merely came for archaeological exploration, and we have taken nothing from the temple. Just as tensions escalated and battle loomed, Lin Fan stepped forward, addressing Meowth in the passage. Damn it, this kid. How dare he betray us? Boy, what do you mean? The crowd erupted in anger at Lin Fan's words, shocked by his intent to abandon them. Young man, I command you, in the name of the deputy commander of the D25 Secret Realm Management of the Great Xia Empire, to comply with pre-battle maneuvers. Obey the command, or face execution for treason. The female commander spoke sternly. Those who reached this point were no weaklings, and the absence of even one combatant could alter the balance of power. Moreover, who would believe they were mere adventurers? Such grandiosity. As a researcher from the Imperial Pokémon Research Institute, you possess no authority to command me. I will only heed the orders of Professor Lee. If there are issues, have your superiors speak to me. Lin Fan retorted with a cold smile, showing his disdain. The Pokémon Research Institute, while detached from combat, had accrued innumerable contributions to the Empire's Pokémon studies, and they answered solely to the central authority, especially with Li Yunfeng still alive. Even the Empire's 9 elders would extend him a measure of respect. How could a mere deputy commander presume to direct him? You. The female commander gritted her teeth in fury upon hearing Lin Fan's words. If he truly were a researcher, she would indeed be powerless. But this was a secret realm. Huh, you claim to be one, and we are to take your word for it? You truly expect us to believe you? The female commander scoffed. Indeed. You assert your identity as if it were undeniable. I could just as easily claim to be a doctor from the Research Institute. The others, grasping her implication, understood that typical archaeologists and researchers would venture forth with bodyguards. Perhaps Lin Fan's bodyguard had merely gotten separated, but surely they would find their way back, bolstering their forces. As long as they could capture Lin Fan, they could secure their lives, and even facing punishment upon their return would be a trivial matter. You may depart. Meowth fixed its crimson gaze upon Lin Fan and spoke to him. Thank you. We shall take our leave now, everyone. I hope to see you again outside. Farewell. Lin Fan grasped Lu Yao's hand and began to retreat slowly until they reached a corner of the square. Casting a cold glance at the unfolding events, greed often comes at a steep price. Lin Fan, are you truly not going to assist them? Lu Yao, witnessing the turmoil in the square, spoke with a hint of reluctance. No, everyone must bear the consequences of their actions. Lin Fan declined firmly. Lu Yao nodded in understanding. Slay them all. In the passageway, Meowth watched as Lin Fan and Lu Yao retreated, coldly issuing commands to the Pokémon. Come forth, Zubat. Ice Beam, Bubble Beam, Twister. In an instant, flames, frost, gales, and torrents wreaked havoc across the square, threatening to obliterate the entire area. The square, unable to withstand the onslaught of such terrifying energy, was littered with countless stones that were uprooted and shattered into debris upon contact with the attacks. The number of Pokémon far exceeded that of the humans, with 3 quasi-legendary Pokémon holding their ground. Although the female vice commander was a champion, she could not contend against 3. In the ensuing chaos, the human side, while managing to hold their own, began to show signs of decline due to their numerical disadvantage. Many trainers bore scars, and some unfortunate Pokémon had even perished. The grim scene in the square left Lin Fan astounded, reinforcing his understanding that this was not a game. Pokémon did not simply revive upon death. Chapter 68. How Rin emerges. Phew, this is truly terrifying. I'm glad I listened to you. Lu Yao, taking a deep breath and patting her ample bosom, expressed her relief to Lin Fan. In such a battle, even a Gyarados would likely not endure. Lin Fan, witnessing the chaotic clash of hundreds of elite-level Pokémon, was thoroughly enlightened. Though Gyarados boasted strong defenses, it would probably not withstand the fray. Thankfully, he had retreated in time. Lin Fan, look at that man. He is incredible. Suddenly, Lu Yao pointed at a corner of the square. Lin Fan focused his gaze, spotting the burly man he had previously noted, commanding a Machoke against a quasi-legendary Pangoro. The man appeared to be effortlessly managing the situation, and under his guidance, Pangoro struggled. However, due to the intensity of the battle and their location in the corner, no one seemed to notice them. A quasi-legend. He must be at least a quasi-legend. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed in realization, astonished to discover a quasi-legend hidden among the crowd. Be careful, that man is no ordinary opponent. A quasi-legend disguising himself as an unassuming individual in the throng is undoubtedly up to no good. The situation on the battlefield began to spiral into chaos, with Pokémon casualties occurring sporadically, both wild and trainer Pokémon alike. Limbs were strewn about, and the blood that flowed began to spread across the square. Ugh! Lu Yao, unable to contain herself upon witnessing the horrific scene, covered her mouth and began to retch. Lin Fan's complexion also paled, yet his gaze remained fixed on the battlefield, suppressing his discomfort. A scream erupted from the heart of the battlefield, signaling the fall of a trainer at last. Although each trainer possessed around 34 Pokémon, the sheer number of opposing Pokémon, approximately 3 times their own, overwhelmed them, and even elite trainers could not withstand the relentless tide. Half an hour later, apart from the burly man and the vice commander, all remaining trainers had been slain, and their Pokémon had nearly all perished as well, with the survivors bearing grievous injuries, rendering them incapable of continuing the fight. The wild Pokémon had also lost nearly half of their number, and the most alarming sight was that of the quasi-legendary Pangoro. Its arms severed by the burly man's Machoke, though thankfully, A Blastoise had arrived in time to save its life. The female vice commander, recognizing the dire situation, was consumed by regret. It was her greed that had prevented her from reporting the matter earlier. Now, there was no turning back, and she understood that she could no longer afford to linger. She swiftly withdrew a Pokeball from her pocket and hurled it into the sky. A diminutive sprite, predominantly verdant in hue, adorned with 2 green antennae atop its head and 2 delicate green wings at its segmented tail, materialized before her. The female vice commander swiftly ascended onto the desert dragonfly. Desert dragonfly, we must depart at once, she commanded urgently, disregarding the treasures that had once occupied her thoughts, as her primary concern became the preservation of her own life. Desert dragonfly, Lin Fan exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the sprite in the sky. The desert dragonfly was indeed a rare creature, possessing a lineage tied to dragons. Despite its reputation for being a dragon's disgrace, it was still a dragon-type sprite. Lin Fan was taken aback to discover that this woman had retained such a formidable trump card, the desert dragonfly. Observing the female vice commander's flight, the burly man displayed no signs of panic. Instead, a sinister smirk crept across his face. Thinking of escaping? He sneered as he watched her attempt to flee on the desert dragonfly. From his elevated position, Meow Meow revealed a chilling grin and, with a swift motion, soared into the air. His claws, gleaming with a menacing glint, descended upon the location of the desert dragonfly. With a sickening sound, 2 anguished cries echoed through the air as the desert dragonfly was mercilessly cleaved in twain by Meow Meow's vicious claws. The female commander, who had been perched upon the creature, met a similar fate, her form severed into 4 gruesome pieces that plummeted to the ground. Coincidentally, her upper half landed not far from Lin Fan. Save me. The woman, perceiving Lin Fan as a potential savior, began to crawl toward him. Lin Fan, regarding the woman who had recently sought to exploit him, let out a cold laugh as he retrieved the Pokeball containing his Gyarados and hurled it in her direction. Roar! Upon its release, the formidable Gyarados instilled terror in numerous smaller sprites. Gyarados, unleash Hydro Pump upon her, Lin Fan commanded with icy resolve. With a fearsome roar, Gyarados conjured a colossal torrent of water that crashed down upon the woman, obliterating her and sending her body careening into a corner of the plaza. Ha! I never anticipated encountering you here. What a fortunate turn of events. The burly man, upon seeing the crimson Gyarados, was seized by a glint of avarice in his eyes as he erupted into laughter. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hao Run, one of the senior officers of the Dark Hunters. Hand over the red Gyarados, or I shall make you experience a fate worse than death. At Hao Ren's words, Lin Fan's expression hardened. He had not expected to learn, even before his departure, that his Gyarados was under a bounty, with the Dark Hunters hot on his heels, dispatching a high-ranking officer no less. The senior cadre of the Dark Hunters was a formidable force, explaining Hao Ren's ease in dealing with the rogue panda. You truly overestimate me. You dare to send a senior officer to confront me? Lin Fan scoffed coldly. Come forth. Infernape, Blaziken, Master Weasel, Muxu, and Monferno. Hao Ren released 5 sprites in one breath, amounting to 6 in total with the addition of his brute strength. Among them, Blaziken emanated the strongest aura, surrounded by flickering flames, clearly a sprite of kingly caliber. The remaining 5 were quasi-king level, surpassing all present in strength. Human, I shall give you one final warning. Leave this place. Yet Meow Meow exhibited no fear, coldly addressing Hao Run. I've long found you unsightly. You speak of gods as if they are merely a collection of sprites. We have captured our fair share. Soon, I shall twist your head off and discover what you truly are. Hao Ren retorted with a derisive expression, revealing a terrifying piece of news. His organization had allegedly captured a god. How is that possible? Lin Fan mused internally, though uncertainty lingered in his mind. Despite his disbelief, Hao Ren's demeanor suggested he was not fabricating his claims, leaving Lin Fan somewhat apprehensive about the possibility that this group had indeed captured a deity. Huh? You captured a god? Do you think I would believe such nonsense? Since you refuse to leave, then let us settle this here. Meow Meow roared with laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. Chapter 69, The Siege of Hao Run. For sprites, gods represented the heavens, their faith, and every god governed a particular rule of the world. How could they be captured by mere mortals unless... In that moment, a spark of realization illuminated Meow Meow's eyes, while Lin Fan, having overheard Hao Ren's words, also arrived at a conclusion. The 3 legendary birds. Lin Fan murmured. If any sprite could be captured, he could think of no other possibility aside from the 3 legendary birds. As Tier 3 divine beasts, only those 3 who commanded the powers of fire, ice, and lightning could be deemed gods. The others, merely descendants of the legendary birds, could not rival their true might. Thus, their capture did not surprise Lin Fan. Perhaps having heard Lin Fan's words, Meow Meow cast a surprised glance in his direction. Astonished that this young man possessed knowledge of the 3 legendary birds. Eliminate him. However, Meow Meow showed no mercy towards Hao Run, commanding the sprites beside him. Hey, unknown totem, how about a collaboration? I can help you deal with him, and all I require is a small token of reward in return. What do you say? Lin Fan called out urgently to the unknown totem as it prepared to engage. I need no assistance. I can handle him myself. The unknown totem replied coldly, showing no surprise that Lin Fan had discerned its identity. Your strength is at best comparable to Blaziken's, while the opposing side boasts 5 quasi-kings. Your remaining sprites are unlikely to prevail. Even if you manage to defeat him, your sprites will likely perish in the process. This is not a favorable outcome for this secret realm, don't you think? Lin Fan argued, gesturing toward both side sprites. Terms. The unknown totem, possessing Meow Meow, turned to glare at the sprites behind it. I wish for Gyarados to contemplate the water droplet slate. How does that sound? We won't interfere. Merely observe from a closer distance. Lin Fan promptly outlined his conditions. Absolutely not. Do not even think about it. The unknown totem flatly refused. Its purpose was to guard the water droplet slate. It could not allow Lin Fan to approach. Oh, so this object is called the water droplet slate? Young man, it appears you harbor many secrets, Hao Rin interjected, his eyes lighting up at the prospect of easily acquiring information about the slate, while also recognizing that Lin Fan himself was a potential source of valuable secrets. Very well, I shall take my leave. Lin Fan, hearing the unknown totem's response, turned and waved his hand, preparing to depart. Lin Fan maintained a calm demeanor, his lips parting slightly, as if to utter something. Human, I accept your terms, but only for half a day. The unknown totem quickly called out, observing Lin Fan's decisive retreat. Why not say so earlier? Lin Fan chuckled. Gyarados, hold off the brute. Scyther and Pidgey, you two handle Monferno. He released Scyther and Pidgey, instructing them to engage Monferno. Haha, you are truly audacious, sending such weaklings to contend with my sprites. Only your Gyarados stands a chance. Hao Rin laughed heartily, astonished that Lin Fan had only dispatched 3 sprites against him. We shall see, Lin Fan replied coolly, knowing that Scyther was already level 51, nearing quasi-king status. While it might not match Monferno's power, combined with Pidgey's assistance, they should suffice. Meanwhile, Gyarados, with its formidable defensive capabilities, could manage to stall the brute. Onward, Lin Fan commanded coldly, directing the 3 sprites. Gyarados, charge forth and use bite. Scyther, perform Swords Dance. The BB bird unleashed a whirlwind to thwart the fiery monkey. Upon hearing Lin Fan's command, BB bird soared into the sky, flapping its wings rapidly, generating a silent tempest that quickly coalesced into a tornado, sweeping toward the opposing fiery monkey. Below BB bird, the flying mantis, with its eyes half closed, traced a mysterious pattern in the air with its scythe-like arms, and as the design gradually took shape, a formidable aura began to emanate from its body. Fiery monkey, disregard the tornado and charge at the flying mantis. Hao Rin commanded urgently upon witnessing the unfolding situation. BB bird, use sand attack. Noticing that the tornado failed to impede the fiery monkey, Lin Fan immediately instructed BB bird to employ sand to hinder its advance. Go. As the battle ignited on Lin Fan's side, the unknown totem promptly rallied the remaining sprites to charge ahead, while it itself confronted the Blaziken. And the Blastoise found itself matched against the Infernape. Another Pokémon of Quasi-King level led 5 elite sprites to face the Master Weasel, while the maimed Rogue Panda, having suffered a significant reduction in strength, sought to stir trouble with the underworld wrestler alongside the other sprites. The entire plaza descended into chaos as Lin Fan initiated the offensive. The Gyarados opened its massive jaws and lunged at the Machoke with a powerful bite, but the Machoke, relying on its smaller stature and greater speed, deftly evaded the attack, retaliating with a swift chop to the Gyarados' body. Fortunately, the Gyarados' formidable defense rendered the blow ineffective. Gyarados, use Hurricane. Observing the Machoke's agility, Lin Fan calmly commanded. Upon hearing his directive, the Gyarados summoned ferocious winds that swirled around it, forming a violent storm as it stood resolutely at the eye of the tempest. Under the relentless force of the hurricane, the Machoke found itself unable to continue its assault and was compelled to withdraw. Seize the opportunity. Use Glare. Seeing the Machoke retreat, Lin Fan swiftly instructed the Gyarados to intimidate it with a menacing glare. However, facing the Gyarados' fierce countenance and intimidating aura, the Machoke appeared unfazed, emboldened instead. Heh! My Machoke possesses an indomitable spirit, the Machoke exclaimed, charging forward to execute a cross-chop. Observing the Machoke's determination, Hao Ren grinned and quickly commanded, "Forget that. Gyarados, use Water Tail to strike Machoke." Confronted with the Machoke's relentless advance, Lin Fan had no choice but to order the Gyarados to engage in a direct clash. The impact of Machoke's fist colliding with Gyarados' steel tail resonated through the air, sending debris flying and water mist swirling. "Gyarados!" Lin Fan shouted anxiously, trying to pierce through the obscuring mist. Roar! The sound of two furious roars emerged from the water vapor. As the mist dissipated, it revealed the Machoke straining against the Gyarados' tail, both Pokémon equally matched in their struggle. Meanwhile, the Flying Mantis was on the verge of completing its sword's dance. "Flying Mantis, use Quick Attack and perform acrobatics," Lin Fan commanded, observing the Flying Mantis's heightened momentum. Swish! Beep! The two sprites unleashed their respective moves. The Flying Mantis transforming into a streak of green lightning as it charged toward the fiery monkey, while BB Bird raised its wings to summon a gale directed at the fiery monkey. At that moment, Hao Ren found himself preoccupied with the unknown totem, realizing that if the Blaziken triumphed, the battle would reach its conclusion. Without his guidance, the Machoke and fiery monkey could only rely on their instincts and Lin Fan's tactics, thus failing to unleash their full potential. Confronted with the Flying Mantis's attack, the fiery monkey opted for a head-on confrontation, its right arm glowing with a bright light as it prepared to strike with a move known as Brick Break. The two sprites' arms collided, creating a stalemate. "Flying Mantis, use Glare." Noticing the impasse, Lin Fan immediately commanded the Flying Mantis to intimidate the fiery monkey with a fierce gaze. Seeing the mantis's menacing expression, the fiery monkey faltered momentarily, its confidence wavering and its strength diminishing. "Now's your chance, unleash a combo attack. Not one to miss an opportunity." Lin Fan instructed the Flying Mantis to pummel the fiery monkey relentlessly. The Flying Mantis adeptly followed Lin Fan's command, its scythe-like arms raining down blows upon the fiery monkey, which, caught off guard, struggled to retaliate. Though it wished to fight back, the BB Bird continued to harass it from above, inflicting minor annoyances that compounded its frustration. With the situation improving for the Flying Mantis, Lin Fan shifted his focus to the Gyarados, which, relying on its massive form and robust defense, remained locked in a fierce exchange with the Machoke. The two Pokémon were evenly matched, but the Machoke's vast combat experience left Lin Fan unable to find an opening for the Gyarados to launch an attack. In the distance, Hao Ren commanded the Blaziken against the unknown totem, the battle proving to be equally riveting. Remarkably, the Blaziken had temporarily subdued the unknown totem. "Blaziken, use Flare Blitz." The Blaziken soared into the air, positioning itself above the unknown totem, summoning a colossal fiery character to launch at its opponent. Confronted with the incoming inferno, the unknown totem displayed a flicker of panic, its body adorned with mysterious green patterns glowing brilliantly as it formed a protective shield to withstand the assault. "Blaziken, immediately use Flame Charge." Noticing the green luminescence enveloping the unknown totem, a smirk crept across Hao Ren's face before the fiery attack could reach its target. He commanded the Blaziken to unleash its signature move against the totem. Suddenly engulfed in flames, the Blaziken transformed into a fiery comet, hurtling toward the unknown totem. "You've lost," Lin Fan murmured, observing the unknown totem fall into Hao Ren's trap. Ultimately, it was a matter of experience. Despite the unknown totem's formidable power, it was unable to fully harness its potential, making its defeat hardly surprising. As the Blaziken streaked toward it like a meteor, the unknown totem was thoroughly alarmed, colliding directly with the fiery bird and creating a deep crater in the plaza. "Meow!" A cry echoed from the depths of the pit, followed by a radiant green light emanating from its bottom, as peculiar symbols emerged, twisting in the air as if alive before gradually fading into the sky. Clearly, the unknown totem had lost its strength after being struck by the Blaziken's recent assault. "Ha ha ha! Now let us see what power you possess to thwart me, kid." "It's your turn now," Hao Ren bellowed triumphantly, relishing the sight of the dissipating unknown totem as he turned a menacing gaze towards Lin Fan. Meanwhile, the other sprites, including the Blastoise, witnessing the unknown totem's dissolution, lost their will to fight, teaming up to repel their foes as they retreated, leaving behind a scene of devastation between Lin Fan and Hao Ren. "Kid, you now have two choices. Either come with me, or I will break your arms and legs and drag you along," Hao Ren said, advancing slowly toward Lin Fan, flanked by four sprites. Standing behind Lin Fan, Ru Yao trembled in fear, casting a terrified glance at Hao Ren. I also present you with two options. Either become my subordinate and join the Dark Hunters to provide me with intelligence, or face death. Choose wisely. Lin Fan gazed at the approaching Hao Ren, his visage betraying no trace of fear as he grasped the master ball that hung from his neck. You little brat. I've made my decision. I shall dismantle your bones, piece by piece, and crush your skull slowly. Hao Ren's face contorted into a sadistic and twisted grin upon witnessing Lin Fan's audacity. It seems there's no room for negotiation. Gyarados return. After repelling their adversaries, Gyarados and Scyther swiftly returned to Lin Fan's side, silently standing guard over him. Lin Fan's expression hardened as he hurled the Master Ball to the ground. A beam of crimson light shot forth, gradually coalescing into the terrifying silhouette of a colossal beast. Its ferocious visage, immense physique, and glimmering scales exuded an aura of formidable power, filling the underground space with an overwhelming dread that rendered Gyarados' intimidation trivial in comparison. Roar! Kyogre has arrived. As Kyogre materialized, Hao Ren's Pokémon instinctively recoiled a few steps, their legs trembling, cold sweat beading on their bodies as they gazed in terror at the looming red behemoth. Hao Ren, have you ever encountered a true deity? Allow me to show you. In its presence, you are akin to a mere ant, utterly defenseless. A smirk of derision curled at the corners of Lin Fan's lips as he issued a command to Kyogre. Kyogre, attack. Do not damage the statue. Roar. Upon hearing Lin Fan's command, Kyogre fixed its gaze upon the 6 Pokémon behind Hao Ren, a cruel smile creeping across its maw. Kyogre, eliminate Blaziken first. Lin Fan determined to target the strongest adversary, Blaziken, as he surveyed the enemy's remaining Pokémon. Roar. With a low growl, Kyogre took a single step and instantly appeared before Blaziken, leaving only an afterimage in its wake due to its astonishing speed. Extending its right hand into the air, Kyogre's fearsome claws ignited in flames, causing Lin Fan to feel a surge of warmth as the temperature soared, igniting the very air around them. With an unmatched force, Kyogre brought its fiery claw down upon Blaziken's head. Blaziken, dodge now. Realizing the futility of confronting Kyogre's fiery assault, Hao Ren urgently commanded Blaziken. Just as Blaziken was about to spring aside with its powerful legs, it suddenly felt an inexplicable weight, as if its feet were ensnared in a quagmire, rendering it utterly immobile. Use Protect. Infernape, assist Blaziken with Blast Burn. Machamp, employ Aura Sphere. Seeing Blaziken's plight, Hao Ren hastily called upon his other Pokémon for aid. Though Blaziken activated Protect, the disparity in their levels was insurmountable. What could withstand attacks of equal rank was but a flimsy membrane before Kyogre, shattering upon contact. The fiery claw of Kyogre struck Blaziken unerringly, cleaving its body in twain and incinerating it to nothingness, leaving not even a trace behind. A Pokémon of elite caliber vanished from existence. Meanwhile, the assaults from Infernape and Machamp merely tickled Kyogre, leaving no marks upon its crimson scales. Blaziken. Witnessing the annihilation of his Pokémon, Hao Ren's fury surged to a boiling point. You bastard. Everyone attack. He bellowed, commanding the remaining 5 Pokémon. Consumed by a singular desire to eliminate Lin Fan, Kyogre dispatched them all. Lin Fan issued his frigid order, having deemed any further negotiation futile since the moment Hao Ren sought to confront Gyarados. Roar. Kyogre roared with exhilaration, charging towards the remaining Pokémon. Within mere moments of anguished cries, all of Hao Ren's Pokémon were slaughtered, leaving him half kneeling on the ground, dazed and gazing at the pile of corpses before him. These were his Pokémon, all now slain. Lin Fan approached Hao Ren step by step, standing before him and coldly demanding, Speak. How did you learn of my presence in this secret realm? Who issued the bounty? Reveal it, and I might consider sparing your life. Hao Ren lifted his gaze to meet Lin Fan's icy demeanor, bursting into raucous laughter. Ha! Do you truly believe I would divulge such information? I concede that your Pokémon are formidable. No one in our organization rivals the strength of yours. However, unless you can eradicate every member of our organization, both you and your kin shall endure relentless harassment and pursuit. A glint of coldness flickered in Lin Fan's eyes as he regarded Hao Ren, turning to command Kyogre. Eliminate him. With a swift, ruthless motion, a cry of despair echoed behind them. Yet Lin Fan did not glance back, advancing towards the statue. I shall uproot your entire organization, leaving not a single soul behind. Lin Fan murmured, a hint of murderous intent glimmering in his gaze. Upon reaching the altar's base, Lin Fan observed the water droplet slid up close. Had he not known its significance, he might have mistaken it for an ordinary stone. He first bowed respectfully to Arceus' statue. Murmuring, Arceus, I wish for Gyarados to comprehend the water principles inscribed upon the water droplet slate. I seek your permission. As if the deity had heard his words. The yellow earth covering the slate began to peel away, revealing a resplendent rainbow glow emanating from the water droplet slate, which levitated gracefully in the air. Lin Fan's eyes fixated on the slate, where haphazard lines radiated an ethereal blue light. Gyarados, come quickly. Observe the water droplet slate, and see if you can glean any insights. Lin Fan called for Gyarados, eager for it to absorb knowledge from the slate. As Pokémon reach the elite tier, they must begin to grasp the principles of their respective types. With deepening comprehension of these principles, their power grows exponentially. Upon fully mastering this principle, a Pokémon's might could rival that of some lesser deities. Yet, few have ever traversed the entirety of this path. Opportunities for Pokémon to grasp principles are scarce. Apart from Arceus slates containing these tenets, only remnants of legendary Pokémon or naturally occurring treasures may harbor such rules. Like the mysterious water droplet, a naturally birthed gem. However, both types of items are exceedingly rare and seldom offered for sale. Explaining why many elite trainers exist while champions remain few. They have encountered fortuitous circumstances that granted them items imbued with rules, enabling their Pokémon to ascend to champion status, thus bestowing upon them the power to topple nations. Gyarados stared at the water droplet slate, its eyes wide with wonder, yet the more it gazed, the more perplexed it became, for it seemed devoid of any substance. Why had its master commanded it to observe? It cast a questioning glance at Lin Fan. Observing Gyarados' confusion, Lin Fan sighed. Realizing the predicament, it was unable to comprehend the rules contained within. Alas, if fate has not favored us, so be it. We shall revisit this matter another time, Lin Fan lamented, acknowledging that he could not compel Gyarados to grasp what it could not. Roar. Gyarados emitted a low growl. Feeling somewhat aggrieved. That light was blindingly bright, it hurt my eyes. Perhaps it was due to the perceived clumsiness of the Gyarados. That the water droplet stone began to radiate with a brilliant light, causing the surrounding air to grow humid. Gradually, a single pure white droplet began to form before the stone, and as it emerged, Lin Fan noticed, almost as if by illusion, that the vibrant colors emanating from the stone seemed to dim slightly. The droplet, floating effortlessly in the air, drifted towards Lin Fan. Instinctively, he reached out to catch the droplet, feeling its soft, comforting texture, and he murmured to himself, "What is this wondrous entity?" Chapter 72, The Gift of Arceus. In Lin Fan's moment of bewilderment, the Groudon beside him let out a low growl, gesturing with a claw towards the droplet in Lin Fan's hand. Then pointing towards the Gyarados. "Are you suggesting I give it to the Gyarados?" Lin Fan inquired, a hint of skepticism in his tone. With an enthusiastic nod, Groudon silently contemplated the explosive growth in strength the foolish dragon would experience after consuming the droplet. Finally, Lin Fan would not have to summon him at every turn. He could enjoy a long, undisturbed slumber. How delightful. "All right, Gyarados, come over here." Lin Fan beckoned, choosing to trust Groudon. If only he knew the mischievous thoughts lurking in Groudon's mind, he might have given the creature a good thrashing. As Gyarados floated before Lin Fan, its gaze fixated on the droplet, an expression of longing shone in its eyes. "Go ahead, eat," Lin Fan encouraged, extending his hand towards Gyarados' mouth. The dragon opened its cavernous jaws, its tongue curling around the droplet, drawing it into its mouth, and licking with fervor to ensure not a trace remained. "That's enough. There's nothing left." Lin Fan chuckled, patting Gyarados on the head, feeling the rough texture of its tongue against his hand. Gyarados, grinning foolishly, promptly swallowed the droplet, and a deep azure light enveloped its entire form. A wave of drowsiness washed over it, and it could no longer resist the urge to close its eyes and drift off to sleep. Ding! Congratulations. The host's red Gyarados has evolved due to the consumption of the special item, the Gift of Arceus. The evolution will take 24 hours, during which combat is prohibited, otherwise, evolution will fail. Please be patient. The long-awaited system notification echoed in Lin Fan's mind. Observing the system panel, he noted that Gyarados' status had changed to evolving. He hastily returned Gyarados to its Pokeball. "Come back, everyone." Lin Fan recalled his small Pokemon before moving to assist the unconscious Liu Yao, who had been rendered unconscious by Groudon's divine power prior to its appearance. "Hey, unknown totem, I know you're still here. Come out and talk." Lin Fan shouted into the open square, refusing to believe the unknown totem had perished. After half a minute, a green ethereal light flickered in the square, and mysterious symbols appeared, floating as if alive in the air, forming a message. "Human, what do you seek? Why do you possess a god as your Pokemon?" Pointing at the statue of Arceus, Lin Fan replied with a smile. Could you assist us in leaving? As for why I have Groudon, your master doesn't seem to care. Why ask so many questions? The green light surrounding the unknown totem flickered again, emitting sounds Lin Fan could not comprehend, as if they were deliberating amongst themselves. Shortly after, they reformed into another message. Agreed. Nothing from here may be disclosed to the outside world. Very well. Lin Fan nodded in response. The unknown totem enveloped Lin Fan and Lu Yao in a protective green glow, causing their forms to vanish from the square. What an intriguing lad. It seems he has detected my presence. A voice suddenly resonated in the square as a small Pokémon, identical to the statue, emerged from the void. The unknown totem immediately prostrated itself on the ground, too intimidated to meet its gaze or speak, as the water droplet stone returned to its side. A green jewel materialized around the small Pokémon, casting a radiant green light that enveloped the entire square, resurrecting all the fallen Pokémon that had perished in defense of the statue. Satisfied with its actions, the small Pokémon nodded and vanished into the void. Lin Fan felt a sudden shift, as the sensation of weightlessness disappeared, and he found himself standing firmly on solid ground. As he looked around, he realized they had returned to the mainland, no longer on the small island. Finally out, that creature must be hiding somewhere. It cannot have simply vanished. Lin Fan wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling a sense of relief. The elusive creature was undoubtedly nearby. Otherwise, the water droplet stone would not have inexplicably gifted him a droplet. He refused to believe his luck was quite so fortuitous. Never mind, I shall address it later. First, I need to find a place to rest. Lin Fan scanned the surroundings, locating a spot near a water source to set up a tent, laying the unconscious Lu Yao inside while he ventured out to gather some food. As night fell, hunger gnawed at him after not eating for half the day. He released his scyther and Pidgey to prepare energy cubes, while he himself cooked a meal for two. Perhaps the aroma of the food roused Lu Yao from her slumber. Where's this place? Have we made it out? Lu Yao emerged from the tent, gazing at Lin Fan who was busy cooking, then looked up at the starless night sky, inquiring. We're out, though I have no idea where this is. The last mysterious creature appeared and defeated Hao Run. It stared at me, and then I lost consciousness. When I awoke, I found myself here. I've prepared some food, come and eat. Lin Fan shook his head, expressing his own uncertainty, and handed the freshly prepared meal to Lu Yao. Oh, what did that mysterious creature look like? Lu Yao asked curiously as she accepted the food. It resembled that statue somewhat. I didn't get a clear look, Lin Fan replied with an air of nonchalance, his heart steady. I see, that's too bad. I was hoping you could help me draw its likeness. This newly emerged Pokémon is bound to astonish the world. By the way, Lin Fan, are you truly a Pokémon researcher? Lu Yao suddenly seemed to recall something, directing her curiosity towards Lin Fan. Yes, I suppose so. If memory serves me right. Grandpa Li arranged for me to enter the research institute, granting me the title of Pokémon researcher, Lin Fan replied, though uncertainty lingered in his voice. Grandpa Li Yinfeng? What is your relation to him? Lu Yao's eyes widened with interest upon hearing Lin Fan's words. Indeed, I created a small gadget for him, and in return, he bestowed upon me the title of researcher. Do you know him? Lin Fan asked, intrigued by her reaction. Yes, my grandfather and Grandpa Li were classmates. He works at the Archaeological Research Institute and often took me to meet Grandpa Li. Lu Yao confirmed with a nod. I plan to return in 2 days. Will you remain here? Lin Fan decided not to delve further into the topic, realizing that anyone connected to Li Yinfeng must have an extraordinary background. Let us leave together then. I went there primarily for that island and obtained some valuable items. Lu Yao replied to Lin Fan's inquiry. Chapter 73, Gyarados Evolution. The following day, Lin Fan trained with Pidgey and Scyther until nightfall, eagerly watching the timer for Gyarados count down the seconds. Finally, when the timer reached 0, the system's voice resounded in Lin Fan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, the host Gyarados has successfully evolved. Please check the details on your own. Lin Fan hurriedly opened Gyarados Attributes panel to review the changes. Red Gyarados. Ability, Intimidate. Hidden trait, Excessive Confidence. Personality, Stubborn. Type, Water Flying. Qualification, Champion. Individual value, 540. Held item, Leftovers. Height, 88 meters. Weight, 650 kilograms. Shiny yes. Level, 58, Near Elite. Moves, Tackle, Bite, Dragon Rage, Leer, Hyper Beam, Giga Impact, Thunderbolt, Outrage. Water Law, 25. Each understanding increases Water-type skills power by double, Water-type skill damage immunity of 25. Affinity, 255. The evolution of Gyarados resembled a rocket, ascending to the near elite level. its size diminishing from nearly 12 meters to 88 meters, yet its weight surged by 200 kilograms, rendering it even more formidable. Moreover, the interface now displayed a progress bar for understanding the water law. Upon examining the description of the water law, Lin Fan could not help but swallow hard. This was utterly monstrous. The notion that water-type skills could double in power is staggering. For instance, if a water-type skill with 100 power dealt 200 points of damage to a Charizard with the law's enhancement, it would inflict a staggering 400 points of damage, an increase of fourfold rather than merely 2. It is no wonder that those legendary beasts wielding the laws are so terrifying, capable of obliterating everything in their path, rendering humanity utterly powerless against them. How could one possibly contend with such power? A single blow from them could decimate hundreds, while a mere retaliatory strike from you would yield but a fraction in comparison. Furthermore, the most critical aspect is their damage reduction. Identical type skills are virtually ineffective against them. Truly, this is absurd. Gyarados, emerge, Lin Fan commanded, as his two small Pokémon eagerly anticipated the arrival of Gyarados. With a thunderous roar, Gyarados materialized, sending nearby wild Pokémon fleeing in a panic. Lin Fan, startled by this sudden eruption, cast a disapproving glance at Gyarados, whose demeanor suggested pride. He approached the creature and chastised, "What are you so arrogant about? Don't you know the value of humility? With such limited strength, you dare to roar?" Gyarados, feeling unjustly reprimanded, turned to Lin Fan with an apologetic smile, as if to say, "I didn't mean to." The nearby Scyther and Pidgeotto exchanged knowing glances, stifling their laughter at Gyarados' antics. "I must conduct a thorough examination." Lin Fan began to meticulously scrutinize Gyarados' physique. He noted that although Gyarados had shrunk slightly, its defensive capabilities had significantly improved. The crimson scales appeared much darker, adorned with ripples that likely indicated the influence of the water law. Its appearance had also softened, losing much of its prior ferocity. "Lin Fan, has your Gyarados undergone some transformation?" observed Lu Yao, startled by Gyarados' roar. Once she regained her composure, she realized something was amiss. Despite not being a trainer, she sensed that Gyarados seemed stronger than before. Indeed, its power has seen some advancement. "Let us seek out a wild Pokémon to test your current strength," Lin Fan replied excitedly, leading Gyarados in search of a suitable opponent. "Roar." Gyarados nodded in agreement, following Lin Fan ahead. Meanwhile, Lu Yao stood behind, momentarily bewildered, thinking, "He didn't invite me to join." "Hey, Lu Yao, why are you just standing there? Come along." Lin Fan turned and called out, slightly exasperated. I'm coming." Lu Yao quickly dismissed her discomfort and hurried to join him. Finally, deep within the forest, Lin Fan encountered a wild Electabuzz of elite caliber, an opponent that posed a significant challenge to Gyarados. Upon noticing Lin Fan and Gyarados encroaching upon its territory, Electabuzz crackled with electricity, vocalizing its challenge. "Hey there, I wish to engage in a battle with you. Regardless of the outcome, I will reward you with these energy cubes," Lin Fan offered, presenting several energy cubes enticingly. Electabuzz, captivated by the aroma of the energy cubes, nodded in agreement upon hearing Lin Fan's proposition. "Gyarados, use Muddy Water," Lin Fan commanded, opting for a less powerful attack to gauge Gyarados' capabilities. Gyarados unleashed a stream of murky water towards Electabuzz, who deftly dodged the attack with an electric shimmer, causing the muddy torrent to crash into the ground, forming a 2-meter-wide crater. "Whoa," Lin Fan exclaimed, astonished by the newfound power behind Gyarados' attack. Electabuzz, having narrowly evaded the strike, was drenched in cold sweat, thinking, "Are you trying to kill me?" Unperturbed, Electabuzz retaliated, summoning a surge of electric energy, unleashing a thunderbolt towards Gyarados. "Gyarados, withstand it," Lin Fan urged, keen to test Gyarados' defensive resilience. "Roar." Gyarados braced itself, enduring the brunt of the electric assault, yelping in pain. "Is this still insufficient?" Lin Fan frowned, observing Gyarados' reaction. Though its situation had improved significantly, it still fell short of his expectations, absorbing roughly 15 times the damage. "Very well, Gyarados, unleash Hydro Pump," Lin Fan decided, realizing that Electabuzz's strongest move had already been utilized, and there was no point in prolonging the experiment, as this elite Pokémon was incapable of prompting Gyarados to reveal its true strength. Upon receiving Lin Fan's command, Gyarados conjured an enormous Hydro Pump and unleashed it upon Electabuzz. Electabuzz, unable to evade the swift onslaught, bore the full brunt of the attack, resulting in a crater approximately 5 to 6 meters wide, rendering it unconscious. Ding! Your Gyarados has gained 1685 experience points. Pidgeotto and Scyther have also gained experience. Triumphant, Gyarados beamed with pride at its victory over Electabuzz. Return. We will visit Chenlao and Yanjing to test your strength. Lin Fan mused, now possessing a clearer understanding of Gyarados' prowess. Chapter 74. I'll wait for you in Yanjing. After a restful night, Lin Fan set forth with Lu Yao towards the exit of the secret realm. This expedition had yielded substantial rewards. Not only had Pidgeotto evolved, but Gyarados had ascended to near-elite status, and most importantly, it had comprehended the law. Lin Fan, I will await you at Yanjing Pokémon University. As they parted ways, Lu Yao gently embraced Lin Fan before stepping back to speak. Very well, I shall seek you out. Lin Fan replied with a smile. A promise is a promise. Parting is but a prelude to an even more splendid reunion. Lin Fan escorted Lu Yao out of the secret realm before returning home, where he needed to prepare his registration materials for the impending college entrance examination. Since Lin Fan was applying to Pokémon University, he only needed to complete a written test followed by a battle with the examiner. The written exam accounted for 40% of the total score, while the practical performance constituted 60%. The examiner would assess the battle based on the Pokémon's performance and the student's command abilities. Higher scores would correlate with better school placements. Given Lin Fan's capabilities, he would undoubtedly secure a spot at Yanjing Pokémon University with no risk of failure. As he approached his home, Lin Fan spotted his former homeroom teacher and the principal of Sanzhong leaning against a car, engaged in a conversation while smoking. The sharp-eyed teacher noticed Lin Fan's approach, promptly extinguishing his cigarette and rushing over, followed closely by the principal. Lin Fan, you have finally returned. We have been waiting for you for quite some time. The old teacher, panting heavily, approached Lin Fan alongside the principal and spoke to him. Is there something you need? I am no longer a student of number 3 middle school, Lin Fan replied coolly to the two. We would like to request your assistance in persuading reporter Wang to delete that article. We will compensate you for the loss, the principal said, rubbing his hands together in a bid for favor. What article? I am unaware, Lin Fan responded, feigning surprise, though he had a suspicion about the matter at hand. Even better, if you can convince reporter Wang to retract the article and admit her mistake, we will offer you 3 million Union coins. What do you say? Upon hearing Lin Fan's response, the principal clapped his hands in excitement and pulled out his phone to initiate a transfer. Oh, I apologize, but her affairs do not concern me. You are obstructing my path. Please step aside. Lin Fan replied with indifference. You, Lin Fan, we have shared a teacher-student relationship. You spent 6 years at number 3 middle school. Do you not value this bond at all? Young people should not act too ruthlessly. It benefits no one. The principal's voice turned grave, laced with a threatening tone. Oh, what can you possibly do if I sever this situation? You think I care about your threats? Lin Fan scoffed at the principal's intimidation. Humph. If that is the case, since death is inevitable, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Come forth, Zubat. Flying Leg, attack him. The principal coldly released 2 Pokeballs, summoning 2 small Pokemon. Is this a joke? Lin Fan laughed upon seeing the Pokemon the principal had unleashed. One was a mere elite level, while the other was of ordinary strength, hardly a match for him. Fly Sky, deal with them, but do not kill them, Lin Fan commanded. Summoning his Flygon, aware that using Pokemon to assault individuals was a grave offense in the city. In a matter of moments, without needing further instruction from Lin Fan, Flygon swiftly dispatched the principal's 2 Pokemon, leaving the principal trembling in fear at the sight of Flygon's menacing claws. Hello, Officer Wang. This is Lin Fan, he said, pulling out his phone and dialing the officer who had previously given him a business card. Hello, who is this? Officer Wang, stationed at the security team, inquired upon seeing the unknown caller. I am Lin Fan. I am currently being attacked by individuals using Pokemon on XX Street in District XX. I have subdued the assailants. Could you please come and handle the situation? Lin Fan explained into the phone. Understood. Please hold on. We are on our way. Officer Wang hung up and promptly rushed to the scene with his team. Lin Fan glanced at the old teacher, who was now trembling, and sighed. I initially chose to overlook your animosity towards me over the past 3 years, but I never anticipated you would resort to this. Lin Fan, please do not hold it against me. I had no choice. They forced my hand. I have lost my job and am now notorious in Rome City, with nowhere to turn but to plead with you. The old teacher slumped to the ground, displaying a look of regret while sneaking glances at Lin Fan. Huh. I suspect you have received quite a sum from the Li family, yet you still attempt to feign innocence? Do you believe I am gullible enough to fall for this? You have run out of options. Once the security team arrives, you two will be spending the rest of your lives in prison. Lin Fan scoffed at his theatrics. If he displayed even a hint of remorse, Lin Fan would have allowed Groudon to take flight. You bastard. The old teacher, having exhausted his pleas, could only resort to impotent insults. Flygon, silence him, Lin Fan ordered, frowning as he commanded Flygon to approach the old teacher and deliver a powerful slap, knocking out several of his teeth, leaving him to whimper helplessly. Moments later, several small Pokémon adorned with the security team's insignia appeared overhead and swiftly descended upon witnessing the scene. As a Charizard landed, Lin Fan approached Officer Wong. Who called the police? Officer Wong inquired, addressing the group. Officer Wong, it is I, Lin Fan, who reported the incident. They attacked me with those 2 Pokémon. Lin Fan explained. Ah, is it really you? Young brother, I must express my gratitude for your previous assistance in saving my Charizard. Officer Wong's eyes brightened as he recognized Lin Fan and rushed to him. Not at all, Officer Wong. It was merely a trivial matter. Let us address the current situation. Lin Fan smiled, recounting the principal and old teacher's actions to Officer Wong. Listening intently, Officer Wong frowned, aware that using Pokémon to assault individuals constituted a severe crime. We did not. Look at my weak abilities. How could I possibly attack him? It was he who assaulted us. The principal, now standing, hurriedly approached Officer Wong, attempting to explain while casting a sly glance at Lin Fan. Let us return and cooperate with the investigation, Officer Wong stated, recognizing the necessity of protocol. Although he believed Lin Fan's account, the process dictated that any incident involving Pokémon harm required further inquiry. May I make a phone call, Officer Wong? Lin Fan, sensing the principal's smugness, felt a twinge of caution. Certainly. Officer Wong, contemplating, granted Lin Fan's request. Lin Fan dialed Li Yunfeng, detailing the events to him. Li Yunfeng assured him he would take care of the situation. Upon arriving at the security team, Lin Fan encountered a man in his 30s in the hallway. Officer Wong saluted the man, addressing him as Director Su. What's happening? Director Su inquired, glancing at Lin Fan and the others behind Officer Wong. We are dealing with an incident involving Pokémon assault. We have brought both parties in for questioning. Officer Wong respectfully replied. Conduct a thorough investigation. Do not shield any wrongdoer, nor wrongfully accuse the innocent. Notify me when you begin the questioning. I shall be present to observe. Director Su stated coolly, casting a penetrating gaze at the principal. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, recognizing that Director Su was acquainted with the principal. Once Director Su departed, Lin Fan leaned closer to Officer Wong and whispered, "What is Director Su's background? A relative with connections, here to polish his credentials. He possesses little skill but a considerable temper. The former director is retiring, and he is the favorite to succeed, which has inflated his ego," Officer Wong remarked disdainfully, clearly at odds with Director Su. Lin Fan was then escorted to Officer Wong's office, where, after a series of formalities, Officer Wong completed the report and addressed Lin Fan. There are no issues. If the circumstances are verified, the opposing party will face a sentence of no less than 10 years and no more than 15. Thank you for your assistance, Officer Wong. Lin Fan replied with a smile. It is my duty. I must also express my gratitude for your help in saving my Charizard last time. Officer Wong waved his hand dismissively while expressing his appreciation. It was merely happenstance. No need for gratitude. Lin Fan shook his head, not taking pride in his past actions. Seeing Lin Fan's humble demeanor, Officer Wong's fondness for him grew. While they conversed, the office door swung open, and a security officer whispered something to Officer Wong. Lin Fan noticed Officer Wong's expression visibly darkened, veins bulging on his forearms as anger crept into his features. I understand. You may leave now. Lin Fan, I need to attend to something. Please wait here for a moment. Officer Wong stood and addressed Lin Fan. Understood. Lin Fan nodded, his eyes glinting with intrigue. Sure enough. Moments later, Officer Wong returned, his expression grim, accompanied by Director Su. Lin Fan, is it? Director Su addressed Lin Fan directly. We harbor suspicions regarding your involvement in a recent incident where a fairy attacked a human. We kindly request your cooperation in our investigation, which may necessitate your presence here for approximately 45 days. Officer, I was the one who reported the attack by someone else's fairy. I distinctly remember that location having 2 surveillance cameras, correct? Are you certain there's no mistake? Lin Fan rose, his gaze piercing as he directed his inquiry towards Director Su. I apologize, but when we went to check the footage, the cameras were already malfunctioning. Currently, only the 3 of you are present, so we can only conduct a limited investigation. All accusations against you are procedurally sound, and we currently have no alternative. Wang Yi, please escort him to the interrogation room. He will be released once the matter is clarified, Director Su replied, his expression one of resignation. Wang Yi glanced at Director Su, visibly troubled. What? Is there an issue with my statement? Director Su retorted coolly. This is against protocol, Wang Yi said through gritted teeth. Wang Yi, do you wish to resign? Deputy Director Su rebuked upon hearing Wang Yi's words. Oh, Deputy Director Su certainly wields considerable authority. You wish to detain someone before the investigation is even complete? A mocking voice suddenly rang out from the doorway. Upon hearing this voice, Wang Yi felt as though he had grasped a lifeline. Exhaling in relief as he turned towards the entrance. Director Zhang. Wang Yi promptly saluted the approaching man. Zhang, what brings you here? Deputy Director Su inquired, furrowing his brow. Both were deputy directors and rivals for influence. Since it's my subordinates handling the case, I naturally must oversee it. What if someone gets wronged? Wouldn't you agree, Deputy Director Su? Zhang Li replied, placing particular emphasis on his title to remind Su of their equal standing. You. Deputy Director Su shot a glance at Zhang Li, feeling a twinge of helplessness. This case was indeed under Zhang Li's jurisdiction, and it was only natural for him to take charge. However, he pondered why Zhang Li was willing to confront him today when he typically avoided direct conflict. Was there something more to this situation? Deputy Director Su, you haven't yet ascended to the rank of director, and thus lack the authority to manage this matter. By the way, I almost forgot, Director Lin requested you to visit his office. No need to thank me, Zhang Li said with an inward chuckle, patting his own head as he addressed Deputy Director Su. I understand. I truly appreciate your assistance. Deputy Director Su replied through clenched teeth. Don't mention it, please. Zhang Li said with a cheerful smile, stepping aside to allow Deputy Director Su to exit. Humph. Deputy Director Su left the office, his demeanor stormy. As he watched the irate Deputy Director Su storm out, Zhang Li chuckled softly and approached Lin Fan, handing him a folder. You must be Lin Fan. We have completed our investigation, and you may return now after signing the statement. Understood. I hope you will handle this matter fairly. Lin Fan nodded, opening the statement to affix his signature. Rest assured, we will not wrong an innocent person, nor will we overlook a guilty one, Zhang Li replied, taking back the folder from Lin Fan. As Lin Fan exited the precinct's doors, he looked up and murmured, Ah, power. Shaking his head, he hurried home. Su Lin, you are to return home and rest for 3 months while awaiting further instructions from the organization. Your duties will temporarily be assigned to Zhang Li. Director Lin said to Deputy Director Su, who stood before him in the office. Why, Director Lin? What have I done wrong? Deputy Director Su stood frozen, dumbfounded by the news. Once he regained his composure, he rushed to inquire of Director Lin, who sat before him. Do not presume I am unaware of your actions. You have accepted a considerable sum of money from someone named Wang. Haven't you? Were it not for the sake of the former leader, I would have turned a blind eye. Now, however, you have landed yourself in serious trouble. Your suspension is to protect you. Hurry back and hand over your responsibilities to Zhang Li. Otherwise, even your father cannot shield you. Director Lin spoke sternly, having just received a call from headquarters inquiring about the matter and urging him to act justly. The cold sweat that broke out on him prompted him to promptly summon Deputy Director Su. Chapter 76. Unusual college entrance exam questions. Perhaps it is time to reveal some hidden cards. Back at home, Lin Fan sat on the sofa, musing aloud. It is difficult to assert that today's events were devoid of the Li family's influence. Perhaps he has been constrained by the notions from his previous life, believing that if one is unshackled, they resemble a beast freed from its cage. Thus, he has persistently restrained himself. Yet in this world, his continuous retreat only invites further encroachment from others. He had hoped to maintain a low profile, but trouble persistently sought him out. Truly, it echoes the saying, one punch in the face prevents 100 retaliatory punches. The teachings of my mentors do not deceive. With newfound clarity, Lin Fan felt invigorated, shedding his previous lethargy, and his demeanor became more formidable. The following day, Lin Fan made his way to the 7th high school. Perhaps due to the passage of over 10 days, the fervor surrounding the junior trainer competition had waned. On the streets, apart from a few who recognized him, most had seemingly forgotten him. Upon arriving at 7th High, Lin Fan submitted his documentation before seeking out Lu Chengqing and Yi Yun in their classroom. Upon seeing Lin Fan, both were delighted. Lin Fan, feeling somewhat bashful in front of Yi Yun, remarked, Yi Yun, there has been a change in the Gyarados. You may need to redo the promotional video. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Yi Yun's heart sank, and he hurriedly asked, What has changed? You must tell me quickly. Our promotional video is about to be finalized. Let us go see together, Lin Fan suggested, feeling a bit sheepish. Although the Gyarados now appeared more majestic and imposing, its size had shrunk by nearly 3 meters, differing from the original portrayal, which would undoubtedly affect Yi Yun's promotional efforts. The three found a quiet spot, and Lin Fan released the Gyarados. As they beheld the Gyarados, now more fierce in appearance and exuding greater aura, both Lu Chengqing and Yi Yun gaped in astonishment. Is it now a Quasi-King? They exclaimed. You've achieved this? I recall that the Gyarados was quite far from becoming a quasi-king. Lu Chengqing and Yi Yun, not fools, gasped in disbelief. What have you been up to? You must tell us. They tugged at Lin Fan's arms, eagerly awaiting an explanation. Not long ago, I entered a secret realm and obtained certain opportunities, leading to a significant boost in the Gyarados' strength. Its size has diminished by nearly 3 meters, which is different from the promotional video, and it has left me quite troubled, Lin Fan sighed. Upon hearing Lin Fan's account, Lu Chengqing and Yi Yun exchanged glances, both wishing they could thrash him for his words. Is this how you communicate? It should not have much impact. In a few days, during the college entrance battle, you will use the Gyarados, and at that time, I will arrange for its promotion. Your reputation will surely soar. The youngest quasi-king trainer in history. What a sensational headline. Yi Yun suggested, his eyes shining with excitement. Not yet a quasi-king. I only have 3 Pokémon. My Scyther has yet to reach that level. Lin Fan quickly corrected. That does not matter. A future quasi-king is still a quasi-king. I will ensure everything is arranged. Yi Yun replied nonchalantly. Very well. Are both of you heading to Yanjing as well? Lin Fan asked, noticing the crowd around them growing. Yes, we will both be going to Yanjing, they affirmed with nods. The dates of June 7th and 8th are of immense significance for all high school seniors across the Great Xia Empire. Although this world boasts Pokémon and abundant resources, the competition has intensified. Everyone aspires to become a trainer revered by many and wishes to enroll in their desired Pokémon university, yet only a select few can succeed. The difficulty of gaining admission to a Pokémon university far surpasses that of entering a prestigious university in the previous world, with merely tens of thousands accepted out of millions of applicants. Chapter 67 marks a day destined to evoke sorrow among many. For the examination questions pertaining to Pokémon this year were crafted by the renowned Dr. Gujun, known for his eccentric and obscure queries. Seated at his desk, Lin Fan gazed at the paper before him, a throbbing headache already brewing as he encountered a series of bewildering questions in the multiple-choice section. 1. The erroneous translations of Fat Dragon and Big Ferocious. A. Charizard and Gyarados. B. Snorlax and Gyarados. C. Snorlax and Charizard. D. Charizard and Snorlax. 2. A Pikachu, equipped with an electric balloon, unleashed a thunderbolt upon a Gyarados in its normal form, under the influence of an electric terrain, providing a 30 boost. With no other enhancements, the Gyarados lacking any shields, aurora effects, items, or altered abilities. What is the final damage inflicted? A. 156. B. 126. C. 12. D. 15. One particular question nearly drove Lin Fan to exclaim about the number of teeth Gyarados possesses. The inquiry was, how many teeth of the Gyarados are visible? A. 4. B. 2. C. 6. D. 8. Frustration bubbled within Lin Fan as he pondered the absurdity of these questions. Surely, there must be a more conventional approach. Fortunately, he was familiar with a plethora of obscure trivia, or he might have stumbled in this regard. The final question, an open-ended query, confounded innumerable students. In a double battle scenario, our team comprised Lapras and a Shell Smash-equipped Blastoise, facing the adversaries Dugtrio and Tyranitar. Lapras boasted maximum health with a slight edge in special defense, while Blastoise had maximum health with a slight advantage in physical defense. Dugtrio was optimized for speed and physical attack with minimal health, and Tyranitar was maximized for physical attack with swift speed and limited health. In the first round, Lapras executed Blizzard, reducing damage by 1/3, while Blastoise utilized Shell Smash. The questions posed were, 1. If Dugtrio and Tyranitar simultaneously assaulted Blastoise, what is the probability of Blastoise surviving the first round? 2. If Blastoise survives and successfully executes Shell Smash, what will be the enhancements to its special attack and speed attributes, and what skills could it employ to obliterate a fully healthy opponent? Upon exiting the examination hall, Lin Fan lifted his gaze to the sky, where the sun shone brilliantly, the weather splendid, yet his desire to vent his frustration was palpable. Exclamations of discontent erupted from the mouths of numerous students, who, in unison, raised their middle fingers skyward, their sentiments unmistakable. Shaking his head to dispel negative thoughts, Lin Fan released his tightly clenched fists, inhaling deeply to calm his spirit, muttering to himself to remain composed and avoid impulsivity. Damn it, if I ever encounter you again, I shall make you count the teeth of Gyarados. Chapter 68. The weather was gloomy with light rain. The written examination concluded yesterday, and today marked the day of Pokémon battles. Upon arriving at the examination venue, although throngs of students gathered, they maintained an orderly demeanor, quietly awaiting their numbers to be called. Lin Fan's examination hall featured a total of 100 examiners, each responsible for one number. He drew the number 666, meaning he would compete in the 7th round, still awaiting his turn. However, due to the previous competition, many candidates recognized him and greeted him warmly. At long last, after a brief wait, his number was announced. Lin Fan approached the designated arena, where he was met by an examiner in his 30s who addressed him. I will assess your abilities and assign you a score: pass, good, excellent, or perfect. Unleash your full potential, young man. Are you certain you wish for me to reveal my full strength? Lin Fan replied, a hint of mischief dancing in his smile. Absolutely. Show me your utmost prowess. I'll allow you to attack first, the examiner confidently asserted, displaying the poise of an elite trainer. Very well. Lin Fan nodded, producing the Pokeball containing Gyarados. Gyarados, it is you. A radiant beam of light erupted from the ball, revealing a formidable figure upon the battlefield. The examiner's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Lin Fan's choice of Pokémon. He had not anticipated that the student would possess a Gyarados. Go forth, Electivire. A Pokémon resembling Electabuzz materialized on the field, the examiner's confidence evident as he considered himself a specialist in electric-type Pokémon. Surely, this student was out of luck. He would bestow an excellent score if the performance warranted it. A fearsome roar resonated in the examiner's ears, jolting him from his thoughts. Gazing at the Gyarados that had just entered the arena, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The sense of pressure and dominance emanating from it was akin to that of a legendary trainer. Quasi-legendary. The examiner articulated, each word laden with astonishment. Such overwhelming presence was only ever witnessed among the elite. Damn, this kid is playing the fool. With such a powerful Pokémon, why didn't he present it sooner? It's all my fault for being so boastful. The examiner felt an overwhelming urge to chastise himself, lamenting his earlier confidence and allowing the student to attack first. Seeing the examiner's discomfort, Lin Fan couldn't help but smirk. Shall I proceed with my attack? Gyarados, charge forth and use Body Slam. Lin Fan commanded with focus. Roar. Gyarados glared at Electivire with a savage glint in its eyes, recalling the pain inflicted by that yellow-skinned adversary in the forest. Electivire, use Protect. The examiner hastily instructed as Gyarados barreled forward. Electivire, cried the Pokémon, enveloped in a shimmering shield of light, poised for defense. With a resounding crash, Gyarados collided with Electivire, sending it flying over 10 meters, the protective barrier shattering upon impact, leaving a dent in Electivire's chest. This is absurd. This Pokémon's destructive power rivals that of a legendary. The examiner mused, incredulous that Protect had failed to withstand the assault. Lin Fan, witnessing Gyarados' prowess, seized the moment to issue further orders. Water Cannon. Electivire. Set up Light Screen. A colossal torrent of water erupted from Gyarados' gaping maw, surging toward Electivire with unyielding ferocity. Meanwhile, Electivire positioned its hands before it, erecting a vibrant barrier intended to mitigate the impending deluge. Will it hold? Lin Fan mused, fully aware of the formidable might behind Gyarados' water cannon. There was no way Electivire's light screen could withstand the onslaught. As the water cannon met the barrier, a cacophony of cracking echoed through the arena, the light screen shattering like glass and cascading to the ground. The powerful stream surged forth, unimpeded, crashing into Electivire, sending it hurtling backward, battered and bruised. Enough. I concede. The examiner declared, resigned, as he withdrew Electivire into its Pokeball and approached Lin Fan. Your Gyarados is truly remarkable. How have you trained it to such heights? A quasi-legendary at your young age. Just standard training. I suppose I was fortunate, Lin Fan replied with a smile. Very well, I can only grant you a perfect score. But alas, I cannot award you any higher. The examiner, with a hint of regret, retrieved his scorecard and remarked, no worries. Thank you for your guidance. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively towards the examiner and turned to walk down the corridor with his Gyarados. What an extraordinary young man, he thought. Lin Fan, possessing a quasi-king level Gyarados, made a mental note to call his teacher later to advocate for his admission to Shumai University. The examiner silently committed Lin Fan's name to memory as he observed him depart. Once outside the competition arena, Lin Fan stretched lazily, gazing up at the overcast sky. Feeling quite elated, this was indeed the essence of a trainer's vocation. Lin Fan, how did it go? What was the evaluation? Director Wong, who was unaware of the details, hurriedly inquired upon seeing Lin Fan emerge. Not bad, the examiner was quite formidable. Nevertheless, I prevailed and received a perfect evaluation, Lin Fan replied. Excellent, excellent. A perfect evaluation is indeed a rare gem. Do you have a chance with the Pokemon University in Yinjing? Director Wang beamed at Lin Fan's words. A perfect evaluation is akin to achieving full marks in the language exam during college entrance. If all goes well, there shouldn't be any issues, Lin Fan responded. Though uncertainty crept in, primarily due to the daunting questions from the previous day. No worries, no worries. You weren't the only one struggling with yesterday's questions. Blame Doctor. Good June. He hasn't set questions in years, and who knows what possessed him to do so this year. Director Wang hastily reassured Lin Fan, clarifying that it wasn't his fault. Chapter 78. The Draw for the Character Fruit. The third day after the college entrance examination coincided with the Dragon Boat Festival. Lin Fan lay in bed, his eyes wide open, eagerly awaiting the arrival of midnight. Ding. Congratulations, host. Today marks the Lunar Dragon Boat Festival. You have earned one lottery draw. Would you like to proceed with the draw? Yes, let's draw. As Lin Fan's words fell, a virtual roulette wheel, visible only to him, materialized before his eyes, adorned with an array of items. Even though it was his second draw, excitement coursed through him. The items were not available in the system's shop. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a character fruit. The pointer finally rested on a fruit resembling an apple, which then plummeted from the virtual wheel into Lin Fan's hands. Character fruit, a mysterious fruit that, when consumed by a Pokémon, has a chance to awaken its hidden ability. If the Pokémon already possesses an ability, there is a chance to awaken a second ability. The description was simple, yet it jolted Lin Fan upright, staring at the fruit in his hand. A smirk forming on his lips as he exclaimed, incredible, but such extraordinary items are best in abundance. I wouldn't mind having a few more. The effects of the character fruit were astonishing. It could potentially awaken a second ability, not merely a hidden one. This meant that if a Pokémon with a hidden ability consumed the fruit, it could possibly awaken an additional ability. Imagining a Pokémon with 3 abilities, should they align perfectly. The prospect was too splendid for Lin Fan to fathom. Clearly, fortune was on his side today. He hastened to release his Gyarados. As the saying goes, mysticism cannot save the unworthy, and spending cannot alter fate. Lin Fan firmly believed in this adage. The supernatural could be quite terrifying. Under the cloak of night, a figure stealthily approached Rongqing Park, releasing a massive Gyarados into the park's lake. Don't roar. Just as the newly released Gyarados prepared to unleash its signature roar to intimidate the surrounding Pokémon, Lin Fan urgently hissed, nearly causing the Gyarados to choke back its roar. After regaining its composure, the Gyarados cast a resentful glance at its trainer. Quickly consume this fruit, and see if it has any effect, Lin Fan urged, presenting the character fruit to Gyarados. He finally noticed that Gyarados had 4 prominent teeth protruding from its mouth. Does that mean I got it right? Lin Fan recalled the exam questions from 3 days prior. Perhaps. Without hesitation, Gyarados flicked its tongue and swallowed the fruit, trusting that its master would not lead it astray. As the character fruit was consumed, Gyarados emanated a kaleidoscope of colors: earthy yellow for ground type, azure for water type, and fiery red for fire type, until the final hue settled upon a brilliant gold. Please, not fire. Please, let it be electric. An electric type would be splendid. Or grass or rock would suffice. Lin Fan, though a skeptic of the supernatural, silently prayed as he watched the radiant spectacle enveloping Gyarados. At last, the luminous display faded, leaving a golden glow surrounding Gyarados. Hooray! Lin Fan exclaimed, witnessing the golden light burst forth from Gyarados, startling the nearby sleeping Pidgeys into flight, who were prepared to confront the source of their disrupted dreams. But upon seeing Gyarados standing beside Lin Fan, they took their leave sheepishly. Seeing Lin Fan's exuberance, Gyarados opened its mouth wide in readiness to celebrate. But just as it was about to roar, Lin Fan interrupted. Shut it, Gyarados. Do you wish to wake everyone? You have no sense of discretion. The reprimand left Gyarados looking dejected, its eyes dull as it lay languidly in the water, exuding an aura of despair. Lin Fan, undeterred by Gyarados' sulking, quickly opened its attributes panel for inspection. Red Gyarados. Ability: Intimidate, static. Hidden ability: Overconfidence. Nature: Stubborn. Type: Water flying. Qualification: Champion. Individual value: 540. Item: Leftovers. Height: 8 meters. Weight: 650 kilograms. Shiny yes. Level: 58, Quasi-King level. Skills: Tackle, Bite, Dragon Rage, Glare, Hyper Beam, Giga Impact, Thunderbolt, Last Resort. Water Rule: 27. Each comprehension increases water-type skills power by double. Water-type skill damage immunity of 25. Affection: 255. Wow. It's static. Lin Fan gasped, astonished that Gyarados had acquired the static ability. if memory served him correctly. Pokémon with the static ability were immune to electric-type moves and even restored health when struck by electric-type attacks. However, the static ability merely mitigated damage from electric-type moves and could not attract them. It wouldn't create a situation of invulnerability, only damage reduction. Yet, it could counter electric-type status moves, including those transformed into electric types through alternate means. For consecutive electric-type moves, only the first attack would be mitigated. Lin Fan was thrilled as he recalled Gyarados. Although Gyarados was still vulnerable to grass and rock types, the reduction in electric-type damage was a significant boon. Currently, Gyarados could dominate against electric-type Pokémon. Furthermore, due to the static ability and the item leftovers, as long as Gyarados was utilized wisely, it could almost be considered to possess infinite stamina. Anyone who dared to bring electric-type Pokémon before him would find Gyarados teaching them a lesson. Hastily returning home, Lin Fan flopped onto his bed to sleep. With the college entrance examination behind him and no classes to attend, he indulged in a leisurely slumber until he naturally awoke. In 2 days, he would be checking his exam results. Thus, he refrained from seeking out secret realms to train Pokémon, instead becoming a homebody. While comfortably lounging on the sofa with a drink, a phone call from Yinjing interrupted his relaxation. Lin Fan glanced at the caller ID to find it was none other than Lin Fan. Answering the call, Lin Fan inquired, "Hello? Grandfather Li, what brings you to call?" "Lin Fan, you've completed your exams. Haven to you? When will you come to Yinjing?" Lin Fan, emerging from the laboratory, asked with a hint of fatigue in his voice. "Just wait a few days before coming over." "Has something happened?" Lin Fan inquired, noting the weariness in Li Yunfeng's voice. "Yes, I've encountered some difficulties with the experiment. I thought, since you're full of ideas, you could come over to Yinjing and lend me a hand. I'll also arrange for your Researcher S certification." Li Yunfeng replied from the other end of the line. "Let us wait for a couple of days. I want to see my college entrance exam results first. Honestly, I'm uncertain whether I'll get in, and besides, I might not be able to assist with your experiment." Lin Fan chuckled in response to Li Yunfeng's words. "Xiao Fan, if anyone reaches out to you in the next few days about joining their school, make sure to give those guys a tough time. Well, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll have to hang up." With that, Li Yunfeng ended the call, leaving Lin Fan bewildered. Chapter 79. The Battle for Talent. 2 days later, Lin Fan rose early to check his college entrance exam results at No. 7 High School. Upon arriving at the school gate, he found a considerable number of parents and students gathered outside, with an array of luxury cars parked nearby. Lin Fan leisurely rode his bicycle through the gate. To his surprise, he noticed Director Li stationed at the entrance, peering around as if searching for something. Upon spotting Lin Fan approaching on his bicycle, his eyes lit up, and he jogged over to him. "Lin Fan, you finally arrived. Come with me to the office. Someone is looking for you." "What is going on?" Lin Fan declined Director Li's offer to assist him with the bike, resting one hand on it as he asked. "A few admissions directors from the Pixie University wish to meet you. They want to invite you to their institution," Director Li whispered to Lin Fan. Little did Lin Fan know, the current landscape of college admissions had dramatically shifted. Pixie University now occupied a prestigious position, and the notion of competing for students had turned on its head. Students were now the ones vying for their attention. As the capital city of the Great Xia Empire, Rongqing saw hundreds of thousands of candidates for the college entrance exam this year, with only a few thousand gaining admission. Thus, they had no shortage of applicants. And Lin Fan's situation was unprecedented in Director Li's over 20 years in the role, which was why he awaited Lin Fan's arrival. Simultaneously, Director Li couldn't help but berate the principal of No. 3 High School for expelling such a promising student over trivial matters. What folly! Upon hearing Director Li's words, Lin Fan recalled the conversation with Li Yunfeng the previous day and began to silently contemplate how to turn this situation to his advantage. After securing his bicycle, Lin Fan accompanied Director Li to his office, where 7 individuals were already seated. Among them was the principal of No. 7 High School, calmly sipping tea in Director Wang's chair, his face betraying an unmistakable delight. The remaining 6 were admissions directors from renowned Pixie universities within the Great Xia Empire. "Old Yang, what brings you and Shuemu University here? With no hope, you might as well head back." The admissions director from Yinjing University launched a verbal assault on his old rival before Lin Fan even arrived. "And what about you?" "I came here for the same reason." Old Zhang from Shuemu University replied with a smirk. "You should be retiring at your age. Is it worth the long journey for nothing?" "You both speak as if you have it all figured out. The outcome is still uncertain," interjected the admissions director from Fuji University, clearly displeased. "Indeed, we are no less than you. We shall see who comes out on top in next year's competition." asserted the admissions director from Northwest Pixie Academy. You all are esteemed universities. We at Chuandian cannot compete, nor do we wish to, the Chuandian director admitted humbly. Enough of this bickering. You are making a spectacle of yourselves. A man in his 30s at the back of the room admonished. A chilling aura emanating from him that sent a shiver through the room. Lin Yun, don't think your position at the Imperial Military University makes you superior. Even if your brother Lin Yuan were here, he would still address me as teacher. You have no authority to act so brazenly. Old Zhang from Yanjing University frowned and retorted. Humph. Lin Yun coldly snorted in response, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Observing the tense atmosphere, the principal of No. 7 High School sighed inwardly. He had anticipated trouble and regretted his decision to convene this meeting. It was turning into a battlefield. Knock, knock, knock. 3 sharp knocks resonated through the office like a melodious chime, prompting the principal to rise quickly and open the door. He was greeted by the familiar sight of Director Li alongside a young man. Ah, you must be Lin Fan. Come in quickly. The principal beamed, ushering Lin Fan into the office. Director Li introduced Lin Fan to the illustrious admissions directors, saying, "This is Director Zhang from Yanjing University, Director Yang from Shuimu University, and Director Lin from the Imperial Military Academy. They are here today to recruit you into their institutions. Feel free to choose whichever you prefer." Lin Fan shook hands with each of them, then took a seat and boldly declared, "I will join whichever university offers the best conditions. Lin Fan, if you choose Northwest University, we will provide you with a 2-stage evolution pixie, 3 evolution stones, and waive your tuition fees, along with a scholarship each year." The Northwest University admissions director stated confidently, "We at Chuandian can offer you the same conditions, plus an additional benefit, access to the secret relics within Chuan province. Entirely free of charge." The Chuandian director chimed in. "I recall your primary pixie is a Gyarados, correct? You must be pursuing a water-type path. If you enroll in Xiaji University, I can personally secure a water-type pixie egg for you, one that will not fall short of Gyarados in strength. Tuition and bonuses will be fully covered," boasted the admissions director from Xiaji University, filled with confidence to attract Lin Fan. Lin Fan smirked at the Xiaji University director's confidence, thinking to himself, what would I need a water type for? Just for Gyarados to play with? The Imperial Military Academy can offer you a 2-stage evolution pixie, along with an evolution stone and a bonus. Upon graduation, you will be awarded the rank of Major with real authority. Lin Yun added. Lin Yun, you're out of your mind. You dare offer a real authority Major rank? Some of the admissions directors from Pixie University exclaimed incredulously. Director Li and the principal were equally agitated, their faces flushed with excitement. Graduating with a real authority Major rank was nothing to scoff at. A Major with real authority would typically command at least 10 elite trainers and 50 ordinary trainers. Such power could easily decimate a small nation city. Lin Fan, if you come to Yanjing University, aside from the conditions offered by the Imperial Military Academy, we can provide everything else and allow you to join the Yanjing Pixie University Alumni Association. The resources there are boundless. Old Zhang interjected, his brow furrowing at Lin Yun's remarks. The Yanjing Pixie University Alumni Association was an organization founded by outstanding graduates of Yanjing University, comprising many former prodigies, including several top-tier trainers. Joining this association meant access to incalculable resources. Ha ha ha. Lin Fan, Shuimu University cannot make such grand promises, as we are but ordinary folk. We can only offer you 3 million alliance coins upon enrollment, free tuition, a 2-stage evolution pixie egg, and 3 evolution stones. What do you say? As Old Yang listened to the conditions laid out by the others, he smiled and remarked cheerfully. The admissions directors from several universities chuckled at his words. However, Lin Fan, seated nearby, suddenly had a spark of inspiration. Chapter 80, A Billion Yuan Transaction. Lin Fan, which university do you choose? After hearing the offers from 6 universities, Director Wang turned to Lin Fan, who was seated. Can't you increase your offers a bit? Lin Fan inquired of the representatives from the various schools. While you have innovative techniques and possess 2 elite-level Pokémon, these conditions are already sufficient. There can be no further enhancements. The admissions director from Northwest University shook his head and replied. In their eyes, Lin Fan was indeed a genius, but he could only be valued at this level. The other representatives also shook their heads, indicating no further increases. Shall we discuss this privately? Lin Fan directed his attention towards Director Yang from Shuimu University. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Yang's eyes lit up, secretly amused, as the principal had instructed him to include a cash component in the conditions, which had left him puzzled. Now, hearing Lin Fan, he began to understand. Lin Fan, want to you consider our offer? The other representatives, particularly from the Imperial Military Academy and Yinjing University, were baffled by Lin Fan's response, as their offers were significantly better than that of Shuemu Pokémon University. Honestly, it doesn't matter which university I attend. I personally have a greater affinity for Shuemu University. Lin Fan replied with a smile to the admissions directors. Forget it, let us go? After Lin Fan's remarks, the admissions directors from Xiaji, Northwest, and Xuandian universities exited the room, leaving only the directors from the Imperial Military Academy and Yinjing Pokémon University. Lin Fan, if you have regrets before the semester starts, feel free to call me. Lin Yun handed Lin Fan a business card before departing from the office. You will regret your decision today. Director Zhang from Yinjing Pokémon University said fiercely. Old Zhang, take care, no need to see you off. Director Yang chuckled, watching his old rival leave, his smile widening. Director Yang, right? Here's my proposition. I don't want the Pokémon eggs or evolution stones you mentioned. I just need you to agree to give me 1 billion Alliance coins, and I will immediately enroll in Shuemu Pokémon University. Moreover, I guarantee to bring home a championship in the next Imperial University League. What do you think? Lin Fan rubbed his hands and addressed Director Yang. Lin Fan, are you certain about these conditions? Director Yang stared at Lin Fan in astonishment, unable to believe he would forego Pokémon and evolution stones for money. While Lin Fan was asking for a considerable sum, it was still negotiable. Does Shuemu Pokémon University lack funding? Certainly not, as they possess hundreds of billions of Alliance coins in research funding each year. Although granting Lin Fan 1 billion would be a cost, securing the next year's championship would surely lead to increased funding. Indeed, I only want the money. Lin Fan nodded in affirmation. He lacked Pokémon at the moment, but what he truly needed was capital. With money, he could swiftly grow stronger. Besides, he was on the verge of running out of resources. While 1 billion was significant, acquiring a Pokémon capable of second-stage evolution was exceedingly rare, especially among the Pokémon in the university. Director Wang, overhearing Lin Fan, attempted to persuade him otherwise. I am resolute in my decision. I trust your esteemed institution recognizes my capabilities. You may call to confirm. I assure you, I am worth this price. Lin Fan gazed deeply at Director Yang as he spoke. Apologies, I need to make a call. Director Yang responded to Lin Fan. Please, go ahead. Director Yang stepped outside to place a call, seeking guidance. Principal, Lin Fan has stated he doesn't want Pokémon eggs or evolution stones. He only wants money. He insists on 1 billion before he will join us and guarantees a championship in next year's University League. Was anyone from the other schools present when he made this request? Came the urgent voice from the other end of the line. They have all left. I am the only one here. Director Yang quickly replied. The sum is too substantial for me to decide unilaterally, hence my call for your guidance. Agree to his terms. Sign him immediately. Don't hesitate over 1 billion. Even 2 billion would be acceptable. Those fools will certainly regret this. The principal of Shuemu University laughed heartily upon hearing Director Yang's words. Understood, I will handle it right away. Director Yang responded, hurrying back to the office. In the principal's office at Shuemu Pokémon University, the principal, upon reviewing Lin Fan's dossier, picked up a lighter and incinerated the documents, the flames revealing the faint outline of a preliminary approval. Those fools have no idea whether they will regret their actions in 6 months. The youngest quasi-champion in the history of the Empire. The youngest champion could also emerge from this. Just 1 billion is an incredible bargain. Upon entering the office, Director Yang immediately extended his hand towards Lin Fan. Congratulations, Lin Fan. We have accepted your terms, and we welcome you to Shuemu Pokémon University. I believe your esteemed institution will not regret this decision. Lin Fan replied. By the way, when will the funds be transferred to me? Simply fill out this application form, and the money will be guaranteed to arrive by tomorrow. Director Yang produced a form and handed it to Lin Fan. Lin Fan took the form, quickly filled in his name, and returned it to Director Yang, officially marking his enrollment in Shuemu Pokémon University. Before Director Wang could fully comprehend the situation, the two had completed the transaction. Exiting the office, Lin Fan felt exceptionally elated and set off to find Lu Chengqing and Yi Yun. Upon meeting them, Lin Fan asked, Have you decided on your universities? Not yet. I'm still torn about which university to apply to. Which one did you choose, Lin Fan? Lu Chengqing replied, looking somewhat distressed. Shuemu Pokémon University. Would you like to join me? Lin Fan inquired. Shuemu Pokémon University? Alright then, let us go with that. From now on, you must look after us. We will be your most loyal underlings. Yi Yun joked in response to Lin Fan's suggestion. We are all friends. Let us go together and look out for each other. Lin Fan chuckled, waving his hand. Sure, then it's settled for Shuemu Pokemon University. Lu Chengcheng decided as well, opting for the same institution. With their impressive examination results, they could apply to any university within the empire, and their hesitation was merely to seek Lin Fan as perspective. I'm heading to Yinjing tomorrow. I might not return. Would you like to come along? Lin Fan asked the two. You're going to Yinjing tomorrow? What for? Yian asked curiously. I have some matters to attend to, and once I'm done, I'll head to the secret realm for training and return only when the semester begins, Lin Fan explained. Then let us go together. We want to experience Yinjing too. Both replied in unison. Chapter 81. My grandfather is Qian Hong. Yinjing, Baiyun Airport. 3 individuals, a man and 2 women, descended slowly from the plane, observing the bustling crowds. One of the women exclaimed, so this is Yinjing. It's truly crowded. Indeed, Yinjing is far more prosperous than our hometown, another responded. Let us go outside. There's nothing much to see here. I'll treat you to Yinjing's most famous roast duck. The trio was none other than Lin Fan and his companions. Though Rongqing was also large and bustling, it paled in comparison to the capital, Yinjing. Yinjing roast duck? Let us go. Lu Chengqing eagerly exclaimed upon hearing about the food. Being from Sichuan province, the 3 of them were undoubtedly food enthusiasts, and Lin Fan had never tasted Yinjing's roast duck, which was said to use green onions cultivated specifically for ducks, resulting in a delightful flavor. They arrived at the entrance of the renowned roast duck establishment, Quanjude, where a sign prominently displayed. All our green onions are cultivated from special duck onions, and all our ducks are authentic Yinjing stuffed ducks. We welcome everyone to taste. Due to the influx of diners, Lin Fan took the initiative to queue up and secure a number. When they arrived, the server, noticing the pokeballs hanging from their waists, addressed the group. I can see you must be trainers. Our establishment has an ongoing event. If any of you can defeat our young master in a Pokemon battle, all your expenses today will be waived. Really? Is there such a wonderful opportunity? Lu Chengcheng exclaimed in surprise, gazing at the server. Indeed. If you're interested, you may register with me, the server responded with a smile. It seems we might enjoy a complimentary meal today. Yi Yun and Lin Fan exchanged amused glances. Youngsters, you're here to visit Yinjing, aren't you? You may not yet be aware of the young master's prowess. He is a top student from Yinjing Pokemon University, reputedly on the verge of becoming an elite trainer. Given your appearance, perhaps you should reconsider. A middle-aged woman standing behind them in the queue interjected. Ah, is he really that formidable, Annie? I want to challenge him. Lu Chengqing's eyes sparkled at the prospect. Indeed, little girl, I advise you to think twice. Don't end up injuring your Pokemon, the woman remarked, appraising Lu Chengqing with a smile. Thank you, Auntie. I assure you, my skills are quite formidable. Lu Chengqing struck a confident pose, eliciting a laugh from the woman. Though Lu Chengqing's abilities may have seemed overshadowed by Lin Fan's brilliance, there was no denying her strength as a rising star of Rongqing, boasting an elite-level Blaziken. In fact, only Lin Fan, Yi Yun, and Li Muching could rival her prowess, so she was certainly confident. Following the recent events, Li Muching had transferred schools and was rumored to be in Yinjing. Please follow me. The server guided the trio to a nearby courtyard. As they pushed open the door, they were greeted by a battle arena, prompting Lin Fan to marvel at the wealth of Quanjude, which could afford such a facility in the precious land of Yinjing. Jincheng, I never expected someone would dare to challenge you. I hear he is an outsider? A voice echoed from within the building, causing Lin Fan and his companions to frown at the tone of disdain. Ha ha ha. At your level, it won't take long to defeat those outsiders. Another voice chimed in. Indeed, my sister Muching is right. You've finally returned to Yinjing, liberated from that countryside. Before anyone could emerge, the conversation within the building continued, further souring Lin Fan's impression of these Yinjing locals. Shortly thereafter, a young man in his 20s, accompanied by a group, stepped outside, and to Lin Fan's surprise, there was Li Muching among them. Who among you dares to challenge me? Step forward quickly, as I am in a good mood today. You may have the first move. The arrogant young man addressed Lin Fan and his friends, his tone dripping with condescension. Lin Fan, what are you doing here? Li Muching exclaimed, her voice rising in shock upon spotting him. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed at the sight of Li Muching, a flicker of hostility crossing his gaze. After being defeated by him, she had vanished from Rongqing, and he hadn't been able to locate her until Li Yunfeng informed him she had come to Yinjing. Is this the Lin Fan who defeated you in Rongqing, Muching? Would you like me to teach him a lesson? A young man beside Li Muching inquired, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Yes, Brother Qian, you must help me teach him a lesson. He bullied me terribly, Li Muching replied, a playful yet fierce glint in her eyes as she glanced at Lin Fan. Rest assured, I will take care of it, the young man assured her, eager to impress. Lin Fan, I can't believe you were defeated by a country bumpkin. You've brought shame upon our circle. Haven to you, Jincheng. A heavily made-up girl beside Jincheng mocked, clearly not fond of Li Muching. Wang Yao, how about you say less? No one assumes you're mute. If you're so capable, step up. Li Muching shot back, her retort leaving the girl momentarily speechless. Enough. Let us keep our voices down. We're all part of the same circle. Any disputes should be settled privately, lest we provide amusement for outsiders. Jincheng interjected, his tone commanding. The young man named Qian, eager to showcase his prowess before the ladies, turned to Lin Fan. Hey, you're Lin Fan, right? Are you brave enough to engage in a Pokémon battle with me? If you lose, you'll have to crawl out of here. And who do you think you are? I advise you to mind your own business. This matter concerns our families. Don't go looking for trouble, or I won't hesitate to show no mercy. Lin Fan retorted coldly. Who do you think you are? Speaking to me that way? Do you know my lineage? My grandfather is Qian Hong. Our families are on good terms. Muching's affairs are my concern. I suggest you leave now and roll out of Yinjing, or I'll make sure to confront you every time I see you. Qian's arrogance only intensified as he dismissed Lin Fan, viewing him as nothing more than a country bumpkin. Ding. Enough is enough. A temporary mission has been issued. Teach these individuals a lesson with overwhelming force. Completion rewards a mysterious map and random items. Before Lin Fan could respond, the system's voice resonated within his mind, clearly unable to tolerate the brashness of his opponents. Chapter 82, Advanced Pokémon? Goodness, this boy is quite audacious. Qian Hong, one of the old-school quasi-kings of the Daxia Empire, possesses unfathomable strength. I never imagined he would be the grandfather of this arrogant youth. Lu Chengcheng, Yi Yun, why don't you step up and challenge these city folk? Let us country bumpkins witness the prowess of urban trainers. Lin Fan remarked with a hint of mockery, gesturing towards Lu Chengcheng and Yi Yun. All right, I'll go see just how formidable these urbanites are. If I lose, you all must plead for mercy on my behalf. Lu Chengcheng replied, laughter bubbling among the trio. As a disciple of a king, the influence she wielded was not inferior to that of the group before them. Lu Chengcheng had long felt anger towards these city dwellers, and with Lin Fan's resolve to teach them a lesson, she felt reassured. City folk, who among you dares to battle me? Lu Chengcheng declared, brandishing her pokeball towards Jincheng and his companions. Wang Yuan, you should give it a try? Jincheng suggested after a moment's contemplation, directing his gaze at a nearby youth. All right, brother Jincheng, I'll give it a go. Wang Yuan stepped forward, retrieving a pokeball from his waist. I'll be the referee. A bespectacled young man emerged from behind Jincheng and grinned. Fine. Wang Yuan nodded, furrowing his brow at the referee. Come forth. Blaziken. Fire Pokemon go. Both trainers released their Pokemon simultaneously, and Wang Yuan stared in astonishment at Lu Chengqing. Surprised to see her with a Blaziken. Blaziken. I can't believe she has a Blaziken. Wang Yuan's companions gasped in awe. Blaziken. Charge forward and use low kick. Since the opponent was a fire type, Lu Chengqing refrained from using fire-type moves and opted for a fighting-type attack instead, as fire-type moves would deal significantly less damage due to Blaziken's fire abilities. Fire Pokemon. Use Mimic. Wang Yuan, upon hearing Lu Chengqing's command, immediately directed the fire chicken towards the fire sprite. The fire chicken lifted its long legs and dashed towards the fire sprite. Its right foot enveloped in a brilliant white light, executing a swift kick aimed at the fire sprite's left leg. The fire sprite, upon receiving Wang Yuan's instructions, fixated its gaze on the incoming leg of the fire chicken and astonishingly mimicked the action, its own left leg also cloaked in a radiant white, retaliating against the fire chicken's advancing foot. The collision of long and short legs resulted in a stalemate, with both the fire sprite and the fire chicken equally matched. Wang Yuan looked on in surprise as the fire chicken managed to withstand the fire sprite's assault. Fire sprite, let out a cry. Fire chicken, charge up. With both Pokemon unable to gain the upper hand, their trainers swiftly issued new commands. The fire sprite emitted a piercing screech, which disrupted the fire chicken's focus, causing its momentum to falter. Fire sprite, charge. Use tackle. Observing the fire chicken's momentary lapse, Wang Yuan seized the opportunity to command the fire sprite. Fire chicken, hold your ground. Lu Chengcheng, hearing Wang Yuan's command, promptly instructed the fire chicken. As the fire sprite barreled towards the fire chicken, a protective layer of light enveloped the fire chicken, just as the fire sprite's head collided with it, sending the fire chicken skidding back a meter or two. Impressive reflexes. It managed to withstand the fire sprite's attack. Wang Yuan praised, noticing Lu Chengqing's quick response. You talk too much. It's time to get serious, fire chicken. Lu Chengqing's beautiful visage darkened slightly, realizing her earlier misjudgment had temporarily placed her at a disadvantage, not due to lack of strength, but rather a tactical error. Fire Chicken. Rush in and use Flame Punch. A glimmer of determination flashed in Lu Chengqing's eyes as she instructed. Indeed, you country folk are naive. Are you unaware that the fire sprite possesses the ability to absorb fire? Fire-type moves inflict less than half the damage on it, and can actually bolster its strength. Surely you've never encountered such a sophisticated Pokémon as the Fire Sprite. Fire Sprite, absorb the flames from the Flame Punch. Then use Fire Fong to bite the Fire Chicken. Wang Yuan laughed derisively at Lu Chengqing's command. Fool, Lin Fan muttered under his breath. Unconvinced that Lu Chengqing was ignorant of the Fire Sprite's ability. Otherwise, she wouldn't have initiated the first attack with a fighting-type move. The onlookers behind Wang Yuan, with the exception of Li Muqing and Jin Shun, erupted in smug laughter, astonished that Wang Yuan was about to lose to an unknown country girl. Wang Yuan is going to lose, Li Muqing remarked, having witnessed Lu Chengqing's true strength and knowing she was no pushover. Nor were they aware that she was a disciple of the Fire-type champion. What are you talking about, Muqing? Qian Xiong inquired, overhearing her mutter. Nothing. Just watch the match and be attentive when it's your turn. Li Muqing replied dismissively. Qian Xiong assumed Li Muqing was expressing concern for him and turned away, casting a fierce glare at Lin Fan, leaving Lin Fan bewildered by her antics. In the arena, the Fire Chicken thrust its right hand, engulfed in blazing flames, towards the Fire Sprite, which did not evade but instead braced itself for the attack. Just as the flames of the Fire Chicken made contact, they were absorbed by the Fire Sprite's fur, resulting in minimal damage. Conversely, the Fire Sprite, with its fangs bared, enhanced by the absorbed flames, lunged at the Fire Chicken's neck. Dig! Lu Chengqing commanded coolly upon witnessing the Fire Sprite's exposed fangs. The Fire Chicken, responding to the order, exerted its legs, creating a hole beneath it and sinking into it, causing the Fire Sprite to miss its bite in midair. Huh, do you think you can evade me this way? The Fire Sprite retaliated, unleashing a smoke screen towards the hole. Wang Yuan, unimpressed by the disappearing Fire Chicken, ordered the Fire Sprite to expel smoke to flush it out. Fire Chicken, emerge from behind the Fire Sprite and use Earthquake. Lu Chengqing, noticing the lack of defense behind the Fire Sprite, commanded the Fire Chicken from within the hole. The Fire Chicken surged forth from behind the Fire Sprite, landing heavily on the ground, creating a shockwave that struck the Fire Sprite in the abdomen. The Fire Sprite let out a pained cry and collapsed to the ground. Now, you stomp. Lu Chengqing commanded immediately, unleashing another shockwave that battered the fallen Fire Sprite. The Fire Sprite has lost the will to fight, announced Luffy, observing the incapacitated Fire Sprite. Chapter 83, Fossil Pterosaur. Wang Yuan had actually lost. How could this be possible? To be defeated by that country girl. Surely, he must have underestimated her, or else he wouldn't have lost. The onlookers behind Wang Yuan gasped in disbelief, their eyes wide as they regarded him on the platform. Although Wang Yuan was not the strongest among them, he was certainly among the upper echelon, and no one expected him to be bested by an unknown country girl. Yet, they believed that his defeat stemmed from sheer overconfidence. You've lost. Who's next? Lu Chengqing's radiant face broke into a smile as she addressed the flustered Wang Yuan, whose countenance shifted between shades of green and red. His eyes filled with resentment as he glared at her, mouth agape, struggling to find words. Zhou Xian, you're up? Jin Shun, leading the group, furrowed his brow and gestured to a tall young man standing nearby. All right, Brother Chun. The tall young man replied respectfully before making his way to Wang Yuan's position. Wang Yuan, witnessing Zhou Xian's arrival, retracted the incapacitated Fire Sprite and stepped to the side, his expression darkened. I shall be your opponent, Zhou Xian declared from the platform. Addressing Lu Chengqing, would you like to switch Pokemon? Luffy, acting as the referee, inquired with integrity. No need. Lu Chengqing replied confidently. Oh, then let us begin. And just a friendly reminder, if it becomes too overwhelming, do concede. Otherwise, watch out for your Fire Chicken. Luffy advised with a smile from the referee's stand. Upon hearing his words, not only Lu Chengqing but even Lin Fan and Jin Shun frowned. Luffy, mind your words, Jin Shun whispered, a hint of displeasure in his eyes. Lu Chengqing, be cautious. If it's too much, don't hesitate to surrender. We're here for you, Lin Fan said softly as he approached Lu Chengqing. Fire Chicken versus Fossil Pterosaur. Begin. Before Zhou Xian could even summon his Pokemon, Luffy seemed to anticipate his choice. The Fossil Pterosaur, is that not the legendary ancient Pokemon? Hasn't it been extinct in the outside world? How could it possibly appear now? Yi Yun exclaimed in astonishment. Haha, surprised are you? We also possess this legendary ancient Pokemon. The Fossil Pterosaur is quite ferocious. You're bound to lose now. The onlookers behind Jean Chen laughed triumphantly, their gazes towards Lin Fan and the others akin to looking at a country bumpkin. Though it's called a pterosaur, it is actually a rock-flying type Pokémon, not a dragon type, so don't be overly concerned. I am perplexed by the exuberance displayed by you all. Apart from the fleeting ripple of surprise that coursed through Lin Fan's mind upon hearing the name of the fossil pterosaur, his countenance swiftly returned to tranquility as he gazed upon the triumphant crowd. The moment Lin Fan spoke, a flicker of astonishment crossed the faces of his companions. How could he possibly know? Dragon-type Pokémon are indeed a singularly exceptional category within the realm of Pokémon. Yet such elemental beings are exceedingly rare. Apart from the legendary beasts and unique evolutions, Dragon-type Pokémon are few in number, each embodying formidable strength. Is the desert dragonfly being polite? However, many Pokémon, despite lacking the dragon attribute, are often bestowed with the title of dragon due to their resemblance to dragons, such as Charizard and the fossil pterosaur, which are named so for their likeness to the mighty dragon, despite having no substantive connection to the dragon type. Come forth, fossil pterosaur. Without reservation, Zhou Xian hurled a pokeball onto the field, unleashing a radiant beam of crimson light. A small Pokémon, its body cloaked in gray with accents of purple adorning its wings, materialized on the battlefield, its four razor-sharp claws gleaming ominously, and its exposed teeth serrated. A primal and fearsome fossil pterosaur had emerged. With a resounding roar, the fossil pterosaur erupted from its pokeball, as though proclaiming to the world that the once mighty ruler of the skies had returned. As it soared and screeched, the ancient monarch reveled in its dominion over the vast expanse of the sky. How terrifying! Faced with this colossal creature, at least 5 meters in length, Lu Changcheng felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down her forehead, the dread of the ancient overlord unmistakable. Be cautious. The fossil pterosaur possesses a notoriously vicious temperament. It may be more ferocious than any Pokémon you have encountered. Lin Fan cautioned from the sidelines. Understood, Blaziken. Utilize Fire Punch. Lu Changcheng nodded, directing her Blaziken with resolve. Fossil pterosaur. Ascend into the sky to evade Fire Punch, then unleash Night Slash upon Blaziken. Zhou Xian commanded with a smile, his confidence unshaken by Lu Changcheng's orders. Responding to the command, the fossil pterosaur flapped its wings and ascended rapidly into the air. Meanwhile, the fire-imbued Blaziken, firmly gripping the ground, propelled itself upwards with a powerful leap, aiming to strike the fossil pterosaur. Remarkable. Zhou Xian expressed a hint of surprise, yet remained unfazed. After all, the fossil pterosaur was known for its swiftness. As anticipated, the fossil pterosaur deftly evaded Blaziken's attack, revealing its menacing visage as Blaziken landed, causing it to retreat several steps and lose its momentum. Fossil pterosaur, employ Rock Throw. Seizing the opportunity presented by Blaziken's momentary hesitation, Zhou Xian commanded decisively. Massive boulders coalesced in the sky, hurtling downwards towards Blaziken. Feeling a surge of panic, Lu Changcheng called out urgently to her distressed Blaziken, Blaziken, hold firm and create a substitute. In response, Blaziken conjured a doppelganger before bracing itself, muscles tensing in preparation to withstand the impending onslaught. With a thunderous crash, the ground shook as the boulders struck, enveloping the battlefield in a cloud of dust that obscured the scene. Yet, the fossil pterosaur soared unscathed above. Let it witness our might. Fossil pterosaur, unleash Hyper Beam. Zhou Xian commanded, observing the chaos below. A terrifying beam of light coalesced within the fossil pterosaur's maw, poised to obliterate all in its path as it shot forth towards the ground below. Blaziken, are you all right? Lu Changcheng cried out in alarm, witnessing the devastation wrought by the fossil pterosaur's Hyper Beam. Blaziken has lost its ability to battle. The fossil pterosaur emerges victorious. Lu Fei announced loudly as the dust settled, revealing Blaziken, battered and bloodied upon the ground. Blaziken. Lu Changcheng rushed forward, trembling as she fumbled through her backpack for bandages to tend to her fallen companion. Lu Changcheng. Return Blaziken to its pokeball. I have a special potion. Lin Fan shouted to her as she approached. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Lu Changcheng hastily relinquished the blood-stained bandages and returned Blaziken to its pokeball before racing towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan, you must save it. It is my dearest friend. I beg you. Lu Changcheng implored, her voice trembling and tears brimming in her eyes. Rest assured, I shall return to you a revitalized Blaziken shortly. Lin Fan replied, a glimmer of cold determination flashing in his gaze as he reflected upon the severity of Blaziken's injuries. It was unexpected that the opponent had struck with such ferocity, nearly taking Blaziken's life. Just moments before, Blaziken had shown restraint in its battle against the fire-type Pokémon, merely exhausting its stamina, while the fossil pterosaur had inflicted grievous harm. Now you comprehend the gravity of the situation, don't you? Do not presume that defeating Wang Yuan grants you the right to act arrogantly. This is Yin Jing, not a place for your reckless bravado. Indeed, depart swiftly, return whence you came. The opposing group, witnessing the severely injured Blaziken, suddenly grew emboldened, casting insults at Lin Fan and his companions, their previous defeat forgotten. Yi Yun, step up. You Shinado, strike hard. I will take responsibility if anything goes awry. I will tend to Blaziken, Lin Fan declared, his eyes glinting with resolve as he spoke to the nearby Yi Yun. Yi Yun nodded quietly, without uttering a word. He removed the pokeball from around his neck and approached the command platform, addressing Lu Fei, who stood nearby. I shall take on his opponent. Is that agreeable? Certainly. Zhou Xian, what is your opinion? Lu Fei sought Zhou Xian's input. Absolutely. Let them come. I shall vanquish them all. Zhou Xian replied with unrestrained confidence, perhaps emboldened by the formidable prowess of the fossil pterosaur. Then let the battle commence. Lu Fei affirmed, assuming the role of referee. Lin Fan first procured 2 mental shards from the system shop before retrieving healing potions and sprays from his backpack. He administered the mental shards to Blaziken and, once its condition stabilized, applied the healing potions and sprays to its wounds. All done. It will be all right in a couple of days, Lin Fan said, wiping the sweat from his brow as he observed Blaziken's breath steady. Although it sounded simple, the effort required to tend to Blaziken had been arduous, leaving Lin Fan somewhat envious of the resilience possessed by Ji Yi. Thank you, Lin Fan. Lu Chengcheng expressed her gratitude, aware that Lin Fan had likely employed some extraordinary medicine to achieve such rapid results. Not at all, we are friends. Let us now observe Yi Yun's battle. Lin Fan smiled at Lu Chengcheng, and together they turned their attention to Yi Yun. At that moment, the battle on the field had reached a fever pitch. Yi Yun's Shinado clearly exhibited superiority over the fossil pterosaur, utilizing its psychic-type abilities to launch unpredictable attacks, gaining the upper hand. It was worth noting that Lin Fan's Gyarados had nearly faltered against Yi Yun's Shinado previously, underscoring its formidable strength. Moreover, Yi Yun's demeanor contrasted sharply with his handsome appearance. His combat style bore the mark of a cunning strategist, easily ensnaring the unwary. Meanwhile, the fossil pterosaur was subjected to relentless torment. Shinado, employ hypnosis. Lin Fan observed Yi Yun calmly directing the battle from the stage, as the arena succumbed to a shroud of haze, an effect of the move Misty Terrain employed by Shinado. This move not only rendered the battlefield immune to status conditions, but also diminished the damage inflicted by dragon-type attacks. An unseen wave rippled through the air, causing the fossil pterosaur soaring above to feel dizzy, as a wave of drowsiness washed over its mind like an unstoppable tide. Fossil pterosaur, do not succumb to sleep. Zhou Xian called out anxiously, witnessing the creature's precarious state in the air. However, the intangible psychic force was not so easily evaded, and ultimately, the fossil pterosaur plummeted to the ground. Shinado, use Draining Kiss. Yi Yun's lips curled into a slight smirk as he watched the fossil pterosaur fall, maintaining an air of nonchalance, though a flicker of murderous intent glinted in his eyes. A crimson heart materialized from Shinado's hands and floated towards the fallen Pokémon. The hypnotized fossil pterosaur remained oblivious until the heart struck its body, inflicting considerable damage while simultaneously restoring Shinado's vitality. With a roar, the awakened fossil pterosaur unleashed a tremendous bellow toward Shinado. As the ancient ruler of the skies, it had never endured such humiliation, and rage coursed through its veins. Fossil pterosaur, ascend and employ wing attack against Shinado, Zhou Xian commanded, his breath released in relief at the sight of the revived creature. Shinado, utilize bind. Prevent it from taking flight. Then unleash Dream Eater. Yet, with the fossil pterosaur grounded, Yi Yun was determined not to allow it to soar again. Shinado extended her hands forward, manifesting an invisible psychic barrier before the fossil pterosaur, thwarting its ascent. She then unleashed a psychic shockwave aimed directly at the creature. Fossil pterosaur, defend yourself, Zhou Xian urged, for once the fossil pterosaur touched the ground, its speed would significantly diminish, a characteristic of its species. Shinado, use psychic. Yi Yun commanded with deliberate calmness. Fossil pterosaur, continue to defend. Fortuitously, a luminous shield materialized around the fossil pterosaur, absorbing the impact of the attack. Shadow Ball. Yi Yun, unfazed by the situation, continued issuing commands, fully aware that the fossil pterosaur was momentarily ensnared. Maintain your defense. However, this time, fortune did not favor them. The shadow ball struck the fossil pterosaur, eliciting a pained cry. Shinado, use hypnosis, Yi Yun ordered, witnessing the fossil pterosaur nearing the end of its defenses. As anticipated, the creature succumbed to sleep once more, ensnared in slumber. Utilize Dream Eater to conclude the battle. Chapter 85, The Dual Axe Dragon. The fossil pterosaur, while asleep, emitted a cry of agony as it fell prey to Shinado's Dream Eater. Yet, in the face of her formidable psychic prowess, it remained ensconced in slumber, only able to emit involuntary cries of torment. Fossil pterosaur. Zhou Xian shouted in desperation at the sight of his suffering Pokémon, yet surrender was not an option for him. His pride would not allow it. For someone of his stature, conceding defeat was more unbearable than death itself. As a scion of Yanjing, he was not among the elite, but he was certainly not far behind, with only Jin Shin capable of consistently besting him in this arena. Will you not concede? Yi Yun inquired, a deep and knowing smile gracing his face as he observed Zhou Xian's turmoil. Zhou Xian's countenance hardened at Yi Yun's gaze, a mixture of struggle and anguish evident on his face as the cries of the fossil pterosaur echoed in his ears. Shinado, continue the assault. Use psychic. Yi Yun relished Zhou Xian's predicament, having anticipated this very outcome. He had deliberately prolonged the battle when he could have swiftly ended it, knowing Zhou Xian's tenacity would not allow him to yield. Fossil pterosaur, awaken. Zhou Xian's urgency crescendoed as he witnessed Shinado directing a visible psychic shockwave towards the agonized creature. If struck, the fossil pterosaur would surely be rendered incapacitated. Dual Axe Dragon. Use Dragon Claw to intercept this attack. Just as the psychic shock was about to connect with the fossil pterosaur, a booming voice resonated, and an imposing figure emerged before the creature. With a resounding crack, the tangible psychic assault shattered against the swift shadow of the newcomer, dissipating into a cascade of light. A dragon type. Yi Yun gasped, his expression turning grave as he regarded the imposing silhouette that towered over Shinado, a creature exceeding the fossil pterosaur in height. Standing approximately 6 to 7 meters tall, its body sheathed in formidable armor adorned with intricate patterns of olive green and spiked along the neck. Hey, this is supposed to be a fair battle. Your actions contradict the rules. What is the referee doing? Yi Yun protested, directing his dissatisfaction towards Luffy, who occupied the referee's seat. I can't help it. This isn't my territory, and I am powerless to intervene. Luffy shrugged, his hands raised in resignation. Hey, you over there have violated the rules. Are you conceding this match? Yi Yun smiled slightly at Luffy before addressing the opposing team. Shingu, you've made your move. Indeed. Shingu has summoned his Dual Axe Dragon, a quintessential dragon-type Pokémon. The crowd gasped in awe at the sight of the magnificent creature, their admiration palpable as they beheld the imposing figure of the Dual Axe Dragon. This Pokémon represented the pinnacle of strength within their community, a force to be reckoned with. I will fight in his stead, Jin Shin declared, his demeanor serious. With one of their own already defeated and another Pokémon on the verge of collapse, he could no longer afford to lose face as the leader of their circle. Word of this defeat would tarnish his reputation among the elite of Yanjing. Hey boss, someone is bullying me. I can't handle him. You should take over. Yi Yun shouted playfully towards Lin Fan. Very well, I'll step in. It's been a while since I've warmed up. Let us get started, Lin Fan replied, stretching leisurely as he approached Yi Yun. Are you bringing out the Gyarados? Yi Yun paused briefly as they passed one another, whispering the question. It's not worth using Gyarados against him, Lin Fan replied with a calm demeanor. Do not be deceived by the Dual Axe Dragon's formidable appearance. It is merely an elite-level Pokémon, just a notch above the rest, but not yet at the Quasi-King level. Its dragon typing merely enhances its strength compared to ordinary Pokémon. Hey, you over there. How about a 1v1? Loser crawls out of here, what do you say? Lin Fan taunted, tossing the Pokeball in his hand towards Jin Shin. Agreed. Jin Shin replied in a low tone. That's the response I was waiting for. Come forth, Scyther. Lin Fan released his Pokeball, a beam of red light illuminating the battlefield as Scyther's form materialized. Its stature was considerably smaller than that of the Dual Axe Dragon, almost half its size. Yet, facing such a colossal opponent, Scyther exhibited no fear, its eyes radiating fierce determination as it stared down the Dual Axe Dragon. Ha! Scyther, I expected something more formidable, but it seems you only have a mere Scyther. Indeed. Who would have thought his trump card was just a Scyther? It pales in comparison to Blaziken and Shinado. Shingu is bound to win. It's time to teach these country bumpkins a lesson. Let them understand that Yanjing is not a place they can recklessly trample upon. Observing Lin Fan's decision to summon merely a single Scyther, the onlookers behind Jin Shin were nearly brought to tears from laughter. A gaggle of fools. Li Muching nearly blurted out a reprimand. If Lin Fan were truly this foolish, would he dare to wager against Jinchen? A bunch of imbeciles, resting solely on the laurels of their forebears, utterly lacking in discernment. Were it not for her father's insistence on her mingling within this circle, she would never have deigned to come. Rest assured, Sister Muching, within 3 moves, that Scyther will undoubtedly be torn to shreds by the dual-axe dragon, proclaimed Qianqiang, gazing at Li Muching with sycophantic admiration. Indeed, I trust Brother Chen. Li Muching fervently nodded in agreement, though the veracity of her statement was known only to her. I allow you to substitute another Pokémon. This one is hardly a warm-up for the dual-axe dragon. I've heard you possess a red Gyarados. Why not bring it forth? Jinchen remarked, his expression darkening as he scrutinized the Scyther that had taken the stage. No need. This Scyther is more than sufficient to handle you. It's not worthy of the Gyarados' involvement. I fear that its mere appearance might shatter your fragile spirit. Lin Fan replied, shaking his head with a tone laced with feigned concern. You seek your own demise. Today, I shall make you kneel. Jinchen seethed with rage at Lin Fan's words. Throughout his life, no one had dared to insult him so brazenly. Lin Fan was the first. What a bold tone Lin Fan has. I absolutely adore it. Afraid of shattering your delicate psyche, so he won't call upon the Gyarados. How delightful. Lu Chengcheng exclaimed in admiration upon hearing Lin Fan's bravado. Humph, I could do that too. What is so impressive? Yi Yun retorted disdainfully, his tone tinged with a hint of resentment. Silence. Lu Chengcheng shot him a fierce glare, causing Yi Yun to promptly cover his mouth in fear. Silenced. Chapter 86. Scyther vs. Dual-Axe Dragon. Upon the emergence of Scyther, the Dual-Axe Dragon's aura surged, its eyes glowing with a fierce crimson glare fixed upon Scyther, as if harboring a deep-seated vendetta. I'm fortunate today. Jinchen grinned at the invigorated Scyther. A fighting spirit, is it? Lin Fan scoffed. The fighting spirit enhances the power of moves when the opponent shares the same gender. Conversely, it diminishes when the genders differ. As long as one side is of an indeterminate gender, the move's potency remains unchanged, striking hard against the same gender while being docile towards the opposite. Dual-Axe Dragon vs. Scyther. Commence. With Luffy's announcement, both Lin Fan and Jinchen issued their commands simultaneously. Dual-Axe Dragon. Charge forth and use Crunch. Scyther. Rush in and use Cut. The Dual-Axe Dragon and Scyther hurtled towards one another, the former opening its massive jaws to attempt to crush its foe with its formidable teeth, while the latter brandished its proud scythes aimed at the opponent's visage. The Dual-Axe Dragon's gaping maw collided with Scyther's blades, forcing the smaller Scyther back several steps. Yet it emerged unscathed. Scyther, take to the skies and attack with your wings. Lin Fan commanded as soon as he saw Scyther stagger back. Dual-Axe Dragon. Use Grab to strike it. Jinchen ordered his Pokémon in response to Lin Fan's directive. In the air, Scyther soared like a relentless warrior, charging towards the Dual-Axe Dragon, while the latter's claws glimmered with a white light, accompanied by a slicing sound as they lunged towards Scyther. Anticipating the Dual-Axe Dragon's attack, Scyther's eyes flashed with a golden light. It deftly evaded the suddenly lunging claws and swiftly positioned itself behind the Dual-Axe Dragon. With its wings enveloped in a verdant glow, it launched an assault on the Dual-Axe Dragon's tough scales. Roar! The Dual-Axe Dragon howled in pain as Scyther's strike found its mark, its tail thrashing in retaliation. Scyther, agile and quick-thinking, dodged the incoming tail swipes. And only then did the spectators notice the shards of scales that had fallen from the Dual-Axe Dragon's back. Though the damage from the wing attack was nominal, Scyther's acrobatic prowess had shattered the scales, inflicting real harm upon its flesh. How is this possible? The Dual-Axe Dragon has sustained an injury from a single blow. The onlookers gasped in disbelief at the sight of the injury on the Dual-Axe Dragon's back. Though the wound is minor, Scyther's offensive prowess is astonishing. Stay calm. Dual-Axe Dragon. Utilize menacing face. Jinchen, unfazed by the injury, coolly commanded. Scyther, use focus energy. As the Dual-Axe Dragon's eyes widened, radiating an intimidating aura towards Scyther, the latter, to Jinchen's astonishment, did not flinch. Rather, its fighting spirit intensified. The menacing face has failed? Jinchen stared in disbelief as Scyther stood its ground, its resolve only growing stronger, revealing a hint of perplexity. The unyielding spirit ensures that it will not retreat in battle. It charges forward, undeterred, and when subjected to intimidatory moves, it only fuels its fighting spirit further. This is the effect of Scyther's hidden ability. As a warrior, it must press on, unafraid of life or death. No ordinary Pokémon could compel it to retreat, even a single step. Swoosh! With a soft cry, Scyther's eyes became sharper as it finished gathering energy. occasionally flashing with a golden glimmer. Dual Axe Dragon. Use Dragon Pulse. Observing the now formidable Scyther, Jinshin furrowed his brow and immediately directed the Dual Axe Dragon. The dragon began to gather a wave of energy within its maw, unleashing it towards the opposing Scyther. Agility. With unwavering composure, Scyther evaded the powerful shockwave that surged towards it, executing Lin Fan's command flawlessly. Rock Tomb. Recognizing the ineffectiveness of Dragon Pulse, Jinshin quickly ordered the Dual Axe Dragon. Lowering its body, the Dual Axe Dragon grasped the earth with its short arms, lifting massive boulders from the ground to encircle Scyther in an attempt to restrict its speed. Shadow Clone. Evade the Rock Tomb. Lin Fan coolly commanded, intending to create phantoms through the Shadow Clone to avoid hindering Scyther's speed. Although Scyther boasted high attack power and swift speed, its glaring weakness lay in its low defense. A powerful move could easily incapacitate it. A perfect duplicate of Scyther appeared, and both Scythers darted in opposite directions, successfully evading the descending rocks that failed to confine them. Now it's our turn. Scyther, use acrobatics. Observing the Dual Axe Dragon's evident fatigue from its repeated actions, Lin Fan seized the opportunity to command Scyther. Upon receiving the order, Scyther's wings vibrated rapidly as it darted towards the Dual Axe Dragon, its movements as graceful and unpredictable as a swallow, leaving no hint of its next landing spot. Dual Axe Dragon. Use Protect. Jinshin, sensing the impending danger from the swift Scyther, frowned, uncertain of where Scyther's next strike would land, and commanded the Dual Axe Dragon to use Protect to shield itself. Use Fury Cutter. Hold strong. As the acrobatics successfully breached the protective light membrane surrounding the Double Axe Dragon, Lin Fan swiftly commanded his mantis to continue its assault. Jinshin, not to be outdone, immediately instructed the Double Axe Dragon to enter a defensive stance. The mantis relentlessly struck at the defensively poised dragon, and the sound of metal clashing echoed through the air. Although it appeared as though the two diminutive spirits were embroiled in a fierce stalemate, Lin Fan discerned that the Double Axe Dragon was gradually retreating, its legs subtly inching backward. This was a nuance that did not escape Lin Fan's keen observation. Continue the onslaught. Do not relent, Lin Fan urged, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he commanded the mantis, harboring no doubt that the Double Axe Dragon could not withstand this assault for long. Chapter 87. The Young Invokes the Old. Was this truly the mantis? How could it be so formidable? Did it not experience fatigue? It had been attacking relentlessly. Observing the Double Axe Dragon being pushed back by the mantis's tempestuous strikes, a chorus of horrified gasps arose from the onlookers. Surely, in this world, there could not exist an impenetrable defense like Arceus. Even though the Double Axe Dragon had fortified its defenses, it remained inadequate against the mantis's relentless attacks. Its stamina dwindling dangerously low. With a thunderous crash, the massive form of the Double Axe Dragon toppled to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Double Axe Dragon, rise. Immediately invoke your fury. Jinshin's face darkened, a hint of madness flickering in his eyes as he addressed the fallen dragon. He was a scion of the illustrious dragon clan of the Great Xia. How could his Double Axe Dragon possibly be bested by a mere mantis? A loss would bring disgrace upon his family, forever marking him as a pariah. Such a proud individual, as he could not bear the thought of such humiliation. Thus, he cast aside all concerns. Although the Double Axe Dragon's stamina was critically low and invoking its fury could inflict grave harm upon its body, his pride demanded action. Your Double Axe Dragon lacks the stamina to invoke fury. Are you not aware of the potential damage it may cause? Lin Fan's countenance was rarely tinged with anger upon witnessing Jinshin's reckless command. I care not for the consequences. It is either victory or death. Double Axe Dragon, invoke your fury at once. Jinshin's face twisted with fervor. Mantis, intercept and disrupt its fury. Use a measured strike. Lin Fan's gaze darkened as he coldly commanded the mantis. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the mantis's eyes gleamed with determination, fixated on the Double Axe Dragon, which was attempting to invoke its fury. Typically, once a Pokémon invoked such power, it would be consumed by chaos, attacking indiscriminately without the possibility of interruption, unless a miracle occurred. For the mantis, endowed with miraculous abilities, such a possibility existed. Thus, Lin Fan urged the mantis to attempt to disrupt the Double Axe Dragon's fury. As the Double Axe Dragon, fueled by its invoked fury, rampaged towards the mantis, the latter danced perilously like a swordsman on the edge of a blade, deftly evading the dragon's ferocious strikes until it finally closed the distance. With its scythes aglow in golden light, the mantis aimed for the exposed scale on the dragon's neck. The golden scythe, imbued with miraculous power, struck the dragon's scale, and astonishingly, the rampaging beast fell silent, its crimson eyes gradually regaining clarity, before collapsing to the ground in slumber. Mantis, victory. As the referee, Luffy, disregarded the furious glares of the crowd behind Jin Chun, he solemnly declared the Mantis the victor. Return, Mantis. Witnessing the double-axe dragon lying in repose, Lin Fan recalled his Mantis and strode purposefully towards Jin Chun, who seemed momentarily dazed. He balled his right hand into a fist and struck Jin Chun's handsome face with great force. A spray of blood punctuated the air as Jin Chun crumpled to the ground, a cry of anguish escaping his lips. Lin Fan, unsatisfied with merely this, lunged forward, grasping Jin Chun by the collar and seething, "If I ever catch you treating that child in such a manner again, I shall end you. What are you doing? Let go of Brother Chun. Do you have any idea of his stature? How dare you act so brazenly? You seek your own destruction. You are finished, Lin Fan. No one can save you today. You have insulted the Dragon Clan." The entourage surrounding Jin Chun, witnessing his fall and the ensuing threats, quickly converged on Lin Fan, shouting vehemently, "Step aside." Lin Fan's eyes glinted with a chilling menace as he surveyed the gathering crowd. Faced with Lin Fan's fierce glare, the group of pampered nobles, unaccustomed to the heat of battle, recoiled in fear, rendered speechless. Li Mu Chung, silently observing from the back, wore a smug smile, whispering something to Qian Xiong, who, upon hearing her words, dashed towards the nearby room. Lin Fan approached the fallen double-axe dragon, meticulously assessing its injuries. Although the Mantis had interrupted the invocation of fury, the dragon had still sustained significant damage. Lin Fan retrieved a healing spray from his bag, diligently applying it to the creature. "Lin Fan, you won. Shall we still go for Peking Duck?" As Lin Fan completed his task and approached, Yi Yin smiled and inquired about their dinner plans. "Of course. How could we not? Good food can mend all ill moods." Lin Fan chuckled in response to the two. "Then let us try a different place. I just found another highly rated duck restaurant online." Lu Chungchung chimed in, shaking her phone with a triumphant grin. "Who dares to injure a member of the Jin family?" Just as the trio prepared to depart, a furious roar reverberated from above. A colossal figure descended from the sky, its presence felt before it was seen. A formidable pressure enveloped the crowd, forcing them to lower their heads, save for Lin Fan, who gazed up at the shadow that obscured the sun. "The king. Truly. The young have invoked the old." Lin Fan growled, placing his hand on the pokeball at his waist, ready to unleash his Gyarados at any moment. With a resounding thud, a massive silhouette landed, and an imposing figure leapt from it, bellowing at the onlookers. "Who has harmed my nephew?" "Uncle Jin Tao, it was him. He just defeated Brother Chun and, dissatisfied, attacked him again." Qian Xiong hastily emerged from beneath the massive figure, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Fan. "Is it you who has injured my nephew? Which family do you hail from, young one?" Such blatant disregard for decorum. Jin Tao questioned Lin Fan with an intense glare. "I am not from the capital. It is your nephew who has flouted the rules. He recklessly invoked a move without regard for his Pokemon's safety. You should inquire of him first." Lin Fan replied dismissively, meeting Jin Tao's gaze with indifference. "Are you implying you harmed my nephew?" Jin Tao retorted, ignoring Lin Fan's response. "Indeed. Even if I am not of the Jin family, only the Jin family has the right to teach him a lesson. How dare you take it upon yourself to do so? Today, I shall enact the punishment on behalf of your elders." Chapter 88. The Gyarados soaring above Groudon. "Do you seek death?" Lin Fan's expression darkened as he glared at Jin Tao, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, as if the very utterance of another word would seal Jin Tao's fate. His parents were Lin Fan's Achilles heel, now missing, a perpetual pain in his heart. For one to dare tread upon that sensitive spot was tantamount to courting death. "You are the first to speak to me in such a manner. Today, let your parents teach you a lesson, you ungrateful wretch, so that you may understand that the king cannot be insulted." A flicker of malice gleamed in Jin Tao's eyes. As a sovereign of the heavens, he possessed his own pride, and as a member of the dragon sovereign lineage, his arrogance surpassed that of ordinary kings. "The last person who dared to speak to me in such a manner has long since become dust. It appears that yet another shall join their ranks today." Lin Fan's expression calmed, his gaze fixed on Jin Tao as if he were observing a corpse. "A king? Is that truly formidable? He has taken lives before. If several kings were to besiege him, he might harbor some trepidation, but what does he have to fear from a mere single king?" Lin Fan lowered his hand from his waist and removed the master ball from around his neck. Out it came. Indeed, Lin Fan bore an extraordinary accessory. Who would hang a pokeball as an ornament unless it signified something grand? The Gyarados was already on the cusp of kingship, thus, the one encased in that ball must surely be a king. As the Pokeball transformed into its standard size in Lin Fan's grasp, Yi Yun, standing beside Lu Changcheng, exclaimed in excitement. Shush! Pay close attention. Lu Changcheng shot a fierce glare at Yi Yun, who recoiled in fear, at a loss for words. Witnessing the confrontation between Lin Fan and Jin Tao, Li Mukin wore a subtle smile, her eyes glinting with malice. Lin Fan was doomed. Salamence, eliminate him, Jin Tao commanded, turning away as if Lin Fan had already been consigned to the grave, not worth a second glance. Come forth, Groudon. Lin Fan hurled the Master Ball towards the approaching Salamence, jaws wide in a menacing attack. A beam of red light shot forth, revealing a much smaller, yet formidable Groudon before Lin Fan, its short claws gripping the Salamence's massive jaws. Roar! Groudon bellowed in discontent, questioning Lin Fan's order. What does Lado mean? Why is there a word missing? Dispatch it, but with gentleness. Lin Fan replied with a calm demeanor directed towards Groudon. After its emergence, Groudon behaved like an ordinary Pokémon, not exuding an ounce of its immense power. Meanwhile, the Salamence, oblivious to the threat, assumed it was merely a trivial creature daring to offend the might of a quasi-deity, and lunged to crush it with a fierce bite. Yet despite the Salamence's relentless attempts, it could not close its jaws around the small creature, its eyes widening in disbelief. As it stared, a flicker of familiarity washed over it, though it could not place where it had seen this Pokémon before. Groudon regarded the Salamence with boredom. Had it not been for Lin Fan's command to be gentle, it would have effortlessly dispatched the oblivious creature with a mere swipe. Desperate and futile, Salamence, break free and ascend to the skies. Jin Tao, upon hearing no cries of defeat from behind him, turned to find Lin Fan had summoned an unknown Pokémon to counter the Salamence. However, he held no belief in Groudon's strength or its ability to withstand the Salamence's impending onslaught, issuing commands to the Salamence without hesitation. Release it. Lin Fan smirked subtly upon hearing Jin Tao's words, eager to see what other tricks he possessed. Upon receiving Lin Fan's command, Groudon relinquished its grip, allowing the Salamence to soar into the sky, a flicker of malice glinting in its eyes. How dare it fly above me? Unforgivable. Absolutely intolerable. Groudon seethed at the audacity of the Salamence daring to hover above its head, as if it were Rayquaza. Looking at Groudon's furious visage, Lin Fan glanced at Jin Tao with incredulity. Is this truly seeking death? What mischief compels you to ascend into the air? Groudon, unleash your full potential, but refrain from causing excessive destruction. Lin Fan instructed Groudon, now left with no choice but to allow it to act freely, his gaze tinged with pity towards Jin Tao. Fate has dealt you a cruel hand. Your own misdeeds shall be your undoing. With a low growl, Groudon picked up a sizable rock and hurled it like a bolt of lightning toward the airborne Salamence, which had yet to react before being struck down from the heavens. As the Salamence plummeted, Groudon clenched its fist, swiftly positioning itself beneath where the Salamence would land, preparing to unleash a blow upon its arrival. The Salamence was struck as if it were a mere baseball, sent flying from the force of Groudon's strike. Groudon, sporting a mischievous grin, swiftly approached the beleaguered Salamence, denying it any chance to recover as it dealt another punishing blow, treating the Salamence as a mere plaything. Perhaps bored or fatigued, Groudon kicked the Salamence into the sky, its eyes glinting with cold intent. A small sphere of light, akin to a tennis ball, coalesced in its mouth, a weakened version of Dragon Pulse, directed at the airborne Salamence. Observing the small sphere of light, Groudon nodded in satisfaction. My master commanded gentleness, and I shall comply. I am indeed gentle. As the destructive energy surged toward the Salamence, it could only muster every defensive maneuver it knew, protect, substitute, and the like, all of which had previously proven effective against similarly ranked adversaries, now rendered utterly impotent against the oncoming orb of light. Though Groudon unleashed a diminished Dragon Pulse, its power was far beyond what the Salamence could withstand. The orb struck the Salamence, annihilating its massive form into nothingness, leaving behind only an echo of its existence. Salamence! Jin Tao roared in disbelief, unable to accept the reality before him. The Salamence had been vanquished by an unknown creature and had vanished without a trace. Little brat, what sort of trickery is this? Return my Salamence at once. Jin Tao shouted angrily at Lin Fan. Chapter 89. I will kill him, and no one shall stop me. It has disappeared, and shall not return. Now it is your turn. Lin Fan approached Jin Tao with deliberate steps, Groudon looming behind him like an ominous specter, instilling immense pressure upon Jin Tao. What do you intend to do? I am the king of Daxia. Despite the weight of Lin Fan's presence, Jin Tao remained resolute, unafraid, for he had the might of Daxia behind him. What do I intend to do? Lin Fan chuckled at Jean Tao's fierce countenance. Lin Fan, you are courting death. Do you not know that Uncle Jean is the king of Daxia? Regardless of the trick you employed to make the salamans vanish. To harm Uncle Jean is to oppose Daxia itself. Do you possess the audacity to do so? Qian Xiong, trembling yet steadfast beside Jean Tao, shouted at Lin Fan, though he was clearly terrified. Fool! The surrounding crowd fell silent at Qian Xiong's foolishness. Did he not see the trepidation in King Jin's demeanor? To stand and provoke Lin Fan was to court disaster. You are quite verbose. Lin Fan raised his hand and struck Qian Xiong, sending him sprawling to the ground. I have no desire to stir trouble. Why must you insist on provoking me? Is it not preferable to simply enjoy the benefits of being a trainer? Lin Fan confronted Jean Tao, gripping his collar with a fierce intensity. Lin Fan is not a saint. In this world, the status of trainers is vastly superior to that of ordinary people. The resources they acquire through the exploration of various secret realms can significantly strengthen the empire, allowing common folk to enjoy a better life and the benefits provided by the empire. He possesses strength and is willing to relish the privileges that come with being a trainer, yet he does not look down upon others without reason. Nor does he harbor murderous intentions without cause. In contrast, Jean Tao and his ilk, emboldened by their status and power, regard the weak as mere ants, killing at will. Had Lin Fan not been so formidable, he might have already been reduced to fragments by the violent salamander. I am the king of the dragon clan. I am also the king of the great Xia. If you release me now, I shall overlook your current disrespectful actions. Otherwise, not only will the dragon clan pursue you relentlessly, but the great Xia shall not spare you either. Though fear gripped Jean Tao's heart, he feigned calmness to preserve his dignity. Dispose of him. Lin Fan released his grip on Jean Tao's collar and spoke coolly to Groudon. Roar. Groudon let out a low growl, casting a menacing glance at the insignificant creature before it. It raised its right claw and aimed for Jean Tao's head. Wait. Just as Groudon's claw was about to strike Jean Tao, a voice pierced through the tension, interrupting the moment. Lin Fan, you are courting death. You are declaring war against the Jean family. You are also making an enemy of the entire Great Xia. Jean Chen stumbled forth from the crowd, addressing Lin Fan with a loud rebuke. Heh, does your Jean family truly represent the entirety of Great Xia? Lin Fan chuckled at Jean Chen's words, bemused by his audacity. Lin Fan, I believe it would be wise for you not to kill King Jean Tao. His death would bring considerable trouble. Lu Fei, acting as a mediator, approached Lin Fan and stood before him. Lin Fan, let us settle this matter amicably. At that moment, Yi Yun and Lu Chengqing also arrived, urging Lin Fan to reconsider. Heh, Lin Fan, even if you possess immense abilities, can this little sprite contend with the might of an entire empire? With others advocating for restraint, Jean Shun felt emboldened, and those behind him began to apply pressure on Lin Fan. Roar. Observing these insignificant beings daring to encircle Lin Fan, Groudon emitted a low growl, as if warning that anyone who dared to advance would meet their doom. Who dares to cause trouble in my Jean family's domain? Just as the situation reached a stalemate, the door through which Lin Fan had entered swung open, and several figures stepped inside, their presence announced before they arrived. Lin Fan turned to regard the newcomers. At the forefront stood a white-haired elder, followed by several middle-aged men. The elder was the one who spoke. Upon seeing him, everyone present, including Jean Shun, trembled in unison. How did he arrive here? Greetings, uncle. Father. Greetings, King Jean. All present, save for Lin Fan and his companions, respectfully saluted the elder. What is the meaning of this? Has the matter not been resolved yet? The elder nodded in satisfaction before turning to Jean Tao. Father, I do not know what trick he used to make my violent salamander vanish. Jean Tao, beaming with joy, pointed at Lin Fan as he spoke to the elder. Can you not handle such a trivial matter? Truly useless. Is it you who has brought trouble to my Jean family? King Jean scolded Jean Tao with a furrowed brow, then turned his darkened gaze towards Lin Fan. Shouldn't the elder inquire about what has transpired? Lin Fan questioned King Jean. I do not care who you are or who sent you. Release the violent salamander immediately, and I will let you go. King Jean regarded Lin Fan with a hint of trepidation as he glanced at Groudon behind him. Does your Jean family conduct itself with such brazen disregard? Do you not seek to understand the circumstances first? Lin Fan frowned as he inquired. I shall manage my own kin. It is not the place of outsiders to meddle. King Jean commanded, young man, release the violent salamander, and I shall not pursue today's events. The audacity of King Jean, one of the 4 sovereigns of the Great Xia Empire, was utterly laughable. Lin Fan chuckled softly, fully recognizing the elder's identity. The so-called King of Dragons, King Jean, was indeed one of the 4 sovereigns. Youngster, you are being disrespectful. You are courting death. The people behind King Jean rose in outrage at Lin Fan's remarks. Who is courting death remains uncertain. Today, I have resolved to kill Jean Tao. Whoever stands in my way shall meet the same fate. Lin Fan chuckled softly, patting Groudon's scales as he directed it towards Jean Tao. Let chaos reign. Eliminate him. Anyone who dares to intervene shall perish alongside him. Be a touch more gentle. Do not harm the innocent. Roar. Groudon unleashed a low growl, releasing an overwhelming aura. In that moment, the very earth beneath Yanjing trembled incessantly, and the clouds above seemed to gather ominously, forming a dense shroud over Groudon's head. All the sprites in Yanjing became agitated, fleeing uncontrollably as they disregarded their trainer's commands. Instinctively sensing the need to escape this perilous place, the Earth God has appeared. Chapter 90. Let chaos reign, Groudon. What on earth is happening? Why has the ground suddenly begun to quake? Why are my sprites refusing to heed my commands? What is going on? Is there an enemy attack? The entire Yanjing has descended into chaos. Sprites, normally obedient to their trainers, now run amok, disregarding even the most amiable trainers, racing towards the outskirts of Yanjing. What is the situation? Have we yet to ascertain the cause? At the Great Xia Empire's alliance headquarters, the 9 elders, the most powerful figures in the empire, gathered, forming the nucleus of imperial authority. The elders hovered in the air, buoyed by psychic energy to avoid the tremor's impact. One elder, clad in a black Zhongshan suit, roared at his subordinates, who presented him with photographs. We have pinpointed the earthquake's source, but it lies within the Jean family's territory, and we do not dare venture there lightly. The Jean family. The elder in white fell silent upon hearing this. This lineage, entrenched for 3 centuries, had become a malignant tumor afflicting the empire, siphoning its vitality. Were it not for the tense external circumstances and the ongoing internal reforms within the empire, these families would not be allowed to act so brazenly. The other elders exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts upon hearing the Jean family's name. Send Elder Chun to investigate the situation. Report back immediately if anything arises. The chief elder, observing the 8 silent figures, suddenly opened his eyes and addressed one nearby. Continue discussing the feasibility of the energy cube and the violent carp. Also, share your thoughts on that young man. The chief elder gestured towards the remaining members. At the command of the headquarters, Elder Chen hastily summoned his sprites and soared towards the Jean family. Those troublemakers. They are truly despicable, he muttered as he rode atop his Dragonite, harboring no fondness for the Jean family. Years ago, when he fortuitously acquired a mini-dragon, the Jean family had claimed it as theirs, leading to a conflict where the mini-dragon nearly fell into their hands. Had it not been for the protection of a certain elder, who had yet to become the Alliance's Grand Elder at the time, he would have lost the mini-dragon and would not have attained his current status. Thus, he was genuinely grateful to that elder. Hastily, Elder Chen made his way to the Jean family, and as he arrived above Lin Fan and the others, he witnessed an unprecedented sprite wreaking havoc. Surrounded by a host of dragon-type sprites, yet the situation appeared dire. Is that Lin Fan? Old Chen urged Dragonite to descend lower, and he immediately spotted Lin Fan standing calmly to the side. Meanwhile, Groudon was engaged in playful frolics with over a dozen dragon-type Pokémon, including the likes of Bagon and Axu. Among them was the most formidable creature, a pinnacle-level Garchomp, which had been nurtured by the esteemed King Jean. Indeed, King Jean was one of the 4 kings of the Great Xia, and it was astonishing that 3 other king-level dragon types were also surrounding Groudon in their assault. What sort of Pokémon was this? How could its defensive prowess be so formidable, coupled with such immense skill power? Observing Groudon besieged by a throng of Pokémon, cold sweat streamed down King Jin's forehead. Among this group were 6 king-level Pokémon and a dozen quasi-king-level ones, yet they were unable to subdue it. Impossible. This was utterly inconceivable. Garchomp, unleash Dragon Pulse. King Jean shook his head, attempting to dispel the persistent thoughts in his mind, and commanded the battling Garchomp. However, Groudon did not even glance at Garchomp as it allowed the Dragon Pulse to strike it, remaining unscathed. Instead, it lifted its gaze to the sky, a flicker of envy shining in its eyes, soon followed by a hint of anger. Did it not understand how envious it was to fly in front of a grounded Pokémon? To balance the scales, I must bring you down. This was the true sentiment coursing through Groudon's mind at that moment. Lin Fan also followed Groudon's gaze upward and discovered a figure soaring in the sky. He couldn't help but facepalm, allowing Groudon to act on its own. Lin Fan, what are you doing here? Just as Groudon was about to conjure a diminutive version of Dragon Pulse to send the airborne creature crashing down, a familiar voice called out from above. Hey, Groudon, wait. Don't attack. Hearing that familiar voice, Lin Fan hurriedly halted Groudon's impending dragon pulse, looking up towards the sky. A large, orange-hued Pokémon, adorned with two long, slender antennae on its head and two small meat-like wings on its back, descended into Lin Fan's view. Snorlax? Dratini? Lin Fan muttered as Dragonite slowly glided down. Hey, Lin Fan, what are you doing here? At that moment, Old Chen descended from Dragonite's back and approached Lin Fan, who was being shielded by a red Gyarados and a Scyther. Did you not see? My Pokémon is being besieged. Lin Fan pointed towards Groudon, who was glaring furiously at Dragonite. Is that your Pokémon? I've never seen it before, Old Chen inquired. His curiosity piqued as he gazed at Groudon. What brings you here? Lin Fan did not answer Old Chen's question, instead directing his inquiry towards him. This is the epicenter of the earthquake. All the Pokémon in Yanjing are in a frenzy. I was summoned to assess the situation, and discovering it was you did not surprise me. That Pokémon is the one hanging around your neck, right? Truly a powerhouse. Old Chen paid no heed to the Garchomp that was perilously close to being overwhelmed by the enraged Groudon. Instead, he was intrigued by Lin Fan. The fate of the Jean family was of no concern to him. Enough of this. In the battle. Upon hearing Old Chen's words, Lin Fan commanded Groudon, who let out a low growl, casting a menacing glance at Old Chen and the trembling Dragonite before focusing on the opposing Pokémon. Canyon Sword. Several colossal, lava-covered rock spikes erupted from the ground, directly impaling the dragon types across from Groudon. The Bagon and Axu attempted to evade, only to find themselves unable to move, until the massive spikes pierced through their bodies, making them acutely aware of their impending demise. The Jean family is finished. Old Chen stood dumbstruck, watching as Groudon eliminated the Jean family's Pokémon with a single strike, his body trembling as he muttered, though his eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Chapter 91. The Fall of the Jean Family. Undeniably, the Jean family had once shed blood for the Great Xia Empire and had been one of its founding families 3 centuries ago. However, they had since decayed. Their descendants, arrogant and callous, valuing lives as mere trifles, abusing their family's influence without restraint. The empire sought to manage the upheaval, but the collective strength of these families was overwhelming. Mishandling the situation could incite civil unrest. Thus, they refrained from taking action, slowly diminishing their influence. Especially upon learning of the energy cubes, which presented an opportunity to the 9 elders. By promoting the energy cubes, the number of aspiring trainers would swell, thereby weakening the family's influence. This was why they placed such importance on the energy cubes. Now, with all of King Jin's Pokémon being annihilated by an unfamiliar creature, the Jean family's power would suffer a significant blow, impacting their alliance of trainers. Kill Jean Tao. Lin Fan's cold voice echoed in Old Chen's ear. It was then that he came to his senses, hastily turning his gaze towards Lin Fan, realizing that this entire affair stemmed from the young man before him. Roaring, Groudon approached Jean Tao, its massive form imposing great pressure, causing fear to wash over everyone behind him as they stared in terror at the advancing Groudon, silenced. As Groudon drew nearer, some in the crowd could no longer bear it and erupted into wails, while others, paralyzed with fear, sat on the ground, releasing foul-smelling liquid beneath them. Ignoring the others, Groudon extended a claw towards Jean Tao, applying just enough pressure to pierce through his body. The once arrogant King Jean fell in an instant, and no one dared to utter a word. All eyes filled with dread as they gazed at the calm, young man not far away. It was as though slaying a king-level powerhouse was akin to squashing an ant. Lin Fan, wait. I will take you to meet someone. He can help you resolve this matter. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to establish yourself in the Great Xia. Their power is formidable. You will inevitably have moments of negligence. Old Chen turned his gaze back to Lin Fan. All right. Lin Fan nodded in agreement and took a step forward, approaching the trembling crowd until he stood before Li Muching. Lin Fan, what are you planning to do? Li Muching said fiercely, arms crossed protectively over her chest. Despite her fierce demeanor, Lin Fan could see the fear in her eyes. Lin Fan smiled nonchalantly, his voice icy as it escaped his lips. Rest assured, I will not kill you. Once I uncover the truth about the events from years ago and locate my parents, I will personally bring them to confront you. For now, you shall live in constant fear. You are a demon. Li Muching felt terror wash over her. She was truly afraid. Gazing at the man before her, her heart began to tremble, and in that moment, she realized the essence of fear. Enjoy the life that lies ahead. Lin Fan returned Groudon's pokeball to his neck and approached Old Chen, patting his stomach as he said, "Shall we go? Is it all right if I bring my 2 friends along? By the way, we haven't eaten. Could we prepare something to eat first?" "No problem. Let us all go together. I wouldn't feel comfortable letting them leave alone." I'll have someone prepare a meal for you. Oh, once you arrive in Yinjing. Once you give Old Lee a call. Old Chun waved his hand in response to Lin Fan's words. If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have forgotten. I'll call him now. Lin Fan chuckled apologetically, then picked up the phone to call Li Yunfeng. Old Chun watched Lin Fan converse with Li Yunfeng, completely unfazed, as if he had not just slaughtered several king-level Pokémon. After finishing his phone call with Li Yunfeng, Lin Fan somewhat awkwardly addressed Old Chun, saying, Grandpa Li mentioned he would also make an appearance, so please prepare more food. That rascal Old Li. Very well, I understand. Old Chun replied, let us get going. That brat from the Liu family. You're coming along too. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Old Chun muttered quietly before gesturing towards Liu Fei, who was standing nearby. Ah, me too. Liu Fei pointed at himself, looking questioningly at Old Chun. Of course. If not you, then who? You are the only one surnamed Liu here. Hurry up. Old Chun said impatiently to Liu Fei. Oh, I get it. Liu Fei pouted, reluctantly making his way over to Old Chun. Lin Fan cast a surprised glance at Old Chun for inviting Liu Fei, yet he refrained from inquiring about Old Chun's reasoning. The five soon climbed onto the back of the Dragonite. Lin Fan sat cross-legged atop the majestic creature, observing Liu Chengqing and Yi Yun, who seemed hesitant at a distance, and called out to them, Why the hesitation? Don't you recognize me? Is that really you, Lin Fan? Liu Chengqing, emboldened by Lin Fan's inquiry, gradually approached him. Of course. If there were another Lin Fan here, it would have to be me. Lin Fan replied irately, casting an annoyed glance at Liu Chengqing, thinking that only a simpleton like Yi Yun would take a liking to such an oblivious girl. Lin Fan, can you tell me the name of that little Pokémon? What level is it now? How did you acquire it? Liu Chengqing bombarded Lin Fan with questions like a machine gun, her curiosity seemingly endless, while Yi Yun remained too timid to ask anything. It's called Groudon. As for its strength, I'm not entirely sure, but it's definitely formidable. I encountered it by chance one day. Seeing its yearning for the sky, I promised to help it soar, and thus it agreed to temporarily become my Pokémon. Lin Fan responded, half-truthfully. Although Groudon had shrunk in size, its appearance had not changed significantly, so those who were observant could likely discover the truth. He thought it better to be frank rather than hide it. You're incredibly lucky. Lin Fan, next time something like this happens, be sure to inform me. Liu Chengqing exclaimed, her eyes wide with awe, while Old Chun and the others exchanged looks that conveyed disbelief, as if thinking Lin Fan was pulling their leg. Surprisingly, Liu Chengqing believed him and insisted he inform her next time fortune smiled upon him. Of course I will. Lin Fan smiled back at Liu Chengqing. Meanwhile, Liu Fei remained calm on the surface, but internally he was musing, Groudon. That name sounds familiar. I have some recollection but can't quite place it. I'll have to check my grandfather's books when I return. I remember seeing it in one of them. Chapter 92, The Blessing of Unity? Finally, they departed. A sense of relief washed over everyone seated in the Jin family courtyard, as if they had survived a calamity. Lin Fan. The Jin family shall not rest until we settle this score. Jin Tianwang roared in anguish after Lin Fan's departure, lamenting the loss of all his Pokémon in this encounter, a devastating blow to the Jin family. At his words, those present trembled in fear, too terrified to utter a sound. Jin Tianwang glared at his grandson, his face a mask of fury. All of this was instigated by him. Grandfather, I. Jin Shen's face paled as he looked at his grandfather, fear evident in his expression, as he hesitated to explain. Enough, let us return. Despite being related by blood, Jin Tianwang sighed, knowing Jin Shun was the only direct descendant left in the Jin family. He turned towards the family estate, contemplating how to deal with Lin Fan. Realizing that the mysterious Pokémon was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary king, at the very least, he would need to summon a champion or an ancestor for assistance. The Jin family has stood strong for 3 centuries. It is not so easily provoked. Just you wait, boy. Jin Tianwang vowed silently. Lin Fan, along with Liu Fei and Old Chun, was escorted to a heavily guarded residence that exuded an air of antiquity, resembling a modest bungalow. Upon dismounting from Dragonite, Lin Fan sensed no less than 5 pairs of eyes fixated upon him. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed that these individuals were all equipped with bulging waists, clearly seasoned trainers. Old Chun, where is this place? Lin Fan inquired, with Yi Yun and the others casting curious glances at Old Chun. You'll find out once you step inside. Old Chun replied with a smile. Puffed. Liu Fei scoffed disdainfully. You little rascal, your grandfather and sister will be arriving soon, so watch your back. Old Chun said, his expression turning mischievous. What? Why is that old man coming? Did you betray me? Liu Fei exclaimed, his demeanor akin to a startled cat, leaping up to shout at Old Chun. Betray? It's merely the concern of a senior for his junior. Old Chen chuckled at Lu Fei's reaction. King Chun and the Grand Elder are still in a meeting. They'll take a little while to arrive. For now, let us head to the living room to rest. A middle-aged man emerged from a room, approaching Old Chun and the others, addressing them respectfully. Thank you, Secretary Wang, Old Chun replied courteously. Not at all, follow me. Secretary Wang gestured for them to enter the living room, where he arranged fruits and tea for them, then sat down beside Lin Fan, his demeanor warm as he asked. You must be Lin Fan. I've often heard mention of you. Yes, you've heard of me? Lin Fan took a sip of the tea poured by Secretary Wang, internally commending its quality. Dr. Li has spoken highly of you in the past, praising you as the greatest genius of the empire in 3 centuries. Secretary Wang responded with a smile. That sounds quite accurate. I believe so, Lin Fan nodded calmly, signaling his agreement with Secretary Wang's words. The others present exchanged glances, their expressions darkening at the audacity displayed by both men, one daring to praise and the other daring to accept it. Secretary Wang, bewildered, thought to himself how thick-skinned this young man was. Lin Fan, you little rascal. You arrive in Yanjing without informing me first. Do you look down on this old man? Just then, the door swung open, and an elderly man stormed in, a beautiful young woman following closely behind. Even before he arrived, one could discern a hint of resentment in his voice. Grandpa Li, it wasn't intentional. I had planned to visit after grabbing a meal, but some unforeseen events delayed me, Lin Fan replied sheepishly, approaching Li Yunfeng and then greeting the lovely Li Nana standing behind him. Lin Fan, it's been a while. Evie misses you dearly. Li Nana shyly glanced at Lin Fan, her words ambiguous as to whether it was Evie or herself who longed for him. You rascal, what has transpired? Tell me. Li Yunfeng gently patted Lin Fan's hand, inquiring. Nothing major, just some conflict with the Jin family, Lin Fan began, but before he could elaborate, Old Chen interjected nonchalantly, addressing Li Yunfeng. The Jin family? Li Yunfeng's brow furrowed upon hearing Old Chen's words. The Jin family was not to be trifled with. It could spell trouble, yet if the matter was not too grave, he could assist Lin Fan. The Jin family has hit a wall this time, suffering significant losses. Old Chen remarked with evident satisfaction. What happened? Li Yunfeng inquired. Knowing Lin Fan was quite powerful, but questioning how he could have caused the Jin family to suffer losses. After all, they were the illustrious Dragon Clan, a top-tier family in the empire with a legacy spanning 300 years. Lin Fan dispatched all of Jin Tianwang's Pokémon using a mysterious little creature and even killed Jin Tao. Old Chen shrugged helplessly. Could you bring that Pokémon out for me to see? Li Yunfeng paid no heed to Lin Fan's act of slaying all of King Jin's little sprites. Rather, he regarded Lin Fan with a curious expression and inquired, as a scholar dedicated to the study of sprites, they are everything to me. Lin Fan, could you release that sprite for me to observe? Before Lin Fan could respond, an aged voice suddenly emerged, and a rosy-cheeked elder approached Lin Fan and his companions, accompanied by a tall young woman. Lu Yao, Lin Fan, it has been a long time, Lin Fan exclaimed upon recognizing the girl behind the elder. Oh, do you two know each other? The elder asked, glancing between his granddaughter and Lin Fan with inquisitiveness. Grandfather. He was the one who saved me in the secret realm last time. Lin Fan. This is my grandfather, Lu Yao explained, stepping closer to Lin Fan. Young man. Thank you for saving my Yao Yao's life. Without you, my granddaughter would have perished in that realm. Lu Yao's grandfather expressed his gratitude to Lin Fan. You are too kind, Dr. Lu. Lin Fan quickly waved his hand in modesty. From now on, just like old Li, you may call me Grandpa Lu. There is no need for formality. We shall be one family from this point onward, Dr. Lu said with profound significance. Lin Fan glanced at Lu Yao and then at Li Nana, who stood in front of Dr. Li, her ears perked up, stealthily eavesdropping on their conversation, causing a chill to run down his spine. Hey, you little rascal, why are you hiding over there? Come here. Dr. Lu bellowed at Lu Fei, who, despite his grandfather's advanced age, still commanded attention with his robust voice. Oh, grandfather, older sister. Lu Fei approached with his head hung low, calling out to Dr. Lu and Lu Yao. Chapter 93, A Battlefield of Emotions. Lin Fan observed Lu Fei and thought to himself, this boy truly is Lu Yao's younger brother. My future pirate king? He vigorously shook his head to dispel the dreadful notion from his mind. You little brat, did you go to the Jin family? Do you wish to court death? Professor Lu scolded Lu Fei with a smack on the head, causing him to cry out in pain. Brother Lin Fan, do you know Sister Lu Yao? At some point, Li Nana had approached Lin Fan, affectionately addressing him. We encountered each other during a secret realm expedition. Lin Fan replied, noting the warmth in her smile, but catching the glint of coldness in her eyes. prompting him to clarify hastily. Hello, Sister Lu Yao. Nana chirped sweetly, especially emphasizing the word sister, as if to remind Lu Yao of her seniority. Hello, little Sister Nana. It's nice to meet you. I see you know Lin Fan. Lu Yao responded, standing tall and proudly, smiling back at Nana. Humph. Nana glanced at Lu Yao's ample figure, inadvertently lowering her gaze, and with an indignant huff, stomped her little foot. Seeing Nana stomp, Lu Yao couldn't help but chuckle triumphantly. Brother Lin Fan, where shall we go to play? My Eevee misses you, Nana exclaimed. Lin Fan, my Squirtle also misses you, they both declared in unison, raising their pokeballs. Lin Fan, caught in the expectant gazes of the two women, dared not utter a word, fearing to offend either side. Was this truly a blessing for a man? It felt more like a battlefield of emotions. Lin Fan, what is the name of that sprite you possess? Just as Lin Fan was at a loss, Li Yunfeng approached him and inquired, providing a timely reprieve. Upon hearing Li Yunfeng call him, Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief and cast a grateful glance at him. To which Li Yunfeng responded with an understanding smile. It is called Groudon. Lin Fan answered with a composed demeanor. Oh, Groudon, I have never heard of such a sprite. Is it a new discovery? From which sprite does it evolve? Li Yunfeng asked curiously, seemingly unaware of what Groudon was. Do you not know about Groudon? Lin Fan was taken aback and quickly inquired. Why were they unfamiliar with Groudon? Is this sprite quite renowned? Why do I have no recollection of it? Old Lu, do you remember? Li Yunfeng, noticing Lin Fan's incredulous expression, felt a tinge of uncertainty. As the foremost expert on sprites in the Great Xia Empire, it would be quite embarrassing to be unaware of a sprite. Groudon? What sort of sprite is that? I feel like I might have heard of it, but I can't quite recall, Professor Lu mused, scratching his head amidst his white hair, unable to recall. Groudon is different from other sprites. It does not evolve from another sprite. It is inherently this way. Lin Fan observed their expressions, noting that they did not appear to be deceiving him, and responded to them. Such a sprite that does not evolve, but possesses such formidable strength? Sprites truly are wondrous. The two exclaimed in admiration. Hee, that is because you have not encountered it before. There was once a Pikachu that was similarly powerful. Lin Fan humbly replied, feeling that, in comparison to the deity-like Pokémon, it was not such a significant achievement. Can Pikachu truly grow to such an extent? I have read little. Do not deceive me. Li Yunfeng exclaimed, utterly disbelieving, asserting that while Pikachu was adorable, it was not particularly strong. That was merely an exception. Lin Fan chuckled awkwardly. Pikachu is indeed an anomaly. When angered, it is a force to be reckoned with. Even deities can scarcely withstand it. Many legendary Pokémon have been vanquished by it, such as a certain crystal-like divine beast. Lu Yao, Nana, allow me to introduce you to my friends, Lu Chengqing and Yi Yun, who will also be studying at Xuanwu University. Lin Fan said as he brought Lu Yao and Li Nana over to Lu Chengqing and Yi Yun, introducing them. After a few handshakes, they began to converse amiably. Lin Fan, observing their smooth interaction, chose to step aside and approached Li Yunfeng, asking, Grandpa Li, what brings you to Beijing? Have you encountered some trouble? There is indeed a troubling matter that I have hesitated to confirm. Thus, I sought your assistance, Li Yunfeng replied, recalling the issue once Lin Fan spoke. What is it? You may count on me to do my utmost if it is within my capabilities. Lin Fan urged. Do you think there might be another evolutionary form for Eevee? Li Yunfeng tentatively inquired. Have you made a new discovery? Lin Fan's heart raced upon hearing Li Yunfeng's words, quickly asking for clarification. Yes. I recently discovered that the genes composing Eevee's body are quite unstable and susceptible to environmental influences, leading me to suspect that Eevee may indeed possess other evolutionary forms. Li Yunfeng produced a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket, filled with dense technical terms, causing Lin Fan's head to spin. While he could comprehend the individual terms, together they became incomprehensible, a testament to the profundity of the Great Xia Empire's language. Eevee actually has several evolutionary forms. I can tell you about them. Lin Fan rubbed his temples and handed the paper back to Li Yunfeng, saying, Several evolutionary forms. Are you certain? Li Yunfeng's voice suddenly amplified. His face flushed as he stood up abruptly, directing a loud inquiry at Lin Fan, causing Li Nana and her companions to look over in surprise. Yes, as you mentioned. Eevee's genetic instability leads to variations according to environmental changes. Eevee has a total of 8 evolutionary forms, aside from the known fire, water, and thunder types. It can also evolve into Leafin, Glacian, Sylveon, and others. The last 3 require a certain level of affection to evolve, while the first 2 can be evolved using the Leaf Stone and Ice Stone. Lin Fan softly concluded, taking a sip of tea, disregarding the astonished expression of Li Yunfeng. whose mouth hung open in disbelief. Grandfather Li, the world of Pokémon is vast. There are no useless Pokémon, only inept trainers. The realm of Pokémon is so expansive that it's entirely plausible that Milotic evolved from Phoeba. Who can say for certain, right? At this moment, Li Yunfeng found himself at a loss for words. Lin Fan's assertions were truly astonishing. He effortlessly recounted the 5 evolutionary forms of EV, leaving Li Yunfeng curious about what secrets lay within this young man's mind. Chapter 94. The Senior Alliance. As time ticked by, a figure approached Secretary Wang and whispered something in his ear. Rising, Secretary Wang addressed Lin Fan and the others. Please, go ahead and have your meal. Elder Deng has been delayed by some matters and may arrive a bit later. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan realized that he and Li Yunfeng had been engrossed in their discussion about EV's evolutions for quite some time, and together they followed Secretary Wang to the dining area. Not long after their meal, a sprightly elderly gentleman entered the room, pushing the door open. Lu Chengxing and Yi Yun were taken aback, their jaws nearly dropping in astonishment at the sight of the venerable figure. Elder Zheng, Elder Zheng. Li Yunfeng and the others exclaimed respectfully upon recognizing the newcomer. While Lin Fan felt a hint of surprise, he maintained a calm demeanor, not as overtly astonished as Lu Chengxing and the others. Please, take a seat, Elder Zheng said kindly, gesturing for them to sit. Lin Fan admired the old man from the depths of his heart. It was he who had revolutionized the training methodology for Pokémon trainers, transitioning from a familial approach to a more institutionalized one, thereby granting many ordinary citizens the opportunity to become trainers and gradually strengthening the nation's power. Thus, Elder Zheng enjoyed immense popularity among the populace and was cherished by civilian trainers, yet he was regarded as a thorn in the side by entrenched family factions. You must be Lin Fan, right? Quite impressive, indeed. A fine young man, Elder Zheng remarked, patting Lin Fan on the shoulder. Thank you, Elder Zheng, Lin Fan replied, feeling somewhat bashful at the compliment. Yunfeng, Lao Lu, Lao Chun, and Lin Fan, please accompany me to my office. Elder Zheng beckoned to the 4 of them. Lin Fan, somewhat bewildered, followed the others into the office. The reason I've called you here pertains to the energy cubes. We have reached a conclusion, Elder Zheng explained once they were seated. Lin Fan, as the provider of the energy cube formula, you have the right to be informed about this matter. They didn't oppose? Li Yunfeng inquired, looking at Elder Zheng with curiosity. Not at all. The market for energy cubes is too immense for them to voice any dissent. Currently, the price for 1 energy cube is set at 300 Alliance coins. The official distribution will be managed directly through the Pokémon centers. Although the profit margin will be significantly reduced, it remains affordable for the average trainer, Elder Zheng responded with a smile. Lin Fan considered Elder Zheng's words carefully. The formula he provided was intended for the masses, and the cost to produce a single cube was approximately 300 Alliance coins. If an empire were involved, production costs might be further minimized, yet profits would likely remain modest, essentially akin to engaging in charity work. At that moment, Lin Fan felt a gentle nudge, prompting him to glance at Li Yunfeng, who silently inquired about the cause of the interruption. Elder Zheng is calling you, Li Yunfeng indicated. Realizing the situation, Lin Fan turned to the elderly gentleman. My apologies, Elder Zheng, I was lost in thought. What do you require of me? Not to worry, given your current strength. Would you care to participate in the assessment for the Quasi-King rank? Elder Zheng asked. Quasi-King. Upon hearing Elder Zheng's words, not just Li Yunfeng but the others as well exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Fan was still quite young, having just graduated from high school, and was merely an ordinary trainer at present. Is there any benefit to becoming a Quasi-King? Lin Fan queried, aware that as an ordinary trainer, he received a monthly living stipend of around 30,000 Alliance coins, which, while not insignificant, was of little consequence to him. Oh. The Quasi-King receives an annual living stipend of 3 million Alliance coins, a randomly attributed evolution stone, free access to C-grade and below secret realms and ruins, complimentary accommodation and meals at any Pokémon Center in the Empire, access to intelligence gathered by the Alliance, and priority entry into unknown secret realms. Elder Zheng elaborated. Excellent. I accept. When does the assessment commence? Lin Fan responded with a nod, realizing that this opportunity could save him millions annually, resources that could be devoted to nurturing his Pokémon. Furthermore, the priority access to unknown secret realms was invaluable. The unknown equated to treasures, and unexplored realms were likely to harbor vast riches, making this prospect exceedingly appealing for Lin Fan, who required substantial investment for his growth. Please wait a moment. Yunfeng, you all may step outside. I need to discuss a few matters privately with Lin Fan, Elder Zheng instructed, allowing the others to leave. The group exchanged curious glances with Lin Fan before courteously excusing themselves. Lin Fan, Elder Chun has informed me of the situation. Your Pokémon must be the embodiment of the Earth God, correct? Elder Zheng remarked once they were alone. Huh, you know about Groudon? Lin Fan asked in astonishment. Oh, this is a secret known only to the leaders of the Empire. Deities have always existed. It is merely that, over the past 3 centuries, humanity has consciously erased all traces of their existence, causing many to forget them entirely. Only fragments remain in some ancient texts, Elder Zheng explained. Upon hearing Elder Zheng's words, Lin Fan felt a sense of understanding wash over him. No wonder Li Yunfeng and the others were unaware of Groudon. It was a secret known only to each successive leader. Why share this with me? Lin Fan inquired, somewhat puzzled. I merely wish to advise you to refrain from utilizing Groudon too frequently. Its destructive power is immense, and a single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences for this world. The earthquake a few months ago was instigated by it, was it not? And the recent quake in Yanjing as well? Elder Zheng took a sip of water before explaining. That was Groudon's first appearance. I had no idea it would cause such a commotion, Lin Fan admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed as he recalled the incident. Should you encounter any issues in the future, seek me out. As long as you are not at fault, I will assist you in resolving them. Elder Zheng assured Lin Fan. Understood. Lin Fan replied earnestly, meeting the elder's gaze. Very well, I will have Secretary Wang provide you with my contact number. From now on, you can reach out to me whenever necessary. He will assist you wholeheartedly, Elder Zheng affirmed, a smile breaking across his aged face at Lin Fan's answer. Thank you. Elder Zheng, Lin Fan responded promptly. Not at all, Lin Fan. I have reviewed your records and trust that you will not act against the interests of the Empire. I have faith in you, Elder Zheng said, giving Lin Fan's shoulder a reassuring pat. Chapter 95. The youngest Quasi-King. After conversing with Elder Zheng for a while longer, Lin Fan stepped out of the room. Lin Fan, what did Elder Zheng want with you? Upon exiting, he found Li Yunfeng and the others waiting outside, eager to hear what had transpired. Elder Zheng mentioned that I should reach out to him whenever I encounter issues. He will help me resolve them. Lin Fan replied to their inquiry. Let us head over to see your Quasi-King battle. Li Yunfeng and the others said nothing further, acknowledging that Elder Zheng's actions surely had deeper implications. Upon entering the living room, Secretary Wang, having received Elder Zheng's instructions, presented Lin Fan with a business card. In the future, should you need assistance, just call this number. Elder Zheng has already informed me, he stated. Thank you, Secretary Wang. I appreciate your help. Lin Fan accepted the card with utmost seriousness. The combatants for the quasi-champion match have been arranged, and all that remains is a mere formality, remarked Secretary Wang as he observed Lin Fan neatly stow away his business cards. No need for that. Let us engage in a proper battle. I am quite eager to face my opponent. Lin Fan replied with a dismissive wave of his hand. Very well. Although Secretary Wang responded affirmatively, he held Lin Fan in low regard, viewing him merely as a fortunate boy favored by Elder Zheng. Please, lead the way, Lin Fan said calmly, not expressing any further thoughts. Nana, come along. Join me in witnessing Lin Fan's quasi-champion duel. At that moment, Li Yunfeng called out to the chatting Li Nana and her companions. Quasi-champion. Lin Fan is about to participate in the quasi-champion battle. Li Nana and Lu Yao, still unaware of Lin Fan's true strength, exclaimed in unison upon hearing Li Yunfeng's words. Let us go and witness the birth of the youngest quasi-champion in the Empire. Yi Yun and Lu Chengqing stood up, addressing the group, revealing no surprise as they had already been privy to this information. The group followed Secretary Wang to a wooded area behind the house, where an individual awaited them. Secretary Wang. The person greeted respectfully upon seeing him. Feng Yuan. This is Lin Fan. Be gentle. He is favored by Elder Zheng, Secretary Wang whispered to Feng Yuan. Rest assured, I shall, Feng Yuan replied coolly, though his gaze towards Lin Fan bore a hint of disdain, viewing him as just another wealthy scion. Are you ready, Lin Fan? We can begin, Secretary Wang announced to Lin Fan. Although he did not grasp the full implications of Secretary Wang's words, Lin Fan noticed Feng Yuan's condescending look and chose not to explain himself. Only the weak feel the need to justify their strength, while the strong require no such explanations. Let the battle commence, Lin Fan declared. Go, Lin Fan. You can do it, cheered Li Nana and Lu Yao in unison, exchanging a glance and a collective huff in response. Come forth, Snorlax. Gyarados, it's time for you. Both trainers hurled their pokeballs forward, unleashing 2 colossal creatures that shook the ground. A 5-6-meter-tall Snorlax emerged, its adorably clumsy demeanor immediately endearing itself to onlookers. In contrast, Lin Fan summoned a fearsome Gyarados. Roar. Upon its release, Gyarados unleashed a furious roar, emanating an overwhelming pressure that left those nearby gasping for breath. Earlier, while at the Gene family's residence, Gyarados had restrained its might to protect Lin Fan, especially since few had noticed it in the presence of Groudon. Now, it revealed its true power. This overwhelming pressure. The strength of this Gyarados is astonishing. Old Shin observed the Gyarados, his brow furrowing. How has it grown so formidable in just a few days? This boy truly is a monster, he muttered, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Secretary Wong, are you jesting? You expect me to go easy on it? This Gyarados is vastly superior to Snorlax. Feng Yuan exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he inwardly cursed Secretary Wong. Gyarados, use Rain Dance. Lin Fan commanded, determined to turn the battlefield into his own domain. Snorlax, use Body Slam to interrupt it. Feng Yuan, realizing the necessity of preventing Gyarados from establishing its advantage, quickly directed Snorlax to act. Ignore it. Continue using Rain Dance. Lin Fan insisted, confident in Gyarados' defensive capabilities to withstand Snorlax's oncoming assault. How presumptuous. Feng Yuan seethed, incensed by Lin Fan's refusal to defend. Full attack. Snorlax, use Body Slam. Despite its bulk, Snorlax charged like a battering ram directly at the Gyarados, which was immersed in its Rain Dance. Boom. Roar. Snorlax's massive form collided with Gyarados, causing the latter to let out a pained roar. Although Gyarados possessed formidable defense and suffered minimal damage, the impact was still felt. What? It's barely affected? Feng Yuan exclaimed incredulously, knowing that Snorlax's Body Slam could easily send a speeding truck flying. Yet, Gyarados remained standing. Snorlax, use Bite. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Feng Yuan commanded Snorlax to act quickly. Snorlax's jaws widened as it lunged toward Gyarados. The sound of gnashing teeth echoed. But Snorlax's fangs failed to breach Gyarados' scaly defenses. Enough. Gyarados, use Aqua Tail. Lin Fan ordered. A smile creeping onto his face as the rain poured down from the sky. Roar. Gyarados, already agitated, obeyed Lin Fan's command. Its enormous tail glowing with a brilliant light as it swung toward Snorlax. With a resounding thud, the massive Snorlax was sent flying, crashing into several trees. What power! What defense! This Gyarados is truly extraordinary. Feng Yuan stood shocked, realizing that Snorlax weighed nearly 2 tons and had just been effortlessly swatted away. In the battle, use Waterfall. Lin Fan commanded, witnessing Snorlax's plight. In an instant, Gyarados surged forward with incredible momentum, its fearsome visage striking terror into the downed Snorlax. Boom. Snorlax was instantly incapacitated, having no chance to retaliate against the rampaging Gyarados. Victory! Hooray! Li Nana and Lu Yao celebrated Lin Fan's triumph with a high five, only to turn away from each other with a huff upon realizing they were not in sync.